Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game.
Game tonight, Nuggets take on the Bulls with coverage starting at 6:30. Vic?
Don't get cocky. Don't pull a Moser.
We don't lose anymore. What do
Don't
you not
do that.
understand?
Wait, would you stop for a second, though,
This is my segment. I'm told to preview the game. You pipe down. Don't get cocky. Don't get arrogant. Same young Chicago team beat you at home last year.
Everything you laid out there says they should slaughter the Chicago Bulls, who have lost 5 in a row coming in. They're 1-5 on the road this season. The Nuggets are playing great basketball. What am I missing, Vic?
You're not missing anything. I just don't like messing with fate.
Ain't nobody messing with no fate. The Nuggets are a better team. They're going to smoke them.
I know that. You don't think I know that? Thank you for speaking the obvious.
Inbound goes to Jokic from half court. Missed it at the horn, and that's the ball game. Denver will lose their first game at home this year. Tip of the hat to a gritty Chicago Bulls team who had every excuse in the book not to play hard tonight. Denver loses it by a final of 130 to 127.
You know, it wasn't too long ago. It is funny putting those side by side. I mean, at the time, could you blame us for thinking that none of these teams would ever lose again? It's the NBA. Yeah. Well, here's the deal. Like, when an opposing team shoots from three the way the Bulls did, and I know they got colder as the game went on, but they shot, 50% or something like that in the first half? Yeah, that hurts. And it's the one sort of detail that the Nuggets haven't had that they have had this year that they haven't had over the past couple I pointed it out. They were number one in the league in opponent three-point percentage, and that was a category when they won a title that they were top 3 in the league in. And then last year they were 22nd. Their defense didn't look as good. That's why. And the Bulls just, I think even with some tough defense, the Nuggets looked a little bit lacking. I don't want to say lazy, but a little tired at times defensively is how I'd put it. And you had to win a game in which you got into a track meet and you couldn't find the plays late because the opportunity was there. Once they came back and closed that game out, down big in the fourth, it was something like 13 points to kind of start the fourth quarter. You close that gap in a hurry, you get it into a tie game, you take the lead with 1:40 left on the Jokic 3, and then it's just a matter of can you get a stop and a couple more buckets? And the answer was no, because then Herter made a 3 right back in your face. The Bulls just shot the ball well, and that happens. Now, I will say this, Nelly, after the game, I got about 15 tweets coming my direction and Moser saying, I blame you guys for this. And I'm like, okay, I suppose you could. But you guys are sounding a lot like Veruca Saltz here. Like you're in the middle of Willy Wonka's chocolate factory and you're like, but Dadsy, I want it now.
By the way, Vic texted me at 9:37 post-Meridian last night, and he said, please find Moser virtually guaranteeing a Nuggets victory happened during one of our segments. And and because much like Dion, Vic's got time today.
Well, look, Moser does this a lot. You don't really find all the segments that he guarantees the win.
I can feel it down in my plums.
We don't do the recaps of Moser saying they're going to wax them, and then they do. Now, you know what that game was? Because I'll tell you what it was. It was a regular season basketball game that you lose sometimes, and it's nothing more than that. We've gotten really into a habit because of the expectations that we have for this team that are high. We have this habit of making some games, one game samples bigger than others. Like I remember remember when the Avs were going through that stretch where they were getting games into OT and losing. And I think it was like 4 straight or something like that. And then it was, this team is not as good as we all thought they were going to be, and they got some real questions they need to answer, and then the Avs go on a run and nobody cares anymore because the team's kind of what we thought they would be. Because in the regular season, you have ebbs and flows and dips and highs and all that different stuff. You lost a game. I know, it's a real bummer they weren't going to get 80 wins this season. But these are bound to happen. The one thing that I will say that I think could be something to monitor, because when we talk about, what's the formula to winning a championship, and I just told you the one thing they've done really well all year that they didn't do last night was defend a 3. Again, the numbers kind of averaged out towards the end, but the first half of that game when the Bulls really took control, they were shooting 50%. Another thing that they had when they won the title that I haven't seen yet, and it's a little bit concerning here. I thought we were going to get it last night, ability to close out a tough game. You need some buckets. Can you get them? They've had a couple of examples this season of them not being able to do that. The first game was against the Warriors, where that was close. Overtime game, couldn't close it out. Another example was the loss to the Blazers. You get in that sort of late game situation, you got a big lead in the fourth quarter. You allow them back in the game. And even with a minute left, you're up 5 points in that game, and you still find a way to lose it. Closing has become a little bit of an issue, which for this team never really has been the problem. It's like they get you in that 2-man game late, you can pretty much guarantee that whoever they're playing against is not going to have a great time. So that's changed just a little bit. But again, much like the Broncos in yesterday, I wanted to focus more on the bigger picture than the smaller one, which was the individual stuff that happened in the middle of the game. Because the Broncos win over the weekend that we discussed yesterday at length and in detail is more to me about slaying a beast that you haven't slayed, which is Patrick Mahomes with his back against the wall. He's never lost a regular season game like that. You were able to do it. Stick a fork in him. In the case of the Nuggets last night, are there things like I just mentioned about closing out the game that have raised maybe a little bit of an intent of concern? Yes. But overall, the Nuggets are 10-3. You're going to lose a regular season game occasionally, and it's probably going to happen to teams that you don't find as good as you because almost all of them aren't as good as you. Does that make sense? You will feel disappointed and like the better team didn't win every time the Nuggets lose because that's how you feel about the Nuggets. That's not a bad thing. It's just an acknowledgement that over the course of an 82-game season, you lose sometimes. It's okay. I kind of had this say. I've told you guys, I spent my entire upbringing playing the sport of baseball, where the entire point to that sport is sometimes you're just going to suck, and then you get back out there tomorrow. This isn't football, where if you lose a game against an inferior opponent, it counts like 5 times worse as any other game.
Yes, but
because you only have limited opportunities.
When all that happens, I'm torn between the way you're treating this, which is, you're right, 82-game sample size. You're going to get some ups, you're going to get some downs. It's just pure stats right there. But on the other hand, I'm looking at the box score. The Denver Nuggets bench scored 9 more points than you and I did.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yep.
9 points from the bench.
I would totally agree with you.
Hardaway, who we were praising left and right yesterday, was a minus 21.
Yep.
So I guess I'll ask you and I'll ask the listeners, on a scale from 1 to 10, how much should I overreact to the bench scoring 9 points?
My answer? I mean, I'm doing the boring show today, I guess. None. Again, bad games happen. I said this about Tim Hardaway. See, this is, again, you got to keep perspective. When Tim Hardaway was signed, I, hand up, did not know the impact that he would make and the boost he would give that bench. Because he has had, I think, no bad games yet this year up until last night. But I'll tell you this. When he was signed with the Nuggets, I said, Tim Hardaway's the kind of guy that you ask any fan base that he's played for. He's a guy that has the potential to drive you nuts. Because whether he's on or off with his shot, he's going to shoot. And last night, he takes 8 shots in 16 minutes. He makes 2 of them. He was 0 of 3 beyond the arc. And my answer is, yeah, he's been pretty remarkable all season and never had a bad game yet. Maybe give him 1 bad game. Valanciunas only had 5 minutes on the floor last night, but it didn't work. Bruce Brown had no points in 23 minutes. He was a minus 17. I think Bruce Brown is fine on this roster. It was a bad night. And sometimes you just shrug and you go, whatever, it happens. Like, I don't see anything outside of what we talked about towards the end of the game, closing the game out, which is very important detail, that I would say, yeah, that concerns me moving forward. They didn't have it last night. Bummer, move on. I mean, I'll give you an example, Nelly, and maybe I'm like jerking the steering wheel in the completely opposite direction to this, but maybe the reason why I had this last night was because I got, is Twitter really down?
Dude, it is down.
Like nothing's happening down?
It's Jay Sean. Tell me, are you down?
Well,
I can't access anything.
Okay, fine. Since I can't look it up, I had a guy screaming at me in all caps yesterday saying this loss is inexcusable. And I'm like, all right. Inexcusable? It's inexcusable that a team got hot from 3 for a half and you had a tough time climbing back into the game. Inexcusable that you lost a game on November 18th. I mean, come on. Let's have a little bit of perspective here. Did I enjoy watching that? No. All it means is they're 10-3 instead of 11-2 to start the year. I think you're okay. Again, closing out the game needs to get better. I don't know what's going on in that category that used to be the thing that you absolutely buried people with. You know, it was like you put a noose around somebody and just slowly tightened it for like the last 4 minutes of a game. That, from this year and last year, by the way, has not been quite the same. Maybe teams are starting to defend that two-man game a little bit better. You know, but the deal is the shots were there for Jokic and Murray. And Jokic did well at the end of the game. Jamal missed some shots, had a couple of layups. You know, it's one of the questions that we asked in the past, too, about when they get to the end of the game like that, and maybe that two-man game is having a little bit of a struggle getting together, is that where you looked? In the past, the conversation was, is that where you look for a Michael Porter Jr. on the outside? And in this case, you would be looking for Cam Johnson, who actually had a good night from 3 last night, or Aaron Gordon, who's now like your best 3-point shooter on the team somehow. Do you try and spread the love around to the other places? Maybe. So yeah, disappointing last night. Also, it happens.
I guess continuing with your Veruca Salt metaphor. That's how good the Nuggets are, man. And so when I wake up, I didn't wake up and see the score. I was listening to Kaz call the final minutes on Altitude Sports Radio last night. When the clock hit zeros and the Nuggets were on the wrong side of the score, I went, Daddy, but I want another win.
It now.
I want a squirrel. Like I want them to win every game. I'm totally on team you and Moj, and it just sucks to see when they kick a bad one that they should have won.
Nelly, and I know I'll get to the calls late in that game. I don't know how a ref can look at that replay and say that it was inconclusive whether Jokic knocked the ball off of Vucevic or not. It looked pretty damn conclusive to me because the ball went in another direction once it went right past Vucevic's knee. Big Vucevic. That along with, a couple of other details where there's some questionable stuff at the end of the game, like Bruce Brown had, again, I think it was Vucevic, tied up, and they gave them a timeout when he had simultaneous possession. That didn't make much sense to me, but whatever. It's kind of one of those, like, you didn't play well enough to win. So eat the loss, move on, and get a dub next when you play against the Pelicans tomorrow. 303-504-0925. Broadcasting for the Backus and Shanker Studios. Their passion is justice. Back after this.
It's Big Vucevic.
It's an Avs Ticket Tuesday every hour on the 20s. We have the chance for you to win a pair of tickets to the Avalanche for each show. And those keywords start right now. Your keyword for the 6 o'clock hour is pink. So text pink and you got a chance to win a pair of tickets to the Avs and Rangers tomorrow night. The Avs Kids Club is here as well. Check out free or paid membership options today at coloradoavalanche.com/kids club. But again, that keyword is pink. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. So
Get it? You get
I actually don't understand this at all.
So the Avs are playing who are we giving away tickets to see?
The Rangers.
The Rangers. So the keyword is pink.
Oh,
Pink Ranger.
Pink
Yep.
Power Ranger?
There you go. That's got to be Kevin.
Okay.
That's got to be where his head was. Because, I mean, Pink Ranger, she was kind of hot back in the day, dude.
We're talking about the Pink Power Ranger.
Yes, the Pink Power Ranger. Yeah, man.
I had Power Rangers underwear. I think I had a Power Rangers bed sheet. Very popular in the Kane household when I was younger. And you're right, that pink one was a hottie. And all I knew was that she had a pink suit on. Don't even remember what she looked like. That could have been a dog underneath that for all I know. And I was like, I don't know what it is. The way that one moves is different. So it's pink. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. So get back to the Nuggets in a bit. The Denver Broncos are going into a bye week, leading the NFL with the best record in the league. They're number one in the AFC at 9-2. They have killed off something that I didn't think you were able to kill off. We talked about the Chiefs being Michael Myers last week. Somehow, Jamie Lee Curtis did it. He's actually dead. To you, for now. The big thing, though, and I was thinking about this. You have every reason to believe that the Broncos are going to be top-end Super Bowl contenders. I don't know how many people actually feel that way. Like, if I were to take 100 random NFL fans, Nelly, and let's all go through this exercise and ask yourself this in an unbiased and honest way. I ask you, who wins the Super Bowl? Is your answer the Denver Broncos or not?
If I'm the psychic guy who was talking to the Rams, I'm telling you the Broncos play the Rams in the Super Bowl. Who was it?
See,
Oz the Mentalist?
People are making that about the Broncos are playing in the Super Bowl. His whole bit is he's just guessing what the guy is going to say. That's his whole deal. If I ask you that question, is your answer the Broncos or not? And my guess is it probably isn't, and that's not a bad thing. You know, I certainly think they've changed the tenor of that conversation after the win against the Chiefs on Sunday. But I think there's a really simple reason as to why if I pulled 100 different NFL fans on tell me right now who you think wins the Super Bowl, I bet you the Broncos get only a couple of votes. It's about your comfortability with the quarterback. That's it. And to Bo Nix's credit, I actually thought that was the best game, one of the best games of his career. It didn't put up the numbers. It didn't light up the stat sheet, but he was totally in control, calm, collected, picked up first downs consistently. They were 7 of 15 on third down. And he did that against a really good defense. We've seen Bo beat up on the Cowboys. We've seen him beat up on the Cincinnati Bengals. They stink. It's not the same. He played a game against the Chiefs where it was a consistent, calm, and collected performance. But I think a lot of people, including Broncos fans who are being honest, would still say the one hurdle you can't get over is Bo Nix going to be good enough throughout a playoff stretch to hoist a Super Bowl Lombardi trophy at the end of the year? And I think I can kind of prove it to you. Again, doesn't mean things can't change. If Bo Nix continues to play that way, then you should be the odds-on favorite. But let me ask you something. Nelly, pop your mic on. I'm going to have you speak for everybody in Denver. You're going to be the representative of the mob listening to this show right now.
So this is what it feels like to be Vic. All right,
Correct.
Here we go.
If the Broncos had Patrick Mahomes, would you hesitate to say they're winning the Super Bowl?
No, I wouldn't hesitate, as in, yes, I'd say they're winning the Super Bowl. Yeah.
Like, okay, how about I'll ask it a different way. Would you consider them the favorites with Mahomes?
Yeah, absolutely.
Josh Allen.
Josh Allen, of course.
Lamar Jackson.
Yes.
Justin Herbert.
Oh, boy. He doesn't have the postseason resume to go with it, but he has the numbers to do it. With a defense that isn't porous, yeah, Justin Herbert could probably win a title.
Stafford.
Oh, yeah.
Burrow.
Yes.
Hurts.
Yeah.
Jaden Daniels.
Ooh, he's an interesting one. For the sake of your exercise, I'll say yes.
Baker Mayfield.
Definitely.
Jared Goff.
I'll throw you a bone and the rest of Lions Nation or the Lions Den, and I'll say yes.
Dak Prescott.
Ooh, he's an interesting one. Screw the Cowboys. No Dak.
Okay, see, this is what I'm getting at. I would have stopped right around where you did. I probably would have said maybe no to Goff, maybe. Here's the point. I just rattled off a whole bunch of QBs, and I said if they're the quarterback of the Broncos, are they the favorites without a hesitation in your mind? And that's what I'm getting at here. You have a roster that is built to win. Are they perfect? No. But who in the NFL can say they are? Like, who the hell is? The closest I think you're going to get is maybe LA, like the Rams. That's the closest you're going to get. But there's one hurdle here. And with a 9-2 record and 6 games left in the season, Bo Nix has the ability to change your mind on that in a hurry. You got the Commanders. You got the Raiders. Packers, Jags, Chiefs, and Chargers. If he plays the way he did against Kansas City, it totally can change your mind. But I think the only thing really holding you back is that question right there. Do you fully believe that he can get you to that point? You know, I know what Adam Troutman said after the game.
First off, if you're talking about Bo online, you're a coward. Absolute coward. But just want to say that and guard him a little bit. But I mean, it says a lot. You know, he blanks it out, and we talked about it this week. You know, we don't care what other people think. We know what we have in the building, and we know what he's made of, and we don't really care what people have to say. So, Dragon Slayer 69 with his 7-Eleven Slurpee in his mom's basement, I don't give a what he has to say, right? And Bo doesn't either. So, yeah.
This is legitimately real, by the way. I got followed on Twitter yesterday by a Dragon Slayer 69. So somebody took that handle in a hurry. Can't believe it was available. But again, they can think that way in the locker room, and I think it's awesome that they think that way about their quarterback. I'd also point to the wealth of evidence this year that points to quarterbacking's been a little bit of an issue. And to Bo Nix's credit, in what I think is the biggest game of the year against Kansas City yesterday, I think he played his best game. So don't confuse long-term disbelief with the right now. Texter said, when Troutman said this.
First off, if you're talking about Bo online, you're a coward. Absolutely.
Talking to Bo online, you're a coward. A texter says, where the hell else am I supposed to talk bleep about him? It's a great question.
Go find him filming one of his workout videos and tell him to his face.
Wait, what are those things called? Are they called megaphones that like cops have at crime scenes?
Yeah.
That ooh, like those things? Maybe grab one of those and stand outside Dove Valley? But then you could get hit with like a public nuisance charge. You don't want that either.
Public nuisancy, I like that. Can I be guy who answers your question with a question?
I love answering questions with questions because I'm going to answer with a question right back.
Will you? Anyway, looking at the Broncos' record. So looking at how the season has gone.
Yeah, great start.
They have won games where they They came from behind and made thrilling fourth quarter comebacks. They've had games where they've won wire to wire. They blew the doors off Dallas. They made the Bengals a gazebo.
Yep.
They've had games that were back and forth chicken fights.
Yep.
They've won basically every single way you can win in the NFL.
Correct.
So why would you have doubts that they couldn't go all the way? They've already proven to you this season that they can win in any fashion. So why do you still have doubts that this is not a contending team?
Because even with how they've won, I think there needs to be a level of consistency in the playoffs for a quarterback for you to continue winning for the 3-4 games you need. That's all. I mean, the Baltimore Ravens were a really good football team. They had a really good defense. They won the Super Bowl because Joe Flacco was amazing for 4 straight games. Hence the age-old question, is Joe Flacco elite? There are plenty of teams that have won the Super Bowl without great quarterback play. Well, I shouldn't say plenty. There's been a few teams that have won the Super Bowl without great quarterback play, but it's really hard. And Nelly, you're how old? You're 30?
31.
31. You and me are virtually the same age. Our entire adult lives, Nelly, have been dominated by 3 quarterbacks. So, yeah, other teams have won in different ways. The Broncos certainly have. I think the Eagles are a pretty good example of a team that maybe you aren't quite sure of how good their quarterback is, but they've got Super Bowls to their name. Because they've done it with 2 guys, in Jalen Hurts and Nick Foles, that I think still have question marks about Jalen Hurts and whatever. But we've essentially watched like 3 to 4 different quarterbacks win the Super Bowl every year of our lives. It's been Brady. It's been Manning. Roethlisberger. Like the same dudes. Mahomes, obviously. So when you see that, it's like, well, I guess quarterback play is pretty important to win a Super Bowl. You know, the Rams, they dump Goff, they get Stafford. The first year that they do that, they win the Super Bowl. Again, it's not to say that it's not possible. It just makes the path a lot more difficult. That's all. And again, to Bo Nix's credit, in the game that was the biggest one on the schedule, not only for you to continue to move in a positive direction, lead the AFC, and not think twice about it, it's to leave the team that's been the thorn in everybody in the league side for 8 straight years so far in the dust that you had Patrick Mahomes saying this quote after the game yesterday. He said, I'm going to paraphrase because Twitter's down and I can't look it up, that they aren't thinking about the division right now. They just want to make the playoffs. They've never had that mindset, ever. And you did it to them. So I got hope that this can continue to move in a positive direction, because I don't think week to week, with how bad it looked against the Raiders compared to how good it looked against a much, much, much better team, I don't think that's some sort of fluke. Like, I think that's something that he was focused and worked hard on over the course of a little mini bye that they had of 10 games or 10 days. And now you can take that into a full 2 weeks worth of prep to get ready for these final 6 games. I got hope for it. But again, if I asked 100 people right now, who's the favorite to win the Super Bowl, I don't think you're going to get too many Broncos, and I think it's just because of that. You know, I would love to send you a piece of audio, Nelly, but Twitter is twittering right now.
Sometimes that freaks me out about the future of humanity, man. One website or goes down or the internet goes down and everything just comes to a screeching halt.
Internet goes down, we're all dead.
Oh, yeah. Skynet owns us, man.
Within like 3 days, we're all dead.
Yep. Can't drive anywhere. figure anything out without Siri or Alexa.
It's one thing too. Like if you ask, if the internet was dead and you needed me to drive somewhere, and you needed me to go in Aurora to find something, I think I'd be pretty comfortable. The second I get to about Colorado Boulevard, if it's anything west of that and you say go here, I'm like, dude, without a GPS, I'm driving around for days before I find that place. Days.
I can't give you cross streets. Can't be cross streets guy.
I mean, you could. Like, give me an example. Give me a place.
I don't know. Could you go to Federal and 17th?
No idea where that's at. Now, you ask me Tower and Iliff, I'm right there, baby. I know Aurora like the back of my hand now.
Jewel and Wadsworth, Lakewood, let's go.
Okay, I know where Jewel's at. Wadsworth, we're just going to have to hunt. We're going to have to hunt for you. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Reminder to you guys, the key word for this hour is pink. So text pink in your first and last name. Get a chance to win a pair of tickets to the Avs and Rangers tomorrow night. Your next keyword is at 7:20. Stick around. I do it every Tuesday following the college football weekend. It is college football stock up, stock down. We always start with the quarterbacks in LA. How about Noah Fafita out of Arizona? He's had a nice little stretch here the last few weeks. They suffered a couple of losses. Now, tough losses throughout the year. A pretty bad one to Iowa State early in the season, a loss in double overtime to BYU, a 3-point loss to Houston. They've now won 3 straight, including the win last week over Cincinnati, and Noah Fafita has not turned the ball over in 4 straight games. He has 9 touchdowns and no picks in his last 4. He is completing the ball at about a 70% clip. He's also just really fun to watch. He's a smaller guy. He's like 5'10", but he's got some athleticism to him. He can take off and run. He can buy time in the pocket. He presents a really big challenge. I mean, CU saw that firsthand. That was the game that he put up 4 touchdowns in essentially a half of football, and they won 52-17. He's a really savvy player. He's been there for a while now, a junior at Arizona, but this is his 4th year there. He redshirted his first year, but his 3rd year as a starter. He's probably got another year to go and is only going to get better. I like Noah Fafita a lot. He gets the stock up. Let's go quarterback stock down. Yeah, Florida's a mess. They got 3 wins on the season. Quarterbacking play isn't helping any of that. They've now lost their 3rd straight and 4 of their last 5, and DJ Lagway has 12 touchdowns and 13 picks on the year. He's had a couple of weeks ago against Kentucky a 3-interception game in which he threw for 83 yards. He's not giving a ton on the ground to Florida either. It's just they have no rhythm as an offense. They have no consistency. He's a young kid. He's a sophomore. But it is his 2nd year sort of in the driver's seat with them. You expected more. Being a place like Florida, knowing that they're going through a coaching change now, I think I'd be really surprised if this wasn't one of those prime candidates for new coaching staff is coming in. I didn't play great here. Let's hit the portal and go somewhere else. And maybe for him, a fresh start is kind of what he needs. Now, they were in the game against Ole Miss. They were. But Ole Miss closed out to a 14-0 stretch at the end of that game, which got them a 34-24 win, and the offense for Florida just kind of went numb. So Lagway, he gets a stock down. Let's go Big 12 team stock up. Yeah, I was just talking about Noah Fafita. I'm going to give it to Arizona as well. Winners of their last 3. And again, the games that they've lost have been super close. The double OT loss to BYU, the 3-point loss to Houston. But since those 2 games, they've won 3 straight. They find themselves right now sort of middle of the pack in the Big 12, but they do have a chance with a win against Baylor. And if they can beat Arizona State in their in-state rivalry game at the end of the season, depending on some other screwery that could happen within the Big 12, they might be able to be right there at the cusp of maybe a Big 12 championship appearance. Who knows? But overall for them, I think it's been a really fun year for Arizona. And if they can close it out with another couple of wins, finish the year 9-3, get into a nice little bowl game, can build off that with one more year of Noah Fafita and see what happens from there. But I give Arizona the stock up. Let's go Big 12 team stock down. I was all in on the Cincinnati Bearcats. They rattle off 7 straight wins after losing their opener to the Huskers in Lincoln. That was in Cincinnati. It was a brutal game to start. They looked like they'd have some trouble offensively getting things going. And then the guy, Brennan Sorsby, who's like this nice little mix of run and pass. Like, he's really, really good with his feet on the ground. He's got 9 rushing touchdowns this year. Doesn't turn the ball over all that much. But the last couple of weeks just haven't been those types of games for him. He has turned the ball over. He has given extra opportunities to the defense, and he hasn't ran the ball as effectively as earlier in the year. And I think you can point directly to that. I thought Sorsby was a really, really fun guy to watch. If Cincinnati kept winning, like maybe some dark horse sort of stuff for like, hey, who's this guy creeping up these Heisman rankings? But with 2 losses in a row, the 45-14 loss 2 weeks ago against Utah, and then Arizona's loss over the weekend, Sorsby has 3 picks in that, and he's only got 58 rushing yards combined. It's typically what he gets every single week on the ground. So Cincinnati gets a stock down. National team stock up. It's not pretty, especially on offense, but Oklahoma finds a way to beat Alabama. You know, John Mateer, I think ever since he had that surgery, he's just not quite the same. Remember, that was a hand surgery that he had. He was the guy that's being hyped up as the Heisman hopeful and one of the favorites before the season starts. You mix in injury along with just not very good play. He's only got 2 touchdowns in the last 4 weeks, but has had none in the last 2, and yet they've beaten Tennessee and Alabama, both of those games on the road, and they deserve a ton of credit for it. The one thing about Mateer is didn't realize how much ability he had with his legs on the ground. Now, he didn't go crazy in that game. You know, it's always hard to kind of get a read on it because sacks are tied into rushing yards in college football. So it says he has 10 rushes for 23 yards. It was more than that because he took a couple of sacks. But it's just about, can you make the winning plays against good teams? And in the case of Oklahoma, they did. And now they're 4-2 in the SEC, 8-2 overall. It's kind of anybody's game outside of Texas A&M, who we'll get to in a second, who barely sneaks out this win after being down 27 points at half to South Carolina. They're the last unbeaten. They look like they're in position to make the SEC championship game. And then it's your mix of Georgias and Ole Misses and Bamas and Oklahomas and Texases. Like all these different teams are now kind of like surrounding them. But Oklahoma, with a nice little win, they get the stock up. Let's go national team stock down. You know, the ACC is a conference that has been up for grabs for years, especially with a down Clemson team. Louisville looked like they might have been this year's version of SMU, who won it last year, a team that just kind of finds it at the right time. They suffered 1 loss earlier in the year to Virginia, where they lost by 3. And Virginia's a damn good football team. But they followed that up with a win against Miami in Miami, and you thought, man, maybe Louisville is something that we got to pay attention to. And over the last 2 weeks, they've lost to Cal, and then last weekend they lost to Clemson. And that's kind of dashed any hope that they had for competing for an ACC title and trying to find their way into the college football playoff. Again, I think they're a tough team. It's not like they're losing big, but you need to be pretty flawless in the ACC because nobody's going to get an at-large out of that conference. And so you got to be able to make the ACC championship game and win it. And of these last 2 weekends, they put themselves completely out of contention. So they get the stock down. Let's go Heisman, stock up. I'm going to give it to Marcel Reed because you need Heisman moments in your season. Coming back from down, I think it was 27 points at half. 27. They're down 30-3, and winning that football game against South Carolina to remain undefeated is huge. He put up 439 yards and 3 touchdowns in that second half, not just in the second half, but a lot of it came in the second half. And to do that with your backs against the wall, knowing the pressure that you have to stay unbeaten, I think is huge. And so he gets the Heisman stock up. Let's go Heisman stock down. I think it's Marcel Reed. Because Marcel Reed was down 27 points at halftime against South Carolina. Like, it's one of those weird games where I think you could look at the performance from a guy who is a prime Heisman candidate, Marcel Reed, and say it both helped and hurt his case. Because he turned the ball over twice in that game, which directly led to why South Carolina had a lead. And then in the second half, he blows up and has this amazing half that they get this comeback win for. Now, what Texas A&M has left on the schedule, and this is where it benefits him a lot. They play Sanford this weekend. Sanford. And then they close out the year against Texas. And if they beat Texas, then I think you're going to have a hard time for a quarterback who goes 12-0 on a really good team and a pretty damn good offense. Denying him the Heisman would be really difficult. So he gets the stock up and down. Upset of the week.
Oh, my God.
Let's give some love to our boys over there at Navy, huh? Navy with the upset of South Florida, who's number 24 in the country. It's their 8th win of the year. And South Florida put up a flurry at the end of the game, 22 points in the fourth quarter to try and come back and win, and you still staved them off. Blake Horvath, he can run that rock, buddy. I love watching these military school offenses. It kind of takes you back to the 80s and 90s era of college football. But Navy, with a huge win over a ranked team, gets them to 8-2. That's your upset of the week, as they were 8.5-point dogs. You can always watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv. Search Altitude SR on the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. That is the Safeway Twitch feed. Download Safeway's Deals and Delivery app. Get exclusive grocery offers. Safeway Fresh Foods, local flavors. Can also watch on YouTube. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane starts next.
It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game.
Game tonight, Nuggets take on the Bulls with coverage starting at 6:30. Vic?
Don't get cocky. Don't pull a Moser.
We don't lose anymore. What do you
Don't
not
do that.
understand?
Would you stop for a second, though,
This is
dude?
my segment. I'm told to preview the game. You pipe down. Don't get cocky. Don't get arrogant. Same young Chicago team beat you at home last year.
Everything you laid out there says they should slaughter the Chicago Bulls, who have lost 5 in a row coming in. They're 1-5 on the road this season. The Nuggets are playing great basketball. What am I missing, Vic?
So
You're not missing anything. I just don't like messing with fate.
Ain't nobody messing with no fate. The Nuggets are a better team. They're going to smoke them.
I know that. You don't think I know that? Thank you for speaking the obvious.
Inbound goes to Jokic from half court. Missed it at the horn, and that's the ball game. Denver will lose their first game at home this year. Tip of the hat to a gritty Chicago Bulls team who had every excuse in the book not to play hard tonight. Denver loses it by a final of 130 to 127.
Thank God Twitter's down this morning. It's me and you were getting yelled at last night, Moshe. And in my defense, I
Big time win.
really thought the Nuggets were going to go 80-2 this season. And so it was a huge disappointment last night to find out they're only going to go 79-3.
See, I know it's a joke, and I know you guys like to play this little game every time I preview a Nuggets game. But it just goes to prove again how little you know about the NBA and basketball. Both of you, not just Moser, both of you.
What do you mean, both of us?
No, both of you. I mean, because I know how you think. And see, the problem is that the Nuggets themselves, the players, they were thinking like Moser last night. They pulled a Moser. They said, well, this team's coming off a back-to-back, a double overtime back-to-back. This team has lost 5 in a row. We've won 7 in a row. This should be a gimme. And they looked exactly like they felt. They played like they felt, and it cost them. And when you approach a game like that in the NBA, as Moser likes to say, you get what you deserve, and you lose at home in a game that you should have won. And now they've got to win a game they shouldn't win. That's how you get it back. The end.
Don't lump me in this category. I was playing a bit. We don't lose ever in this town. Lost last night. Here's the situation. I am from a more holistic view of this game, I had people, and I wish I could look it up on Twitter, which I can't because it's shut down this morning. There were people in all caps tweeting at me about how pathetic that loss was last night. And I'm like, are we just a bunch of Veruca Salts here? It's an 82-game season. The Nuggets didn't have it last night. I understand. They played like ass, okay? Chicago was also lights out from 3. It was a bad combo of two things. But
They didn't guard the 3.
okay, I get it, Vic. I totally understand. What I'm telling you is they've played 13 pretty damn good games. Pretty damn good ones. That was a bad one last night. And occasionally you have an off night where you just don't got it. And I'm not freaking out. Like, they lost, and I'm like, yeah. The one thing that does kind of bother me about last night, because this has been a running theme throughout the course of the year, they don't close games out as well as they used to, which is a little bit of a concern to me, because they had plenty of opportunities, despite playing as bad as they did last night, to close that game out, and they just didn't. So that's
Nobody's
a concern.
freaking out, Brett. You just don't do that anymore if you're in a championship stage. That's all. I mean, when the expectations are raised and you expect to win a championship, just like Oklahoma City is, if Oklahoma City lost at home to the Bulls in that manner, what do you think they'd be saying over there?
I don't know if they'd say anything.
Okay.
No, honestly, Vic, they'd be like, yeah, it's a bad night.
You don't lose games you're supposed to win. That's all.
But
That's it.
see,
You don't. No.
I want to let Moser talk for a second.
You don't lose games you're supposed to win. They said it themselves. I'm not saying anything they didn't say. I spoke to the coaches and players last night. They're disgusted. Aaron Gordon was disgusted after the game.
Should be. It's a friggin' joke. I'm not. Look, Vic, I said last night on Twitter, Out of 82 games, I'll give you 6 all year long that you can play with your food and lose if you're the Denver Nuggets, where you just screw around, jerk around. I guess I didn't realize that going into the game that defense was optional. That actually defending in the NBA was, you do it at your leisure. Do whatever you want. They didn't shoot lights out from three. The Chicago Bulls took 53 three-pointers last night. 53.
Yeah.
They only made 19. That's 36%.
Okay, but they were shooting 50% in the first half.
Okay. Yeah, and the Nuggets went on a couple of runs and actually took a lead and then just laid down again. Vic, so this loss, let me explain. I believe in the Denver Nuggets so much that losses like this are incredibly disheartening and disappointing. I thought we were beyond this as a team, as a focus. You know what I mean? I thought you were beyond silly play with your food games like this where you lose. You can play with your food and actually win and say, you know what? Our superior talent and ability got us over the hump. But you can't lose to a team that had lost 5 in a row and went to double overtime the night before and got early in the morning to your building and you let them go off for $130. That's just, it's unacceptable.
No, that's why I'm disputing what Brett said. That's a horrible loss. It's not a bad loss. Horrible loss.
It is. I don't dispute that either. Here's what I'm telling you though. You said they can't lose games they're supposed to win.
Yeah.
Well, they're going to be favored in like 62 of the last 69
but
games.
Not all games are the same.
I agree.
You don't understand. See, you don't lose that game. That team played double overtime in Utah. They got into their hotel rooms at 3 a.m. There's no reason that team had more hustle than you did. There's no reason for that.
That's true. That's true.
That's it.
I'm not
That's all I'm
disputing
saying.
that. Yeah.
Now, if you're playing Chicago in Chicago and they're rested, you're coming off a back-to-back. See, the NBA, it's not about who you play. It's about when you play them. Like in any league, especially the NBA with all the back-to-backs. It's not who you play, when you play them. That last night in NBA annals, that's a scheduled loss for Chicago.
Yeah.
Everybody who was watching that game, they looked, okay, Bulls, Nuggets, Bulls coming off. Oh, that's a loss, okay, for the Chicago Bulls. Everybody thought that.
Yeah.
Moser thought that.
Yeah.
Moser said it.
Yep.
I know better.
In the grand scheme of things, this is not perpetual. This is not going to last. It's not going to carry over. It's
I guess
nothing
The
that's
Nuggets
where
were
I'm at, too.
15-point favorites in that game. What does
Yeah.
that tell you?
Listen,
Do you know how often a 15-point spread enters the occasion?
this is not going to happen next game. This is not what's going to go down. It's just that this particular game, I mean, if you're talking about home court advantage, all these games in the middle of November matter as much as the ones in March and April do. They all matter. And this is just a silly play with your food loss. And I don't know what the heck happened to the bench. And I know Chicago's bench likes to get off. Chicago's bench went insane last night. And you know what your bench did?
Yeah, they were awful.
They got
Awful.
outscored 66-9.
See, and that's one of those where, and maybe this is why my attitude about that game is so much more of just a giant shrug of like, okay, you played miserable, looked like the effort wasn't there, all that stuff. This would hit a lot different if they were like 7-5 when they headed into that game instead of where they were at 10-2.
No, for me, it's different. For
Okay.
me, if you're 7-5, it means you haven't found your stride yet. It means something's going on. You're still feeling yourself. When you're 10-2, it means, okay, this team's for real. This team is professional. They weren't professional last night. They
No.
weren't professional.
That I will agree with you. I will say
That's it.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm mad. And that's why, here I am, 56 years old, and I'm losing sleep over a game in which, at the end of the day, you're right, you can make up for it. But be professional. Play defense.
What did Aaron Gordon say? I didn't get a chance to see any of it. He didn't have a bad shooting night from the floor.
No,
he
he's
was
mad
not
about
great
his
from
team.
3.
The team's defensive output was not even to be found. And I think I last night, if you're aware of what the Nuggets do defensively, they tried everything. They tried a zone.
Yeah.
They tried a matchup zone. They went straight man. They could not keep up with the Bulls. The Bulls were faster.
That's true.
They were
Yeah.
faster. And that right there is a concern of mine. That's a concern. That if teams all of a sudden whip it around, and you're not matching up with them on the defensive end. And see, everything that the Nuggets were doing well, they did wrong last night. All right, I'll tell you. Number one defense against the three-point shot in the NBA. Number one. They got slaughtered. Three-point shots. Best third-quarter team in the NBA. They gave up 40 in the third quarter. Best home record, well, tied, in the NBA. They lose at home. There are so many things they didn't do well that they normally do in their sleep.
Yeah, that's, again, I guess it's just a different perspective because that's where I look at it and I go, all the things that they're good at, they didn't do well last night. That just must be a weird night.
Yeah,
that's how I see it.
It was a weird night that was contagious, but there were also situations
like
where
sorry, Mo, just real quick. When he was talking about the 3-point shot, the Bulls, first of all, they had like everybody on the floor could shoot the three. Like everybody. It didn't matter if they were 7'2" or if they were 5'10". Everybody could shoot it.
Kevin Huerter. They got some guys. I'm going with this guy, dude. I can't with Josh Giddey's hair. I can't. I won't.
But they're really good at defending the three. They were awful at it yesterday. Really, really, really bad, especially early in the game. There's also, go ahead, Moshe. Yeah.
Yeah, but I looked at Kevin Huerter, the flipping redhead.
You just hate redheads.
No, you hate Italians.
I do not.
Okay, well, I don't hate redheads. I just hate that
nuns.
redhead. You hate nuns and Italians.
Also not true.
Kevin Huerter, this guy.
If there's a redheaded Italian nun, we'd have a real problem on this show.
There's no doubt about it. No, but there was a couple times, though, Vic, when they actually defended in the interior pretty well.
Yeah.
Look at Kevin Huerter. I mean, look at that guy's face. They defended on the interior pretty well, but then the rebound, and nobody's chasing a rebound. Everybody's standing around. And Chicago's like, oh, that's mine. Oh, and that's mine. Oh, and that's mine.
I don't want to profile, but I took one. If you did not know who Kevin Huerter was and you said that's a basketball player, you go, oh, so he's a shooter. Like you would know immediately. That guy, all that guy does is shoot.
100%.
Javon Carter had 5 threes, 5 of 10 from 3. Jalen Smith had 3 threes. Huerter had 4 threes. As a team, they had 19 threes. They lit you up from downtown. Listen, I know a lot of you out there, you listen to talk radio and you assume things. You assume I believe that this is panic. This isn't panic in my voice. It's not panic. I'm reflecting exactly how the players and coaches felt. It's anger.
If I was on the floor, Vic.
that was an unprofessional game by the Nuggets last night.
Yeah, it was.
That's what it's not panic. They're going to be fine. They're 10-3. They're still fine. Okay? But you lose a game like that is essentially, again, in the NBA circles, that's a scheduled loss for Chicago. The schedule alone dictates that. Now you got to go win a game you were supposed to lose.
Yeah,
you beat Houston.
One of your
back-to-backs,
whatever the case may be. If I'm on the floor, though, defending Josh Giddey, if I'm on the floor.
Giddey's a good player, man.
I'm looking at his head and going, there's no way that head is beating me tonight.
He does a lot of stuff, though.
Any guy who puts product past his forehead to the middle of his head to slick it down so it doesn't fall into his face and then the rest just sort of bounces in the wind.
Yeah, you're way too hung up on the way that people look.
Yeah, I'm not into this little bit this morning. I'm not.
Ain't no bit. I don't like his face and his head.
I'm not into the bit.
It's not a bit.
If I told you that the Denver Nuggets last night, their starters, Aaron Gordon was plus 18, Cam Johnson was plus 13, Nikola Jokic was plus 1.
I'm well aware.
Watson was plus 5.
He was plus 10.
If I gave you those, you'd say, what'd they win by? And they lost the game?
He was plus 10, was Joker.
And they lost the game?
Yeah, the bench is, look, it was, a really bad night for a whole bunch of reasons that a whole bunch of things they've been really good at this year. 3-point defense was terrible last night. They were number 1 in the league heading into that game. Bench unit was really good, has been really good all year. They couldn't do anything last night. I mean, Bruce Brown was a minus 17. How often does that happen? Tim Hardaway Jr. has been on fire this year, had a really off night shooting the basketball.
719. Stop it. Stop it, 719. I hate it when people try to legitimize something. None of your answers are correct. The Bulls are a good young team. They're getting it together. Yeah, they're a good young team. They lost 5 in a row, including a game the night before in double overtime to Utah.
So, a lot more to talk about with this game. We have another Avs Ticket Tuesday. Keywords on the 20s of
So, Moser,
every
you
hour.
done with that?
Pardon?
You done with every game's a win? You done with it?
Yeah, I'm done with it, Vic. Because
All
I will be. I'll tell you what, I will be when you tell me that defense is optional.
No, but I just want to make sure.
No.
Because
You just tell me that defense is optional for one of the best teams on the planet on any given night. And
I just need to be prepared.
I won't make
because
any predictions
tomorrow
at all.
I'm going to preview a Nuggets-Pelicans game. I'm going on the road with the Nuggets on the strip. I want to be prepared that when I preview that game, I don't have to be interrupted by you saying it's a win.
No.
It's a gimme. I just want to make sure.
In fact, from now on, I'm going to predict every game's a loss.
Hey,
And that way I'll be pleasantly surprised every time they win a game.
I'll say it. I'll take over. Another keyword coming your way in just a few minutes. Stick around.
Listen, 0% financing for 60 months just doesn't happen anymore. But it is right now at Silterhar Motors in Broomfield on all new F-150 pickups. Plus, you've got $5,000 off the Broncos Sport. So very popular right now. And you can lease one for just $299 a month. That makes Silterhar the best game in town. You got 5 brands, 3 huge lots, greatest selection, over 1,100 vehicles on the lots right now. And they're conveniently located right there at Highway 36 in Wadsworth in Broomfield. So get up there, see Greg Larson and his crew, and find out what they can do for you. Go online at sthmotors.com. That's sthmotors.com. It's Silterhar. Everything you want out of a dealership.
It's an Avs Ticket Tuesday, and every hour on the 20s, we have a keyword for you to win a pair of tickets to tomorrow's game against the Rangers.
I don't like feeling this way after a loss. I don't like it. If you have a
Haven't done it in a while.
If you have a tough contested loss, that's one thing.
Can I finish the keyword?
Please.
The keyword is loan. Text loan in your first and last name, like the Lone Ranger, LONE.
Nailed it.
Loan in your first last name to 303-504-0925. And that gets you in for the Rangers game tomorrow night. You can go to coloradoavalanche.com/nextgen and enter to have your kid be part of the Next Gen night with the Avalanche, where you'd sit in with Moser. How about that? But it's loan in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Now,
is there actually a person, writes this texter, who wins the Avs tickets? Yes, people win all the time, and we hear from them. This person won a T-shirt. What T-shirt did you win? Because if you won one of the Nuggets T-shirts, I've got them in my possession. You have to come to the station to pick them up.
it was me. I have a question for you. The Broncos are heading into this bye week. They're 9-2. They're the number one team in the AFC. They have an elite level defense. They have a whole bunch of good things. They just got a legitimate win, or I guess a win that legitimizes them in a lot of people's eyes against the Kansas City Chiefs on Sunday. If I polled 100 people and said, who's your favorite to win the Super Bowl, how many just random NFL fans would say the Broncos, you think?
Right now?
Right now.
Very few.
5%.
I think it's about that number too.
Yeah.
So we're all on the same page.
5 out of 100.
So why? Why would that be? And I think I got the answer. Can I do
quarterback.
Can I do an exercise with you guys? Just say a simple yes or no.
Yeah.
Okay? Would the Broncos be Super Bowl favorites if Mahomes was their quarterback?
Yes.
Josh Allen,
Yes.
Lamar Jackson,
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Justin Herbert.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, you can stop now.
No, I want to continue. Joe Burrow,
Yeah.
Matthew Stafford,
Mm-hmm.
Jalen Hurts,
Sure.
Baker Mayfield,
Maybe.
Jaden Daniels,
Maybe. He's had a down year.
Goff,
Probably.
Prescott.
Dak played good last. God, he was throwing the ball
See,
around
I'm just
last
trying
night.
to find where the line would be in
Where the line?
this.
Well, okay.
And the reason I bring this up is because, look, I actually think Bo had arguably the best game of the season for him on Sunday. And it didn't have anything statistically in his back pocket. Like, you look at the box score, he didn't light up the box score on Sunday. But I think from just an overall presence and command of the football game against a really good defense, I think that game was better than Dallas. I think that was better than Cincy, because those are bad defenses. You did that against a good defense in a, for the opponent, must-win situation. If he continues that, this can all change. But this is kind of just down to who your quarterback is and how much people believe in him right now. Because you have all the other requisite stuff. You have everything else.
Still a quarterback's league, as much as we don't want to say that, in the postseason especially. Listen, you could have said the same thing last year, however, until he proved you right. Did anybody believe that Jalen Hurts could lead the Eagles to a Super Bowl championship after watching him in the regular season last year?
No.
And then
everybody doubted them. Yeah.
Exactly. We wrote them off even into the playoffs, correct?
Yes. Now, Hurts had a longer resume with big wins on his career already. He wasn't brand new. I'll tell you what's different between last year and this year, though, even with quarterback remaining the same. We all knew when they faced off in Buffalo last year that was going to be a loss. We knew it. We remember the show that we did the Monday afterwards. It was like, yeah, the Broncos got the doors blown off by the Bills. So what? We kind of knew it. They made the playoffs, though. Like, that was the tone. I don't think there's a team in the league I could say that about right now. There's no team in which you would get matched up with them in the postseason. I'd be like, oh, the Broncos are going to lose that game. I wouldn't think that way.
Let me ask you a question on how, this is probably a little bit unfair. But how do you view the New England Patriots?
Like
Similar.
the Broncos.
Yeah.
I think that they're a young up-and-coming team with a young up-and-coming quarterback who's not proven it in the postseason run. It's a wait and see. That's exactly how you see them. You see them exactly like the Broncos. They're on the exact same level, although the Broncos' defense is better.
That is correct, but dig this about the Patriots' defense. over the course of the season, they've given up 14 more points than the Broncos have.
Not much.
Through 11 weeks.
Yeah, not much.
They've scored 35 more points than the Broncos have through 11 weeks. They've also won 8 in a row. Their point differential is plus 86. I'm telling you. However,
they play in an easier division.
They absolutely do. Well,
they play it in.
Okay, but I guess you're right about that. But you have the Jets and the Dolphins there, and they stink. And you have the Raiders here, who are everybody's patsy this year again. So yeah, you got one better team inside your division.
Buffalo's still good.
Buffalo's good. I'm just saying, however you view the Patriots and their second-year quarterback Drake May, who's really in his first year starting. Maybe that's how you should view the Denver Broncos.
Okay, if I ask that same question, I pulled 100 random NFL fans and asked who's the favorites to win the Super Bowl. Would that number be more or less than the Broncos if I asked
Feels
about the
like
Patriots?
It should be less.
Well, let me ask you, what does Vegas have, Broncos and Patriots, chances of winning the Super Bowl? Because Vegas usually doesn't miss too much. What are their odds?
Yeah, Brett, look at your little odds thing.
Go to your Vegas measuring tool.
Actually,
let me know how that works out.
It's going to work out fine. What do you mean?
No, I'm just curious.
My Vegas measuring tool. All right, give me a moment here. I'm almost there. So Super Bowl. Here's what we got. The Broncos are plus 1,400 to win the Super Bowl.
All right.
Okay.
The Patriots are plus 1,900. I think the Broncos
Broncos
have a better shot.
better odds. And I think those better odds are simply because this defense gives you a chance no matter what.
So here's the other teams in the AFC.
The defense is so sick.
The teams above the Broncos right now, plus 1,400 on Circus Sports. The next team above them in the AFC is?
Kansas City.
The Ravens are plus 1,300.
Really? Is Kansas City above them?
The Chiefs are plus 1,000.
That's crazy.
The Colts are plus 950.
Wow.
And the Bills are plus 850.
Wow.
So that's what they got. Now, I heard PhD talking about this when I was driving around yesterday. And it is hard. Like, what do you make when you hear stuff like this? Bo Nix is a little over a year and a half into being a starting quarterback in the league. He's got 19 wins. That's a lot. It's a lot for a guy a year and a half into his career. Do you know what the record is for wins by a quarterback 2 seasons into their career? It was set by Russell Wilson at 24.
Wow. Well,
could the Broncos feasibly finish the season 5-1? They
yes,
could.
Absolutely.
That would put him
schedule,
tied
absolutely.
with Russell. And then we're having a little bit different discussion, I think. Like, whatever you think of Bo, there are wins that are happening at the end of the year. Or at the end of every week, seemingly. He finds a way.
Es especial.
But if he can add... God, if he can add a little bit of that Drake May believability to it, because nobody questions Drake May in New England. Like, he's just, hey, what do you think of Drake May? Yeah, he's a really good quarterback. Makes some big-time throws. Does it every week. If Bo Nix can add a little bit of that, I think that you're far and away the favorites in the NFL.
I would say to you they're going to be favored in every single game the rest of the way, except perhaps one. And I guess it all depends on where Kansas City is on Christmas.
Yeah.
If they're still in it, if they have to win and so on, you know, if they called off the Dogs and they realize they're not making the postseason. I mean, heck, you lose to the Colts this weekend and it's going to be very difficult for the Chiefs to even make it.
For sure.
To be honest with you. So who knows about that particular game, but you're going to be favored at Washington. No doubt in my mind.
Did you see what Mahomes said after the game, by the way?
No.
Mahomes, I think it's the first time he's ever said this. And I can't find it right now on Twitter because it's down, but I'll paraphrase. He said something along the lines of we can't think about winning the division. We just need to make the playoffs now. Which Mahomes has never said that in his career.
Never.
Yeah, but it's reality.
No, of course it is. But hearing him say that out loud, God, did you guys hear? I mean, we played the clip on the show. I didn't even pick it up. It was the second time I heard it because I heard it live at half too. When Sean Payton was doing the halftime interview, and the thing he said at the very end to Tracy Wolfson, the opponent we're playing is a first-half team, is what he said.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That's crazy. When you're talking about a Patrick Mahomes Chiefs team, and you're essentially, that's a backhanded slap. That's like they can't finish.
You know, there was another thing that I heard in the postgame from Bo Nix, and just all this stuff kind of clicked differently yesterday when I went back and listened. Sean Payton said, our opponent is more of a first-half team. And you're like, whoa. Now, the stats would back him up, right? Because they're now 0-5 in one-score games, which means you weren't finishing late. Bo Nix in the postgame, when he was talking about the Chiefs, he goes, give them credit. That's a good opponent. That's the way you talk about beating the Titans, right? Hey, man, tough game. Give them credit. That's good football team that we played. It's like you're being nice to them.
Well, a lot of times,
we're playing is more of a first-half team.
Woo! Players and coaches know a lot more than we do about the quality of opponent because they face them. They see them in the trenches. They know. And perhaps they know more than we do about the Chiefs. They feel it. They see it. Maybe they know that they're just not what they used to be.
Yeah.
You say to an opponent, oh, it's a good team. Give them credit. That's what the Nuggets said to the Bulls last night.
Right.
But the Bulls are not a championship team. They don't have championship aspirations. So when you lose to a team that you're not supposed to lose to, that's what you usually say. It's a good team over there. Give them credit.
Right. They made life tough on us.
A little pat on the head.
Exactly.
A little pat on the head. Here you go. That's a good team over there.
They pressed us a little bit. Give us a little bit of fits.
It's so weird how stuff comes up in life. Who just said they ain't what they used to be?
They ain't what they used to be. What do you mean?
Just said that about the Chiefs.
I don't know.
Oh, one of you did. I think it was Vic.
Are you going to reference a song?
Yeah, I was gonna. That just popped into my head. Did it not pop into your head? Obviously, it did because you just mentioned it.
There's not a single song that popped into my head when I said that. Nothing.
The old
Zero.
gray mare.
I don't understand anything that you said.
She used to be ain't what she used to be. Da-da-da-da-da-da.
I mean, Moser.
Yeah.
There are days. This is one of those days. We're 2 segments in, bro. This is one of those days.
Vic's on edge this morning. I can tell. He's on edge.
And the stupid references, if you bring them all out in the first hour.
Well, just a reminder to everybody listening.
Oh, if you want a flame out, dude, I will give you a flame out. If you're looking for a flame, don't you talk to me about flame outs.
You
I
just
watched the same damn game
interrupted
you
the
did last
show
night.
to sing a folk song.
How'd you know it was a folk song?
The key word for this hour is lone, as in Lone Ranger, because we're trying to get you in the building for tomorrow night's game against the Rangers. So Thursday. And I keep thinking today's Wednesday. Thursday night's game against the Rangers. So text in lone in your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
See, your problem is you're playing dumb. You know the song. You know what I'm talking about. How the heck it even got into our vernacular anyway, I have no idea. I just looked it up like you like to do, Brett. Pretty interesting. Hails from like 1843.
People
Doesn't
agree
matter.
with you. So let's go ahead. Sing the song. We got 4 minutes in the break. Go ahead. Just sing your song.
All right,
Let's go ahead and do that for the rest of the morning.
Help us, Vitalant, and the Avalanche fight cancer. During the month of November, schedule a blood donation at any Vitalant donation center or blood drive using the Colorado Avalanche virtual blood drive link. Everyone who donates is entered to win an autographed Avalanche jersey. Go to vitalant.org/hockey-fights-cancer.
You know what's funny is that I was talking about this in the appetizer and played the Troutman clip again because it was about, do you believe in your quarterback enough to put yourself in, like, we're the favorites to win a Super Bowl? Because everything else is there. You have the elite defense. You have the requisite pieces surrounding it. One thing that I want to get into later, I think the most underrated part of that game and a huge reason as to why you won was, for maybe the first time this year, Darren Rizzi and his unit had a gigantic day, and that's how you can beat teams on a similar plane than you, is you win the special teams category. But played this from Troutman again.
First off, if you're talking about Bo online, you're a coward. Absolute coward.
And I just realized I was followed by somebody last night on Twitter called DragonSlayer69, so that handle got picked up in a hurry. But somebody said, after I played that clip, if I can't do it there, then where am I supposed to talk trash to Bo Nix? And it's a great question.
Did you see that 7-Eleven actually responded?
Did they really?
Let me find it. The Twitter account representing 7-Eleven, I didn't know they had a Twitter account, clap back at the man by saying, let's see here, where is it? I've got it. I saved it. Here it is. they clap back at Adam Troutman, and I don't know how they got their hands on this, but Nick Kosmider retweeted it, and I had to get it back out there. It was hilarious. 7-Eleven says, hey, Dragon Slayer 69, drinking a Slurpee and living rent-free? It sounds like bro is winning this one to me.
Would be nice. Now I get two grumpy old men doing the show.
It's so funny.
Yeah.
Rent free. That sounds great.
Yeah, what's your deal this morning, Mama Cass? I thought that was funny.
Yeah. I'm stuck on my old gray mare.
No, please, just sing your folk song.
All right.
Because evidently to you, that is just great morning sports humor. Just sing it all the way to break.
It's
Why don't you guys just kiss with all this tension?
for the 1962 TV play Flashing Spikes. When Jimmy Stewart's visiting team of retired baseball players get off the tour bus, the home team crowd taunts them by singing the song "The Old Gray Mare." How about that? Good talk.
Great.
Man, do you see what happens when you allow a team that's lost 5 in a row and played in double overtime the night before to come in and beat you and score 130 on you?
That's not it.
When you elect to not defend the perimeter?
I said this to start the appetizer because I knew that today would be like this. Not from you two, just from the overall tenor I got. People yelling at me last night after the game got done saying this is my fault that they lost or Moser's fault. We've become a bunch of Veruca Salts in this town. We're still in Willy Wonka's chocolate factory. And you guys, I want it now, Tati. Like, that's what everybody's doing. Like, they lost a game last night. They played bad. Whatever. They're still good.
Yeah. You are
still
correct
good
on that. The blood pressure goes up when the aspirations...
When you haven't lost in a month?
Yeah. When the aspirations and the expectations go up, when you know you have a championship team, when you know that what you got, little things like this seem to leave bigger marks. And it's sad, but you're correct. You are right. You are right. We're over-analyzing something. But one thing did emerge from the game last night that troubles me a bit because it's not the first time I've seen it this season. I'll wait to comment on that. It's one thing that you may have noticed that has happened already now. This is the third time it's happened so far, and that's 3 losses.
Get back to this in a second. One last reminder, your keyword for this hour is loan. So text loan in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Back after this.
Erectile dysfunction. Sounds awful, right? Maybe it is awful for you. But do you realize it can be fixed? You can do something about your ED problem if you've got one. Do yourself a favor and call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today at 720-440-7900. ED is nothing more than a medical condition. Studies show that around 50% of men over the age of 50 have some form of that condition. Don't laugh it off. Don't say no big deal. Don't slough it off and all that kind of thing. Just get something done about it. Listen, Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic treatments work when the pills or the herbals fail. Success rates well over 90%. And they've served the Front Range in Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Schedule a visit. It's only $99. Includes the consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, TPSA test, and if medically advised, the test notes there in the office. If it doesn't work, then your appointment's free, but it's going to work and you're going to be happier. 5 locations from Fort Collins down to Colorado Springs. So call today, 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
All right, another keyword coming your way at 8:20, so stay tuned for that. A chance to get you in the building Thursday against the Rangers. Kept thinking today was Wednesday. Don't know why.
Why is that?
Because I'm having a child in like 30 minutes or something like that.
Today's Friday.
Days don't matter anymore.
You are, your wife is.
Me, I'm actually the one getting induced.
It's one of those things. Hey, man, don't act like the guy isn't involved, didn't do anything.
See, I witnessed my wife get hit by a car once on one of those scooters downtown.
You did?
Yes. Like, she got hit, rolled up on the hood, car stopped, she flew off the hood sort of thing. Like,
You got to be kidding me.
No, that happened. And she got up, was scraped up, mostly fine. I was scarred for weeks because I kept replaying it in my head because I thought I witnessed somebody die in front of my face. So look, I say this to tell you, the men have it worse than the women during the birthing process.
Yeah. I'm sure that, yeah.
I'm just kidding. But yeah, it was real. We keep walking down the street, and she goes, "Are you okay?" And I go, "No, we need to sit down for a second."
Dude, my one experience with those scooters, and I don't do those anymore, I was on my way to opening day at Coors Field years ago, and I was motoring on that thing, and I felt really good about myself. Mm-hmm. And I approached the stadium, and I'm trying to go up a curb, and I hit a crack in the curb.
Oh, no.
Fell flat on my face.
Aye.
All I remember is this little kid next to his dad saying, "Daddy, that old man is hurt."
Okay, so wait a minute. My wife gets hit by the car. Just 30 seconds. She gets hit by the car. She gets up, and I keep going, "Are you all right? Are you all right?" She goes, "I think I'm fine." She's got a scrape on her leg, but that's it. The woman who hit her is crying hysterically, as you would imagine. And we start walking away, and there was a homeless guy that was sitting on the corner that witnessed everything. And as we're walking away, he goes, said nothing this whole time. Then he goes like this. "You tough, girl. You tough." That's all he said to her. I was like, you got the respect.
It's one of those things where my wife never gets injured. Same kind of thing, right? And I'm look at me. I mean, I do all the time. I'm a slow healer, I guess. I fall, I break things, whatever. But like she cut her.
Things go numb.
She cut her. Yeah, things just go numb on you out of nowhere. I'll tell you about that, Vic, later. I'm dealing with it right now. It's been 48 hours.
He has a portion of his ankle that he can't feel.
Numb. It's just numb.
I'm an old man without a prostate. You lose a little bit of confidence when a child looks at his dad and says, "Daddy, that old man is hurt."
Dude, we need to get him a walker. Get the little tennis balls on the bottom.
Which I got up and said, "Shut up, kid."
You want to play dunk hoops?
Yeah, I'll post you up right now. No, but she cut her finger one time on a broken plate, and it needed stitches. And I'm like, oh my God, she's really a human. Like she really bleeds and got hurt, and had to take her to the emergency room. But anyway, it was like startling to me because typically the women are pretty badass.
So last night, I know that this is just a small detail in what was sort of a crap show last night for the Nuggets. I really don't know how they can look me straight in the face through a camera and tell me that ball didn't hit Vucevic's leg. It changed direction.
It
changed direction.
Really close.
Yeah, I don't care.
I don't either.
I'm not putting that game on one call.
There's two. It was that, and then they gave them a pretty quick timeout when it looked like Bruce Brown had to tie up with
Vucevic.
Vucevic
It was
too.
Jump ball, but you know what? Again, it's a tie. You're going to lose that jump ball against him anyway, aren't you?
Yeah, you are. You're going to lose the jump ball.
So I guess to me it was 6 one way, half dozen the other. But again, on that strip, the Joker strip. I thought to myself, listen, I don't really know if it touched his knee or not. I guess I couldn't really tell it changing directions that much or whatever.
Do you remember what happened right after that? Well, so they got the ball back?
They had to inbound the ball, yeah.
And then Vucevic hits that three from the top of the key.
Yeah.
Well, and that was deep too. That was like a 30-footer, it looked like to me. It was deep.
He had missed 5 of those same exact shots. He was struggling in this game. Couldn't make a shot. I watched him pregame. It's weird how things work in circles. He couldn't make a 3 in pregame. I'm like, this guy's going to have a rough night. And then, of course, the one he needed to make, he made.
Yeah.
But one thing emerged, and it troubled me a little bit, and David Adelman was asked about it after the game. So the Nuggets have 3 losses. What do all 3 of those losses have in common?
They hurt my feelings?
Yeah.
They didn't close. I mean, that's something.
Their clutch basketball hasn't been clutch.
Yeah.
Not this season. This is, and you're talking about over the last 5 years, one of, if not the most clutch team in the closing minutes of ball games. Their 2-man game, now a 3-man game. It's as clutch as it gets. And they're 0 for 3 in clutch games. They couldn't close out Golden State in the clutch. They couldn't close out Portland in the clutch.
Yep.
And then last night, they actually led by a point in under 2 minutes to play and could not win the game.
You know, Vic, and again, I guess I can harp on every little stupid play. Number one, I thought it was impossible physics-wise that the ball did not hit off a knee or something. And even if it didn't, that's almost an impossibility. A billion times out of a billion, it hits off that guy's body part and goes, back to the Nuggets. But the pick and roll with Joker and Jamal late in that game where Jamal threw it away.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
costly.
Yeah, and I'm like, that doesn't usually happen. And Scotty said it was a tick late, and it might have been a tick late. It looked kind of slow motion-ish, molasses-like, but he just doesn't turn the ball over in that type of situation. And Jamal only had 2 turnovers all night long, but that one, Vic, that one was crucial.
Okay.
Because you've got Joker rolling to the hoop down the lane, or he's going to roll down the lane.
But the reason I bring it up, Moj, why the closing time has not been the same, David Adelman was asked about that. What do you notice? And he says, we are taking too long to get into our sets. And he's exactly right. There's too much dribble. Teams know what they're going to do now. Teams know that the 2-man game exists. They know what 2 men on the court are going to play that game. It's taking too long to get into it. And teams are sitting and waiting. That's why that turnover took place.
You're probably right, Vic. And even at the end, and Jamal made an off-balance, one-legged fallback 3 to get him within 1, which was great.
Too late.
But it felt like it just took him. I mean, you had how many seconds left? 7.3 seconds left or something like that. And it felt like he just kind of galoped up the floor. And I'm like, sprint up the floor.
See, but
it just felt like he's just kind of bringing it up. And I'm like, dude, you're going to run the clock out here.
I have a bigger question, though, because Vic, you said over the last 5 years that's been the bread and butter, and I will agree when the Nuggets are at their peak, the 2-man game, it's like a slow noose that just slowly tightens as the last 4 minutes of the game goes on, and you just choke teams out. I think that was kind of an issue last year, too.
Yeah, I agree.
This has been – it's not like unique to 3 losses this year. It's kind of been that way for the last couple of years, dating all the way back to Game 7 against Minnesota.
I agree. I think they need to come up with another wrinkle to that.
They need to have, to make a football comparison, you got a bread and butter play. Let's say it's a run play.
Yeah.
Have a play action off it. Like do something that still makes the defense think there's another aspect to this game.
Use your wings.
Yeah.
Use your wings, because I noticed the same thing. On that play that you described, Moshe, where Jamal tried to get it back to Joker and it went off Vucevic's leg and it turned into a layup, they knew it was coming.
Of course.
They knew it was coming, and it's very predictable now late in games. I totally agree. Listen, they're 0 for 3 in clutch games. The Denver Nuggets could be 13-0 right now.
They could be.
Very easily 13-0. They had Golden State won. That game should have been over. Portland was one horrible call that we all know about. And then last night, executing down the stretch, they could be 13-0. You have to have clutch finishes.
I don't know who it was that was defending Jamal up top. I'm trying to remember who it was.
It was Osu.
Was it Iowa?
Dosunmu?
Yeah.
Dosunmu.
Yeah. But he made a really smart play because he rolled with Joker. And then you had the big fella, you had Vucevic,
flashed. He basically flashed toward him.
Yes. But the guy who was defending Jamal on the pick and roll, he rolled as well. He did a really good job, and he had his hands in the air. So I've got to give the Bulls credit in that, but you just don't expect the Nuggets to turn it over in that situation with the game on the line. It's very un-Nugget-like.
What I didn't expect was the Nuggets battled back from 18 down in the second quarter. All right, and you're like, okay, they're fine now. They're fine. Go to halftime, you're fine. Right, it's a game. And they've been the best third quarter team in the NBA. The best. And they got ripped in the third last night.
Yeah, it's almost like all the energy they expended coming back before halftime, it was not there to begin the third, obviously.
And that's where it costs you.
Yeah.
That's where it costs you. So, live and learn. You gave one back to the field. That's a game you give back to the field. That's how I look at NBA seasons.
Yeah.
I'm not too worried about I wasn't worried about the Golden State loss. I wasn't. I was livid over the Portland loss because of the way they lost with a ridiculous call. And this one was I call this one a disappointment because you just gave one back to the basketball gods. This was a scheduled loss for Chicago. Everybody in NBA circles knows that. Back-to-back, double OT last night for Chicago in Utah. Got into their hotel rooms, got to bed at 3 a.m. That's a scheduled loss. No reason in the world they should win that game.
Give me 2.
Hey, Vic, is this fair to say this? And I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, but I think OKC's just going to check out. They're not going to have an all-time season, but they're just going to check out a little bit. I guess it's still appropriate to set your...
Check out how? What do you mean?
They're just going to keep winning. They're 14-1. They're just going to keep winning basketball games, okay? And you gave one away last night.
Yeah.
Are you still shooting? Hey, listen.
They're not just winning basketball games. They're obliterating teams.
They are. They're killing them.
They're obliterating
So I guess the question is, do we look at it? Yeah, you still got to catch OKC. Because if they don't secure a 2 seed for the postseason over the rest of the field in the West, especially with Wemby now out for a couple of weeks, this kind of thing, and say what you will about Houston, they're pretty damn good. I get that. Man, they got to have a 2 seed, dude. They got to have a 2 seed.
I was going to ask you about this, guys.
2 seed. I'm already thinking about 2 seed.
I was going to ask you about this because I know Scott, and I know you want me to wrap up. I'll wrap real quick. Scott Hastings completely disagrees with me, and I disagree with Scott. Wemby's got a calf strain. They think he's going to be out 2 weeks. That means that Wemby will not be here when the Spurs visit the Nuggets on November 28th. And I want to see the best against the best. I want Wemby here. Scott says, no, you don't want to see. I completely disagree. This is entertainment at the end of the day. And I know you're rooting for your team. I want to see Joker versus Wemby. I want to see San Antonio at their best. That's what I want to see as a fan. So I want to see as a broadcaster. I don't want to see San Antonio without Wemby. I don't know how you as fans feel. Are you more like, hey, good, this is good news for the Nuggets, or that sucks. I wanted to go to that game, and I expect to see Wemby.
Oh, I think you want to see him. I'm the same way as you. Yeah. Look, if this is the playoffs, Vic, you want to hand me somebody who's too injured to play during the playoffs?
Sure.
Okay, I'll take that. It's regular season.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Another keyword coming your way at 8:20 when we return. The most underrated part of that Broncos win, and we saw for the first time all season. Get to it next.
Dan Capless Law wins big because it attracts world-class lawyers representing honest and courageous people from all walks of life. Dan Capless Law, a serious firm for serious cases, accepting righteous injury and death cases on a percentage fee basis right now. If you need Dan's help, call 303-770-5551. 303-770-5551. 3 offices across the Front Range. You could also hit them up online, dancaplisslaw.com.
It's McLaughlin. Straight ahead. Jones has a hold of him. There's a push, and they push him across for the game's first touchdown. Jaleel McLaughlin.
Hey.
CBS on the call. Jaleel got his first action all season. Had a huge play, getting the only touchdown of the game for the Broncos. For him to be on the shelf all season, step in and make a play like he did, I think is big time. And they're going to need some more action from that running game throughout the course of the year, especially if Dobbins is going to be out for the year, like what is feared for the moment. But the most underrated part of that game to me, it's the first time you got it really all year. Special teams were excellent. Like, as good as it gets. Will Lutz has been good pretty much since he stepped foot here in town. Like, he's been super clutch and hitting big field goals and all that different stuff. Crawshaw has gotten better as the year has gone on. He's gotten a lot more comfortable. The kicking part of the special teams hasn't been the problem. Special teams coverage, return game, stuff like that, that's been an issue. But without Marvin Mims' returns in that game, without a blocked extra point after the Chiefs' touchdown, which kept it a 3-point game and changed sort of the mental nature of what that game was. Like, I'm telling you, if they hit that extra point, maybe you don't settle for a field goal when the Broncos did, which tied the game. Maybe that turns into a different sort of pressure that the Broncos aren't able to get over.
Oh, it absolutely does.
I think special teams bailed you out in a huge way. Huge. Well, I don't think credit Darren Rizzi.
I just think that you can't predict on how the rest of the game would go, but it changes the dynamic. If you need a touchdown and not a field goal, I think your behavior changes.
Yeah.
Now maybe you say, oh, no, they're just going to do the same damn thing, and they'll kick anyway, and then they'll get the ball back, and they'll kick again, and still win the game, blah, 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 blah. I think it changes your behavior.
Sure it does.
I think it changes your play calling. It changes your attitude toward that particular drive. And maybe you go up top more. I mean, it helped.
Like, the field goal is 4th and 6 at the Kansas City 36-yard line. If that's a 4-point game instead of 3-point game, do you go for it?
Maybe you do.
It changes so much. I mean, I like the way Sean Payton thinks in those type of games, right? He was being aggressive. Now, outside of the trick play on the first drive, which I can live without, the rest of his game plan, the rest of his mentality, the rest of his attack mode mentality, 2nd and 8, you strike deep, 32 yards, right? You don't mess around. I love it. Because when you want to beat a team that you haven't beaten, a team that has owned the division, you have to act that way. That's how you have to attack.
Dickory-do plays.
Right? Oh, I think Sean Payton outcoached Andy Reid in that game. I really do. Like, I don't know what Kansas City's offensive game plan was. Is it just, and this is a question, I think we asked this yesterday, but just to bring it back up. The deep ball throws from Mahomes, it's one of two things. It's Mahomes just desperate to make a big play happen, or he thinks that one of the best plays in their bag when playing against the Broncos is hoping that you get handsy cornerbacks with Surtain off the field. And I think either one is reasonable, but I don't think you can just rely on that stuff over and over again. And I think the Broncos had the much better game plan. Like, what were the Broncos in that game against a really good defense? 7 of 15 on 3rd down? That's huge. It's massive. It's moving chains. It's keeping them off the field. Like, that first drive, guys, of the game, it resulted in a field goal, but you burned 7.5 minutes off the clock. Keeping Mahomes off the field for half a quarter off of one drive is big time.
That's part of the deal. Is that if the ball's not in his hands, he can't hurt you. And they did a great job. I mean, they did a really good job. I don't know. Do you know how long Sean Payton is giving the guys off this week, Vic? Do you have any ideas?
That's a great question.
Is it the whole? Because typically it's not the whole week, is it?
No, I assumed I'd see a bunch of Broncos players at the Nuggets game last night, but they're already on their way to parts unknown. Who knows where they're hanging out? I'm sure they're doing 3 or 4 day visits on vacation.
Oh, dude, I would have had a plane scheduled Sunday night.
Yeah.
I've got the red eye to Aruba or something, right?
Yeah.
I mean, any chance just to get to some warm weather, even for like 4 days, go do it.
I just don't think he's become a lot more lenient, Sean Payton, with his players on days off. And a lot of that's NFL policy. right? You can't be driving them into the ground. But he's more players coach than you think. Wouldn't surprise me one bit if they don't get back to practice until maybe back to the Friday, Saturday, Monday mode.
Well, and it felt like, God, it's such an advantage to have a bye week this late in the year because it felt like you were right on the cusp of having some real injury problems. You know, we talked about all the guys that were out in that game. You're the defensive player of the year, your leading tackler, your best running back, all these different guys, not to mention offensive linemen kind of going in and out. Getting like a week off. And to combine that with, you kind of had that mini bye last week too. You had 10 days in between games. Like, it's a good little reset. By the way, the Broncos went 3-0 without Pat Surtain, which is really impressive, including a win over the Chiefs. I don't know how many people had that on their bingo card.
That's the other part about it. This defense hasn't skipped a beat, man.
They rarely do. It doesn't matter if somebody is banged up front. It doesn't matter if your leading tackler is out of the lineup. It doesn't matter if the defensive player of the year is going to miss a month. It doesn't seem to matter. Everybody pulls for everybody, and everybody does their job.
And they're well coordinated, man. Vance Joseph pulling the right strings.
If he doesn't get a job this offseason, I will be more than shocked.
Well, he's like the hottest name out there, right? He should be.
He's got to be.
He should be.
You know, he's
a good dude, man. He's just a good dude. He is, when it comes to like approaching people and talking to reporters and all that, he's the opposite of Sean Payton. Sean Payton can get really quick, abrasive.
Oh, he's always got a smile on his face.
Yeah.
The defense, though, if you think about it, they've had one really bad game this year. That's it. The Colts game was bad. They got lit up for like 500 yards of offense. And even that following week against the Chargers, was it great? No, but it was still what? You held them to 23 points, and that's not bad for where the Chargers were at that time, which was a much healthier version of what they are now. They just every week line it up, and they make it hell on the opposing offense.
You know, I just thought of something. And you can make fun of me after I say this.
Oh,
I'm sure I will, no matter what.
Let's go.
Even if I agree with you.
Every team that we've referred to, you know, because that 21-game win streak for the Avs, Nuggets, Broncos, it snapped last night with the Nuggets losing. All three of those teams could very easily be undefeated right now.
You're so dumb.
If you think about it,
they really,
the Nuggets
honestly,
could easily be undefeated. The Broncos lost two games they could have won. The Avs lost these overtime games that, I mean,
yeah, these silly overtime and shootout things, yeah. I dig.
Yeah. I know that's a dumb comment until it's not.
You beat the Raiders with an offense that looked like everybody had one leg.
You know what's so sad?
It could go the other way too.
My first thought last night after Joker missed that 3 was, well, you know, the Avs are going to have games like this where they can't do anything. They lose 5-0 at, you know, Toronto or wherever, right, against a team that's, or they go to St. Louis and they just, I don't want them to, but the odds are.
My mama told me there'd be games like this. Yeah, see, I'm doing the singing now.
Oh, why is it when you sing everything's fine? Okay, Vic, get on him, Vic. Get on him. But you know what I mean? It's going to happen.
I said that at the beginning of the show.
In an 82-game season, it's going to happen at some point.
You're going to have stinkers. They will occasionally go down.
I want all the goodness all the time.
Because we're spoiled brats here. Yeah, because teams don't lose anymore, and we forget what the losing feels like.
I dig that. I know it's not.
Do you remember when the Avs earlier this season, everybody, lost 4 straight games? Now, they picked up points in 3 of the 4, but they lost 4 straight. And I remember what the conversation was. Well, maybe it's time to make some changes because we can't stand for this. I was like, maybe you give it a minute. Or maybe you do that. And acknowledge, like, maybe you aren't going to win every single night because it's 82 games.
Yeah, but I want to.
I understand. But this is what I said earlier. It's like somebody else said it, similar to what you said to me, Vic, on the text line during the appetizer. He goes, well, you can't lose games you're supposed to win. I go, the Nuggets are going to be favored like 60 more times. They're going to lose a few of them. Like, they're supposed to win virtually every night they take the floor because they're like the best team in the NBA. That's what happens.
Okay, but I mean, at what point do you not get upset. I guess I'm asking you, when are you
If they have an
upset?
extended stretch of nonsense like this, then it'll make me upset.
Okay.
But, I mean, they were 10-2, and they had a clunker of a night.
So
Okay?
if you lost to New Orleans tomorrow night, in New Orleans, the Pelicans, by the way, got hammered.
Repeated stuff like that? Yes.
No, I'm just curious. I mean, what is your threshold?
No, I think repeated bad performances, yes.
If they lose to the Pelicans tomorrow night, then the season's over.
What I don't want to hear, because I've already seen this on the text line, well, the Nuggets were missing Christian Brown. OKC's been without its second-best player for every game this season. They've blown deep. If you want to be a championship team, there are no excuses.
Yeah.
They don't exist.
I agree.
Hey, real quick, I also saw this. Shedeur Sanders was not very good on Sunday in his debut, right?
No.
This is happening more and more often now.
What is
So he's playing the game and his house gets broken into.
Yeah, dude, that's happening across sports.
It is, and there's no word yet if anything was stolen or so on and so forth, but that's happening more and more, is it not? That especially NFL guys, like these quarterbacks or these players are playing the game, and then people know it, and they find out where they live, and they go break in.
These robbers are sports fans. They're looking at the schedule. No more schedule releases. They're looking at the schedule and when they're going to be out.
These people are such pieces of garbage, man.
They really are.
You mean people who violate others' property?
I know I was joking about this. My buddy had to be a juror this week, and he had jury duty.
Yeah.
And I went back to when I had jury duty a couple of years ago, and I was like, God, you don't want to give me that kind of power. Remember when I walked in here, I was like, I suggested the death penalty, and they said, sir, this is an illegal left turn case. And I said, well, don't break the law then.
Don't break it.
But seriously, to go in to somebody's house and take something that's not yours is,
You don't even have to enter their house. I'll ask you guys this question. When have you been most violated?
Oh man, I've had in my lifetime, I've had 3 bicycles stolen.
You just hit it on the nail.
And when somebody steals when you're a kid and somebody steals your bike,
it's the end of the world.
Even when you lock it up and somebody
100%.
somebody cuts the lock and steals your bike, that friggin' hurts,
that
bro.
that feels like they took your twin brother.
It hurts.
A couple years ago, I went to go help my dad do something. I put my bike just next to the wall. I come back, literally a minute later, it's gone.
I lived in an apartment. I had a good bike that I rode around all over the place. And the patio of the apartment had this, 8-foot wall around it. It's big, a big wall.
yeah.
Somebody climbed the wall and stole my bike, man. What'd they do? Throw the bike over the wall? I don't know. It hurts.
I do enjoy watching those videos when people get something stolen and they catch the criminal and they give him a good beating.
Yeah. Yeah.
Every crime's different, but it's funny. The thing I'm into now, those morons who rushed the court in L.A. when the Nuggets were playing the Clippers,
Right.
and they did it because they're propping some.
Oh, yeah.
What are they pushing?
It's crypto something.
And I went and I fell upon one of their Insta accounts, and all of their bros are patting them on the back saying, yeah, great job. And I just felt like stopping in that conversation and saying, man, I wish no eyeballs were on you and those players got to do whatever they wanted. Because people wonder, well, no harm was done. What's the big deal? I wonder if Monica Seles felt that way.
Yeah.
I wonder if Tom Gamboa, the first base coach of the White Sox, do you remember that beating he took by
sure
the
did.
father-son couple?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if he felt that way.
Yep.
I wonder if those idiots every time, these are all idiots. Anytime you take the field, you're an idiot. A moron. You should be pummeled and flogged.
I love
publicly.
a good tasing. I love to watch a jerk get tased. I don't mind that at all.
In fact, stop the game for entertainment pleasure. Stop the game and broadcast the pummeling.
Just 30 seconds here. I had bad thoughts yesterday, and it's not fair because these people are just doing their job. But when you're soliciting my house for whatever roofing company you have or whatever, and I don't answer within 20 seconds, and my dogs are barking very loudly at the door, I'm not answering for a reason. You don't need to bang on the door 30 seconds later and just hang out on my porch for a little bit. Secondly, you don't need to circle back 30 minutes later to see if I've come back yet, okay? I'm not interested. Take a hint. And I don't want to have the conversation of being like, I don't want your product. And you're like, well, let me just go through the spiel. I don't want to do this. This sort of thing is not going to result in you getting a sale. You're wasting your time and mine. No circle backs. I'm going to get a giant no soliciting sign.
Okay.
It drives me nuts, though. It really does.
Well, you can-
door-to-door sales, that's still a thing that we do now? 6:30 at night, feeding my daughter?
Okay, all right. Okay.
Apparently, they have bike
Death penalty.
They have
penalty.
They have bike baiting videos.
Oh, yeah, those are good ones. Yep. Daring people to
I
steal.
saw online yesterday this kid, stole this guy's cell phone and took off running and actually ran into the street and got run over by a bus.
Jeez.
Yeah. Happens.
It happens.
Another keyword coming your way next. Your keyword for this hour, as it is an Avs Ticket Tuesday, a chance for you to win tickets to the Rangers game on Thursday, is yellow. Text yellow in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. I'm assuming this is the yellow Power Ranger. Is that what we're doing here?
Oh, that's what it is.
Because our first keyword earlier during the appetizer was pink, so I assume our boss went with another Ranger color.
Nelly, you're gonna have to tell me what the last one is, because that one I don't understand. But
let me see it, and I'll see if I can tell you. I'm not going to give it away.
Don't say it. Yeah, don't say it.
I'm not going to give it away. Give it away now. Oh,
I got it.
Yeah.
Yes, I got it.
Yeah.
Your keyword for this hour, though, is yellow. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Also, Avalanche Kids Club is here. You can check out free or paid membership options today at coloradoavalanche.com/kids club. But your keyword is yellow.
Hey, Wedgie was
anytime I hear yellow,
yeah,
I think of Cousin Eddie in Vegas Vacation, where he goes up to the buffet and he goes, "I'll take some of the yellow." But anyway.
Wedgie was on yesterday, right?
He was on with Kreckman and Lindahl yesterday, on his improvement this year.
There's a good amount of it, but I also think, in the grand scheme of it, when everything kind of gets chaosy and you battle through it, there's a lot of situations where, you got to keep your frame and feel the ice and no holes, the tips, the rebounds, the stuff in tight. But, the way the game's played now is so much east-west passing and quick release one-timers, things like that. A lot of the time it's just get something in the way, and it's kind of just, a recipe that you have to kind of mix and match to get the job done. But, I'm really proud of the way I've been playing. I've been a lot more calm in years past and getting set on, single-handed shots. But the times when it comes to be athletic, it's kind of the reason you play goalie, right? The big highlight reel saves and the fun splits and big glove ones. That's what keeps you coming back. It's like your 18th hole when you get a birdie on the golf course.
No doubt. Scott Wedgwood has played well. I was just going to say, Vic, he's one of the most likable people ever. I've heard him over with you guys.
He's kind of a jerk.
Yeah, I heard him.
He's great. They're all those guys are great.
Yeah, but he's that whole approach, right? Like,
he's been up at the Colorado Social before. He just seems like a really personable guy. Really good dude.
Well, he also said he was talking to the TNT guys after the Avs won. What game was it? The Ducks game? I guess so. We didn't do. Yeah. And he picked up the dub, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm coming for your job." And I think Biz goes, "Yeah, you can have it. Yeah, it sounds good. You're better than me already." That kind of thing. So yeah, I mean, he's a very personable guy, but he's playing well, and he's made some unbelievable acrobatic saves so far this year. And he's right now. The game is changing, and these guys will fire from anywhere. It used to be where guys wouldn't waste time, firing from an impossible angle from the boards. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. And now they just fire from everywhere. So you do have to be a bit hybrid. You got to be square to the puck on all that stuff in front of you, and then you've got to look out. Hey, man, dudes are trying to earhole you on any given shift.
Right.
So you better be ready for that kind of thing, too.
Wedgwood's been phenomenal for him. To the point, I mean, I know it's weird when you have contract situations and there's starters and bench players and who's going to take the contract from who and blah, blah, blah. He is playing better than Mackenzie Blackwood right now because Blackwood is still working his way back to getting fully healthy. And all I'm thinking to myself, Moj, if he just continues this level of play, he's got to be the guy until he has like a really rough stretch, doesn't he? I mean, you can't take this away from him.
Moj, give me another example, because I think it took place in St. Louis the year that they won it all, where a backup goalie overtakes the starting goalie.
That doesn't happen very often. Yeah, they called up Brett's boy Bennington in, I think it was January of that year, and they just didn't stop winning, period. They just kept...
Did it happen with Anaheim, too?
No, Jaguar won the cup. Jaguar was their one.
Did Bob ever lose his job a few years ago, or was he just playing poorly?
He was just playing poorly.
Okay.
They had drafted Spencer Knight. They drafted the kid with their first round pick and so on. He wasn't playing as a $10 million goalie.
And then
he started playing as a $10 million goalie
and
won back-to-back Stanley Cup championships. So it's rare that it happens, Vic. But listen, Wedgie, as we sit here right now, he still is leading the league in wins. He's got 11 wins on the season.
Yeah.
He's playing great. Here's what I do know. I don't know how it's going to shake out. I mean, there's a long, long runway left. But when the Avs get to the postseason, they're going to have a goalie in the crease that can win.
Yes.
Period. End of story.
Yep.
Love it.
Which, again, up until, late last year, I don't know if he felt totally confident. God, do you remember how many shows that we did, whether it was towards the end of a season or at the beginning of a new season, about goalie just not being up to snuff? One of those Georgiev years. And now it's not even really a question. It's kind of like whoever's going to start, cool. I'm sure they'll get the win tonight. That sort of thing.
You're not worried about that facet of the game anymore. It used to be a worry going into every game.
Yeah.
I want to see one more thing. Keep going here.
I was going to change something up. Is it hockey related?
It is. The Avs, it's amazing. They still lead the league in goals per game at 4.11.
Uh-huh.
Okay. And I believe they were number one in goals against as well. That's just how well they're playing. But I can't find it right now. But yeah, but they were number one in goals against.
Yeah.
At like 2.41 or something. They're just playing really well. Go ahead.
I just saw something up on ESPN because ESPN's got this relationship with the wrestling dudes now, WWE.
They do?
I assume so because they're all over the TV all the time on ESPN now. So Cam Skataboo was at one of those WWE things the other day. Remember, he had the ankle that was backwards and the broken leg thing and blah, blah, blah. So he's sitting front row, and it's like he became part of the act. Like the wrestlers came over, started talking trash to him. And then they kind of grabbed him, and they got into a fake fight. Or, they did the wrestling thing.
Isn't he hurt?
Dude, he's got his leg is in a thing.
Exactly my point. If I'm a Giants fan, I'm like, knock that off immediately. It wasn't anything too crazy, but they were kind of pushing him around. And he's like moving a lot.
Well, 2 weeks ago, dude, his foot was pointed the wrong direction.
Nelly, see if you can find the video that I'm talking about. It's got to be somewhere on Twitter. I just want to know, how would you feel if... What does Pat Surtain have again? What's his injury? He's got the...
He's got the... this thing.
Pec.
What's this thing?
Pec.
Yes, the pec. He's got a pec. And how would you feel if he was at a WWE event pushing and shoving with the wrestlers?
But it's real.
If you aren't on the field, don't be doing this stuff. So watch this. So they're getting in his face.
So he's in a boot, right? He's in a boot.
Oh, that's that comedian guy, whatever his name is, Andrew something.
Andrew Schultz.
Is that Sue? Is that Dominic and Sue? It's a big guy behind him.
Skataboo's wearing a Matt Rempe Rangers jersey.
Staring down Skataboo, and then here's the shove. And then they come back and they they actually pushed him a few feet back. And they're getting
no.
You can't be doing that when you're hurt, bro.
Even if it's an accident, because they're play fighting, even if it's an accident.
No, that's exactly what I'm saying.
His body, let me try to explain this to people out there. His body was pointed toward Fort Collins. And his ankle was pointed towards Pueblo.
I know.
All right, so you see the difference, right? One's going that way and one's going the complete opposite way. That was him 2 weeks ago. Dude, he broke everything in his ankle.
Texter says, it's not real, right, Kane? It's still real to me, damn it. No. I know that, but you can't push and shove one of my players who's hurt. Okay? You can't do that.
I mean this, and I'm trying to be sensitive. I'm not trying to be judgmental. That's going to be my New Year's resolution. Less judgmental.
God, I feel like that's been the resolution every year that I've known you. And you have failed every
what?
year.
You're sounding like Ted Lasso.
I am.
Be curious.
Wait.
Not judgmental.
One of your resolutions, Vic, was not make fun of Moser, and you lasted 30 minutes.
37 minutes. 37 minutes. I'm trying to be less judgmental. Please help me understand why people watch that. Adults watch wrestling. Please, for those of you, because I know that you're listening and you watch it and you like it, please tell me who you are and how is this? What is it about that?
Yeah.
Can someone help me understand what that is that you like? Because it's not real. It's not sports. It's not competition. There's no competitive. It's dishonest. It's fake.
It's a muscly soap opera. There's drama, there's intrigue, there's beefs, there's disagreements. With acrobatics on top of it, I think that's why people like it.
I mean this with 1,000% sincerity. If you're a young, prospective broadcaster out there, watching how some of these guys handle a mic is pretty good for you, actually.
They're very good with the mic.
Very talented with a mic. Very. But yeah, the overall thing, I don't know. By the way, the other guy, the bigger dude back there in the Yankees jersey, is Abdul Carter, who slept through a practice meeting earlier this week for the Giants.
Yeah,
okay, so the reaction, and I mean this with all sincerity, I just want to know why people say it's like a reality show for men. So it's like the Golden Bachelor? I don't understand.
Well, you watch that, but you watch that.
Hang on.
You watch The Golden Bachelor.
A texter goes, because it's entertainment, why do you watch Double Chunk Chocolate Cookies? What happened to that family, by the way? Did
Gone.
Their 15 minutes run up, or is somebody in jail?
I have no idea.
Says here it's not fake, it's scripted. Okay? They need to be athletic as hell. Hey, there's no denying that. These dudes are athletes. They're doing things in that ring that not many people could do. I'm not denying that one bit. I'm just talking about falling for this stuff. Like, oh, I'm this guy. I grew up watching Bobby the Brain Heenan and some of this stuff, but I also knew it was fake.
Texter says, Rocky was fake too, Vic, and you watch that
Don't
movie
you
all the time.
dare! That's where I draw the line. Now you've taken this too far. I was being nice. I was reserving judgment.
Such a good rebuttal. Anyway, hey, just quickly, what we expected to happen did. Turns out, you can't spit on people in the NFL. You spit on somebody, you're going to get suspended. And I got to tell you, you can't go back and give Jalen Ramsey the time back that he missed in that game, but I think we all we all agree, justified response for getting spit on.
But did anybody see? Yeah, agreed. But did anybody see him get spit on at the game?
Well, obviously not.
Okay, right.
Well, at least a ref did.
But you can't. It feels like a justified response. Yeah, it
By
for
the
sure
way,
does.
So
I've
why
seen
not
the
just turn
slow-mo.
it into a WWE script?
Hang on a second. I've seen the slow-mo of that spit, by the way. It's the most disrespectful spit I think I've ever seen. He loaded up on that one. That wasn't just, I have a little bit at the tip of my lips. Puh. It was like one of those numbers. It was bad.
Yeah. Gross.
Look, I'm not a very violent person. You spit on me, it is immediate. On sight. Like, fist clenched, and they're swinging wildly. Okay? And somebody's going to go down. Can't just spit on people. It's one of my favorite things in like assassin movies. Or like a mob movie. When they hit somebody, they whack somebody, and they go, poof. After they get him, I'm like, oh, so you really dislike that guy. Got it.
Where do you draw the line?
Spit.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a pretty good line
So
to draw.
expectoration? What
Yeah.
about just an open hand slap?
You might be able to talk your way through that one. Be like it was a spasm of the shoulder or something like that. There's
Chris,
no act.
Chris Rock got one of those.
What did Chappelle say? I can't say that I wouldn't react the way that Chris Rock did, but I do know this. Will Smith isn't sitting back down afterwards.
James writes in, Vic.
dude.
Vic, I train and work local wrestling shows. Come train and see how fake it is. Listen, I'm not denying how athletic you people are. It's ridiculous athleticism to be able to do that. But the sport is fake. It's not a real sport. The competition is already influenced. It's already decided. So we could debate that. But what you are, you're an athlete. There's no denying that. And I don't want to train with you because you'd probably kick everyone's butt. But if you know going in you're going to win or lose, what is that?
Well, Terry Rozier knew a few things about it.
Am I wrong there or am I right?
Right to jail, right away.
It's a movie more than a sport, Vic. Just think about it that way. It's a TV show. Keyword for this hour, by the way, chance for you to get in Ball Arena for Thursday's game against the Rangers. The keyword is yellow. So text yellow and your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
Also, don't forget Vitalant and the Colorado Avalanche are fighting cancer all the time, but especially in November during this month. Schedule a blood donation at any Vitalant donation center or blood drive using the Colorado Avalanche virtual blood drive link. Everyone who donates entered to win an autographed Avalanche jersey. Go to Vitalant.org/hockey-fights-cancer for more information. And over 25% of all blood donated goes to fight cancer. Get on it.
303-504-0925. Got one more keyword coming your way at 9:20 this morning. Stick around. Hey, it reminded me of something. We're talking about the Nuggets and their loss last night, which was a bad loss. And I have this like we're a bunch of Veruca Salts here, where we're all in Willy Wonka's chocolate factory because everything is awesome right now with all these different teams that are playing. And then they have a clunker of a game and they lose, and we're like,
Excuse me?
you said, yeah, it's exactly what we all sound like.
Yeah.
Vic, you said something yesterday that I still can't get over. That is an even worse example.
Oh.
You said Chiefs fans are going after Mahomes.
Yeah.
Like that's a real thing that they've been doing after 8 straight AFC title appearances, and they go 5-5 for a few weeks, and they're like, "Wow, what a bum this guy is now." That's insane to me.
I watched a Chiefs postgame show in which the guy said he's playing hero ball again, and the Chiefs are going to lose every time Mahomes played hero ball. And the first thing that came to my mind is, do you know how many times he rescued you by playing hero ball?
Yeah.
That's sort of what he does because he's the best at doing that.
I'll give you an example, by the way. And this is it's a weird thing in sports. But I remember we had this conversation because you know about my stupid football team. So they went for it on 4th down. The Lions did against the Eagles 5 times on Sunday Night Football.
0 for 5.
They were 0 for 5.
Yeah.
And everybody's like, how stupid is Dan Campbell going for it that many times on 4th down? I'm like, it's what he does. If that's what you do, then how can you get mad at somebody for doing what they do?
Because it's relative. I mean, it's what he does sounds like such a dumb thing. Like, okay, I like to jump off high things. I like to jump off, small roofs. I like to jump off a fence. I'm not jumping off the Royal Gorge. It's what he does.
But it's not.
Excuse doesn't work.
No.
It's relative to the situation.
I think it's the same thing as the Mahomes hero ball thing. It's like, if he does that and it works, then everybody's like, oh, yeah, that's great. That's awesome. Oh, Lions, they go for it on 4th down. They got it. Most aggressive team in the league. This is Dan Campbell football. And then it's like they lose.
So there's no relativity to going for it on 4th down. Don't you have to have a degree of
I think there's
risk?
Yes, there is. There's a degree to it. I also think there's a degree of, if you do it and you go 0 for 3, you're like, okay, we're definitely due to get this next one. And we're definitely due to get this next one. I think there's some of that too.
Sure, but it's just natural for human beings to lose perspective. Absolutely natural.
If Steph Curry's 1 for 12 from 3 and he's got an open look, should he take another one? Yeah, he probably should. You know what I mean? Like,
Nikola Jokic started the game last night 1 for 7, right?
Yeah.
Nobody was saying stop shooting.
Well, that's my point.
Yeah.
It's like, and to a certain extent.
But he's not shooting from half court either.
But Steph, if he's 1 for 12 and he goes from the parking lot, are you upset with the shot?
Yeah.
It's what he does.
2 years and 5 months ago, somebody on this show said, you know what, if they win, I'll never ask for anything ever again. If they win, I will die happy. I'll just sleep forever, just sleep thinking about parade, championship. That's all I ever asked for.
That lasted all the way until Game 7 against Minnesota.
Then he comes in this morning, and he is P.O.'d, and he's grumpy, and he's whiny. I'm talking about me. No, I'm kidding. I'm talking about Vic. Grumpy and whiny, and we all are, because you lose perspective, man. They're really good.
Yeah, we're spoiled.
I think I said,
but
you want more of it. You just want more.
What you do is it's like parenthood. Actually, just consider this. If you have a kid that gets straight A's and all of a sudden just fails miserably at something or falls short, aren't you a little bit like, hey, what happened there? Hey, champ.
Yeah, but low expectations are also harmful, dude.
Well, I know.
Oh,
but
yeah, you
what
got
I'm
a
saying
D.
is,
Good
exactly
for you.
right. And then you might have another kid who's like, "All right, you got a D."
But it's not
Rowan.
It's not getting a D for a class. It's getting a D on an assignment or something. And you're like,
gotcha.
Okay, you had a bad assignment.
But all I'm saying is fans react how they're supposed to react. This is a championship team with championship aspirations. You're chasing other championship teams. You demand professional performance, and when you don't get it, it's okay to be upset. So you want me to go to every Nuggets fan who left that arena last night and say, it's all right, it's okay, it's all right. It's not. No,
it's not. Hey, I guess I'm the only one who gets these. It's a movie called Summer School. You ever hear of it?
I think you've brought this up on the show multiple times.
Lead character was a guy named Mark. Well, the actor's name is Mark Harmon, former quarterback at UCLA. But the point is that he's teaching a summer school class.
Is he a radio guy now?
No, he's a big actor. He's very famous on television. Anyway, the whole class is full of rejects and blah, 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 including this one kid, where his whole family are geniuses and straight-A students and all this kind of stuff, and he's an absolute dipweed, right?
Yep.
He ends up getting a C, and his grandma goes, yay, you were one of us, that kind of thing. Right? That's what Nick's talking about. Hey, you got a C.
Well,
woo! I don't know. It was just really funny because this kid's just like as dumb as a stick.
How about this?
I don't know.
I did find the opening segment of First Things First yesterday because I wanted to see what Nick Wright was going to say, who guaranteed a Chiefs win over the Broncos. And I was I want to see how he reacts to it because we all know that Nick Wright is I think he's from KC. He's a giant Chiefs fan. He hugs Travis Kelce at their parades. And you know what he said that was actually really introspective of him? It's along the same lines of what we're talking about. He said, we're 5-5. And he goes, do you know how many times? He compared it to somebody who comes from poverty that wins the lottery or something like that, and then they get money, and then they lose all their money again. And he goes, you're perfectly content with your life beforehand when you had meager means.
Right.
And you're perfectly content. You're like, this is my life, and I'm cool with it. And then you get money, and you go back to that life, and you're like, I don't remember how to live this way and be happy again. And he said, I've lived my whole life as a Chiefs fan in this moment where my team's 5-5. I'm like, yes, we have a chance to make the playoffs. But after tasting the success that you've had, it doesn't feel remotely good enough anymore. And it's kind of like, the Nuggets and Avs have gotten to that place. Now, it's not repeated championships that they've had, but they've always been in the mix. And stuff like this just stings a little bit more because you're like, what the hell was that?
You know the reality for me? Impatience.
Yeah.
I just want to get to the postseason. It really comes down to impatience. This is just these mindless games in November, December, January. Let's go.
Let me ask you a question, Vic.
All it is. This frustration I feel stems from we know what this is. We know what they're capable of. We know how deep they are. Let's just get to the dessert.
Let me ask you something. Would you rather lose a regular season game to the Chicago Bulls like you did last night or to Oklahoma City?
The Bulls, non-conference. The truth can be told. The Nuggets suffered a little bit of Moserism last night. The Nuggets went into that game reading the headlines and expecting an easy game. It's okay. It's human nature.
Yeah.
It's okay. I'm not upset about that. I'm just saying, all right, well, this team is still capable of being human. And that's what it was. A little touch of humanity last night hit the Nuggets.
And maybe that's, you know what, Vic, maybe that's good for us. Maybe it's good for them. To have that humanity come out and you realize that, they're not robots. I don't know. I mean, look, I want them to win every damn game. I know it's not possible, but I just believe they're that good. You know why I believe they're that good, by the way? It's because they've shown that they're that good. They've shown that they can kick major butt.
See, I have no problem.
We believe this. I believe this bench is better than it's been, even better than perhaps a championship year and so on. Yet they were awful last night, and it's disappointing.
Here's how my brain compartmentalizes wins and losses for a team that has championship aspirations. And this is from the George Karl book of gamesmanship. Games you're supposed to win, games you're not. I chalked that up last night. That's a game you're supposed to win. Hands down, 10 out of 10 times. The game in Minnesota, you're missing 2 starters. It's your 3rd road game. They're fully healthy. I thought that was a game they should lose. They won. So, we're even now.
Yeah.
We're even. Games you're supposed to lose, games you're supposed to win, teams you're supposed to beat, teams you're supposed to struggle against. You got 2 this week now. At New Orleans tomorrow night. Pelicans just got bludgeoned by OKC last night. Houston Friday night. I believe that's an NBA Cup game. Houston Friday night, and Houston is on a roll. 2 games, 2 entirely different expectations, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Let's see.
303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. No games tonight between the Avs and the Nuggets.
It's a nice little. By the way, it's a nice little off time for the Colorado Avalanche. We'll talk to Coach tomorrow morning at 8. No, typically there's a game on a Tuesday. We talk to him on a Wednesday. Yes.
I want to thank a texter for bringing this up. You know what happened to the Nuggets last night? They got goalied.
Goalied by the 3 ball.
Yeah, they got goalied.
No, they didn't. They didn't defend.
Yeah,
But the 3 ball was the goalie.
Yeah, they got goalied. The shots just went in. They got goalied.
We'll talk to Coach. We'll talk to Coach tomorrow. It was good to see Val Nichushkin was goofing around on the ice yesterday.
You
Not
told me
skating, but
you told me Val was on the ice. You go, yeah, he was in shorts and tennis shoes. I was like, well, that doesn't help anything. That doesn't help me.
Yeah, but it proves that he's alive.
Yeah, I didn't think he was ever dead.
He's not missing an organ.
But the coach said he's going to miss, quote, some time. Well, if he's out there in Avs gear on the ice, stick handling and kind of goofing around, but that tells me that some time is a shorter amount of some time than some time.
Well, you're out on the ice sometimes. I don't think you can play hockey.
Dude, you know what? You're missing I didn't want to talk about it. No.
Okay.
No.
When we return,
Nope.
do some Harbaugh hierarchy from the Chiefs game next. All right, we do this every week following the Broncos game. We have to pick our people on the Harbaugh hierarchy. Nelly?
The things that can happen, in a game individually for a player, which would be, we won, and my team won, and I was one of the reasons we won.
Will Lutz.
Well, that's a good answer.
5 of
I like
5 on the field goals and one beautiful little extra point. Total of
Jaquan
16
McMillan
points.
for me.
Jaquan? What if I give you a little Darren Rizzi? How about that?
You want to be a little coach for the special teams?
Yeah.
Give me a little Rizzy? Little Riz?
Darren Rizzi.
Give me the Riz?
Yeah. What's next, Nelly?
Next best would be we won, and I had a good game.
I would say that's Bo Nix. The numbers,
I think it's pretty good.
The numbers weren't crazy, but I thought he had a good game.
Marvin Mims?
Yeah, the Mims
For the return game?
Sure.
Yeah. They didn't target him much in the offense, but just his presence, you see now the presence of Marvin Mims changes things.
I got a question about Mims that we'll get to in a bit. I like both of those answers, though. What if I threw a little Pat Bryant at you? Pat Bryant had a nice game.
I thought he had a pretty nice game.
Big pickups on third down. What's next, Nelly?
Next best would be I won and we won and I didn't have a good game.
RJ?
That's Riley Moss.
Yeah, Riley.
Yeah.
Riley's a good answer. I mean, you give up 86 yards and penalties on 2 flags, plus I think he had the illegal contact that took back the pick 6, right?
Yeah. There were 3 plays. 1 was illegal contact. 2 were DPIs.
Yeah, that's the right answer. All right, let's keep going.
Next best would be we lost and I had a good game.
It wasn't throughout the entire game, but I think for like 2 drives, Travis Kelce was pretty big for the Chiefs.
He was pretty good, yeah. Pretty good.
What's next, Nelly?
Next would be we lost and played okay.
Mahomes.
It played okay. Not great.
I think Chris Jones, he didn't show up on the box score a whole lot, but I think that he had a big game. It was actually bigger than okay. But
Kareem Hunt.
He's fine. Yeah, he's fine. What's last?
Next would be we lost and I was the reason we lost. That would be the worst possible.
I think Rashee Rice had just a couple of just big drops.
He did early in that
just
game.
A couple of big, the ones that they're there that a pro receiver should make.
Yeah, I think that's it. It's funny. We've done this 7 straight times without having the Broncos on the wrong side of the ledger, which is nice.
I know, that's crazy.
I got a question about Mims. I'll say it. I cringe a little bit when people talk about you're missing, when Mims was out of the game, you're missing an all-pro in Marvin Mims. Because they said, you're missing 2 all-pros, Pat Surtain and Marvin Mims. And I go, okay.
Why do you cringe?
Because it sounds like they're trying to say that Marvin Mims is an all-pro piece of your offense.
He's one of the best players in the league.
No. He's an all-pro returner.
He's an all-pro returner.
He's an all-pro returner.
So there are 3 phases of the game. Offense, defense, and special teams. You're missing on your special teams an all-pro. That's going to hurt not having him back there.
I said the context in which people say it is like you're missing an all-pro on offense, and I just want to point something out to you guys. I don't know what Marvin Mims is in this offense. We have waited for like 3 straight years for this guy to be the explosive part of it. And here's the reality. Marvin Mims had 15 offensive snaps in that game. That's it. Humphrey had 9, who just got signed off the street the other day.
He was not targeted at all.
Pat Bryant had 35 snaps on offense. Do they even want to use him in the offensive sets? Like, what is he as a player? Is he just your special teamer? What is Marvin Mims to you in this offense?
Right now, he's a special teamer, Brett, because they're obviously utilizing Troy Franklin. They're obviously utilizing Pat Bryant. You obviously have Cortland Sutton, and you use Ingram as a hybrid wideout. I mean, that's your passing game right there. And so
I'm kind of disappointed that
he's the odd man out.
You watch Marvin Mims in open space, and I understand there's been examples of Dante Halls and Devin Hester's in the past where it's like they get in open space and on special teams and they do some special things. What the hell isn't translating with him being a part of the offense? Like, he's so talented that it feels like if you get the ball in his hands, he can make a play happen. And each time that he has had that on offense this year, it feels like he's made a play. Why can't he get on the field?
I don't know. I saw a play where they moved him from the slot to the backfield, and they ran wide left when they desperately needed a first down, and he beat the linebacker to the first down marker. So they use him in spot duty. You want to see more of him, though.
Well, Vic, he was not targeted. He was not targeted through the air at all. Period.
Is he just gadget? Is that all he is? Is he the guy who gets in for 10 snaps a game? They'll use him as a decoy for 8 of them and try and spring a surprise on somebody for 2. Like, is that what his role is?
Yeah.
Because I don't think that's what he was drafted to be. Now, again, the special teams impact is very, 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 very real. But he was a second-round pick. To be a gadget guy feels weird.
But I think you saw, Vic, and you pointed this out yesterday, his return to the return game was impactful. You felt it, you saw it. It was evidentiary.
It very well could have won you the football game, him being back in the return game.
You know, I think one of the reasons why he's probably not featured as much on the offensive side is whatever chemistry exists between receiver and quarterback, maybe he doesn't have it with Bo. He doesn't know where. I don't know. I can tell you this. When it's 3rd and long, I know where Bo's looking. Number 14 usually gets the ball. When it was 3rd and 15 in that game, number 14 got the ball.
Is Sean Payton sizeist?
Is he? What you're saying is, I know where you go because I was going to say this. He likes big receivers.
Is he just too short?
He likes big receivers. Every receiver in this lineup that's featured in this lineup is above 6'2".
Everybody's got a type, okay? I've always been partial to blondes. Don't know why. It's ingrained in my DNA. Sean Payton his type is 6'3", 220 pounds with a giant butt. That's what his receivers are. That's what he likes. It's what he always will like. It's why little Jordan Humphrey continues to find himself on this roster year after year. He's huge. Marvin Mims is 5'10" on a good day, and he can't get on the field. And I really think it's just because he's short. I'm not even kidding.
He's officially listed at 5'11", I think.
Wrong.
Just saying.
Well, you've seen him in training camp. Moj, when they get in those wide receiver huddles around that jugs machine before camp starts, and you see Humphrey, and you see Sutton, and you see Franklin,
right,
and you see Bryant, and you see even the practice squad guys who I forget their names, but they're like 6'4", and they're like, "Who's that guy in there? Who's that cute little guy?"
You know, Sean Payton, does he like tall receivers? Yes. He has no problem with short running backs, though.
No, he doesn't.
Jalil's tiny. R.J. Harvey's not exactly a massive man.
Vic, you're taller than Deuce Vaughn.
Tyler Baday's a short. He's a thick guy, but he's a shorter guy.
He wants big receivers because those 50-50 balls. I'll give you an example. That pass to Troy Franklin, and this is coming from a small man. I don't know if Marvin Mims can make that play given his size.
No, he not like that. But Texture says, how do you explain Darren Sproles, Brett? He's a running back. That's the difference. He doesn't care what size. You could be 4'11" at running back. He doesn't care. But
It's
I'm
just
like,
I don't have a problem with it though, like you do. I just think this system is designed for a big receiver.
it just feels like you're missing
big play capability.
Yeah,
is that what it is? A home run ball?
An athleticism aspect to it. Franklin's got that. He has the athleticism, but he's got a case of the dropsies that kind of weirds me out. Like, you can't put Marvin Mims, put him in motion and have him run a drag route. Who's going to keep up with him? You can pick up. You want to use the passing game as part of your running game. Now, look, they're not into. I'm not saying like this is a huge problem. I don't know what Mims is on this roster outside of the obvious return benefit of it. And maybe that is what he is. He's just like, he's your Devin Hester on special teams, and that's all. But I think guys, if we go back to last year, do you guys remember what happened towards the end of last season with him? Marvin Mims, the second half of the year, had
that catch in
two
Cincinnati
100-yard games.
Yeah.
He had two multi-touchdown games in the last 2 weeks of the season. Like, he blew up. And we're like, okay, maybe that was the breakout for him. And then he's like not seen again.
Yeah,
in the
now
offense.
you have a year older Troy Franklin, and now you have a Pat Bryant. And so it changes the equation.
But was Mims not a threat last year?
Look, I'm not saying I disagree with you. I'm not saying I disagree with you, but
I'll give you another reason. why.
Please.
Blocking.
That could very well be the case.
The receivers in this offense with all the screens and what they expect, they got to be able to block. And a bigger body is going to give you a better chance to block.
You know what? I almost want to go back and look at the 9 snaps that Lil Jordan Humphrey had because it's the exact reason they brought him back. Yeah. So the first play,
he's a very good blocker.
The first play that I remember that I saw him on the field, and I go, oh, there's Lil Jordan Humphrey right there. What'd they run? It was, I don't know if it was an RPO or if it was just a little decoy stuff, but they stacked 3 receivers on the left side of the formation. They had the running back on the left side. Bo takes a snap and shotgun. He gives on the run, but it was a bubble screen fake to the left side of the formation. And Lil Jordan Humphrey was out there, and he was out there for each time they tried to bubble screen.
See, now, a guy like you, Brett, you'd never play my offense because you're a diva-type receiver who would never get dirty and block. If you don't get the ball.
That's all I did. I played receiver. I blocked for a triple option offense. That's all I did.
Oh, yeah, you were just a useless
Yeah, it was the
piece
other
of the puzzle.
It was the other part. You know, I couldn't really run.
So you're a receiver on a triple option team?
That's why I quit football.
So you're not even a receiver. You're an extra tackle.
Well, when I played receiver before I got to high school, the offenses that we ran in like middle school were not that, and I caught the ball. Other than the year I played quarterback and went undefeated, by the way. Never lost.
Moser, what was it like playing all-time center?
Never lost.
There used to be a phrase, and Vic was going to get this. I was going to include Vic in this, but no, I'm not because he's being a jerkwad. But there was a famous boxer. His nickname was Hands of Stone. But if you're
Roberto.
Roberto Duran. But if you're a receiver,
it's an insult,
that's a pejorative.
Like frying pan hands.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Hey,
so old frying pan hands over here.
Our boy Hufunga's dropped about 4 would-be picks.
But you know
this
what?
season.
You know what I love about Hufanga? I love a lot of things about him. I mean, I like his hair, right? But when it's the hair makes it, it's like Palomalu as well. Now, don't get me wrong. If these guys were bald, they still hit like freight trains.
The hair helps.
But when you watch Hufanga hit, and you see the way the hair behaves during the hit, and it's sort of cockeyed and flying around and all that kind of thing, you're like, man, this guy is laying the wood. This guy is sticking them. Just the whole way he plays the game with reckless abandon, if he could just catch the ball a little bit more, if he could just hang on to it a little bit more, he'd have 4 picks by now.
To your point, one of the biggest freaks of nature that's ever existed in the sport, one of the best running backs to ever live, is still currently playing in Derrick Henry. Derrick Henry is not the same. What's the difference? No hair. He buzzed it.
Yeah.
Doesn't get the dreads anymore.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
You don't think that's had some effect on his play? I have evidence on my side. What do you have?
The Ravens have been crummy all year long as a team.
Who was better, by the way, just quickly before we get to a break, who was better at defending their quarterback? Was it Adam Troutman?
First off, if you're talking about Bo online, you're a coward. Absolute coward. But just want to say that and guard him a little bit. But, I mean, it says a lot. You know, he blanks it out, and we talked about it this week. You know, we don't care what other people think. We know what we have in the building. And we know what he's made of, and we don't really care what people have to say. So Dragon Slayer 69 with his 7-Eleven Slurpee in his mom's basement, I don't give a what he has to say, right? And Bo doesn't either. So, yeah.
That defense of his quarterback, Adam Troutman to Bo Nix, or was it better with Ernest Jones, Seahawks linebacker, defending Sam Darnold?
I mean, Sam's been balling. Like, if we want to try to define Sam by this game or what, man, Sam's had us in every game. So for him to sit there and say, oh, that's my fault. No, it's not. It was plays that defensively we could have made plays. There were opportunities where we could have got better stops. Yeah, I mean, like, it's football, man. And he's our quarterback. We got his back. And you got anything to say, quite frankly, you.
I think that would take
Which one's better?
Mamma mia, Papa P.
Although Adam Troutman actually drew a response from 7-Eleven on Twitter.
Right. That is true.
They actually made up a fake Dragon Slayer 69 Twitter tag and responded to his shout out. So that was funny. But who's that guy?
Ernest Jones.
That's funny.
You got anything to say, quite frankly, you.
I mean, that's a pretty good walk off. You can't ask him another question after that, can you? Like he says that. See, he says that, and you go, so what did you think of your defense on third down? And say you can't. No, you just got to let him go.
I'm so glad you brought that up This is to all of my media brethren, all of you out there listening. And I'm no authority on this. It's just a suggestion. But when you're doing a group interview, and we do a lot of these in locker rooms, and you have a devastating, hard-hitting quote, know when to walk away. It's a gift. It's a skill. Know when to say, that's it. The follow-ups to I always wonder, why would you let that breathe? Let that happen. Did you just hear what we heard? Mm-hmm. You don't follow that up.
Nope, that's done.
It's a great walk-off.
I mean, Sam's been balling. Like,
just
we
the
want to try to
end.
define Sam by.
Give me the very end of that.
You got anything to say, quite frankly, you.
It sounds like something.
Party's over.
That I would say.
Yeah, but how did you... Yeah, there's no but. There's no follow-up to that. It's over.
And I don't know what it is, but him saying "quite frankly" makes it a sophisticated walk-up too. Yeah. Indubitably, bleep you.
Good job, Ernest. Good job.
All right, your final keyword, chance to get in Ball Arena for the Rangers game on Thursday next.
You got anything to say, quite frankly, you.
Ooh, baby,
here I am, signed, sealed, delivered, I'm yours.
Final keyword of the day, and we'll give away a pair of tickets at the end of the show. Each show with a pair of tickets to give away. You can also sign up for that second chance on altitudesportsradio.com/AvsTix. But your final keyword is Nolan. Text Nolan in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. A chance to go to the Rangers game on Thursday. Why would it be Nolan, Vic?
Arenado?
Nope.
Pratt?
No.
All right, Vic, think of who they're playing.
Rangers, Nolan, Rangers, Nolan, Ryan. The greatest pitcher who's ever lived.
That's a different sport, though.
So?
I was thinking hockey, and I couldn't think of a Nolan for the Rangers.
Text Nolan in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. If you have the next Mark Moser in your home and they're under the age of 14, you can head over to coloradoavalanche.com/nextgen and enter to have your kid be part of the Next Gen Night with the Avalanche. But text Nolan in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. If you have a Moser that is under 14 in your house, God help you.
Quite frankly, you.
Hey, Nelly, do you have that video I sent you by chance? Is it? I got to show the boys. All right.
Oh, man, this guy.
I got to show you this.
This guy.
Who's
For
this
those
guy?
of you
What
that
guy?
are watching
That's a
on
hockey
Altitude
player. I don't want to
television.
talk about
No, this is not hockey. This
What
is
in the
another
world
form
is
of-
that?
This is another form of another in the long category of genetics gone wrong. This is 12-year-old and under football.
Nah, no,
Yeah.
it's not. No,
Yeah,
it's
it
not.
is. Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yeah, or just to explain for those listening on the radio.
They have
tell
Garrett
people
Bowles
what we're
going
seeing.
through. Garrett Bowles is walking through the line. That's
Tell
what he's
them
doing.
what we're seeing. Tell them what we're seeing.
Well, we're seeing a bunch of 12-year-olds who are all about the same height than a kid who looks like he's about 6'9".
Yeah.
Not just 6'9", 6'9", 300.
Yeah, 6'9", 300, yeah.
No, imagine watching Garrett Bowles walk through a line in full shoulder pads and helmet with 12-year-olds in full shoulder pads and helmet. That's what you'd say.
We got to put an end to genetics.
It's too much. It's way too much.
That shot right there, that shot of them in line, if I'm on the opposing team, I'm yelling, "Mommy."
Hold on. Hey, can I ask you guys a question? John Gruden has popularized the Fired Coaches Club. Is that Gruden that has that? The Fired Coaches Club, or is that somebody else? I think it's Gruden. I saw a picture of Michael Malone as they were debuting their NBA on ESPN show, whatever that is, with Malik Andrews and Perk and all those guys. And they showed Malone, and Malone has a full head of lettuce, which begs the question, did he go to Turkey, or has he always had that? He just couldn't be bothered by it.
He's always had it. He
Okay.
always just cut it way short. He's always had a good head of hair. Just never showed it.
He's doing what I think I would do if I were part of that community, which is I get paid a whole bunch of money to leave somewhere. Maybe I just chill for a little bit, do something for fun on the side. I'll get back into coaching eventually. James Franklin, look at that head of hair.
You know what, Michael Malone? You just met your first blow dryer, haven't you? That's a blowout right there.
I thought you were going to say something else.
I said my theory, by the way, is that his hair was falling out because he spent the past, 5, 6, 7 years trying to get MPJ to shut up in front of a podcast microphone. So maybe he's been ripping his hair out.
What is MPJ averaging, like 25 a game now? I think he's like at 25.
Yeah, they got one win on the year, right?
Two.
Oh, they got two now. Yay, good.
Um,
I'm not. I sound snarky. I shouldn't be snarky.
James Franklin waited about 2 days until he found another job. And I'm like, you really just want to jump right back into it, huh? And so
if
he
it's
signs
the job
up.
you want.
Well, that's what I wonder. Like Virginia Tech, it's not a terrible school.
When do coaches ever hire coaches? When do schools ever hire a coach in the middle of a football season?
College football is different now with the recruiting patterns. You want to get a jump on recruiting.
So he's not going to coach the team this year, is he?
No.
I'm sure he's just going to hang out on game day and see what they're doing and whatnot.
You know what he is? He's on the phone right now.
I'm sure he is.
Calling recruits.
This reminds me, just because I was there for it, when the Huskers hired Scott Frost, he was still coaching at UCF, actually, and they let him coach like the last 2 games of the year. They had a conference championship game and then a bowl game against Auburn. And it was super weird because you're coaching a whole bunch of kids you're not going to see again. You're also recruiting for another school as you're currently – it was an odd thing. Now, James Franklin doesn't have to worry about that. But if I'm James Franklin, and what did they say the number was? That he's going to get paid like $150,000 a week or something like that over the next 4 years? I'm going to collect
a lot of money.
I'm going to collect a few checks just for a minute.
It's not the way they're wired, though. Most of these dudes they can't sit around twiddling thumbs. They can't do that. They're not wired that way. I guarantee you Michael Malone wants to coach right now. Right job's got to come along.
What do you think of James Franklin?
He did great things at Vanderbilt, and then he moved on to Penn State and had some great seasons, but never could win the big game. So what do I think of him? Good coach, not a great coach.
It's always a weird thing what you think of for expectations, let's say. Because he made the playoff last year, and they won in the playoff last year.
Until they got to Notre Dame.
Correct. Now, this is obviously a miserable season.
And they actually gave that game away. They had a chance to win. They had the ball in their hands with the chance to win, and the quarterback threw that horrible interception.
Yeah. I don't know what to think of him totally as a coach. Remember, they won 2 playoff games last year, 2 of them. Mm-hmm. Now, SMU, Boise State can argue, or should they have been in there or seated where they were, or blah, blah, blah. Point is, he's had success, and I think everybody kind of feels like, yeah, he's fine as head coach. Like, that's the reaction you get. He's fine. But if you're Virginia Tech, it's probably the highest level of a name that you're going to get, right?
Sure.
So it's worth the risk for you. Which begs the question of what I still wonder what route CSU is going to take in their coaching search.
That came to my mind, too, because, it's been a while since they made their decision. Did they make their decision because they were targeting somebody already, or because they wanted a little more of a runway to hire somebody? That's going to be a tough hire up there.
Yeah. I almost feel like you got to go. Again, I remember when this happened, and you asked the question, Vic, what's the ideal place that CSU could find somebody? And I'm like, if you just got an older coach that's just trying to have as stress-free as you can have college football gig,
well, okay,
like Frank Solich at Ohio for 20 years.
Who would that be then?
I have no idea.
They had that, by the way. They got rid of him. Sonny Lubick would have coached there until he passed.
It's a long time ago. I mean, it's a different era.
I understand that, but I'm saying Sonny Lubick was happy in Fort Collins, man, and I know things got tough at the end. I know. Who are you suggesting then? Who does that look like?
I don't know. I don't have a name.
Well,
so you think it needs to be some 60-plus-year-old guy
it's either
who's going to
that,
ride off into the sunset, or you need a 31-year-old crazy
that's how it
former
feels to
quarterback, and he's the best, hottest thing on the planet?
Because they've done the Norvell thing. They've done the Adazio thing. The guys who have coached mid-level college football before.
They had
Adazio was
McIntyre.
such a bad fit.
I know.
McIntyre was pretty good, wasn't he?
I don't know, man. You know what? Coaching's coaching.
I mean, it got him the job. He went from CSU to Florida, for crying out loud, right?
McIntyre was a great fit. I mean, hell, I remember being in the media outside his house, stalking him as Florida came and sent a private jet to pick him up.
Why would you do that?
Somebody says Gundy. What would you think if it was Gundy?
He wouldn't take that job, would he?
Well, just hypothetically, let's say he was interested in a job like that.
Hell yeah, I'd take Mike Gundy.
Yeah, of course you would.
What, are you too snooty for Mike Gundy?
No, I'm saying, would he take that job?
I mean, Colin Klein was there for a while.
Well, I said
as an
McIntyre.
assistant.
I meant Jim McElwain.
Well, Colin
McElwain,
Klein, Klein is from this part of the country. He's from, I believe, Loveland. He played at Loveland High.
Yep.
I think it's Loveland. You'll tell me if I'm wrong, texters.
He left and went. Where's he at now? Is he back at Kansas State? Or no, OC.
He's OC at A&M.
At A&M, yeah. God, did you see A&M almost blow that game? Or
I can't believe that comeback.
Sorry, South Carolina blew that game.
I can't believe that comeback by Texas A&M to be down. Was it 30-3?
I stopped watching. I was like, wow, I guess Texas A&M are frauds. And then you had the video. Did you see the security guard, the cop that threw his shoulder into that South Carolina guy?
What was he doing?
Well, he got fired before the game even ended.
Yeah.
Somebody saw a video and they're like, dude, get out of here, go home.
What are you doing?
That's a guy who's a little too much of a fan who just wanted to be on the field for game day. Because at play speed, it looked like the guy might have bumped him and he just overreacted to it. And then I watched it in slow-mo. I was like, oh, he actually threw his shoulder into him to get the reaction like that.
I'm getting a lot of texters say, watch out for Tim Skipper's name. Currently running the UCLA program. And doing a good job, mind you.
Yeah.
If he leaves, who's the blonde wonderkind who looks?
Jerry Neuheisel.
Thank you. Is he going to take over UCLA and then Skipper goes to CSU? Is that the plan?
Jerry's sort of a campus hero over there.
You know what's really funny? When they fired Deshaun Foster and got those big wins, they beat Penn State, beat a couple other teams. Mm-hmm. And all it was they would show UCLA wins again, and it's a picture of Neuheisel. The first loss they suffered was UCLA, their run comes to an end, and it was Skipper's face. I was like, well, wait a minute. You can't do that. Give Neuheisel all the praise, and the second you lose, it's like, and look at this guy. You're like, no. Come on.
And here's why we lost.
Yeah. So stupid. Reminder to you guys, keyword for this hour is Nolan. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Got a chance to go to Ball Arena to watch the Rangers game on Thursday. We'll draw a winner at 9:55. Going back to the Nuggets from last night. Here's how I felt. And it's like bad performance. The effort level wasn't up to standard. Understand all that. I'm going to give the Nuggets the weird night, didn't have it that night, not pass, but more understanding level of this. Because they entered that game 10-2. If they were 7-5, I'd feel a lot differently about it. But I'm like, okay, I'll give you a random poop game.
Yeah,
fine.
Grace. You're showing grace.
Yes.
Yeah. You guys want to know the definition of greatness? True greatness? I've got a walking, talking definition right here. Chew on this for a second. A man on a Monday night in the NBA goes for 36 points, 18 rebounds, 13 assists. His fifth fastest triple-double. He got it early in the third quarter of his career. Again, the numbers. 36, 18, and 13. And nobody even thinks about it because they lost.
Yeah.
Just think about how great you have to be as a player to assign those numbers to your box score. Those are your numbers. They belong to you. And yet nobody, this is the first time in this show, it is 9:35 in the AM,
Nobody's
that we
talked
brought
about
up those numbers.
Yep.
That's the definition of greatness. When people just say, yeah, that's Joker.
And I thought he was just okay last night.
Isn't that, I mean, that's just, he went 13-27. The fact that you could put up those numbers, any other player in the league puts up those numbers, and people are like, what the hell just happened?
Point of encouragement last night that we haven't gotten a lot of all year. Like to see Cam Johnson shoot the rock last night. Looked confident with it. 5 of 7 from three-point range. He was somebody that I've just been waiting.
Totally agree.
For his numbers to return to what his averages have been his entire career, which is around 40%. And I think he just needed a little confidence booster last night. Hopefully is that.
He made an admission after the game. It's the first time I've heard him say this. Because listen, when you're in a shooting slump, the last thing you want to do is talk about your shooting slump.
Yeah.
Right? You stick a microphone in a guy's face. Hey, why aren't you making shots? It's the last thing you want to talk about. He snapped out of it last night and he said, I've been in some slumps before. That's the worst of my life.
Yeah.
What he's just been through.
Like it was getting to him.
Yeah. Yeah, like very much getting to him. And I think that game that he took off because of the bicep maybe was a good reset for him. That's a great point, Powder. Thank you. Powder.
Yeah.
You provided for me a bright side, a silver lining to otherwise a game I didn't like.
Mm-hmm.
Cam Johnson is the silver lining. perhaps that was the game that sets him off.
It's funny, you know, when I think about Cam Johnson and what his role is and what his fit is going to be on this team, you know, people are still doing the one-to-ones with him and MPJ, which are stupid. And they're making the wrong comparison. Because I think you guys would agree with me. Cam Johnson wasn't brought here as a Michael Porter Jr. replacement. He was brought here to be more of a fifth starter replacement. The replacement for MPJ is now Aaron Gordon, everybody. I don't know if you know that. Yeah. He's your third leading scorer. He's arguably your best three-point shooter on the team.
I tried to explain this on the broadcast last night. Everybody looks at that trade as a 1-for-1. It's not a 1-for-1. He's a lock. He's a key to unlock the door. It's a 1-for-4 trade.
Yeah.
It's not 1-for-1. You get Cam Johnson. You get rid of the second apron. It allows you to sign Jonas Valanciunas, and it allows you to sign 2 veteran minimum contracts. That's what it allows you to do.
Mm-hmm. I'm going through the same thing right now with a certain guy in Dallas and our guy.
What's that?
Yeah, and you're right.
I'm watching. What's that?
You're right, because, you know, everybody who says, oh, man, they shouldn't have made that trade. No, that trade allowed you to do things salary-wise you could not do.
It unlocked a second-line center in Brock Nelson and a third-line center in Jack Drury. It unlocked other things. Open the door. Unlocking all of this stuff, and hopefully you take advantage of it if you're the Avalanche.
Moj, it's like our radio show. When you decided to work for free, it allowed us to hire Powder.
It unlocked Powder and Anelli and all kinds of stuff.
I would argue that the Nachos and Miko thing is a lot more one-to-one. I know there's other aspects to it, but as far as what you expect out of those two players,
well, Biz just came out.
Marty has got the exact same sort of expectations as Miko does. He's getting paid the same.
I just want to put some things in perspective.
Okay.
No, he's not. Well, I guess he almost is.
I mean, come on, it's just $500,000 a year. I mean, that's
so
the
Biz comes out on the Spit and Chicklets and says, getting out of the McKinnon and McCarr spotlight has shown how elite Mikko Rantanen really is. Okay? I mean, he's a good player, is he not? Is he a good player?
Yeah.
Good player.
Good player. And right now in the National Hockey League, don't look now. I mean, Nate's still leading the way, but he's got 26 points, so he's tied for fourth in scoring, talking about 96.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, our guy's tied for ninth. He's 1 point back.
Nachos?
Okay, Nachos 1 point back. But how does this grab you? Rantanen's got 26 points. He's got 7 even strength points all year long. 19 of his points are on the power play.
He's good at the power play.
But even strength, he's got 7 points.
Yep.
Well, I mean, you can't. I mean, he's good in those advantage moments. Don't you want that, though? Are you saying that's a strike against him or something?
Your bread is not buttered 5-on-5. Yeah, our power play right now is stinking.
Yeah.
But you're using that as a,
hang on.
I know your tone.
Hang on. Marty Nachos has 10 power play points and 15 even strength. So he's got more than double Rantanen even strength points.
The Avs are a better even strength team by far.
Nachos has 7 power play points.
You sure?
I'm seeing 3 goals and 4 assists.
Okay, well then there you go. Out of his 25 points, then it's totally different.
That is true, but
it's 18.
You lost last year in large part because your power play stunk.
I understand that. Thank you.
Okay.
So what's your point, Moshe?
6 one way, half dozen the other, to use a Moser term.
Do you want to, Brett, I'm going to ask you a very simple question. Do you want to butter my bread?
Sure.
Then butter it even strength.
Okay.
I'll be a power play merchant.
Okay, Moshe.
Get fat on the power play.
Moshe. Miko and Marty Nachos are both having good years.
You know what you sound like, Moshe?
No.
You sound like a bitter divorcee.
I do?
Yeah.
Like you often do on this show.
You're talking to my guy all wrong. It's wrong tone.
Let me see here. Even strength, where is 96?
Moshe. He's tied for 4th in points this year.
He's a -5 right now. He's a -5.
That is true.
Why do you keep looking in your rearview mirror? Leave it alone, Moshe.
You want
forward.
You want something to look? I'll give you something to look at. If you want to look at something.
Objects in mirror seem closer than they appear.
Our guy's +8. Just saying. elite. Sure.
He's +8? I'm seeing Marty Nachos at +16.
That's what I meant. Plus 16.
God. How am I correcting you on the hockey stats?
I'm trying to look it up. I'm on the. Hang on a second.
He's +16. He has 7 power
Right
play
now, he's
points.
+16 is Nachos. He's +16. The other guy's -5.
Yeah. But they're both good, Moj. Like, I don't know what you're getting over here. By the way, Nelly, if this isn't a Moser versus stats thing right here, because I feel like I corrected everything that Moser just said in the last 5 minutes.
Rest assured, I am grabbing a chunk right now.
I was going through game logs real quick.
Oh, God, we're
So you
pretty
go.
close to the Mojis, by the way.
Yeah, and by the way,
Are we really?
I'll get out ahead of this now. The Mojis are going to be the week after the Broncos season ends. Because you remember last year we did it the Thursday and Friday after the Buffalo game. So the Mojis will not commence until the Broncos are done playing football.
So feasibly, the Mojis might not happen until mid-February?
It's possible.
Wow. Oh, come on, Nelly. You can't do that to people.
Yeah, if that happens, then it would have to be the week. But if they make the Super Bowl, if we're booking our tickets to Santa Clara, it has to be the week before, that dead week.
We could do it in the dead week if you want.
Hey, Steve, as we've gone along this year, I always forget what we do.
Oh, by the way.
We gotta get the break here, too.
Yeah, keyword again, for those who've missed it, Nolan in your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
Snow flying in the mountains. It's going to be doing it later on this week as well. If you've been thinking about a mountain property, if you want to get a rental, if you want a second home, even a dream home, get out of the hustle bustle of the city. You need somebody that you can trust. You're going to need somebody who offers personal guidance and exceptional service. And that person is Anastasia Bell. Now, here's her phone number. Write this down. Put it in your phone. 970-968-7646. One more time, 970-968-7646. She's a broker associate with Breckenridge Associates Real Estate in Breck. Her market expertise and experience is flat out awesome. And that matters. When you're dealing with a sale or purchase in Summit County or any property in the mountains, you know how important that really is. And you need a person that you can trust. You know it. I know it. She is the one. Remember that name. When you're looking for a mountain property, the snow's flying, get on it now. Anastasia Bell.
All right, well, that's the winner of the tickets we'll give away to Thursday's game against the Rangers here in just a few minutes, so stay tuned for that. New games tonight. A little night off of all the action. I did want to say one thing. The court last night was beautiful. It looks so nice with the skyline going sort of three-point line to three-point line. I loved it.
So I did some investigating on that. You know they have 3.5 courts at Ball Arena that they use. They rotate.
3.5?
Yeah, because one of them is just the middle portion.
Oh.
But they have the court you saw last night, which is the City Edition court, a slate court with the rainbow design. They have the NBA Cup court, which is that, I don't even know what color that is, red?
Yeah, it was, I think, red, yeah.
They have the regular court. Then they have another edition where they just sort of replace the middle. They keep all these pieces of wood stored away in their little warehouse. That's a lot of wood.
Yeah?
It's a lot of good wood just stored away.
Great wood.
They just switch it out.
Yeah.
Over at Ball Arena, underneath that, all that wood, bunch of wood, got ice.
Mm-hmm.
That ice just stays the same.
Yeah.
Until they get to the playoffs and they put playoffs on it. And otherwise, it just stays the same and whatnot. Ice.
It's a great contribution.
Floor painted ice over the top of it. Ice.
Yeah, that's how that works.
Under the wood.
Yeah, when you should, it'd be hard to do it on top of the wood. Hard to do that. A lot of work to do that.
Yeah, it'd take a lot of work. I think that people, everybody realizes once the ice goes in, it stays all year, right?
Yeah, I told someone
everybody
that.
knows that, right? Like, where do they put
not
the ice?
Not everybody knows that. No, not everybody. In fact, if you go to a game, a basketball game, and you walk off the wood, there's like little sections. I don't know what it is between the wood and the ice, but whatever that is, whatever carbon, whatever that is. Trying to describe whatever that element is.
Carbon?
It's just the covering for. It's just the ice cover.
Yeah. There's little slots in there that you could see, and you could actually touch the ice. Put your finger in there. Stick your finger in there sometime.
Did you just say? Technically, there's carbon between everything in the world.
I know, but I'm trying to decipher what that is specifically.
So anyway, I won't get on this.
This whole. I do have a question though. How
What?
deep? Why don't you give me that
How
face?
deep is your love?
How deep is the carbon?
How deep is the ice?
Not deep at all. Inch.
I just keep thinking, what if it was like a lake, and if it just got a little too hot, somebody just fell through the ice into the water? Like there's just a big body of water underneath there.
Remember when they played at Lake Tahoe and the ice kept melting?
Yeah.
And the game was delayed like 7 hours?
Because the sun was so beating down on the ice. Mountain sun beating down on it. Hey, listen, I'm not going to get into these.
Why don't we do outdoor games in Miami? It's our stadium series. Welcome to Hard Rock Stadium.
Live from Guatemala.
I just found out that's why Jamaica doesn't have a very good hockey team.
I actually think they're going to do that. I think they have the technology now to put it down there.
Again, you're hitting on my theory
Dallas
that I've had all along.
You saw Dallas is going to play at Giro World by what, 27?
Indoors.
Understood. I'm just saying. Hey,
if you are in a city that's incapable of producing your own natural ice due to weather, you do not deserve to have a hockey team. That's a rule I put in play. That eliminates half the NHL.
Yeah, it
well,
really
if you're
does.
a city, you don't have the wood to produce your own floors, you can't have a hoops team. Hey, man, listen. I'm not going to get into this player comparison thing anymore. Right?
Well, yes, you are.
I'm just going to let it. No, I'm going to let it go. I'm going to let it go. But anytime somebody brings up,
it's what we call a lie.
If somebody brings it up, then I'm going to address it. Otherwise, I'm not. And I'm talking about like Biz or anybody else. In fact, I'm gonna text Biz later and say, dude, let me learn you up a little bit.
Wait a minute. Hold, please. Is the Winter Classic in Miami this year?
I think it is.
How?
How? I don't know. How do we get to the moon? How does a telephone work? I don't know. How do I talk into this and then somebody on the other side hears my voice? I don't know.
I've been to Miami
No,
in
but
January.
that's indoor, though. That's a cheat. I said an outdoor
Yeah, that doesn't
game.
work. Yeah.
Outdoor.
No, you can't do a Winter Classic indoor. That's just no.
Nope. Where is the Winter Classic this year?
Some people say, they can't believe. Jamaica, we have a bobsled team.
Someone says it's outdoors in Tampa. How's that possible?
Yeah, it's lone. Well, but it's January 2nd, 2026 in Miami at Lone Depot Park. That's the baseball stadium.
It's a
right?
dome.
Yeah. So what?
I'm not impressed by having ice in a dome.
Yeah, so what do you think? They're going to turn the air down to like 20?
Yes, impress me.
Hold on a second. Mo, you just told me we have the technology to do it. Prove it.
Well, they don't want the sun beating down on the rink. That's the only thing.
And I said, figure it out.
Hey, man.
Not impressed by you playing indoors in a hot place. We got that already.
When we hosted that sucker at Coors Field, that was awesome. Absolutely awesome.
Yeah.
Cold weather climate, you're allowed to do that. See how easy it is?
Listen, I thought the game outside the parking and the exit and all that kind of thing, some guy jumped off a bridge, which ruined everything trying to get out.
Yeah.
Some, dude just...
Yeah, I got it. Yep.
Anyway, I thought the game, I loved it at Air Force. I thought it was great. Yeah, I loved it. You had an F-16 down there on next to the rink. An F-16. You know what that is, Jack? A Thunderbird F-16 right there next to the rink.
Pretty cool.
You damn right.
Manning is looking. Oh, my God.
By the way, Vic, before we're out of here today, I don't know why you did this, but you had the loudest sigh of any human in the history of radio. Did you know that? Before we went to our last commercial break. Nelly?
Yeah, keyword again, for those who've missed it, Nolan in your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
You know why? You know why? The glasses that I use to nearsight to read small print, they fell off the back of my phone, and I couldn't find them anywhere on the carpet, and it took me an entire break to find them.
I mean, that is an insane sigh. That is, I just watched my 401k go up in smoke sigh.
That was a bit dramatic.
The winner.
That was my walking out of Ballerina last night.
Oh, God, that just stunk.
Good to see that you're oxygenated.
Oxygenated?
Yeah.
Jesus.
Oxygenated. Whatever. The winner of the pair of tickets to Thursday's game against the Rangers is... Now, this is a guy who deserves it with this name. Desmond Delgado.
Desmond Delgado.
Oh, and Nelly.
Best Delgado that ever existed? Carlos.
Oh, yeah. He was
dropping bombs.
I went to school with a bunch of Delgados in North Denver. Hey, Nelly, those folks who won those T-shirts, those Nuggets T-shirts, I have them in my possession. I'm traveling with the Nuggets this week. I'll bring them to studio next week, and you can distribute.
Oh, okay. On-air conversation that should have been off-air conversation.
No, because they've been asking about them, and so I wanted to make sure that the public knew of the whereabouts.
Nelly, fact checker, please.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's
Nelly, I had a turkey sandwich for lunch yesterday.
Presented by Rock Plumbing.
Hey, Steve, you want to do those spots?
Specialists, rockheating.com.
Let's nail those two spots after, and then everything will be okay. All right, does that sound good to you? Okay, cool.
Sounds good. All right. Actually, you know what? We're going to do a segment within a segment because I have a true or false question for you all. True or false? The NHL played games in Sweden this past weekend. True or false?
True.
Okay, true or false? You were aware of that before I said it just now.
Yeah, I watched both of them.
You were, but Vic, Brett, did you have any idea?
False.
That's Moser, that's my point. Why is the NHL so insanely bad at promoting their own product? The Penguins were in Sweden, and no one knew about it.
I had no idea.
And nothing.
I did.
Well, okay, he asked you a question, though, that you refused to answer.
Oh,
I'll tell you why, because they're very bad at promoting their product. That's why.
I reckon maybe that is the case, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I have no idea.
Would you know if they played on Mars?
Of course I would know.
Find the podcast, iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Get that second chance opportunity to win those Nuggets tickets at altitudesportsradio.com/AVS. Every show giving away a pair of tickets to Thursday's game against the Rangers. So tune in every hour on the 20s. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
And on top of that, the Nuggets are out of timeouts. So it's still not over, folks. Denver's down by 1. I actually agree with that replay. I just don't, you just can't tell. It was worth a shot, but Denver's now out of timeouts. 10 on the shot clock for Chicago, and they're hanging on to a 1-point lead. So let's get back to it. Denver looking for a stop and a bucket to win the game. Giddey throws it in on top over to Vucevic. Back behind him to Herter. Herter back over to Vucevic to 3. Got it! Might be the game winner.
Yeah, I mean, I think offensively, we have to get into our stuff quicker. They picked us up. And obviously, I didn't have the timeout at the end. That's on me. That's a learning experience for me. But no, I think all 3 of those games really interesting. Portland, was the pressure that they provided. Golden State was one mistake, with Steph at the end, and you win that game. I thought tonight was just an uphill battle the whole time, and we put ourselves in that situation, and that happens in the NBA. And we'll learn from all 3 situations going forward. And it's good tape to watch to learn from as a team. I have a major belief in this group in the clutch. So we'll have more of these games. We'll get better as we go.
Man, a weird loss last night for the Nuggets. Their first L since Halloween as the Bulls come into the Mile High City. Their second straight game on a back-to-back at altitude. After 2 nights ago, they lose a double overtime contest. Was it like 150-147 against Utah? Vucevic and Giddey play north of 40 minutes. This game last night was a walk-in with your eyes closed, win a basketball game for the Nuggets. And it just felt off all night. You waste a 36, 18, and 13 triple-double from Nikola Jokic. You waste the first really great shooting night for Cam Johnson as a Nugget. He goes 5 of 7 from 3.
It almost kind of upset the balance of scoring.
Almost. Just a little
weird.
bit. The bench was one of the main reasons why he lost. And I know the Bulls have a different bench situation. Obviously, you're having to play everyone after a double overtime game. As it stands, like 66-9 was the scoring deficit between the benches. And as you heard David Adelman get into it right there, the late game situation for both coaches and players was not what we're used to over the last 3-4 seasons of Nuggets basketball. So a very weird Nuggets loss as we get into a Avs Ticket Tuesday here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Raj alongside the coach, Mike Sanford. We'll get back into Chiefs and Broncos heading into a bye week and where the Broncos stand in the power rankings as they sit idly by and watch the rest of the playoff picture start to unfold in front of their eyes. We'll talk a little bit about the Avs and the Rangers coming up on Thursday. Again, 10:20 is your first keyword of the morning for Morning Sprint. But back to the Nuggets here, man. I've always had a question about late game situations, and maybe it's me being naive. And I'm going to ask this to Chris Dempsey at 10:45 when he returns for his NBA baseline report. Now that I'm back.
The triumphant return of Christopher A. Dempsey.
Of course. He'll be here at 10:45.
Love my guy. Our guy.
If you're going to go into the foul game late, Coach Sanford, why not just foul? I don't understand the waste 3 to 4 seconds 2 or 3 times trying to get a steal. The numbers, the percentages of success can't be in your favor.
The only thing I understand is high press the inbound and hope for an inbound deflection.
Right.
And then go.
But as soon as that ball hits the opposition's hands.
And they clearly possess it.
Punch him in the chest.
Yep. It might be a flagrant.
Open hand, push him in the chest.
Yes. I like that. Or just grab a hand. Grab an arm.
Something.
Yeah, now. Just don't wait. I don't understand the waiting game.
Because at that point, it happened twice for the Nuggets. And I counted. It was 8.5 seconds that came off the clock in total when they were in foul situations or get an immediate steal. I'm not saying you needed to do it both times, but let's just cut it down the middle. Say you had an extra 4 seconds at the end, and there was a gift from Vucevic, right? When you try that home run play at the end from the baseline, you get to, for free, move the ball up to half court, but you only have a second left, second and a half left. Imagine you had 5 left.
Every second is critical.
So for me, I don't really understand the the decision to try and go for the steal there. This isn't the end of the world. The Nuggets are still a damn good team. You got 3 losses, 2 of which are by 1 possession. The other one is an overtime game to Golden State where you kind of blew at the end of regulation.
That was the opener, right?
That was the opener.
Yeah.
I'm not saying this isn't a huge deal. It was just a kind of a perplexing loss all around.
It didn't make sense that you were just in this contest. The runs were almost indicative of a year ago. Did you feel that way a little bit? Where you go on a nice little run, then Nikola Jokic comes out, and the Bulls went on
16-3 run in the fourth.
Run.
Yeah,
and you're sitting there like watching it. And you're like, I recognize this team. That's the era in between championships team. And I said that plural because I think this team can go do it this year. Yeah, but last night, hey, it's just a reminder to all of us Denver fans. We have our everybody's got their uncle or their maybe a grandpa that walks in, little guy with a big chest. Yeah, we don't lose games here in Denver, right? You know who that guy is?
The New England mindset.
That's Vic Lombardi. It's Vic Lombardi that said we don't lose any games here in the Mile High City.
We spent the majority of our show talking about it too, so I'm not just going to put Vic on the stand.
Yeah, but it's just there's something about a really good-looking Italian man with a full head of hair.
You're not talking about me?
That walks around with his chest poked out. And he's just like, just the best time in Denver sports history.
It is still the best time in Denver sports history.
But
regardless of losing to the Bulls.
Rush. It's more about we don't lose at home. Guess what? You will lose at home. And probably the Broncos will lose at home some point.
Shut your mouth.
Dude, it's sports. It's impossible to just go on these runs in basketball, hockey, and football that you just never lose at home.
All right,
it's called you get humbled and it catches up to you and it catches up to you. And I get it. It's a small catching up to you for the Nuggets. Not a big one. I'm not going to overreact to that. But just as a fan base, when you start thinking that, hey, man, we're anointed. We're the chosen one. No, you're not. You got Nikola Jokic. You got a really good roster on the Nuggets. You've got Nathan McKinnon, Cale Makar, and
a really good roster on the Abs.
And you've got the absolute best defense right now in pro football.
Right.
But are any of those things immune to losing basketball, hockey, or football games?
Absolutely
No,
not.
They're absolutely not. And you know what? You got to celebrate every dadgum victory. That's my point. You got to celebrate the victories and realize that it's not normal and then just don't be like, how do we lose, man? We're not supposed to lose. That's the syndrome of the Italian uncle. The arrogant Italian uncle. We got to all calm down a little bit.
You told me that the Broncos were going to lose a home game. Which one are they going to lose?
Well,
you have 3 remaining.
Until I see the Broncos beat the Chargers.
You have 3 remaining.
I need to see the Broncos under Sean Payton beat the Chargers under Jim Harbaugh. Okay? I need to see that. I won't believe it until I see it. And I think you win every other game.
Sunday, December 14th, home against Green Bay.
Dude, Green Bay stinks here.
They stink.
I know it. I've talked to Jordan. Look at the last couple of years they played. Watch the joint practice that you and I were at. The Broncos won the dang day. And then they won Bo was awesome in preseason. Look at 2022. Packers have a bad, they hate it. Jordan Love told me, he's like, our guys just hate going to Denver. Their bodies feel like they don't even work. The ball, I throw a football and it sails 7 yards. It's like Denver, Colorado is in the collective minds of the Green Bay Packers. And yes, that is inside information that I have directly from their quarterback.
Did it not feel as though that Green Bay, and I know they're playing the 2-9 Giants with Jameis Winston at the helm. Did it not feel like they looked
better?
They looked a little. They're not fixed.
No,
but you could see them turning it around slowly. It's the turning a battleship in sea. You're not quite there, but you've started to move direction.
Everybody needs a New York Giants with a ton of injuries to get your mind right. Although Jameis Winston, Reverend Jameis, did you see his end zone celebration, his end zone dance?
No, I didn't.
Oh my gosh. KJ, you need to pull that up on the screen here. We'll watch that at some point together today because it is wild.
So you got them beating them in week 15.
Definitely.
The week after that, this is a tough game, man. 2:05 p.m., Sunday, December 21st. And you're looking, at that point, you're looking ahead. Because 4 days later, yes, Duval, 4 days later, you travel to Arrowhead, likely with a chance to end Kansas City's hopes of getting into the playoffs. Is that not only a trap game, but a trap game against a playoff team?
It's a big game.
Week 16 against Jacksonville.
I call it a big game. But I like the Denver Broncos' chances. This is wild. So this right here was on a quarterback sneak.
This was Jameis's
look at him,
dance.
It's the second right there. He goes nuts right there. He actually loses it.
I love him.
He's so great.
He's my favorite. He's just a vibe. If you're ever feeling like down in the dumps or you have a bad day and you just need to laugh or smile, just Google Jameis Winston. It'll fix everything.
And I think a lot of people think
it's baby laughs.
A lot of people think it's an act. I don't.
No, I think it's exactly who he is.
It's 100% who he is. He came on a recruiting visit to Sanford back in 2007. And guess what? When he was a 17-year-old, it's exactly who he was.
Just a clown. A big clown.
He showed up because it's Stanford and he's coming from Hueytown, Alabama. He showed up like with a suit and tie that didn't fit him at all. Like short, like the sleeves were way too short, pants were way too short, but he was just looking around like, wow, this is a really big deal. I'm at Stanford. Just had that innocent big smile and the guy that walks into a room and just lights it up.
And everyone loves him. He hasn't had a teammate that has talked poorly about him in the NFL.
Nope. It's different than Let's Ride. Not a lot of fans of Let's Ride.
No. And you know what? He can lose football games, and the fan base is probably still happy about it.
Yeah. It's like, that was fun.
Russ can't walk in and lose football games and still have the fan base go, yeah, I kind of like the dude.
Russ wins games and everybody hates him.
Poor guy. Oh, it's an Avs Ticket Tuesday. Every single Tuesday, we're giving away a pair of tickets on every show. So be listening for the keywords all day on the 20s. That means on the other side of this break, we're giving away your first keyword to get inside the building as the Avs take on the New York Rangers in a couple of evenings at Ball Arena. Your next keyword is coming up on the other side. Don't go anywhere. That's Coach. I'm Raj. It's Altitude. That should be a pretty good hint for your Avs Ticket Tuesday keyword. Listen all day on the 20s. Your first keyword.
Minority?
Not quite.
Okay, all right. I didn't know.
But your 1020 keyword is green. Text green, as in Green Day, to 303-504-0925. That's green to 303-504-0925 to enter for a pair of tickets to see the Avs host the Rangers on Thursday evening. The Avalanche Kids Club is here. Check out free or paid membership options today at coloradoavalanche.com/kids club. Again, your 1020 keyword is green. So text that along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. We're going to announce a winner at 11:55, so you'll have a second keyword that you guys will have to listen for at 11:20. Coming up in about 20 minutes from right now, Chris Dempsey will join us for his first NBA baseline of the season. We'll do that weekly with Altitude TV Zone Christopher A. Dempsey. Before we get into that, before we get into the Avs and considering how hot they are right now, we should talk about their success. I got to go back to Sunday. It feels as though there is a subset of fans out there that wants to poo-poo this Kansas City Chiefs win. That it doesn't matter as much as all of us think it actually does. Because, well, the Chiefs are 5-5. You just beat a 5-5 football team that has lost to playoff teams in Buffalo, Jacksonville, Philadelphia, and Los Angeles. Why should you be? And now Denver.
How about that schedule for them, by the way?
Difficult. Their wins are
smokes. Read those again.
Their losses this season, their 5 losses this year, are all one-score losses. At Denver, at Buffalo, a touchdown. At Jacksonville, a field goal. Home against Philly, a field goal.
Super Bowl champs.
And home against L.A., the Chargers.
Team. Oh, Chargers.
The Chargers, sorry. A 6-point loss in week 1 on a Friday.
What's the Chargers' record right now? Is it 7-5?
They're a 3-loss team. Sorry, 4-loss team, 7-4.
7-4, okay.
So why should we here in the Mile High City be happy about beating a 5-5, a middle-of-the-road football team? Why should we be happy about that?
Because I would say 2/3 of the National Football League isn't good. There's a third of the teams that right now have either a dominant defense or a quarterback. And there's only a couple teams that have both. And I'd say the Rams right now kind of have both. We talked about that. They look like a good football team. The Colts are a weird kind of a combination of they're just kind of good everywhere. And Danny Jones is playing good football. But I feel like the shoe's going to drop once the postseason starts, just like it did in New York when he first started. And there was a lot of great energy about his playoff Giants tenure before it got really bad.
Total defense rankings through 11 weeks.
Give it to me.
Houston.
Okay.
Cleveland. Denver. Chargers. Detroit. Top 5.
Really only one of the teams that's bona fide Super Bowl contender right now is in that crew, right? I mean, Cleveland's the absolute drizzling poops on the offensive side of football.
They're terrible. They're a 2-win team. Myles Garrett's going to break the sack record.
What does he have right now?
He has 117.5 sacks, and he's 30.
That's insane.
I believe he's 7 clear of where Von Miller was at this exact moment in their careers. He only trails Reggie White in terms of pass rushers.
The Minister of Defense.
Age 30 or younger in terms of total sacks. Reggie White had like 121 before he turned 31, and Garrett's got 117.5, and he's still got 6 games to play this year. That dude is a freak. It just sucks that he plays in Cleveland. The rest of your top 10 in terms of total defense this year: Green Bay, Kansas City, New England, Seattle, New Orleans. That's just total defense.
New England, Green Bay, Seattle, all playoff teams, right?
Yes.
So of the list that you said, the Chargers are going to be a playoff team, most likely, unless they just fall off the face of the earth.
They should be a wild card team for
Broncos should be a playoff team.
Should win the AFC West.
And who else was in that? Where's Indy? Is Indy not in the top 10?
Indy is not in the top 10 in terms, again, this is total defense in terms of yards.
Yards, okay.
The Colts are 19th.
So I believe 6 of those 10 teams are going to be in the playoffs. Is that right?
Seattle, New England, Green Bay, Los Angeles Chargers, Broncos, then you have question marks around the Chiefs and Lions because they're both on the outside looking in.
Did you in those? You already said the Chargers in those 5.
Yes.
Okay. And then quarterback play. You got to obviously the best QBR in the National Football League right now, I believe, is Matthew Stafford. So you have the best combination there in LA. My point being with all of this is this: the Broncos have beaten one team that currently has a winning record. They have lost to 2 teams that currently are in a playoff position.
Indy and LA. Sorry, Chargers.
They've beaten the defending AFC champions, and they've beaten the defending National Football League champions, Super Bowl champs. And they did that on the road. You can't just look at their schedule and say, well, they did it against a bunch of also-rans. Because the majority of the National Football League, I'm talking a majority, greater than 66%, are not good football teams. Like, who are the wagons right now in the NFL?
I would argue the only wagon, the true scariest team in the league right now are the Rams.
Agreed. Because they have a terrifying quarterback playing otherworldly football that has great weapons at his disposal. How good a pick up was Davante Adams?
That's the reason why we were pounding the table. Can you get him
Screaming.
Here? And it was very clear, like, Davante had a place he wanted to go. And it was to go play with Matthew Stafford.
And also to go back home. Because he's a Fresno-based guy. Inland Empire, Fresno, Bakersfield guy.
Yeah, Davante Adams would look dope in a Broncos jersey. That'd be sick.
Yeah.
It's a shame you don't have him. Like,
and then they got Puka Nacua, Kyron Williams. I mean, it's and then the defense is still, and they have pedigree. So you said that perfectly. How many of the teams right now that are out there are actually really playing great football this year, and they've got championship pedigree built in, baked into their DNA?
1 is bona fide in the Rams. 2 is, I think they have it this year in Philly.
I do too. Because they could still win ugly. They could still win.
Philly's exactly who they were last year.
Just a little less impressive to the eyeball offensively than they were a year ago. Patullo is not Kellen Moore.
Sure.
And Kellen Moore wasn't elite last year either. Last time the Eagles looked like good on offense was when Shane Steichen, now the Indianapolis Colts head coach, was calling the ball plays. And that was the Super Bowl that they didn't win. The Broncos, there's not a team in the AFC that has championship pedigree, is playing great defensively, and has a terrifying quarterback that's all coming together at the same time. The path is clear. So if you just think like they haven't beaten anybody, okay, well, what about all these other teams that haven't won games, period? Like the Bills, what's their record?
Bills are 6-4?
Yeah. Not great. 6-4 if you're a college football.
7-3, sorry.
Even then, think about if you're a 7-3 head coach in college football, you're getting your ass fired in the SEC.
Well, vastly different regular season structures.
Agreed. Not in the SEC. Look at those records. There's some damn good teams with 3 losses.
It's going to be like 8 SEC teams in the playoffs this year.
I know. They're all going to have it's going to look like an NFL playoff.
Like Texas still has a shot to get in, which is ridiculous.
And they also apparently...
How wrong? Hold on. How wrong was I, by the way, when we were popping tops on Friday? And I was talking about that Georgia-Texas matchup, and I was like, hey, the Georgia Bulldogs been playing with fire all season long.
Well, you weren't wrong.
Watch out.
You weren't wrong about the Georgia Bulldogs.
Georgia should have 3 losses this year.
Yeah.
But what do championship teams do? We've been talking about it around the Broncos, and I know that the Bulldogs have championship rings on their fingers, and the Broncos don't at this point. I get it.
At some point, you got to go play like that to get those rings on your finger.
You got to win close games, and Georgia does that, and then they just mollywallop Texas.
And on the flip side, how right was I when we were popping tops about John Mateer and the Oklahoma Sooners beating Alabama
Good
Crimson
game.
Tide?
They look good. John Mateer looks what he was the first 2 weeks of the season.
Yeah, before he got banged up. And all of a sudden, Kalen DeBoer's getting a little toasty under his tailpipe again. Tuscaloosa, man. You don't have that southern drawl like KJ Granderson does. They don't love you down there. Unless you're Nick Saban.
Yeah. Back to the Broncos beating the Chiefs. How can you not be fired up about it?
it's because you're a miserable human being.
Like, you don't beat the superpower at the height of their superpowers. You lose those battles. Like, you don't beat Alexander the Great as Darius in the first time that you meet him. You beat him after they trudge through the desert for 90 miles and lose 75% of their army. I know he never actually lost, but...
We all know that Rocky Balboa lost his fights when he was stumbling in, man.
No doubt.
He's carrying heavy burdens. Mickey's death. I mean, there's some things that Rocky had to go through. But then it's always about the comeback story for them, not in the case of the Chiefs. But you do got to go take down the superpower when they're vulnerable. And
that's when the wins happen. It doesn't happen when they are the largest they can possibly be.
And you know what when those do happen is when they're like outlier, when Russell Wilson beat the Chiefs.
Right. That's why I was so excited. And I believe it was like the second segment yesterday that we talked about. I'm so juiced up about this win in particular and how it happened because it didn't feel like an anomaly. You didn't get a bunch of crazy plays that went your way. You didn't get an 80-yard touchdown reception or a 50-yard touchdown run.
Pretty straight up.
It was just straight up.
Straight up ball.
You beat Kansas City by being exactly who you are.
You know how you beat them? You played good. That's it. You played good football on offense. You played really, really solid, sound, up in the face of Patrick Mahomes on defense, and you played good special teams. You played good football in 3 phases. That's the thing that's the most terrifying for the rest of the National Football League, is if the Broncos actually put a 3-phase football game together, I think they're pretty hard to beat, Raj. Because it's hard to score on them. They're young and talented and gaining experience in critical games that are high leverage games. And their quarterback's now been in the cauldron, and he's survived it multiple times, and he's thrived in the cauldron. When it's been hot, it's been spicy, it's been pressure-filled, Bo Nix has delivered. That's scary for the rest of the league, especially when you look at a team that's 9-2, and probably 80% of the season, you haven't played even good offensive football.
No, it's been downright bad.
But against the Chiefs, it was good.
It was good. It was good enough. That's all you talked about on Friday. Just play good football.
And I think that they have that. They, no question, have the ability to continue to do that. I don't love the J.K. Dobbins injury.
No, that hurts, and it sucks that you didn't go and pick up another running back at the trade deadline. I think that is an oversight from the team.
Especially with the history of J.K.
Right, and that's not his fault he had a hip drop tackle, but hip drop tackles happen all the time in the league, and guys don't get hurt off of them. Unfortunately, J.K. Dobbins is he's just injury prone. Injury prone isn't just a tag for non-contact injury.
Yep.
It's a tag for you're never fully healthy.
Well, sometimes there's guys that just play really, really physically like he does and like Dre Greenlaw does, right?
Right.
Where the body sometimes just says, you know what? I can't do that for 20 straight weeks. It's hard. It's a long season,
Nothing
man.
he can handle. I think that was an oversight on the Broncos front office by not going out and getting another one. But you're going to learn real quick how well you drafted in the second round.
Yeah.
You're going to learn real quick if you need to go out and get another running back in the offseason this year. Right? Because if RJ Harvey steps up and becomes what J.K. Dobbins was for the first 8 weeks of the season, you have your answer. Our second round draft pick was a home run.
All right.
If he continues to have 35 yards on 11 carries, then you have to either draft another dude or you got to pick someone up in free agency.
All right, so we have a 11-game sample size plus preseason, a little bit of training camp football that you and I and KJ was back in the studio, you and I watched out there, and obviously all of our shows watched. Broncos country, how confident are you? Scale of 1 to 10. 10 being, I have no doubt in my mind that RJ Harvey can be the bell cow running back that this team needs to be able to make a deep playoff run. 1 being, the guy stinks. How confident are you, based off the sample size that we have right now, that RJ Harvey, your first pick in the second round, your only pick in the second round, is capable of being that guy that we all saw J.K. Dobbins show us that he can be? How confident are you, Raj?
5.
That's
I haven't seen enough, right? He hasn't been featured enough this year, and you're now forced to feature him. It's nice that you get these few weeks to figure it out, right? I think it's a blessing in disguise that this Dobbins injury happened now and not in week 15 or 16, because then you figure it out. And then you can realize, like, oh, do you just lean on Jaleel McLaughlin? Do you lean on Tyler Bidet at that point if RJ doesn't have it? I'm right in the middle at a 5 because I don't believe the data is there for me to like truly tell you one way or the other.
Pretty much at the 2, 4, there's 1, 7 from all of our listeners.
5 sounds right.
Yeah, and gosh, J.K. Dobbins was just he was the creator of the extra yard 2, 3, 4 with consistency.
He's just a pro running back.
Yeah, that gets hurt, unfortunately.
You know who he felt like to me? Remember those? Was it a year or 2 years that Willis McGahee was here in Denver? And I know he's nowhere near at like the end of Willis McGahee's career, but he felt super similar.
Like it's enjoy it while you have it because it's probably going to end. And that was a McGahee. That was a Willis McGahee vibe. It was. You know what's so weird is because you knew also I would put in that category that is a tremendous player, certainly out of the league of both Willis McGahee and J.K. Dobbins. Frank Gore. Because Frank Gore had some really nasty injury history. Like unbelievably brutal knee injuries. But he always felt like he was right on the precipice of having another major injury, but he was different in the sense that he always found a way to push through. He always found a way to not get injured after his early career injury history.
When did he have the injuries?
Miami Hurricanes.
Oh, okay.
Like
in college,
where his leg went the extreme.
Okay, thank you.
Like where you're like, that guy's never playing football again.
Because I'm looking at his Pro Football Reference. The dude played at least 14 games every year of his career, and there's not like a year in which he just didn't play.
As a Miami Hurricane.
The dude played 241 games in 16 years.
As a running back. And KJ, just for
That's
poops and
insane.
giggles, go ahead and pull up Frank Gore, University of Miami injury, just so Raj can see this one right here.
I don't want to. I don't want to see someone's knee go the wrong way.
We do these things.
I don't want to do that. I hate it.
It's the unique thing about J.K. Dobbins is none of his injuries have been like what appear to be just, gosh, that might be it. There are a lot of just like the Chargers last year. Unbelievable hot start. And then it was like, oh, injury. Then he's back, but he's still kind of banged up. He that's been more his history. He's on the injured reserve. You're guaranteed, was it 3 more games for sure?
4 weeks you have to spend. So yeah, three games. The bye week and then 3 weeks.
But bye week doesn't count, right?
Do you have to sit out 4 games, not 4 weeks?
But you would it'd be the previous game, right? You can retroactively do it.
Oh yeah, because he was set on the IR prior to the game. So
Yes.
yeah, you would have the Kansas City game, Washington, Las Vegas, Green Bay, and then but the thought process is he needs surgery. He's not going to be back for week 16. If you get J.K. Dobbins, it is deep in the playoffs. Deep. Please don't make me look at an injury like this. I don't want to see someone's knee go the wrong way. I really don't. So to save myself, I'm going to go to break. Make sure you guys text the word green.
We're going to go to break because we need to go to break.
Green to 303-504-0925. It's an Avs Ticket Tuesday. We are getting you guys inside Ball Arena as the Avs take on the Rangers on Thursday night. That is green with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Christopher Dempsey joins us for his first NBA baseline of the season on the other side. Don't miss it. Welcome back to the morning sprint. It's an Avs Ticket Tuesday. Again, text the word green, the color green, with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. We're going to get you inside the building for the Avs and the Rangers. If you did it on our last ticket Thursday with the Nuggets, you would have seen the Nuggets lose 130-127 against the Bulls last night, spoiling the 8th triple-double of the season for Nikola Jokic. But it is time, for the first time all season, for Christopher Dempsey's NBA baseline report, man.
Let's go!
As we head on out to our hotline, Christopher A. Dempsey of Altitude TV. Demps, what's up, brother?
Raj, congratulations. What's up, my guy? How
It's
are
a
you?
baby. Get in my belly,
Hey,
baby.
I appreciate it. I'm doing well. The baby sleeps well at night, and let's be honest, I don't do as much work as my lovely wife does in terms of keeping that kid happy and healthy, but I appreciate the well wishes, man. It's good to hear your voice and good to have you back for your weekly baseline report. I apologize, though. It's the first time that you're doing this, and it's coming off a loss, and it feels like they don't lose anymore.
I know. I know. We have to time these out to the wins a whole lot. But no, it's good to be back, guys. It's and look, the Broncos should be taking up all the airspace here. They're playing really, really well. At least they're winning. Let's put it that way. And that's really cool, man. So the Nuggets are holding up their end of the bargain, but last night they didn't. And defensively, they just they weren't where they needed to be against a team that really forces the issue and forces you to defend and do that for, side to side, on each side of the court and obviously in transition and to the rim. And if you're just not ready for that, then a game can definitely like that, and then it did.
Debs, what did you make of David Adelman's comments after the game? Just to being very transparent, honest, accountable to just his end of game management with the timeouts. And what do you make of that as a young head coach that's clearly very, very intelligent, very smart, but still going through some of the learning curve of being a first-time NBA head coach?
Yeah, that was interesting, Coach. I thought that it was obviously, that he was really honest about, what he felt that what he was thinking at the time, and you get it. And you know what? It's funny because I was talking through with Phil Hanslick in real time. When they challenged that call, the first question you always ask is, well, okay, how many timeouts do they have left if they don't get this challenge? And the answer would have been 0. And so, it's if you feel like beyond a shadow of a doubt that this call will go your way, then risking that last timeout, okay, because you're going to get the possession. But in that case last night, it was obviously it was just muddled, right? We showed the play 1,000 times, blew it up, did all the things, and you could see it either way. You could say, well, looks like it grazed his knee, and then you could say, yeah, I don't know if it did. And at the end of the day, if you have those two schools of thought so heavy against each other, then you have to come out with the decision with what the referees did, which is just inconclusive. So, I think in the future what we'll see Coach Adelman do is just make sure that he'll ask his coaches that, look, are you sure? Are we going to win this, or are you not sure? And if there's any seeds of doubt, and you're working with your last timeout, then you just don't challenge the play. I think he'll do that in the future, and so this is a little bit of a learning situation for him as well.
It ends up not really hurting the Nuggets because they get a gift from Vucevic who pushes Nikola Jokic in the back. So you end up at half court anyways without the timeout. I talked about this when we came into the show to start today. Is it just me being naive? I don't understand why teams at the end of games, when you are in foul situations, why do you even try for the steal? Because it feels like you tried it 2 times, you lost 7 or 8 seconds on the clock, and instead of having 1.7 to shoot the ball with Jokic from 40 feet, you would end up having between 5 and 7 seconds to actually get a playoff. If you're just going to foul, why not foul immediately?
Yeah, I've thought that in the past when I was kind of coming up, and because it seems like it's just exactly what you said. You save time, right? But what if you get the steal? And we've seen some of those instances, man, not a great amount of them. There's no, to your point, if you trap and you get a steal, or if you make a mistake, or if there's a 5-second call on the out of bounds or whatever, then, you're going to take that first and not use a foul and try to give up points second. So it feels like it should be a little bit more of a debate than it is. I mean, I think it's fairly automatic with these coaches, and they're just like, you know what, we're going to try for a steal. If we can't get a steal, we're going to foul, and that's just the way that dance goes at the end of a game. But yeah, I mean, I had that same train of thought, as I was kind of getting into the sport, and it just is what it is, and then when you go through and you see it, some steals are actually that works, then you understand why.
What'd you make of Cam Johnson first night really getting filling up the buckets, throwing up some nice shots, good energy? He's played really well, Demps, without the basketball. He's done some really good things defensively, maybe even more on the positive side than what you may have assumed when you acquired him. What have you made of Cam Johnson, and is it good news that some of that shoulder injury stuff seems to be in the rearview mirror?
Yeah, and and that biceps injury, he just popped up and they just said he was playing yesterday, and I think it took a few of us, but a little bit by surprise. But I was happy for him that he just kind of just exhaled and played. I thought he was very aggressive, especially early on. Not just selling for a three, but certainly trying to get to the mid range, trying to get to the rim. And when you're starting to play like that and just flow and you're in sync with the guys out there on the court, now you step out there and you feel a whole lot better about the shots that you're taking. And I just think for him, he had to kind of switch his mindset from being all right, I'm just out here to fit in, to like, okay, but it's okay if I look for my own shot as well. And when he flipped that switch, and I think we just actually did see that a couple of games ago. And to your point, I think he's been building to that moment last night. The last piece of that is the 3-point shooting. And so we'll see if he can carry that over and be more consistent from the 3-point line from here going forward. But certainly I think the first issue for him was just to kind of relax and play his game, because, unless you're just going to dribble the air out of the basketball, which he's not going to do. But if you're going to do that, then you'll fit in with these guys. I mean, it's the ultimate sharing basketball team. The more you move, they're not going to care if you come off a dribble handoff and you look for your own shot first, because they know that in that offense, everybody's going to eat at some point. And your best player is the most unselfish player. So for him, it's just a matter of kind of just calming down and playing his game. And, I think the types of 3-point shots that he was getting mattered, good catch and shoot opportunities on balance, was able to really just, concentrate on knocking it in, not a lot of pull-up situations, not a lot of traffic around him, and for the most part on those 3-point shots. And I think it's just a good way to really have a good game and then to build off it from there.
It's a team that shares shots. It's a team that now shares minutes, and they feel more dangerous, certainly, than they did last year, and they pushed the eventual champions to a Game 7 when they were incredibly injured. That said, Oklahoma City's 14-1. Are they a team that can challenge the 73-9 record that Golden State set back in 2016?
I mean, they could, but I think they shouldn't. I think the lesson of that Golden State season is that you push so hard for a record like that, and then you pay for it in the playoffs at some point. And so, yeah, can they do that? They certainly can. I mean, they are destroying teams. Last year they set the NBA record for point differential in the season, and this year they're averaging more than that. That number is bigger than last year. And they haven't even gotten one single game with Jalen Williams yet. And so, they are a juggernaut. The scary part about them winning last year was organically, the players are so young that they could just improve themselves. And in of that, the team improves. And that's what you're seeing. Chet Holmgren looks amazing. Obviously, Shea won the MVP. He's playing at that pace again. Hartenstein has played really, really well for them in a scoring, rebounding, and defensive sense for them. There's just so many players on that team, and defensively, they continue to be the cream of the crop. This is one of the best defenses we have seen ever in the NBA ever. And as long as they're going to be that, they're going to be the team to beat. But having said that, I think it's a team like the Nuggets, who offensively will challenge you. They put obviously Nikola Jokic himself puts a great ton of pressure on anybody's defense every single possession. And now that he's got players around him who can really make you pay, it's going to be very difficult for a team like Oklahoma City to just surround Nikola Jokic and expect that that's going to be just all right, and nobody else is going to hurt them. That's going to be a whole lot different this time around.
Christopher A. Dempsey, the very last one here. We'll let you go on this. Appreciate your time today. As always, we love having you on. Christian Braun, what do you feel like the long-term prognosis is as it relates to Christian Braun? And do you think this is going to be anything that impacts his ability to be effective down the stretch?
I think by the time that he comes back, I think he'll be good to go. Kind of a freak thing that happened with him on that play, but we might not see him to next year. That's
that sounds
that's
weird, but
yeah,
really not
I know.
that weird.
Yeah. So it's too bad because I think even in a game like last night, you really could have used Christian Braun, and in two senses. One, because he just helps you, guard a bunch of perimeter players who are just kind of running all around shooting threes. But then also, B, you get the stop. You're able to play in transition way more than the Nuggets were able to. Last night, 14 fast break points is just not where they usually are. So, for him, it's just about getting rest. I don't think this is, once he comes back, I don't think this is going to be a lingering thing at all, or something where we're scared that he, re-injures it or re-aggravates it or anything like that. He just takes time to heal. He continues to be in a walking boot, and, he'll be that for the foreseeable future. But for this team to continue to play in transition the way they want to play, and then also defensively to be a switchable and effective, shrinking the court and keeping people out of the paint, they absolutely need him to return. But he will, and I think when he does, he'll just hit the ground running.
That's Chris Dempsey, courtesy of the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor, and attorney. Find them at ramoslaw.com. Nuggets take on the Pelicans on the road on Wednesday. You can watch Demps on Altitude TV, 6 p.m. tip between the Nugs and the Pels that evening. Demps, your very first NBA baseline of the season. We'll talk to you next week. Love and always love having you on this show. It's good to hear your voice, brother.
Yeah, appreciate you both. Coach, congratulations on the playoff win. That's a lot of points you put up. Good luck this weekend. And Raj, again, man, welcome to dadhood. It's a wild ride, man. Enjoy it.
We appreciate you, brother. Coming up in hour 2 of the morning sprint, we'll bring you back through the Broncos win against the Kansas City Chiefs and recap Week 11 in the NFL. Also at 11:20, your next keyword to win Avs tickets on an Avs Ticket Tuesday.
What's good, Colorado? I got some good news for you. It's that you're going to be getting a ton of snow starting this morning up in the high country because Loveland Ski Area is now open. And not only is it open just last Monday, but you're going to have a lot of fresh powder. In fact, 19 inches total is expected in the next 72 hours, which is awesome news for all of you powderheads. I wish I could get up there, but unfortunately, I got playoff football first, or you could say fortunately for sure. So Loveland Ski Area is the place for you if you want to have affordable, great Colorado skiing without all the crowds. I would highly recommend to log on to your computer, your phone, wherever you do your internet stuff. Go to skiloveland.com because Loveland Season Pass, it offers perks and partners that rival any of the big name, big dog passes out there. And did you also know it comes with 100+ bonus days at more than 30 partner resorts, which includes Monarch, Purgatory, Silverton, Sunlight, Whitefish, and Schweitzer. You also get access to free cat skiing, fresh tracks along the actual Continental Divide, and discounts on lift tickets, food, and rentals. This is real Colorado skiing. This is real value. There's just not enough crowds, which is great. There are no crowds, just the way it should be. So get your pass today at skiloveland.com.
It's an Avs Ticket Tuesday on a 2K Tuesday. Raj alongside the coach. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Your next keyword to get you guys inside the building for Avs and Rangers on Thursday night will come up in about 15 minutes from right now, so stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. For NFL Notes Day, we'll go through our Week 11 NFL Rewind, the biggest things that happened on the gridiron. But before we do that, let's take a look at the Ramos Law injury report for the Broncos moving into the bye week. And the two biggest ones that we're looking at are Alex Singleton coming off of surgery for testicular cancer. Pat Surtain II coming off of a pectoral injury. Both of those players, who again, you were without against the Kansas City Chiefs and others. You found a way to win. Both of those dudes are expected to be back come Week 13 when you travel to Washington for a primetime game on Sunday night against a shell of the Commanders as compared to last year.
The head coach that was, I don't know if he was the coach of the year, Dan Quinn, a year ago, but he maybe should have been in the conversation. I think it ended up being Dan Campbell, if I'm not mistaken.
Your coach of the year last season in the NFL was Kevin O'Connell and his 14-3 Minnesota Vikings.
Sam Darnold. Dan Quinn last year was like arguably one of the best stories in terms of the upstart Washington Commanders. It's bad this year. It's not good. And when I look at this at the timeline that we're in right now, Tuesday, bye week following a Chiefs game. This is that time period that we said you just got to be able to get to this point and you're going to start getting some of your reserves back. And namely, it was Pat Surtain, right? Because Pat Surtain's the one that's been looming. Do you make the decision to put him on IR or not?
Do you rush him back for the Kansas City game?
It all has worked out.
It really
has. It's a perfect plan.
It really has.
And you also got, you know what you got? You got depth work, more Chris Abrams drain, way more. Riley Moss, hey, you know what? Baptism by fire, and I'm okay with it. I am okay with it. Now at least if it gets bad, you know what you got in Chris Abrams drain.
Yeah, you can go sit down.
Maybe
don't need you.
Maybe that's already happened.
I don't think it is.
I don't think it should, to be fair. I know a lot of people do. I don't. Because pass interference penalties are the cover one man coverage tax that you pay for being up in people's grill and taking away easy completion plays. You ever notice that no quarterback this year outside of Daniel Jones has looked like he ever got into any form of rhythm against the Broncos?
Buying time for your elite pass rush.
To get home. Because you got to hold on to the ball and let man routes develop.
Right.
Whether it's mesh routes that are creating natural traffic incidents, some people call them pick routes, or just throwing down the field and just holding on to it and launching the grenade over the wall.
Would the portion of Broncos country that goes, get rid of Riley Moss, I don't ever want to see him on the field, would the portion of that fan base go away if the pass interference calls were 12 yards?
If they were high school, 15 yards
right.
and not a fresh set of downs necessarily.
Well, no, even give him the fresh set of downs. It's 3rd and 20, but it's a 7-yard pass interference call.
Essentially, you had two massively explosive plays
40 and 47 yards.
So those are no-brainer explosive plays at every level of football.
And then
negated game-changing play, which is a pick six.
It was a pick six at 40-something yards. I think when we went over it yesterday, we looked at like 128 yards of total either Kansas City offense created or Broncos return yards negated. So only on number 21, Riley Moss.
I want to go back to, this is just a stat from a week ago. To not forget about what Riley Moss has seen this year. From pro.nfl.com, which is NFL's next-gen stats website, Riley Moss, at that point, had faced 63 targets this season, which is the most in the National Football League. That has continued, as we know. He has allowed a completion percentage of 44.4%, which is the lowest in the National Football League with a minimum of 30 targets.
It's the reason why yesterday I went, everywhere else he is elite. And people were like, you're an idiot, Raj. Everywhere else, by the numbers, he's elite, but he screws it up because his hand's in the cookie jar at the biggest moments.
And then he also has forced a tight window throwing percentage of 37.7 on the targets that he faced, which is 5th best amongst corners.
And that's essentially saying he just plays tight coverage and makes throws harder than they should be.
Yep. And in those snaps where there is less than 2 yards of separation, the ball's been completed at 37.7% of the time.
Where does that rank?
Really good. 5th best. 5th best in the league.
It's pretty good, dude. It's pretty good. Now, what you're doing is the fire that you play with, though.
Sorry. He has spent, this is a wild stat. He has spent 2 minutes and 58 seconds of real clock time in tight coverage this season, which is the most of any defender in the National Football League. The guy's been covering his ever-living tail off. He has, the downside of that is that he does play really aggressively. And at times, that continued aggression rears its ugly head when the ball is in the air. He has 11 pass interference calls. How many games have the Broncos played?
They played 11.
Are you willing to have the best tight coverage corner in the National Football League if you give up 1 PI a game?
It depends what the PI is, when it happens, and how much yardage it gives to your opponent.
How many times does it cost you?
I can deal with it creating a new set of downs as long as it isn't where your defense needs to stop and then the time of or the game time just expires. I can deal with that if it's not in that situation. I can deal with the pass interference call that is 12 yards. I can't deal with the 47-yard pass interference.
Riley Moss is the definition of high risk, high reward.
100%.
As it relates to how aggressively he plays man coverage, as it relates to eliminating completions. You don't see a lot of balls completed over him. Like last year, remember when T. Higgins went ham on Riley Moss? Did you like those completions for touchdowns better than the number one tight coverage basically in the National Football League with 11 PIs? What would you take? Would you take T. Higgins catching touchdown over touchdown over touchdown over Riley Moss or no?
You would take what's happening this year because the defense is good enough to go bend, don't break, rather than
I don't even think they're bend, don't break.
They're just bend.
They don't even bend.
They don't even bend. They're just a 2x4.
It's almost like it's almost egregious when they bend.
Weather treated.
So Raj, it's almost like even against the Chiefs. I know they had the one drive, the Travis Kelce and Patrick Mahomes vintage signature drive, right? They had that one drive. You take that drive away, the only other times that it looked like the Broncos defense bent were the explosive plays created by the Riley Moss pass interferences. That's it. And I'd say you take it.
How much more of it do you take? Because you are
a lot.
Well, you're playing with fire, right? Because of how good he is in coverage statistically. And you already went through it from the pro stats from NFL. He is statistically a top 5 corner right now, right? But he gives up these massive PI calls that could change a game. It hasn't cost you all that much yet because you're 9-2. But God forbid that happens in a divisional playoff game. God forbid it happens in an AFC championship game, and we're talking about him in the same vein as we're talking about Raheem Moore undercutting the Hail Mary.
We're being accused here of loving our exciting whites aisle of the wine store.
Oh, I love myself a crisp Sauvy B.
Oh yes! So the 203 says you guys in the media love some Riley Moss because he's the white unicorn and seems like a really good
Jason
dude.
Sehorn.
But you're blinded to the fact that he sucks. His PFF grade has been near the bottom for corners all season. Cool. I'm looking at the stats right now, and I just cited stats to say that is actually not the case whatsoever. That he is one of the most competitive cover players in the National Football League. The big downside on Riley Moss is this. He gets too aggressive. And that is what I see. You want to know why I love Riley Moss? I'll tell you why I love Riley Moss. Because I did profile Riley Moss. I did. When I was the offensive coordinator at the University of Minnesota and I faced him 2 years in a row, I said, hey, that corner right there, I'm going after him. And guess what he did to me? He picked our team off twice. He's got really good ball skills. And that's what I see. I know. I've seen it. He's a competitor. He is a dog. He's got so much positive to his game. Listen to how Pat Surtain II talks about him on his podcast that he has with Terry and Arnold. That's his dog, man. He's going to be just fine. He's been fine. We're 2 years into this experience. You got the best damn defense in the National Football League. And because of three penalties, 2 penalties that were ultimately PI penalties directly on him that led to explosive plays, we're ready to just give up on him. Sounds like everybody when we were ready to give up on Bo Nix. Huh? Just move on from him. Yeah, we're 8-2. But yeah, we should probably draft a quarterback. Or as Nate Kreckman said on his headlines, Kansas Stidham. Or what do you call them? Kansas City, I don't remember. Kansas City. That was the headline he was writing for. Bo Nix was going to get benched in the Kansas City Chiefs game in favor of, and he was a little tongue-in-cheek, obviously, but we are so quick to try to just bury a player, even after wins, guys. Even after you held Patrick Mahomes, the witch, to 19 points and basically a slew of field goals minus 1 touchdown drive. We're just going to move on from him. It's ridiculous.
Your Week 11 NFL Rewind is coming up on the other side. Also, your second opportunity for a keyword to get inside Ball Arena on Thursday evening. Avs and Rangers. It's a 2K Tuesday and Avs Ticket Tuesday with Raj and Coach on the Morning Sprint. It's an Avs Ticket Tuesday. Every Tuesday, we give away a pair of tickets on each and every show. So listen to the keywords all day on the 20s. Your 1120 keyword is Rick. R-I-C-K. Rick.
As in Rick George. Just recently announced that he will be retiring or moving into an advisory role. And there's nothing better than to talk about Rick than some Shania Twain.
It's a 2K Tuesday as well. Although, that don't impress me much. What's been happening up at CU?
It's not great.
That don't impress me much. Text Rick with your first and last name to 303-504-0925 to enter for a pair of tickets to see the Avs host the Rangers on Thursday night. And if you have the next Mark Moser in your home and they're under the age of 14, head on over to coloradoavalanche.com/nextgen and enter to have your kid be a part of Next Gen Night with the Avs. That's coloradoavalanche.com/nextgen. Again, your 1120 keyword is Rick. So text R-I-C-K Rick along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925 to be entered. We will announce our winner coming up at 11:55. That is 30 minutes from right now. Good luck, everyone. It's 11:20 here on the Morning Sprint. It means it's time for KJ's NFL Notes and a Week 11 NFL Rewind. Let's take you guys through what happened in the NFL. Sorry. Commanders end up beating the Dolphins 16-13 in the NFL Madrid game. I'm not going to bore you with that. That may have been the worst football game of the year outside of Denver and Las Vegas. But don't look now, Coach. The Carolina Panthers are 6-5.
And Bryce Young rips it this side. It's caught by Tremble, who turns upfield. Tremble breaks away. Tommy Tremble inside the 15. That is a nasty catch and run. And that is when they call on Ryan Fitzgerald for the win to draw Carolina within a half game in the division from 28. And Carolina has won.
Carolina has won 5 of their lack of Baker Mayfield and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We saw the inklings of it. We saw the breadcrumbs at the end of last season. Is Bryce Young truly living up to number 1 overall pick?
He is. And you know what has happened with Carolina? Patience with the head coach. Not overreacting to Dave Canales' really slow start as the head coach. Dave Canales, strangely, this is really weird. My wife's ex-boyfriend in college. While she was dating him, they all went to the same college as Dave Canales, Azusa Pacific University. That was her boyfriend's roommate. Oh. So she was buddies with Dave Canales.
All right.
Good dude. Nice guy. Sweetheart of a guy. I've known Dave Canales. Dave Canales, when I was coaching at Stanford or somewhere, he was like a volunteer for Pete Carroll at USC. Just a volunteer. He's like a high school coach. He's like, hey, is there any way I can just volunteer? Pete let him. Pete loved him. Pete brought him up as a quality control guy to Seattle eventually, and then he worked his way up to being the offensive coordinator at Seattle and did a great job, man. I think Dave Canales he's a real one. He's respected. He cares about the people he's entrusted with leading. And I think he's actually just restored a franchise that has had a void of leadership and a quarterback that needed somebody to truly believe in that player, in Bryce Young, and walk with him along that journey. It's been really fun to watch.
Carolina just a half game back in the NFC South because the Buffalo Bills put up 44 on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, 6 total touchdowns for Josh Allen.
2nd and 3. Allen is going to keep it. Josh Allen inside the 5. They're going to push him in. Pay dirt. Touchdown, Bills.
That touchdown, his 75th on the ground, the most in the Super Bowl era by a quarterback. 6 touchdowns for Josh Allen in that game total, 3 through the air, 3 on the ground. He goes 19 of 30 for 317 yards, and they spoil Sean Tucker's big game on the ground for Tampa Bay. 19 carries, 106 yards, and 2 touchdowns, including 1 in the passing game for the former Syracuse Orangeman.
Of course. Shameless plug.
I have to.
I get all the Boise State Broncos in there too.
Come on.
It is. I mean, I'm guilty as charged.
Anytime that a Syracuse guy in the NFL does something good, I'm going to let you know.
And there's actually way more than you think too. And it's only going to get more.
Shocking?
Now that you got Big Fran, just straight cash money, homie, getting all the NIL deals going up there.
You got to pay guys a lot of money to go up there. There ain't much going on in Syracuse.
There's a reason they call it Siberia Cuse.
Yeah, it sure is. Bills get a 44-32 win. What are the Bills?
I don't know. I think they're going to be a playoff. They're going to be a playoff juggernaut. I don't want to see Buffalo in the playoffs here in Denver. I don't. The 2 teams that today I would say I do not want to see. Buffalo, Baltimore.
Just because of what happened last season, Lamar did whatever he wanted.
There's
against
something
Denver.
about those two franchises.
Those 2 quarterbacks.
It's the quarterbacks, and then it's also the physicality of Buffalo, the size of their offensive line. It ends up proving to be a problem for the Denver Broncos. I heard Rob Trujillo last year kept talking about, like, they're so big. I'm like, yeah, everybody's big in the NFL, man. All these linemen are 330 plus. Buffalo's like interior offensive line is bordering on obese. They're so big, but they're movers of people, and the Broncos are constructed as a very active, agile, movement-based, and it just seemed like Buffalo just slowly but surely just moved them against their will, and Cookie just ate. You don't want that.
It is an Avs Ticket Tuesday. Again, every single Tuesday here on Altitude Sports Radio, we give you guys opportunities to win Avalanche tickets, get you inside Ball Arena. Your keyword right now is Rick, R-I-C-K, Rick, with your first and last name to 303-504-0925 as Connor McGahey jigs his way through the Altitude Sports Radio studios.
Connor McGahey.
Texans. Texans get a 16-13 wild win over the Titans. The Titans almost had it. Almost had their first home victory of the season, but no, Davis Mills is your winning quarterback there for the Texans. The Bears are 7-3.
Santos puts it up, and it is good! The comeback kids, Chicago Bears, do it again!
This is for real. The most impactful head coach hire in the last 2 cycles, I think, is Ben Johnson. Ben Johnson has done a phenomenal job. And I just recently saw this statistic. 3 of your 2024 quarterbacks that were drafted, 3 of those 6. And obviously that would be Bo Nix, our very own, Drake May, and Caleb Williams. Do you realize what their combined record is in the last 8 games that the 3 of them have played? 23-1. Caleb Williams, Drake May, Bo Nix, 23-1. You
know the last time that the Bears were in first place this late in the season?
They went to the Super Bowl.
No, not quite, but Mitch Trubisky's first year.
That's weird.
It was the last time that they were leading their division this late in a year. Thank you, KJ, for that stat. Also, not just those 3 young quarterbacks. Between Jacksonville, New York, and Chicago, and I know Jacksonville doesn't have a rookie quarterback. Trevor Lawrence very much an entrenched veteran in this league.
Although he still looks like a young quarterback to me.
What do those 3 teams have in common? Jacksonville, New England, and Chicago.
First-year head coaches?
First-year head coaches. They're all doing great. Ben Johnson, Mike Vrabel,
man.
Liam Cohen.
Vrabel's been fantastic.
Instead of Eberflus, Mayo, and Peterson. That's an upgrade there, brother. That's an upgrade. Moving on throughout the rest of the week, the Packers get a 27-20 win over the dog booty New York Giants, to steal something from Nate Kreckman. The Steelers get a 34-12 win over the Bengals, but is Aaron Rodgers injured? That left wrist did not look good after he got hammered.
Just got an
on
update,
a sack.
right? Did you see the update from Chris Tomlin?
I didn't.
Not going to require surgery.
That's good.
Return is unknown.
Just needs to have some more fiber in his diet, some more calcium.
Yeah, just more psychedelics will probably ultimately do the trick.
What's
for
the
A-Rod?
What's the thing that you wear around a life alert? Do you need to put that on Aaron Rodgers at this point in his career? Because if he falls and he can't get up, he just hits the button. Is that offside?
I think all of us would love if Aaron Rodgers goes on a 3-year darkness retreat. Because by the time he comes back, he would literally look like Methuselah from the biblical. He'd be a 973-year-old man.
The Jaguars get a 35-6 victory at home against the Chargers. Those were your best friends. The Jags, your best friends. That had to happen. Not only do they have the tiebreaker right now over the Chiefs, but they have the tiebreaker over the Chargers, and they dropped them 2 games behind the Broncos in the AFC West. They did this without, a dominant game from Trevor Lawrence. What they did, they rushed the football like crazy.
Against the Jim Harbaugh team?
Tootin, 74 yards and a touchdown. Travis Etienne Jr., 73 yards and 2 touchdowns as a team. 4 rushing touchdowns and 192 yards on 47 carries.
Is Travis Hunter done for the year?
Yes.
Playoffs, anything? Season-ending surgery?
All I know is that when he was out, it was season-ending surgery.
Yeah.
I don't know what season-ending
was it a
means.
meniscus?
Yes.
It was LCL.
LCL, that's what I knew it was an ACL.
It is going to be season ending because Ian Rappaport reported that his expected return is within the next 6 months.
Got it. Okay.
Boy, it's been a tough go for the 2-headed monster of the CU Buffs last year in the NFL. We'll find out. Shadour's got a new opportunity, it appears, right?
Dude, and we just got some bad news on Shadour. So during the game on Sunday, we just found out a robbery was taking place at his house and over $200K worth of value was stolen from him.
That's a lot of value.
It's not good for a guy who's on a 5th-round NFL salary.
Hey, people out there that are stealing from professional athletes while they're competing, just stop. That's the dumbest thing ever. And also, why don't we not have just good ADT security systems that alert the law enforcements? I mean, you'd think that pro athletes would do that. Anyway, little plug right there for ADT. Been an ADT guy for the last couple of years. Very fine people.
ADT with good people to my family. Matt Stafford, 2 touchdowns, 15 of 28, 130 yards. He wasn't the story in this game. The story was, 4 interceptions for Sam Darnold as the Rams beat the Seahawks. I see the Seahawks have better odds to win the Super Bowl than the Broncos. I don't understand that. Haven't we seen this? We saw the Sam Darnold story play out last year. He was great in the regular season, and he's been pretty darn good for Seattle, but the same thing's happening before our eyes. 4 interceptions.
The obvious reason, Raj, is because the Seattle Seahawks have a great defense. So of course they should be taken more seriously than the Denver Broncos. Do people not realize, Vegas odds makers and bettors, how damn good this Broncos defense is? It doesn't make any sense to me. And the unknown.
I think that's the most fraudulent team with 3 or fewer losses in the league right now.
I agree with it. I agree.
I just don't believe in Sam Darnold. I really haven't. I think he got a bad rap in New York, but don't believe in him. Moving on, the 49ers 41-22 over the Cardinals. Jacoby Brissett sets an NFL record with 47 passes completed on 57 attempts, 452 yards, 2 touchdowns, and they lose by 19. Tell me how that math works.
Does not math. The math does not math.
Science is a liar sometimes. Baltimore 23-16 over the Browns, and it wasn't great for Shadour Sanders, but Myles Garrett, dude, he's a freak.
Lamar rolling right, trying to come back the other way, and Myles Garrett is there. A sack on 3rd down. Play action on 1st down. Lamar, pressure coming, and he's sacked again by Myles Garrett. 2nd down and 10. Lamar is 5 for 11 for 94 yards and the interception. Trying to elude the rush, in trouble, and Myles Garrett has got him again. 3rd down and 3 for Baltimore. Lamar rolling right, steps up, and he is sacked by guess who? Number 4 for Myles Garrett.
4 sacks, 5 tackles for loss, 5 quarterback hits. You are watching, I think statistically, you're watching the greatest pass rusher of all time right now. By the end of his career, he's going to have it.
He has been so dominant. And for him to do it on a team that is so hapless is even that much more impressive. He just continues to put his hand in the dirt and rush the passer. Doesn't care. Him and Max Crosby, man. Those two guys have been a part of some really bad football in their career. Really bad football. And yet they just keep pinning their ears back and getting home.
That's why I say statistically, like you'll look back and Myles Garrett's going to have, I think he's going to eclipse that 200 sack mark by the time it's all said and done. He's only 30 years old. He has 117 and a half. He stays very healthy. I'm not going to put him on the same level as Vaughn because Vaughn gets it done in big time games.
Want to hear something cool?
What's up?
Remember how we always, in the offseason, we talked the negative Nick Bonito was his snap count? And one of the positives of Myles Garrett was how high his snap count was. Myles Garrett, total snaps this year, 467. Nick Bonito, 423. Nick Bonito's snap count is going up in real time, which I think is a good thing for the Broncos.
You get paid, you need to play that.
You got to play.
That was our big thing. You can't be a 54 to 57% snap count guy. You don't have to be TJ Watt playing like every single snap of the game, but you got to start creeping up. I like to hear that. KJ's NFL Notes are brought to you every single day here on the Morning Sprint by our friends at mountainhighappliance.com. They are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand. Again, you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. The only other score that we didn't get into from Week 11 was the 16 to 9 win for the Eagles over the Lions, and the Cowboys just they crap on the Raiders last night from 4 touchdowns from Dak Prescott. So that is your Week 11 NFL Rewind. We'll wrap things up on the other side and give away tickets to see the Avs take on the Rangers on Thursday night. Wrapping things up here on the morning sprint, a 2K Tuesday, Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. In 10 minutes, we're going to tell you who won our pair of tickets to see the Avs take on the Rangers on Thursday night at Ball Arena, 7 p.m. puck drop, and a 6:30 p.m. pregame show right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Berto and Connor McGahey will have that starting at 6:30. Connor was in here like 2 seconds ago. I don't know where he's gone since. He waved at me and then never came in. I don't understand it. You could have taken the microphone right there that has the patron saint of, what do we call it? Patron saint of...
Narcissism.
Narcissism.
Yeah,
I was going to call
Saint
pettiness.
Saint Sean.
Saint Sean
Yeah.
of Narcissus?
Narcissus.
Narcissus.
Yes,
Thank
correct.
you. I
Yes.
appreciate the phonetics.
Mm-hmm. Hooked on Phonics worked for me.
Did it? Remember Hooked on Phonics, man?
I haven't said that or heard that for at least 15 years.
Did they have like a big... There was a
Hooked
big...
on Phonics worked for me.
What was the big... fuzzy purple monster? Was that a Hooked on Phonics monster that helped you read?
I think that was just Barney, the dinosaur.
No,
the show.
it's different. Someone on the text line is going to know what I'm talking about. There was a big fuzzy monster, whether it was Hooked on Phonics or like learning how to speak Spanish.
Do you mean Dragon Tail?
No, that's not it. That's not it. Someone's going to get it for me. Tell me what I'm thinking about. There was some little like reading monster. I thought it was Hooked on Phonics. I could be wrong.
It was Monster Phonics.
Is that it? What's his name? Is it a big purple fuzzy monster?
This is the only thing I see right here is that there's Monster Phonics.
No, that ain't it.
That ain't it.
That ain't it. Someone's going to... Muzzy! Muzzy! Yes! Muzzy. He taught you different languages. Muzzy the language monster. I think he was purple. I could be wrong.
Oh, there he is.
He was
Yeah,
green.
Muzzy.
He was green.
He's
But he's
green.
a big fuzzy... Yeah, there you go, Muzzy. I remember it.
It was a BBC thing. The show on BBC.
You what? I am a big British Broadcasting Company watcher.
Look at this,
Big
man.
David Attenborough guy.
Muzzy teaches you Spanish units 1 through 6.
I'm telling you, my brain isn't perfect when it comes to...
There's typically something in there.
There's something in there. It's just shrouded by gray matter and CTE. I'll get there eventually. I just got to dig my way through a bunch of muck.
It wasn't purple.
No, it was green.
And it wasn't Hooked on Phonics.
So I got most of it wrong.
But it was
Is that what
Muzzy.
you're trying to tell me?
So who told you about Muzzy?
Oh, someone on the text line,
God,
man.
what great
A bunch of
people.
people had it. There's like 10. There's 10 different texts coming into Muzzy.
Hooked on Phonics, man. I remember like they'd have like the kid that, no offense, but like had a lisp.
Yeah.
And he's like, Hooked on Phonics worked for me. I'm like, okay.
It always does, man.
Yeah.
Find a way to get
What
it
happened
through.
to it, man? Just no longer?
I don't know. It probably got canceled at one point.
Did you guys hear did you hear this about Teddy Ruxpin? You ever heard of Teddy Ruxpin?
The little bear, right?
Yes.
That's what Ted was based off of. The movie Ted.
Oh, I mean, it makes sense that. So Teddy Ruxpin, who I grew up with, it was what I wanted so incredibly badly. Teddy Ruxpin just turned 40 years old. That makes me feel about like I'm 65 years old.
Is that your story? That's the end of it. That's very Moji of you to do. I know I got us down this path because I was trying to find a
Really Muzzy?
monster named Muzzy.
Muzzy, really? Really Muzzy? Talk about Moser of me? Gosh, Moser Muzzy over there.
Oh, Avs and Rangers coming up on Thursday evening. Avs continue to buzz. It's a shame that we now have our 21-game win streak snapped here in the Mile High City because the Nuggets had an off game against a very, very tired Bulls team. But the Avs are still going strong.
Is this where this thing's going for all of our Denver sports teams?
What?
Because the Nuggets lost to a bad team. Now all of a sudden the Broncos are going to lose to a bad Commanders team with nobody healthy.
The Avs are going to lose to a bad Rangers team.
Are the Rangers that bad?
They're very, very mid. They can't score at home. I thought the Rangers were going to be a second round playoff team in the East this year. I'm not so certain about it right now. They can't score. And their goaltending hasn't been as good as it's needed to be to, outweigh the fact that they can't put the puck in the net.
So what's the problem? Because the Rangers were scoring. I mean, is Panarin healthy?
He's old. He's getting old, man. Panarin's getting old.
Yeah, he is
Zibanejad's getting old. Adam Fox isn't the top 3 defenseman in the world like we all thought he was going to be 5 or 6 years ago. That's now been taken over by a multitude of defensemen, obviously
Father
led
time,
by Kalen
man.
Quinn.
Father Time's
Yeah, they're
catching
getting
up to the old R's.
I don't believe in the Rangers anymore. That's a game you should win. The Avs should continue to roll. The best team in the National Hockey League. They have the puck all the time, and they're doing it. It's funny. They're like the Broncos, where you're 9-2 without an offense that shows up. The Avs are the best team in the world without a power play.
Is Panarin, is 34 that old in hockey?
It's getting old.
Okay.
Yeah. That 35 age mark is
prime. What's the prime age in
between
hockey?
28 and 32.
Okay.
27 and 32, those 5 years.
Because hockey's a bit different in the sense that there's not a lot of just wonder children, like the 22-year-olds.
I think this year you'd be proven wrong. Look at the leading scorers in the NHL right now. Nathan McKinnon leads the league in points, right? He's got 33.
Not 22 years old.
McDavid is 30, not 22, but Macklin Celebrini, 27 points.
He's a young
is
buck.
19. Connor Bedard, 26 points.
He's coming along,
is
isn't he?
19. Leo Carlson, 26 points, is 20 years old. There's a lot of really young dudes at the top of the league. There are some wonder kids, yes.
Took a while for Bedard to become that and realize that wonder kid status, right? All waiting for it. He looked small. Does he still seem and
Bedard?
Yeah.
I would not, if I am putting together Team Canada's Olympic roster, I'm not putting Connor Bedard on it. I'm putting Macklin Celebrini over him. Because Celebrini's got that dog in him. He's got that, I'm going to go to the corners. I'm going to fight for pucks. He doesn't quite have the, I'm going to snap and throw a helmet at your face or turn around and two-hand you, Bowen Byram, that Nathan McKinnon does. But he's got way more of that than Bedard does. Macklin Celebrini is fun to watch, man.
He's been good, though. His start in the NHL was impressive.
Yeah.
Connor Bedard's start in the NHL was not impressive. It's taken a while to come to that fruition.
Yeah, you can score the puck. Don't get me wrong. I think he's a good hockey player, but I'm not putting him on. I would not put him on Canada alongside Nathan McKinnon.
10 goals.
I don't see the Avs wagon stopping at any point. Like, I don't think they're going to win 75 games.
Nor should you even try to.
But I don't see them going on a stretch where they lose like 6 of 7. I think they're too deep as a result of the Rantanen trade. And Mikko's playing very well in Dallas. But I think they're too deep as a result of that trade. Getting Brock Nelson in, getting Jack Drury, and obviously the stellar play of Scott Wedgwood has allowed you to ride the hot hand and not force yourself into playing Mackenzie Blackwood. They're going to lose a couple of stinkers here and there. They'll lose 2 out of 3. But I don't see them going on a stretch where you're like, they drop from having a 4-point lead on Dallas to be to like trailing by 6. I think it's going to be a heavyweight battle up at the top between Dallas and Colorado the whole season. The whole season. It's what I thought was going to happen between Kansas City, LA, and Denver the whole year in the AFC West. And that hasn't really played out. Why hasn't that played out? That we haven't gotten the everybody's winning. The only losses that you have are against each other.
Chargers has been because of health. Chiefs, in my opinion, it's been because of age and roster management and maximizing the window of the witch has not been done, at least at this stage of it. The Chargers are a banged up football team, man. You still got to beat them. Still got to find a way to beat them because you haven't done it. And I'll say that a million times from now until you do it. Broncos are healthy. Broncos are young. Broncos are trending arrow up. Broncos are getting championship situational football from their quarterback when they need him. And they got a defense in its prime, man. I want to even say that, scary as it sounds,
they might be ahead of schedule.
This defense is like maybe on the young side of its prime.
I don't think it's as young as Oklahoma City is in the NBA. When we talked to Chris Dempsey, he was like, they will organically get better because they're so young. It's not quite that level, but I think it's pretty close. Right? You're not even in the extension for Nick Bonito right now. That starts next year. Next year. That's a heck of a defense. Heck of a football team. Be excited that they're 9-2, Broncos fans. Be excited. All right, that's going to do it for an Avs Ticket Tuesday here on the Morning Sprint. Congratulations to Miguel Villagrana. Villagrana, you're going to see the Avs take on the Rangers on Thursday night at Ball Arena. If you didn't win this morning with MLK, if you didn't win this morning here on the Morning Sprint, don't worry. On the 20s, every single hour of the day. With PhD and Kreckman and Lindahl, you guys can enter keywords to get inside the building. Listen all day long on an Avs Ticket Tuesday. PhD is coming up next for KJ and Coach. I'm Raj. We will talk to you tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Be good.
Welcome to it. Bye week edition. Still some Broncos talk to get to. A lot of interesting reaction, Tyler. Scott's traveling with the Nuggets today. Hopefully we'll check in with him in a little bit. Nuggets. Eesh.
You weren't supposed to drop that one.
Oh, my God. It was like, oh, it's like last year all of a sudden. Like, how did that happen?
That was very similar to last year, right? Like dropping the Wizards games last year, dropping this stupid game. What was, by all intents and purposes, a scheduled loss for the Chicago Bulls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Listen, hey, there's a million games and blah, 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 blah. But a little context here, man. I mean, that's a W that you should have had. And I thought they were going to have. I mean, but they fought so hard to come back in the first half, and they did have a 1-point lead going to halftime. They were down 18. That it felt like there was just nothing left. And Adelman talked about it afterwards and said, yeah, I agree. Like, we can't put ourselves down so much and claw back. And then they were outscored 40-29 in the third. And then they were able to come back. And with 5 minutes to go, it's all tied up. I'm like, all right, here's the 2-man game. I mean, Cam Johnson was having a night. Like, oh, well, maybe he's the hero. And then that's like, it fell apart again. Is that Scott? Yeah? All right. Scott Hastings on his way on a plane, eventually on the road to go to a plane. That game kind of sucked last night. I'm not going to lie, Scott. Like, that was last year. Redo. Felt like. Yep.
Every time I've seen a team that's kind of had this week-long road trip on the road, and then you come home, you know, I think it was Hubie Brown told me, or Mike Fratello, one of the two, 30 years ago, that the hardest game on a road trip is usually your first game back. And that's to me what the beginning of the game was. It was just, you know, let's get by. And if that's how you want to equate it to last year, let's get by. There was a period, though, in that middle of that second quarter that was pretty fabulous. And then, as you said, the third quarter, you asked that question, did that run in that second quarter take it out of them a little bit for the third? But then here they were again, you know, getting up there. And then just, you know, one or two plays before they took the lead in the fourth quarter, they had 4 possessions that were empty. And to their credit, Chicago was empty on the other end. But if you score in, you know, 2 of those, you probably win the game. And, you know, it is what it is. You get, you know, an inconclusive challenge, and if it goes the other way, you might win the game. And you know, you missed a bunch of free throws early. Joker did not shoot well, especially early. That affected everything. So, yeah, I thought it looked like a fatigue game to me.
Yeah, even with all that said, I mean, you got a chance to win it there. Jokic rims out right there at the end of the game. It felt to me like the biggest difference was the bench has just been so good, and bench was more or less non-existent in this game, Scott.
Well, you know, I don't have the stat in front of me, but I think the bench got outscored by like 40.
Oh, it was worse. It was 66 to 9.
I think they only had like 9 points combined, too.
Yeah, so they were outscored. The bench was outscored by 57.
And you lose basically on a 3-pointer at the buzzer.
Yeah, right. Right.
You know,
right.
I mean, think about that. So, well, and you know, that might have been also the first game where you saw, missing Christian Brown. You know, I think David talked about this afterwards also. Maybe it's a better fit with that starting unit with Hardaway Jr. as opposed to Peyton Watson. You know, what did he say? They were 3 of 13 on fast break opportunities, and that's usually 2-on-1, 3-on-1, 3-on-2. There was one they had that was 3-on-1 that they didn't even get a good shot. It was absolutely run horribly, and all those little mistakes like that just crush you. So it was a loss. You knew you weren't going to probably win them all, but at Chicago, listen, Chicago's good. All they do is here's what I was thinking about. They give the ball to Josh Giddey and say, create. and then they just spot a whole bunch of dudes up around the perimeter. You know, Josh Giddey is good enough. He can really get to the basket and finish. You know, it's one thing to get to the basket. He can finish or he's going to get fouled. And then you had guys knocking down all on the perimeter. But what made me think about it, and we talked about it on the show before, I still think they could use one more guy that can play downhill like that and get to the basket. And I thought that was obvious last night. It was a little tougher for Denver to do that.
Well, then you miss Christian Brown a little bit, don't you? Well, that's it. That's his game. Cam Johnson, though, all right. I thought that, you know, here we go. I was like, oh, okay. This is the Cam Johnson game. We're going to get, 5, 6, 7, 8 of these a year. I thought it was one. It was a Cam Johnson game. He was great, actually, last night.
Yeah, I thought, you and I talked after the game, I thought for sure that they call a last play where maybe your first option was Cam coming off the screen, and they didn't do that. He screened and held the screen, and he wasn't open. I mean, really nobody was open. And to me, when you're getting a guy, and it's Joker, who's not afraid to take any shot, but getting a guy basically having to run out almost to half court to get an inbound pass, I'm asking, okay, where did everybody else go?
Well, Joker said there was a play, and when he finally came out last night, he said there was a play called, and the Bulls blew it up, and so that was according to Joker, kind of a improv moment right there. So I'm not exactly sure. I didn't go back and look at it. I'm not sure who the target was going to be or what the Bulls did to break up the play, but apparently there was a play called, didn't work out, and then they just had to, be desperate, that sort of thing.
Yeah, be desperate and hope to get lucky.
All right, and they didn't get lucky on that. And Vujicic, he hits that three. I couldn't believe he hit that damn three. And they were ice cold, man, in the second half. They were red hot in the first half from three, but they weren't doing nothing special in the second half. That 3-pointer, sometimes you do got to tip your cap to the other team, guys. Sometimes it's just like, man, that was huge. And that 4-point difference, Scott, it's so hard to overcome that freaking 4-point difference. It sucks.
It changes the entire dynamic, doesn't it?
Oh, my God. That minute to go, 4-point lead is just, it feels impossible to overcome. It's just, and they just couldn't, they couldn't quite do it. And good for the Bulls. The Bulls hit their free throws down the stretch as well. So, but still, you did have a shot to tie it. You did. And you had a reasonable amount of time to do it, sort of.
I wonder how many fans realize that between the Nuggets, Avs, and the Broncos, we were on a 21-game win streak there. That now officially comes to an end, unfortunately, but it was 21 games.
I know. And if you told me it was going to be the Bulls, who had lost 5 in a row, were coming off a double overtime loss to Utah, and that was the team that was going to snap the streak,
Yeah, but it's also the team that started the season 5-0 before injuries kind of got them.
Yeah.
But they're going to be better. I wouldn't be surprised if they're fighting for a playoff team by the end of the season for the East.
They got plenty of energy. They got plenty of energy, don't they? That ain't a problem with them.
They play to the style of what they got, very, very quick and fast, and guys that aren't afraid to heave up threes. They're bringing guys off the bench. Look how many threes their bench hit. It's just
it's unbelievable.
Pretty impressive. And then, like I said, Doomsday comes off the bench, and you end up at the end playing him and Giddey. Giddey has this knack of being able to get downhill and play to the rim, which was a great trade for them, because I think if Giddey stays in Oklahoma City, he's not the player you see today, because you already got one of those guys in Shai Gilgeous.
Jamal actually said after the game, well, we got, low energy, low effort. It's like, a 0.0 is not a great way to go through life. Yeah, the Animal House quote there, low effort and low energy is not a great way to win an NBA game, Scott. They took it for granted last night. They got caught. The Nuggets got caught.
Like I said, I've seen it 1,000 times, and I asked, like I said, I remember it was Hubie or might have been my good friend Brendan Sewer, who was an assistant coach for a long time, 2-time world champion. And I said, why is that? He goes, well, you're so isolated and you are so structured when you're on the road. You got this, dinner's this, you got here, practice this time, bus at this time, flight at this time, and there's nothing really on the road to concentrate on except basketball. It's your only priority. And then you get home, and I thought I could see this in Joker. Now you get home, and we'll just use Joker for an example. You know, your wife's been with the kids for 5 days. You've been out, sleeping on hotel rooms and getting room service or whatever you want to do. And now all of a sudden you get home, the kids haven't seen you, so now all they want to do is play. We get in at 2 o'clock. Kid gets up at 6:30. He don't care Daddy got home at 2 o'clock. I haven't seen Daddy in a week. And it just throws everything off. There's no one, there's no dinner at 10 or breakfast at 10 o'clock and dinner at 6 that's already set for you. It just takes all your concentration, and just for a moment you lose that intensity of what you're here for, basketball. And that's, Tyler, you can talk about football. I mean, initially, I don't know if it's still like that, but there was a time the teams would either going into bye or coming out of bye, either be going on vacation too soon or staying on vacation, and they would struggle on some of those games.
Yeah, my team's almost always struggled. Let's hope that doesn't happen to the Denver Broncos now, coming off an emotional high against the Chiefs.
Yeah, it's a great, and we've all seen it in our years now doing what we do. Even as a country, mental health is talked about more now than ever that I can remember. But the psychology and the sports psychology that goes into travel and trips and breaks and all that stuff. It's really interesting,
All right, Pelicans and then Houston. Oh, by the way, what'd you think of the new floor last night?
I thought it looked like the old floor from the Cup, and they just repurposed it.
That was kind of interesting. Did you see? What'd you think on? Yeah.
Listen, seeing the blue turf at Idaho State Boise State is kind of fun once in a while, but I don't know if I'd want to play on it every night.
Well, at least it was more neutral colors than a lot of these alternate courts we get.
Yeah, I don't think this isn't even the Cup court. This is just like the City Connect court.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, this is City Connect. Here, I'll get off my lawn guy.
Okay.
Give me wood. I enjoy wood. You want to do some fancy decorations on the outside and do all that stuff? And,
yeah.
Okay, fine.
Give me wood. Give me dead spots. Give me knots in the wood. Give me splinters when you go dive for the ball. Give me shorts that ride up to your crotch. Give me those things.
Dude, I dove for a ball at the old Boston Garden and, was notorious for, one of the parkades would be a quarter of an inch higher than the other.
Right.
And basically, I caught one of those edges and sliced my knee up pretty good, about the size of a quarter. That thing, and I don't know if it got infected or whatever, that thing took months to heal.
That was the funniest. I mean, there were gaps in that court. It didn't fit. And because there was, I don't know if people knew this, there was no air conditioning in the Boston Garden, and they put the wood, the parquet over the ice. Well, they'd be playing in like May and June or whatever. It'd be ridiculous. It was all, it had a lot of charm, I guess. It had the world's worst locker rooms. I never figured why it was such an the atmosphere, I guess, was great, I suppose. But that could not have been a great place to play.
The coolest thing about playing there is just the history, right?
Yeah,
the history of it, the number of world championships and all that different stuff. Do you all remember the NHL playoff game? They had a game, I think, at the Garden on Saturday, and they had a playoff game Sunday, and I think it was like a 1 o'clock start for the Bruins, and it was, really hot Boston.
I know it specifically. I was an intern at WBCN in Boston. It was fog. There was fog.
They had about a 3 feet high, wasn't it?
It was unbelievable. There was fog inside of the stadium. I think it was like a Stanley Cup final too. It was like the Bruins and the Oilers. It was a huge game. So, all right, Scotty, we'll let you go and enjoy the flight, and we'll talk to you tomorrow in the Big Easy.
Big Easy right there. I'm going to give me some red beans and rice tonight.
All right, buddy. Enjoy it. When we come back, it's an Avs Ticket Tuesday. We have Avs Tickets to give away, our first keyword coming up. And, yeah, Tyler, lots to talk about the Broncos around the country. Colin Cowherd. Let's see what he's got. Are we still drafting a quarterback next year? You'll hear it coming up next. It's an Avs Ticket Tuesday. Every Tuesday, we're giving away a pair of tickets to you, perhaps, maybe. Keywords all day on the 20s. The 1220 keyword is Texas. I've been told all of our keywords mean something. You don't win anything for this, but it does amount to something. There is some sort of code. So the first word is Texas. I don't know if that's enough to give it away, and it's the Rangers.
How did we get Texas from the Rangers?
Well, I'm thinking of like
I'm just trying to figure that out.
Like Walker.
Oh,
Ranger. He was in Texas. What was that show?
Walker, Texas Ranger.
Walker, Texas Ranger.
That's right.
But I don't know if that's. I will have to go through the other keywords.
That was Chuck Norris, right?
That's Chuck Norris. This is like a game within the game that, like, again, you win nothing for it, but there is some sort of like, fun little, hey, check it out and see what you got. And we could throw that out there at the end of it, So if you listen for all three keywords, just want to have some fun. You don't win anything. But no Texas, and text Texas with your first and last name to 303-504-0925 to enter to win a pair of tickets to see the Rangers on Thursday night. The Avalanche Kids Club is here. Check out free or paid membership options today at coloradoavalanche.com/kidsclub. Texas, 303-504-0925. We'll announce our first winner of the day at 2:55. All right, what's your consumption of Broncos reaction from the national types over the past 24 hours? Are you seeing a lot of it? Are you seeing a little of it? None of it?
Well, I've been seeing. I've not seen a lot of Colin Cowherd. I did see the stuff you sent in, but I've seen Chase Daniel out there taking some victory laps.
Oh, how about that?
Chase Daniel,
with his receipts,
who last week was questioning Bo Nix for the first time. To be fair, that he has been like the number one Bo Nix supporter for a very long time now. And yeah, he's posted the receipts. So we're all feeling ourselves if we're Bo Nix fans.
Yeah. Is he a Bo Nix fan, or is he a Bo Nix fan because Sean Payton was a Bo Nix fan? Which is it? Which do you believe it is for Chase?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I think we're all influenced by people that we know, so I'm sure there's some Sean Payton influence in there. I don't know that I like you and you and Scott were really convinced that the media last week, like Sean Payton went on a media tour, calling up Chase Daniels, like, "Hey boys, need you to put out some negative information about Bo Nix this week. Might be drafted a QB." To me, if Sean Payton's got time to be pulling off that BS in the middle of the week, in the middle of the season, he's got too much time on his hands anyways.
Well, everybody's peppy about the Broncos these days. So here's Colin. We got a bunch of reaction, including Aqib Talib, Pat McAfee, and Nick Wright, who said there was no way, no how the Broncos were going to win. But, we know he's a Chiefs wonk anyways. But here's Cowherd, at least.
That was the kind of game that we have been watching for the last 5 years, Denver and Kansas City. And you had this sinking feeling Kansas City would figure it out. Andy Reid was off a bye. They got a couple trick plays. They'll figure it out. But it was actually Denver that I felt would win the game. And Denver manipulated Kansas City in that final drive. Kansas City's now lost to the Jags, the Eagles, the Bills, Denver, the Chargers. All playoff teams today. 0-5 against playoff teams. And their wins. Raiders, Commanders, Giants, and whatever the Lions are these days. Listen, some of this is you pay a quarterback big money, you have a limited roster. I mean, Sam Darnold, team-friendly deal. Seattle's young. Look at that roster. Yikes. The track team. 7 of the top 8 cap hits in the NFL right now at quarterback. 500 or worse. And the Chiefs have done a really good job to kind of manipulate it so Mahomes isn't a huge cap hit. But Travis Kelce, he's on his last legs. Chris Jones is like the 62nd ranked defensive lineman. Everybody at the top of that salary chart there doesn't feel the same. Mahomes doesn't feel the same. So Denver's offensive line, clearly better. Denver's run game, better. Denver's pass rush, not close, better. Denver's secondary, pretty good. Denver's wide receiver group, I think it's underrated. I like their wide receivers. It can be Franklin now and Bo Nix connect. Mims, Cortland Sutton, the young kid out of Illinois. Like, they got dudes. I watched that game and you watched that game. It felt like to me when Denver got the ball at the end, they They, with Bo Nix on that rookie deal and all that length at wide receiver and that dominant offensive line and that pass rush, they had more options. And we all saw it coming. I didn't think it was a controversial take when I said the dynasty's over for Kansas City. I said that in August, and I said Broncos are going to win the division.
Okay. There you go.
We've come a long ways from the Broncos might be drafting a quarterback take. It's almost like DMac on the ride in the waves, you know?
Come on, man. I've always believed.
Coward
there. He did come short of just saying that Bo Nix is the guy, though. He was kind of saying, hey, look at all this other stuff.
Well, he was talking about the weapons, and I don't know that I would necessarily agree with them. I don't think the Denver Broncos have got more offensive playmakers than the Kansas City Chiefs. I definitely don't agree with that.
Well, he said he liked their group. He didn't say they had more necessarily, and that'd be hard, like Xavier Worthy, Rashee Rice, Travis Kelce.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not quite in that category.
Yeah, and even Kareem Hunt looked pretty dang good in that game at times. I don't know why they didn't run the ball more often because Kareem Hunt was having a lot of success. He was averaging 4.5 yards per carry.
No clue. All right, Bomani Jones we got some Bo Nix reaction. We'll get to Aqib here in a second. Bomani Jones.
The Broncos seem to be basically the same version of that team. And I understand this, guys. If you go look at that box score, it's going to tell you that Bo Nix was pretty good / just fine. And I understand why you would think that. He is not good, right? Even if he played pretty good in that game, he ain't it. And it wasn't like watching that game. You got the feeling like he was it. He was not, okay? But look, they put up 22 points and they won that game. He is not it. I need help understanding what I'm supposed to do with the Chiefs, who just a couple of weeks ago, I was pretty sure that they were back and they were the best team in the AFC. And by the way,
what happened?
I think it is possible that they're the best team in the AFC. Mahomes did not play a very good game. Mahomes had a couple of big shots that were there that we have grown accustomed to him making and that he simply missed. Like, there were many ways in which the Chiefs could have won this game.
Oh, my God. All right. Well, he obviously hates Bo Nix. That's not living in reality right there, Mr. Jones.
Mahomes did miss on some really unusual throws from him. The first drive alone, he had 2 deep ball throws that, I mean, we're talking about game changers right there out the gates. I mean, how different does the game feel if the Broncos march down the field, they have to settle for 3 points, and Mahomes connects on one of those 2 on their first drive, they go down and score 6. The game would have immediately had an entirely different trajectory. But I'm not trying to give him credit for something he didn't connect on. He didn't connect.
He didn't do it.
So credit to our defense, who has been fantastic all year against the Chiefs. They had a little bit of bend but don't break in them. Bo Nix, look, I guess put me somewhere in the middle of we don't need to be like singing the praises of Bo Nix after that game. I don't think Bo Nix had a spectacular game by any means. Do I get why, like when you say he's not him, that's not it. I think you're talking about elite quarterbacks, right? And no, Bo Nix doesn't look elite just yet. But you know what Bo Nix has got? He's just got something in the fourth quarter that every other QB doesn't seem to have.
Yeah, so the question, Scott was asking most wins in the first 2 years. Okay, we have some answers to that. Lamar Jackson, with a couple others, have 18. So a bunch of guys have 18.
I know Big Ben was really good.
Bo Nix has 19 wins in his first 2 years, which is second in NFL history.
To who?
You want to take a guess?
Patrick Mahomes?
Not Patrick Mahomes.
No. Give me a clue.
There's a twist of irony.
Russell Wilson.
That's right. 24 wins in his first 2 years. Now, Bo's second year isn't over. So, I mean, has Bo got 5 wins left in him? I mean, he could possibly tie Russell Wilson. But he's not it. He sucks. Blah, 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 blah. I mean, dude, Bomani, my man. Bo Nix has 19 wins in his first 2 years, okay? It's way up there. Way up there. So, okay. Then our guy, Aqib. Aqib, man, is all in. All in.
I just been trying to tell the world this for the last, 10 weeks.
10 weeks.
You know what I'm saying? It's real. It's real. When the games get big, Bo raises his game. That's what he do. Nah, he'll get better at playing down to his competition. He'll get better at that. It's year 2. He's a sophomore. You know what I'm saying? But when the games, what you say, when the rubber hits the road, you know what I'm saying? He going to raise his game, man. 1 punt in the fourth quarter. You know what I'm saying? 1 punt in the fourth quarter, Skip. Another game-winning drive, man.
Yep.
Third down conversion after conversion and Sutton. Man, absolute dime. An absolute dime on the corner route to Frank.
You know, it's funny. This is the anniversary, I guess, in 2011. This came up on the feed there of Tebow against the Jets.
Okay.
And he had to go like 90 yards and ran it in and the whole thing. And I was like, oh, okay, here you go. You know, I'm watching every play. It's like a condensed version of every play. And it's run after run after run. I mean, it's like it happened and it was cool and the whole thing. But like when you watch Bo Nix's final drive, it didn't look like Tim Tebow. It wasn't anything like that. It looked like a real grown-up quarterback.
No, he had his 2 best throws of the game in the final drive.
Right? I mean, that clutch throw to Cortland and then to Franklin, who, you know, a little whatever, but hey, good for him. Great throw. And then there was some running in there too, but like, you know, you did exactly what you need to do. Composed, under pressure. That Tebow win, a lot of the Tebow stuff, Tyler, just felt like luck.
So where you at with Bo? I mean, are we back on top with Bo? I'm not there. I mean, I think Bo has been good. He's been really, really solid for the Broncos. I don't think he's anywhere near an elite category, nor do I think he is playing anywhere near like a level of Drake May, nor is he put together complete football games. But he's given us what matters the most is the ability to stay calm under pressure in the fourth quarter.
That ability to just come from behind is, man, it is a crazy intangible.
Okay, it's a crazy intangible, but if you're asking me what intangibles I want the dude that's going to play consistent football. This is definitely not the style of football that you would choose. If you're going to give me a choice between a dude that plays from the first quarter to the fourth quarter, consistent ball, versus this, I'm taking the other choice 9 out of 10 times.
All right, I got a couple more here. I got McAfee and Nick Wright. Let's go McAfee and how they feel about the Broncos. They're always kind of a hype train for everybody.
Let's go to the next overreaction, shall we? This one's from Noah at RealXClarity. Hashtag I don't want to overreact, but the Broncos are back, baby. Fraud this, fraud that. Only 2 losses by 4 combined points. Best D in the league, and Bo Nix with the most fourth-quarter comebacks in a QB's first 2 seasons in NFL history.
Wow.
He's Elway reincarnated for our lucky selves to watch. God bless Bo Nix.
What was that?
I'll tell you what.
Oh.
Sean Payton loved Bo Nix whenever he drafted him. And, you know, last year, obviously, they go through their growing pains to get very good. This offseason, is the quarterback a guy or not? Feels like in the biggest moment here, he played his best ball. And Sean Payton, offensively, we assume is always going to be good unless he's getting decleated or de-Jordaned by refs on the sideline. That Broncos team is exactly who we thought they were, it feels like, AJ.
Yeah, their defense obviously stands up when they need them against the Chiefs. And it's hard for me to get that image out of Sean Payton getting blasted on the sideline. Yeah, you got to stay out of the white. You know, those refs will come screaming down that sideline. Sean Payton gets hit right in the back, has no idea what happened.
All right, well, they're having fun there, but
what was the stat that he gave most fourth quarter? Was it the most fourth quarter comebacks of any player in his first 2 years ever? Is that what it was?
Yep.
Cool.
That's a pretty good stat. Is he the man? It's going to be, I'll tell you this, it's going to be hard to find somebody like better than Bo Nix.
Oh, no. He's officially cemented himself as an NFL quarterback. So you're not talking about replacing him. You won't be looking for replacements. If he were to stay right where he's at right now, and I think he will progress, just to be clear, but if he were to stay right where he's at the rest of his career, he would be a Derek Carr type of quarterback that is just good enough that you can't replace him, and it would be just frustrating enough that you wish you could replace him every single year. So you got to hope that we take the next step, and the next step is playing complete football games, but he's already cemented himself as a full-time starter in the NFL.
But with the right defense, good things can happen. Great things can happen. All right, last one. Yeah, I mean, Nick Wright, you know, the Broncos, he had the Broncos like finishing worse than the Raiders in the AFC West. How's that looking? So here we go to eat crud, Nick Wright.
That's what you said 3 days ago. I will guarantee Chiefs win and Mahomes outplays Nick Wright.
It's probably a misquote because I doubt I said will. I probably said I guarantee. But,
there is no way.
Okay.
Something in that family.
So I was as evidenced by that.
I feel good.
I was shocked because they lost that game so many different times. Listen, Denver was better. Denver outplayed them. The most absolutely shocking piece of it was Bo Nix played a better overall game than Patrick, which I did not think was possible, and it happened. But fair is fair. I've watched every game of Bo Nix's entire career. I feel like that was unequivocally the best game he's ever played. He's had better statistical games, but against awful teams like this. So that's start to finish, I thought it was the best game. And what made it so painful, KW, was start to finish, there were moments the Chiefs come through that they didn't.
Did Bo Nix outplay Patrick Mahomes?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, he won the football game, and when Patrick Mahomes had a chance to go win the game with, roughly 3:58 or so on the clock, he failed. When Bo Nix got his crack at winning a football game, he succeeded.
So Bo Nix in his second year outplayed arguably the greatest quarterback of all time in a game that meant a ton, who had better offensive weapons. Pretty good win. Great win. You're going to have your tail of the tape coming up after 1 o'clock. So we look forward to seeing what you're breaking down, what you're seeing that maybe we didn't touch upon yesterday. But when we come back, Deion Sanders. Different Deion today, Tyler. Different Deion. Very interesting Deion. Not very confrontational. Not probably very controversial, but there's a different Deion out there today. We'll give you that coming up next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation. Every case is different. What's your situation? If it's ED and you've just been blowing it off or just ignoring it or just, I don't know, I'm just living with it. You don't have to. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, their treatments work where the pills or herbals fail. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some can have you last an hour or more. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, treating tens of thousands of men. So schedule a consult today. That initial visit, it's only $99. You get the consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T, and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. With an expert staff, like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment, and they have 5 locations. Great location down there in Castle Rock, but they're also in Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, and Colorado Springs. So hit them up today. Make ED a thing of the past. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. So we'll have Tyler's tale of the tape after 1 o'clock. So look at the film of the Broncos and the Chiefs. So from the All-22 and see what's what. Look forward to that. We'll have another keyword at 1:20 and then 2:20. We're trying to figure out how these keywords all fit together just for fun. NFL weekend recap. So we'll go through everything in a little bit. Prime today. Prime is...
Did you talk about Shedeur getting $200,000 stolen out of
How
his
about
house?
that? He did not actually know, but he was asked about Shedeur, but he wasn't asked about the robbery. But
They said today that they walked away with $200,000 worth of stuff.
How about that?
I'm sure it was all jewelry.
That's awful, though. That sucks.
Brutal. This string of quarterback robberies has been nuts in the NFL. NFL needs to start providing some security or something for these QBs. The problem is everybody knows when you're at work.
Well,
the whole world knows when you go to work, when you're not going to be at your house.
Can I ask a dumb question?
Yeah.
How much does it cost to keep like a security guard inside of your house when you're gone?
I don't know. I've never done that.
Well, no, right.
Joe Burrow had an OnlyFans chick guarding his house.
That's right. That's right.
I mean,
By the
again,
way, she wasn't OnlyFans. She was a proper model.
My bad.
A proper model.
What does that mean?
She sometimes keeps a bikini on.
Okay. How'd her feet look?
I don't know, Rex Ryan.
Anyways.
Jeez, feet.
I always thought, like, if I was wicked rich, like, there's a couple things that I would do. Like, I always thought if I was wicked rich, first of all, I'd never drive myself anywhere. I'd always have somebody just drive me wherever I need to go.
It sounds miserable, actually.
Oh, no, God.
It'd be nice to have the ability to have a driver. Don't get me wrong. Like rush hour, I got to go downtown or something. I would like the luxury of that, but I also would like the ability to drive myself.
Well, nothing forces you to use your driver, but I would just, that'd be my guy. If I chose to drive myself, then, okay, but, just because...
You got to get a pimped out ride then if you're doing that, right? You got to get something with like the big old back seat. You got some comfy seats. You got the Wi-Fi. You got a TV back there.
Goes without saying. Actually, you know what vehicle, if we're just having a fantasy chat, I'd love one of them, the converted van type of things. Have you seen those that are, they're not the full mobile sort of thing, but they're just like big.
Like Phillip Rivers?
Yeah. Like a Phillip Rivers joint, something like that. Somebody driving
Sprinter vans.
Yeah. Those look amazing. Those look incredible. Anyways, I get like a cook too, somebody who's just going to, make all the food for you, right? Like take care of all that stuff. But is it really that big of a stretch to like pay somebody just to stay at your house for the weekend? If you're a quarterback, if you're a high target guy, I mean, is that wild? Is that banana? I don't know how much that would cost. I'm asking a dumb question.
I don't know. Never looked into it. I have no idea what that would cost.
Well, I don't know. If I got $200,000 worth of, if you say it's jewelry.
Well, I don't know. I'm just assuming.
I mean, I laughed about the money because I'm just thinking to myself, I kind of did like a calculator of all the stuff I have in my house.
I know, like if you want to get my house, as long as like the kids aren't home or whatever, you're walking away with a few TVs and and a computer. Like, congratulations,
dude. If you could clear $10,000 out of everything inside my house, I think that'd be lucky. Seriously, maybe you take the car and you get $15,000. I don't know. Just casually having $200,000. You're a 24-year-old. Okay, good for him. But yeah, I got some prime stuff here.
Wait, no dumb question, really quick.
Yeah.
Somebody says, please stop. They're not robberies. They're burglaries. What's the difference?
Oh, is it a gun or a pistol? What are we doing?
Is that the difference? Is it like at gunpoint? Is that a robbery?
Who knows? I guess you're right. I guess a robbery. Wow, we're being like correction police here.
I don't know.
I guess
I didn't even know there was a difference.
I guess a burglary would be when nobody's home, and a robbery would be pointing a gun at somebody.
Okay.
Or a knife or something. I guess. Who knows? Same thing. We know what you're talking about. All right, let me give you some prime from today. He was kind of reflective. He knows the season's over. There's nothing else going on here. Everybody spent time away. Apparently, he went horse riding and had a difficult time because of, stuff down below.
I got some inside intel. He's in the market to buy some horses.
Okay.
Yeah. So that
Is that what it was?
So that tracks right now.
Okay.
He's not been a big horse guy.
Okay.
But he wants to buy some horses.
Okay. All right. Apparently things were a little painful when he was testing. Do you test a horse when you? I don't know. Who knows? But here's a bunch of different things from him today. Here's what keeps him motivated.
This is what I do. This is who I am. If a loss can influence me to shut it down, so what does a win influence me to do? Like, I got to rock steady. I got to be the same guy. And I think I have been. I think I come and present to you guys win or loss. I'm a little more up apparently because of a W, but I don't dismiss you guys and not talk to you guys and not shoot you guys the truth in any situation. So it is what it is, man. You just got to rock steady. I don't teach these young men to be influenced by good day, bad day. You got to make the day your day.
His relationship with the local Muggles is really interesting. He started the whole thing with, so what did everybody do on their vacation?
I got a hot take for you, for the guy that hates Deion. Deion Sanders is better to the local media than Sean Payton is.
Oh, no doubt about it.
And we don't give Sean Payton even half the amount of grief that Deion gets.
There's no doubt about it. But it really is a small club in there. It really is just a couple of the same people. And the way they talk to him, you know what hit me about Deion? You know what he really loves doing?
Being a mentor, being a father.
Yep.
I just hitting you.
But he likes that role, I think, with like everybody.
Yeah.
And
he takes it very, very serious.
Yeah.
And that's why I've always believed him when he said that the NFL was not for him, back when he actually had the appeal to be an NFL head coach. But I've always believed him that he is made to be a college head coach. You can't influence mid-20-year-olds with millions and millions of dollars the same way you can influence 18-year-olds with millions and millions of dollars.
But I think as a mentor and as a father-like figure, I think he does a great job.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think when I hear some of these kids talk about him, they're being phony. I think they truly believe him and love him and all of that. It's just, can you be both? Can you be a mentor and a father-like figure, but also a great coach at that level?
100% you can. Why would you not be able to?
Because he's not yet. He's not yet. I hope he becomes that way, though, because this type of Deion I really like, and I think it's for real. I don't think it's phony. I think some of the bravado when it comes to the coaching stuff is a little kind of, I don't think he knows what's going on sometimes. I think his game management's not great. His player, well, here he is talking about player evaluation. Like, he kind of got that wrong.
God, I can't say what I want to say.
I appreciate it.
Let me try to give it to you in a way I can say it. I know what I want. I know what I should see. And this year I'm going to see it. That's the best way I could place it to you. I'm going to see it. No ifs, ands, buts about it. I'm going to see what I want to see.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Great question, my man. You always come up with some good stuff.
I don't know. I don't even know what that means, though. He's going to see what he's going to see and get what he wants to see, and he's.
Well, I guess it means I convinced myself that I saw something that I didn't really see last time I was looking at these transfers.
I guess so. All right, a couple things about Rick George. First, the relationship.
I think it's proper. I've never had it any other way. When I was at Jackson State, Ashley Robinson was my guy. He's still my guy. I just spoke to him yesterday. I love him to life. Rick is always going to be my guy. So that's apparent because you're like hand in hand. But he had to do what was best for him, man, and his family, and I'm happy for him, man. His beautiful grandchildren, so I'm happy for them. I really am.
I mean, like going forward, is that a valuable thing for you to have for that next AD as well?
What, a relationship?
Yeah,
I would like that. You would love that. You don't want anybody to come in here that you're at odds with, and I'm not at odds with anybody. Like I'm not built like that to just be messy and nasty and hateful. Why? I mean, I'm blessed. I'm so blessed, too blessed to be stressed. I don't function like that in ignorance and animosity. I don't move.
All right, you got any favorites in the clubhouse? Anybody you'd like to see as the new athletic director there, Tyler?
Well, not particularly. I mean, I'm not super dialed in on that side of the sports world. I follow a few people that toss names out there. Jeremy Bloom is one of them.
Jeremy's name is being tossed out there?
Jeremy's tossing names out there.
Oh, Jeremy's tossing names. Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked. I mean, Dan told me today that he saw Bloom's name pop up. So that wouldn't shock me. I mean, Bloom's been incredibly successful in the business world. When you talk about athletic directors, you're always looking for a dude that's got a blend of financial success, business success.
He is the commissioner of the X Games right now, so I suppose that works into the athletic director sort of world.
And Jeremy's just been stupid successful at anything he's ever done. So I'm sure Jeremy would be fantastic at it.
What other names are being thrown out there?
Names that Jeremy Bloom has tossed out there. He said AD targets that would be a home run for CU. Amy Howe, who is the CEO of FanDuel. Mark King, former CEO of Adidas. And Jeremy's top target would be Ari Emanuel, CEO of the UFC. I don't know why he would jump from the UFC to University of Colorado athletic director. That would seem like a step down, but okay, cool.
Okay.
I mean, those are names that he's tossing out there. Again, I don't really know who's going to be in the running for this. I've also seen Matt Russell's name tossed out there. Matt would be an interesting name. Matt hasn't necessarily had the business side of it. He hasn't necessarily run any personal businesses or raised a bunch of money, but Matt's obviously been very involved in the football world for a very long time.
Does it need to be a high-profile sort of person? What skill set does an athletic director these days need?
The ability to raise money is the biggest thing.
Kind of just a bottom line.
I mean, that's you want to simplify it. You got to bring in hundreds of millions of dollars.
That's about it.
And you got to be connected. You got to be a Lonnie Paxton. You know, like you got to have the deepest Rolodex of anybody you've ever met.
The soccer team will take care of itself as long as you bring the money in.
Yeah,
it's more like that.
Yeah.
Do you need do you need deep football experience?
I don't think so.
Do you need to get along with Prime?
So that will be fair. That will be very fascinating. I mean, listen, I love Rick George, and I think that so his contract is just coming to a natural conclusion. That's what's happening here. He's 65 years old. I really think there's nothing to see here with Rick George, but I also think from Rick's point of view, it's like, what else is there to accomplish at the same time?
Sure.
I did bring Prime in, time to step aside. What was the question?
Is it important that whoever the next guy is has or woman has a good relationship with Prime?
Yeah, okay. But I will say this, there's no question that Rick was like, what do you need, Dion? Okay, cool. You want that? Yep, let's do it. You want to bring in some Maybachs to do some photos with? Cool, let's do that. You want to put the spring game on TV? Let's figure that out. I will be fascinated if the next athletic director is going to be more independent of Dion or if he's going to be more of an extension of Dion.
Yeah, that'll be fascinating. All right, well, there's plenty of, of that. I think it's going to be a tough game against Arizona State. Arizona State's got a ton to play for and is playing pretty well. And Jeff Sims is a much better quarterback these days than he was at Nebraska a couple years ago. So, we'll see. But it's the last home game of the year. It's at 6 p.m., and we'll just see how it goes there for Prime. In terms of the Broncos and the Chiefs, Tyler's tape, we're going to go to it next.
Hey, if you're in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle, go to the best dealership in Colorado with the best prices, best customer service, the best inventory. It's my friends over at Phil Long Ford. You're going to love your experience over at Phil Long Ford. I've been a customer over there since my rookie year. I think relationships matter. That's why I go back there every time I need a new vehicle. I send all my family and friends to Phil Long Ford. I know these guys. I love these guys. I trust these guys. They get me in. They get me out. They respect my time, and I always get the best price combined with finding the vehicle of my dreams. It's one-stop shopping over at Phil Long Ford. Don't drive all over the state. They've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is already at Phil Long Ford. Let him know that Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to check him out online at phillongford.com.
What'd the all 22 tell us?
Well, boys, how about the start to the game? We've had so many frustrating first drives, the first 15, the scripted plays where you should be at your best. We've been at our absolute worst. And we had a beautiful drive to go start out the game. Broke down the all-22 film of the Broncos offense, both first half and second half already this week. And the first drive was great, man. I mean, you were running the ball well. You got Jaleel McLaughlin involved. It was great to see Jaleel get a couple early touches. Jaleel's an explosive football player that I've always thought was a better option for the Broncos than Tyler Bidet. And early on, I'm like, okay, maybe we can actually stay a little bit committed to the running game. You're running the ball well. You're passing the ball well. You move all the way down the field. Everything's great. And we freaking stall out with a stupid halfback pass to the quarterback that I don't know why we called it. It was just keep it simple, stupid. Sometimes Sean Payton just schemes things up and he outsmarts himself rather than just sticking with the basics that's working. But you really had that drive. You settled for 3 points, which was frustrating after it stalls out. You followed up with another drive with that you got good field position on. Got two field goals to begin the game. And you're like, all right, probably not going to be enough. You know, it probably when you're playing the Chiefs, you probably can't settle for 3 points. But our defense did their job as well, and you held them on the other end. You know, as I watched the game and I broke down the film, I think the running game was far better than it looked statistically. There was a lot of runs that were there. RJ Harvey had a couple boneheaded runs, but he actually had a bunch of really good runs as well.
What's a boneheaded run?
Not following your fullback on an 18 force that is built to go to the outside, and you cut it back before you even give it a chance. You keep it all the way on the outside, follow your fullback. You probably got a gain of 7 to 8 yards. Instead, you get a gain of 2.
Is that patience? Is that reads? Is that intelligence? What's that? Experience?
Yeah, they all go together. I mean, patience and the reads, knowing what the play is designed to do, things like that. But especially towards the end of the game, RJ, you know, they weren't all big gains, but he had some tough runs for 3-4 yards that you're like, okay, that was actually really well executed on your behalf. Bo Nix was much more calm in this game. I don't know why. It wasn't a particularly great game from Bo Nix. It really was not. He missed some good opportunities. He missed a wide open Cortland Sutton on a deep dig. He had Troy Franklin on a deep post. He threw the checkdowns on both of those when they should have been easy 15 to 25-yard completions. The deep post could have been a 45-yard completion. But when it all came down to it, Bo was really calm with his feet in this game, which was unusual, manipulated the pocket very well, stepped up in the pocket when he needed to, escaped the pocket when he had to. He had an offensive line that did overall a good job except for on one dude. Chris Jones kicked our ass. Chris Jones kicked Quinn Miner's ass, and he gave it to Mike McGlinchey once or twice as well. But that being said, I do think our offensive line continues to show that they're one of the best units in the NFL.
What happened in the second quarter compared to the first? Because you did have a couple of good drives. You essentially had 3 3-and-outs. I mean, you did get a first down on the second drive of the second quarter, but on the first play, then you went 3-and-out after that, so 4 plays. So you had 2 3-and-outs and a 4-and-out. What was different offensively or defensively that the Chiefs were doing there?
Well, a couple of those were Chris Jones beating Quinn Miners.
Specifically
in the second quarter. So that forced Bo Nix to get off his spot or to rush it, and you stopped trying to run the football. So you decided to put the ball in Bo Nix's hands for the rest of the game, and that's not a formula for success. Now, I will say, when you got to the fourth quarter, the most impressive part really was not Bo Nix to me. The most impressive part was that with 2 minutes to go in the game, you've got to do 2 things. You've got to, number one, eat up the clock to make sure that Patrick Mahomes doesn't get the ball back, which means you've got to run the football in a situation that they know you're going to run the football. And our offensive line was great. They created some great holes for RJ Harvey, and RJ Harvey had good vision. And then credit to Bo Nix when it mattered the most. When the game's on the line, you got a 3rd and 15. You got to scramble out because you get pressure on the inside. You got to roll out to the right-hand side. You find Cortland Sutton, and this happens.
Had a 3rd and 15 for the Broncos. Nix had all kinds of time, couldn't find anyone. Now he does. That's Cortland Sutton, Mr. 3rd down, to move the chains. with 1:58 to go. 20-yard pickup on 3rd and 15.
Oh, what a huge play.
Ironically, he had missed Cortland Sutton on a play that was just one or plays before that.
Mm-hmm.
That he was wide open on a deep dig across the middle of the field. We threw a check down to Adam Prentice, and I'm like, oh my gosh, here we go. Well, he makes up for it there on the scramble drill. That game kept the drive alive. The throw to Troy Franklin wins the game.
Here's Nix on 2nd and 8. Going for a big throw, and it's caught by Franklin. And the Broncos are set up now to win the game. 32 yards. A perfect strike from Nix on a 2nd and 8.
Little hand fighting, just part of football. That's what you get there. You got to know how to play the game, wide receiver corner.
Yeah, I mean, that probably could have gotten called on Troy Franklin. What definitely should have been called on that play was a false start, a blatant false start by Troy Franklin that somehow the referees just went blind on it before the ball was ever snapped. Was really fortunate. The reason why that defensive back got beat by Troy Franklin is because Troy had a false start and the defensive back is sitting there pointing at him, and then he's pointing at the referee. He's saying throw the flag. He's having a full-on conversation. All of a sudden the ball is snapped, and he got beat after the second step.
Pretty clutch throw, though, right? Another one. So 2 huge clutch throws by Bo Nix.
Yeah.
What's different there in terms of being settled and making the right throw and making the right read?
Well, I think it's a lot of it's footwork, a lot of it's mechanics, and it just seemed to me that although I don't think it was like a tremendous game from Bo, I thought it was a huge step in the right direction in terms of his mechanics and the patience that he had in the pocket.
It is the second game in a row where the Broncos needed to matriculate the ball down the field and not give the opponent a chance. Pretty impressive, though, right? That they could do that way 2 games in a row.
Yeah. Not easy to do. A lot of quarterbacks are going to fold under that situation. Patrick Mahomes had his opportunity with about 4 minutes on the clock, and he wasn't able to seize the moment.
Nope. I mean, Mahomes was what? Incompletion, sack. And I don't even know who that sack is. The great call by VJ for Jaquan McMillan to get the sack there. I mean, who is that on? An offensive line on Mahomes?
No, that's the perfect play call for the perfect pass protection. They had nobody to block him.
That's it. We win. We win the chess game right there.
Mm-hmm.
How about defensively? What'd you see?
Nick Benito had a great game. He got held a lot. Jaquan McMillan had the game of a lifetime, and Riley Moss got hosed on a bunch of bad calls. Riley Moss has got a target on his back now. So he's just going to have to deal with it. Referees are going to continue to throw the flag, and I don't want Riley Moss to change because I will take the pass interference calls for the lack of balls that are actually caught over Riley Moss's head. I don't want him to change the way he's playing football.
Do you think he could even change if he wanted to? I mean,
yeah, he could. He could soften up his man coverage.
But you don't want that. That's dangerous.
Heck no.
What part of you was like, oh, man, I could have done that when you saw Frank Crum block the extra point?
I don't know. I think Frank Crum did a good job on it.
How fun is that, by the way, for an offensive lineman to have that kind of opportunity where you get to do something just so different? And I'm going to guess that's kind of fun, right? Like, to be in that position?
Of course. Yeah. Go out there, do something atypical for your position. And he did a nice job. He made a nice little quick outside swim move, got over the guy's outside shoulder, got through the gap, and got those big old paws up in there and blocks the ball. It really felt like a difference in the game.
You were never asked to do that?
Nope.
Didn't even come up?
Never.
Were you always the tallest guy on the Broncos?
I was the tallest player in Denver Broncos history. DeMar Dotson took that over, but at the time, I was the Broncos' tallest player ever.
It is pretty funny and common sense, like, let's get the tallest guy on the team and have him stick his hand up in the air in front of a kick.
Yeah.
It kind of is like, why haven't we always done this? But good for Frank Crum. Special teams was good, too. Really good, actually. It was
good to have Marvin Mims back.
Mims is something else, isn't he? He just has a knack for it, man. It's wild that he can do it so well when others can't. But boy, oh boy, is he good. And all right, are you going to buy? And I don't think Lutz was making excuses for it, but are you going to buy like, hey man, that wind had an impact against wacky things in the Raiders game that just didn't exist, and the kicking game was just so much better because of it.
I think the wind had an impact on Jeremy Crawshaw's mindset. I think it broke him a little bit, but I don't think the wind was actually affecting those punts the way that people think they were. So, no, I'm not going to give a lot of slack for the win, but I'm going to give a lot of credit to Jeremy Crawshaw for bouncing back and having an incredible performance.
Okay, good stuff, Tyler. In terms of the Raiders, they played last night. Oh, my God. What a pit of misery that is. Wow.
I couldn't even watch it. I started to watch it, and I was just like, what's the point?
Oh, and then afterwards with PK, I don't feel bad for the Raiders. They're still the Raiders. But it's terrible. And that's the game the Broncos have after Washington. And Washington, they're not looking. No, Mariota can do some sort of things, but are we really afraid of Marcus Mariota in Washington right now? We'll go around the league, man. The NFL weekend recap and your next keyword to win Avs tickets coming up next. All right, Tyler, let's take a peek at the NFL this past weekend and see what we got in store for us in just a second. First, we'll announce our Avs Ticket Tuesday keyword of the hour. It is blue. So again, if you want to put them all together, it means something. I'm not sure. I'm not even going to say the first one. Either you're listening, you get this little game, or you don't. But blue. Blue is your keyword this hour. Text your first name and last name with the word blue to 303-504-0925. Don't forget, Next Gen Night is coming up with the Avalanche. That's the night where the kids run the show. Head on over to coloradoavalanche.com/nextgen and enter to have your kid be part of the Next Gen Night with the Avalanche. coloradoavalanche.com/nextgen. Keyword is blue, first and last name, 303-504-0925. Don't forget, we'll announce our winner at 2:55, and Nate and Andy have another chance for you to win a little bit later on this afternoon. Jacksonville smoked the Chargers. What happened?
It's coming into this game, and so you can see that when you put pressure,
ETN blockers. That's a first down run. Touchdown.
Seriously, what happened?
Good old-fashioned butt whipping, man. I mean, 35-6. Chargers were never in this game. Chargers got a couple field goals early on in the game, and they didn't score at all in the second half. So, Justin Herbert, bad day, man. Bad day at the office. You would think they would have been throwing the ball a lot more than they were. Herbert only threw the ball 18 times.
They barely had the ball. Time of possession was crazy. 37-55 for the Jags. 22:05 for the Chargers. Seriously, the Chargers only had 45 plays in the whole game.
Well, you go 3 and out and let the other team have long possessions.
All right, next up we go to the Bills taking Baker and the Bucks.
Allen is going to keep it. Josh Allen inside the 5. They're going to push him in. Pay dirt. Touchdown, Bills.
44-32. Should we quietly be a little bit afraid that the Bills are figuring things out?
Well, this was the most fun game of the weekend. There were lead changes galore. I think there was something like 7 lead changes at the different points of this game. Tampa Bay was playing good football. I mean, you score over 30 points, you should win a football game. You should not lose. Simple as that. Should we be afraid of the Bills? I don't think the Bills are as good as some people do. Does that mean I want to face them in the playoffs? Nah, hell no. I don't want to face them in the playoffs.
Would you rather face the Ravens or the Bills?
Ravens.
Okay. Why?
Ravens have been far more inconsistent this year. They've had some offensive line issues over the last couple weeks. Myles Garrett got 4 sacks last week, and Lamar Jackson chokes in the playoffs.
Okay, simple as that. We move on to the Panthers.
Let me know when he doesn't. Wake me up when he doesn't choke in the playoffs.
We roll on to the Panthers against the Falcons. And what is going on there in Carolina, huh? Is this for real?
Young, light rush for Atlanta. Bryce Young steps and throws. He's got it to McMillan. Touchdown, Carolina.
I just thought Carolina was going to suck forever, but all right, Bryce Young.
I have not watched a single second of Carolina Panthers football this year, so this truly is like a mysterious team to me. If you would have told me the Panthers had 2 wins, I would have believed you. If you would have told me that they have 6 wins, I would have called you a liar.
Well, Dave Canales has them rolling, and it's a lot of times it's just about culture and belief, and can we do this thing together? And that appears to what the Panthers have going. Now, the Falcons are, Penix will be out for how long? Who knows? But even after that, what are we doing here? Kirk Cousins is your quarterback next year too? Maybe now? Who knows? The Falcons just seem to be a mess. So who knows? But the Panthers, hey man, good for them. All right, moving on. Another team, are we going to believe the Bears are for real?
Yes. Yes, I do.
They squeaked one out against the Vikings.
Santos puts it up, and it is good! The comeback kid, Chicago Bears, do it again!
Yeah, it looked like Minnesota was going to, here we go. But they did enough. Caleb Williams wasn't incredible, but All right, fine. 16-32 for a $193. Only got sacked a couple times. Got it done, Tyler.
He got it done. The Bears just continue to find ways to win football games. A 7-3 record is legit. I don't care who you're talking about. It's not 9 wins. It's not the Denver Broncos, but I would take a 7-3 record at this point of the season any year, any given time. Give me 7-3. That coach, Ben Johnson, is the right play caller for Caleb Williams. Caleb was fine. He wasn't special, but he's been good all year long.
7-3. The combined records of Caleb Williams, Drake May, and Bo Nix, if you just want to say, hey, that's the best 3 of the class, is pretty impressive right now. Moving on, Ravens over Shedeur and the Browns.
Yeah, when I got out there, I definitely felt them. And, I'm truly thankful for it. And I'm just thankful that I'm out here. I'm thankful for the opportunity, thankful for seeing all them 12 jerseys out there. And it was a great feeling for that. But the feeling of losing, that ain't nothing we're going to get comfortable with.
The numbers weren't great for Shedeur, but there were a couple of good passes mixed in there, Tyler.
He did have a couple good-looking throws. It's going to sound stupid. He even with bad stats, he looked so much better than Dylan Gabriel. I mean, he just looked like an actual pocket passing quarterback that could maybe compete at the NFL level. Shedeur was not good. I'm not going to provide excuses for him. I'm not going to go down this wormhole that everybody loves to talk about. Oh, he hasn't had any snaps with the ones. Neither is any other backup quarterback in the NFL right now. So that's not a game. That's not an excuse that I'm going to play with Shedeur Sanders. Just like every other backup quarterback, when your number gets called, you have to make it work under in a near impossible situation. It doesn't take away the reality that it's tough. It doesn't take away the reality that Wyatt Teller, your guard for the Browns, he said he had only heard Shedeur's cadence twice, ever. So these guys are at halftime doing clap drills, just trying to learn Shedeur's cadence.
So what's fair and what's unfair looking at his numbers?
I don't think there's anything unfair. Like it's not unfair what Shedeur Sanders got thrust into. He got thrust into the same situation as every other quarterback, but it's also fair. So it's not an unfair situation, but it's also fair to put a caveat that that's a really hard situation for any quarterback to get thrust into.
4 of 16, 47 yards, 2.9 per, no touchdowns with an interception. Sacked a couple times, still moves backwards, and a QBR out of 100, 2.4.
Yeah, and those Ravens you were just asking me about barely snuck one out against the lowly Browns.
They did. 23-16 is your final. And he did have the ball in his hands driving to try to tie the game. They did have the lead when he went into the game, too, just to lay out what happened in the game itself. At 5-5, what's the danger factor of the Ravens?
I don't know. I mean, they got a great quarterback that if he plays great football in the playoffs, they'll be tough to beat.
They win that division?
We'll see. They got a really good crack at it, really good shot at it.
Because what are the Steelers about to do now? We'll see with Aaron Rodgers. They're
saying he might play.
Okay, but they also say he's having surgery. I thought that's what the announcement was.
Does not require surgery.
Does not require surgery. All right, well, fine. We'll get to them in just a second. First, we go to the Rams and the Seahawks.
Out of 11 for the Rams. Bootleg. Stafford has Parkinson. Colby Parkinson breaks a tackle and another for a touchdown against his old team.
All right, well, Sam Darnold didn't have the game of his life in this one, that's for sure. But in the recent power rankings on good old ESPN, your Rams are the number 1 team in the NFL.
Deservedly so. They're the best team in the NFL. They're the most consistent team in the NFL week in, week out. You could make an argument for the Eagles, but we've seen the Eagles look awfully fragile at points this season. I've never seen the Rams look truly fragile. Sam Darnold tossed 4 interceptions in that game, and the Seahawks were still in a position to try to win it, losing only 21-19. So although the Rams are the best team in the NFL, don't put the Seahawks too far behind them.
So let's move on to the Steelers and the Bengals. My friend, go ahead, Dan.
He'll go outside, and it's caught here by Fant, and quickly on him. Eccles, the ball jarred free, picked up Pierre. He'll take it in. It is a touchdown. A second turnover touchdown by the defense.
Mason Rudolph did a nice job stepping in there. When Aaron Rodgers goes down, Mason Rudolph goes in, goes 12 of 16, gets 127 yards and a tutty as the Steelers beat the Bengals 34-12. So good for Mason Rudolph.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to see what happens in that division. And, we'll see with Aaron Rodgers. But, I mean, I don't know where things are even going to go with Aaron Rodgers. But they'll probably limp into the playoffs.
I think the Steelers actually win the division. But the Ravens have got a very good shot at it.
All right, Niners and the Cardinals. Go ahead, Dan. Roll it.
Purdy floats it back in the end zone. All alone is George Kittle.
What could the 49ers actually do this year?
Well, Kyle Shanahan's got to be the front runner for Coach of the Year. I mean, what a job that guy has done this year with Mac Jones at QB. They finally get Brock Purdy back. Brock looks good. Bottom line with the San Francisco 49ers is when Christian McCaffrey is playing and he's at his best or anywhere close to it, that's a really tough team to beat.
Meanwhile, the Raiders got killed by the Cowboys 33-16, and that Raiders ship at 2-8. Did you expect the Raiders to be this bad?
No, God, no. I thought Pete Carroll would walk in there and immediately have like a 500 football team because that's what history would tell you he does.
What do you think is the worst part of the Raiders' demise?
I don't know. It's all bad, man. I mean, offense is bad. Defense is bad. I guess my biggest surprise, and I feel stupid for this, is that I kind of thought Chip Kelly was going to work this go-around in the NFL, and that was probably a dumb, naive take of me because we got a lot of evidence to say that Chip Kelly is a bad NFL coach.
How much is he getting paid?
Well, I don't know, but he's the highest paid offensive coordinator in the NFL.
What a disaster. And the Raiders are on deck for the Broncos bye week Sunday night. By the way, there was all sorts of like consternation whether or not the Broncos and the Commanders would be moved. And there were a couple of other interesting choices that could have happened. Talk about high expectations for Washington. 6 primetime games, 5 at night. Yeah. Like, they were really hyped up to be...
They were the darlings last year.
To be the team, and that's clearly not the case. And then it's for the... It's not a couple of juggernaut teams that the Broncos have on the slate. Of 2 very winnable road games they have after the bye week. Power rankings are in, Tyler, and the Broncos jumped up 4 spots on ESPN.com from 9 to 5. So that's pretty cool. 5th best team in the NFL. Is that...
Hold on. Let's talk about 1 through 4. And I haven't seen it.
All right.
So let's go Rams number 1.
Correct.
Eagles number 2.
Correct.
Patriots 3.
Correct.
Colts 4.
Correct. You got it.
Okay.
You got it. You want to keep going after the Broncos?
Not really.
Nailed it. They have the
I mean, I'm batting 1,000, man. I mean, why would I keep going?
Bills at 6, Seahawks at 7, Lions at 8. What kind of team are they? Niners at 9. How about that? That's a riot. And Tampa Bay at 10. And for your top 10, Green Bay at 11 after that. And it kind of goes from there. Chiefs at number 13. So they just slip a spot. They were at 12 last week. They're at 13. That's probably about right. And your bottom feeder teams, the worst teams in the league, you go to 30, the Jets, 31, the Raiders, 32, the Titans, who are completely inept. So there you go. Broncos, the 5th best team in the NFL. Is that right? Is that about right?
Yeah.
And it has them as the 2nd, you see this, 3rd best team in the AFC. So despite the fact that the Broncos for now are top at the AFC, this power ranking has them as the 3rd best team in the AFC.
I think it sounds right. I mean, I don't think it's fair to put the Broncos above the Colts when the Colts actually won the game. I know it came down to a fluke deal with the field goal, but they did win the game. So they've got to be ranked higher than the Broncos. And the Pats, that one's debatable just based off their strength of schedule, but they've got a lot of good things going on.
What's the best thing the Patriots have over the Broncos?
Consistent quarterback play, MVP-worthy quarterback play.
Well, that's a big deal.
Yeah.
Could it come down to the Patriots-Broncos? Talk about like a deja vu moment again, huh? That'd be something else.
Well, Oz the Mentalist was out there with the Rams last week, and he predicted a Broncos-Rams Super Bowl.
Really?
Well, I don't know if he did or if one of the players did. Somehow Oz had a Broncos-Rams Super Bowl.
Well, right. That's not. It's he would see that somebody predicted it. I suppose that's the way he goes.
Right. That dude is a witch, by the way.
Yeah.
He is a real life witch.
Yeah.
The only explanation is that it is all staged, right? I mean, the only explanation is that he gets with these guys beforehand.
I saw a video.
If it is not staged, he's a real life witch.
I saw it's.
You can't tell me he's like reading their eyes and he's like don't give me all this psychology BS.
The breakdown. No, it wasn't reading their eyes. It was like persuasion. It was like how you persuade people to answer.
You persuade people into giving you their ATM code?
What can I tell you?
He got Sean McVay's PIN code.
I know.
How do you persuade that?
I don't know, bro. It's a
4-digit code?
Who knows? There's some sort of thing.
He was on with Joe Rogan and guessed his ATM PIN code.
The YouTube
and Rogan got like pissed. He was like,
"Yeah,
no, how'd you do that?" Like,
yeah,
no.
yeah. The YouTube breakdown is like because Rogan wanted him to do it again, or have another card or something, and he wouldn't do it. He would only go in one direction. Apparently, not to go behind the scenes too much, is apparently before he goes in those situations, he does major research on like who he's targeting to get him there.
Okay, and I saw that too. And he does research on the birthdays, the kids, the months, all this.
Yeah.
Like my ATM PIN code is just the PIN code that was given to me when I got my card. I did not choose that code.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with my family. It has nothing to do with anything. It was just a code that was given to me when I got my card.
Well, you probably
so how do you do research on that?
You don't. You move on to something else.
But how does he know that?
Because he does research on like stuff like that.
No, how does he know that my ATM code doesn't have a birthday involved? You can't do research on that.
You can poke around on things like that.
How?
I don't know. You talk to people around him. Hey, tell me about Tyler. Tell me about this. Tell me about that.
Do you know his ATM code? No.
No.
Okay. So now what?
He probably wouldn't go. I would guess he wouldn't, like a lawyer in court, he wouldn't ask you a question he doesn't know the answer to. He just wouldn't go there in the first place. He would only go places that he's got an inkling of where to go in the first place.
Okay. Does your PIN code have anything to do with your life?
It used to, and now it doesn't. It used to, and now it doesn't. It used to have a very significant thing, and then I just got a new code, and it was 2 random numbers.
Okay, so what was the old one in relation to?
Like the reason I got into radio.
Your wedding date?
Oh no, it was a radio thing.
Oh, the first calls. I don't know.
No, it was the station that I grew up. The reason I wanted to get into radio, that sort of thing. Radio station frequency. So I don't want to say it here, actually, because I still have that connected with like a bunch of things, but not my ATM code as it turns out.
I heard it's 104. Never mind.
It is close to that. That's the irony. That there's an unbelievable irony to that. All right, I can say it.
I know why it's not your code anymore.
It's not my code. Actually, I'd be fine to say it. There is a crazy irony that the station that inspired me to be in radio is WBCN 104.1.
Got it.
Close, right?
Real close.
It's crazy. The quinky dink. All right, no dumb questions coming up next. All right, DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Low testosterone can, what happened to me? Where am I going? Why do I feel like crud? Well, if the libido's down, the weight's up, you go to the gym and you just lay on the mat and you fall asleep. That ain't right. What are you doing? Low T. Guys start losing 2 to 3% of their testosterone production every year. But if you're like a lot of men who are low T, within a few weeks, if you go and get some help from the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, you'll feel that energy return, the brain fog. Sleep improves, so will your workouts. Just feel better. So go take that low T quiz at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. 10 questions, yes or no. It takes a couple of minutes. Schedule that consult. They'll draw your blood and have your result within 30 minutes. They'll review results, discuss the options, and then you figure it out together. It's only $99. Get the T and a PSA test. If you sign up for T treatment the day of your appointment, the visit is free. Call today, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present
Dum, 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 dum.
No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
On the Sean Mazda text line, no dumb question. Did Vegas rig the Nuggets game last night? Dan, maybe your 2 cents on this too. The timeout awarded on the jump ball and the challenged out of bounds play were sus. Adelman admitted that he probably shouldn't have even challenged the out of bounds play. They just didn't have enough video evidence to overrule it. And then he didn't have a timeout. He kind of, challenged it, lost his timeout, and then could have used it near the end of the game. Did you guys feel, Tyler, Dan, that something was kind of weird there?
Well,
with the game?
I will just say on that replay, specifically the out of bounds play, I mean, at least to me, it looked like it went off the Bulls player's leg.
His leg or his foot?
Well, it looked like his knee, but it looked like they had enough there to overturn it.
Did you hear the referee's explanation when he said it didn't change direction enough? What can I tell you? It looked like it went off his foot to me or something, but
unusual game to have to fix in on. A scheduled loss for the Chicago Bulls against the incredible Denver Nuggets.
Yeah, I mean,
that would be a weird one to have to fix in.
The Bulls were a 15-point underdog, so I'm not exactly sure. What? You had the Bulls money line? I don't know. That'd be a weird game. Yes. No dumb question. If Bo is so great in 2-minute offense in high-pressure situations, should we be running with more early tempo?
Oh my gosh, I feel like Sean on this. I like seriously, tempo. Here we go again. Tempo. Next question. No, I think the Bo Nix does operate very efficiently when you give him a handful of plays throughout the game where you say, hey, we're going to call 2 plays in the huddle. So next play, stay on the ball, stay on the line of scrimmage, and you've already got the play called. You can get up there. You can get a hurry-up play in. It feels like tempo. It's a bit of a change of pace. I think that helps Bo Nix. I also think that people still to this day, it drives me nuts that people don't understand the difference between a 2-minute defense and a regular defense and why it's not going to look the same if you try to run a 2-minute offense in the first quarter.
Yeah, but this is a my name is Luka question. I mean, anytime we get my name is Luka question, it's fantastic.
Here comes the tempo question. Let's go.
What?
I'm going to give you a call sheet.
Did you run? Did you go more?
No. There were 3 plays basically. We tempoed. One, I felt sometimes you hurry to beat maybe a challenge. And so anyway, next question.
I just love the relationship with Luka Evans of the Denver Post and Sean
My
Payton.
name is Luka.
My name is Luka. My name is Luka.
So I was at the grocery store last night and was buying some soup. Okay,
sure.
Buying some nice soup, some good soup.
Of course you were.
The soup's in a glass bottle. Okay, so not the canister soup. We're talking nice soup, good soup.
All right.
I put it in the top deck of the grocery cart. Well, you know the little red flap thing that can cover the back.
Of course.
It's down, so there's 2 holes in the back of it. And I'm just walking along with my grocery cart.
It's where you put your 3-year-olds their legs through.
Or you put your soup there. And,
all right.
and so I'm walking around with my grocery cart. All of a sudden, pow! 2 glass bottles just totally shatter, fall out the back of the grocery cart, shatter all over the floor.
Wow.
Do you feel a responsibility to pay for those?
Yeah, of course.
Really?
Yeah. You break it, you buy it. What are you talking about? Is that really an ethical dilemma? What do you think? We go around smashing crap in stores and not pay for it?
Well, I went and found an employee.
Yeah.
I told him clean up on aisle 5.
Uh-huh.
I made a mess on aisle 5. Go over there and clean that up.
Yeah.
And I didn't pay for those suckers.
Yeah, well, all right. There's a little breakage that probably every store sort of factors in. If
you think you're supposed to pay for that?
Yeah, I would.
They shouldn't have put holes in the back of the grocery cart.
Oh, hey, listen, your stupidity on that one, man. There's
a
lot of ways.
No, that's their fault. Why'd they design it that way for those 3-year-olds' legs?
Oh, why'd you put the soup up top? Why didn't you put it down below?
Because I really just needed the handheld thing, but I got the big old cart anyways. I was only getting like 6 or 7 things, would have gotten by just fine, so I didn't really want to bend all the way over to the front.
I'm trying to figure out soup in a glass bottle though for a second. What kind of what?
It was good soup.
I've never seen soup in like a glass bottle.
Yeah.
I've seen soup in a can. I've seen soup in a box.
Yeah.
But soup in a glass bottle?
Yeah. It was like $6 soup.
Wait, hold on a second. So, like, they just cleaned it up. They didn't, it was on you to actually tell them. This gets
well,
the
there
classic.
was like there, but this was like actually a little bit of a dangerous situation because there's actually shattered glass all over the floor. Like some little kid's gonna run through that aisle.
What's the difference between not paying for the soup and eating a couple of donuts and not paying for them at the grocery store?
No, the donuts you intentionally stole. The soup was their fault.
So if you accidentally smash something in the grocery store, you should not have to pay for it?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm asking the question here, so I'm open to influence on if I should have paid for that soup or not. I did not feel a responsibility to pay for the soup.
On the text line, put the flap up, play better.
Yeah, hindsight 2020.
Shop better.
I got to put the flap up next time. I learned my lesson. I'll never put the soup there without the flap up again.
Sure, DMac would pay for breakage, but he would steal a donut before and after it happens.
Does anybody know the proper etiquette here? Anybody work at a grocery store? I mean, they got insurance for these sorts of things, right? They gotta have breakage insurance.
I don't think you're, going to take down King Supers or wherever you were by a couple of things.
I mean, the employee definitely didn't tell me I had to pay for it. I know that much.
Oh, what does he care? He's just trying to get through the day, get through the shift.
High school kid, he doesn't care.
Right, yeah.
I thought it was nice of me to just go tell them to clean up on aisle 5.
Clifford, the zit-filled kid from Littleton, you think he's going to worry about, paying for the soup?
He's just trying to get out of there.
He's just trying to get out of there. He's trying to get his money. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's probably the freaking 100th thing he's had to clean up off the floor that day. Doesn't care about the $7.32 that the store is now out. No dumb question for Tyler. You mentioned Shadir's cadence and how the Cleveland offensive line hadn't ever heard it. How difficult was to hold your stance with Peyton's cadence, and how did you know when the snap was coming?
Peyton's cadence was actually really easy. Now, at times you could be exhausted if you got in a 3-point stance a little bit too early, and he hasn't gotten all his little gibberish out there, speaking his foreign language to the wide receivers, speaking in code words that I don't even know what half the code words mean. If you get down in your 3-point stance too early, you're going to regret that because you could be there for a long time. Because once you put your hand down, you're not allowed to pick your hand back up. So that can suck, but his cadence was great. I mean, his cadence was super easy to get off on. His cadence, you knew. I've told this before. It's not a state secret. Peyton's retired. What did Omaha mean? Omaha simply meant, hey, I'm speaking gibberish out here. Mike Tyson, Pacquiao, California, Hollywood. And so he's getting all that out. And then the way he tells the offensive line is, hey, I'm ready to get I'm ready to actually do the cadence now. Is he would just say Omaha, and that's our code. The next word out is going to be Set Hut. So Omaha, Set Hut, and we're ready to roll.
But it doesn't have to be Set Hut. It could be whatever, right? The cadence could be.
No, it'd be Set Hut.
It was always Set Hut?
Yeah.
That was it.
Well, I mean, it could be on 2.
That's what I mean. It could be whatever is called.
I mean, sometimes in the huddle, he'd say on the dummy Omaha.
Okay.
So if he said on the dummy Omaha, he's going to go out there. He's going to speak his gibberish to the wide receivers. Omaha, Set Hut. And then we all know that dummy, like, hey, don't be the dummy that goes on the first Omaha. It's a dummy Omaha. It's coming on the second Omaha.
Who came up with Omaha?
I don't know.
Did Peyton bring that with him? Did somebody else bring that?
I don't know.
What was it before Omaha?
I wasn't there.
Was it always Omaha? Did he use Omaha his entire career?
I think so.
Yeah, I don't recall. By the way, we're getting tons of you want me to just go through the litany of grocery store things for you here, pal?
Yeah.
I
just want to know if I'm a good guy or a bad guy.
Did Tyler just admit he gets off to Peyton?
I said I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I said I'm sorry.
As long as you were in the store counts it as an accident, no pay required.
Perfect. Well, whoa, that's interesting, though. So, but if I would have exited and that happened on the walk to the car, I couldn't go in and get a replacement?
I doubt it, man. I doubt it. Who knows?
So that was actually convenient timing.
We don't make people pay. There's somebody on the text line speaking for all grocery store employees.
Cool.
I worked for a grocery store for 23 years. We never expected customers to pay for broken items. Stores write off the broken the same way they do theft. It adds, you can just walk out of a store with stuff and they're not going to stop you. They allow people to steal from their stores. I'm sure you don't have to pay for split soup. I work in a grocery store as a vendor. Stuff breaks all the time. Customers don't pay for it. Normal situations.
So you're wrong. So you were wrong. You were trying to make me into a bad guy, and you are just wrong.
Well, you could volunteer to pay for it.
But why would I volunteer to pay for it when common sense was that would be on the grocery store?
All right, there you go. Ha, ha, ha. Tyler's like, quote, hey, go clean my mess.
Yeah, clean up on aisle 5. Let's go.
If you drop eggs, do you pay for them?
I haven't done that,
I
but
guess
no, I would not.
I mean, you'd be kind of a jerkhole, I suppose. You just go in there and smash a bunch of eggs on the floor. Hey, there you go. Sorry. You offer to pay for the soup. They will always say no. Accepted loss. Well, there you go. So you're just a big klutz. You just made,
I didn't do anything wrong. That was a flaw in the design of the grocery cart.
Oh, well, I mean, accept your responsibility and accountability for being a dummy with the soup. I mean, at least
How was I a dummy? They put a hole in the grocery cart.
So you say it's your placement of the soup is their fault?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, this is a different topic.
They need to make that red flapper automatic. If there's no kid in that thing, that's got to be an automatic flapper that comes on up.
Grocery stores should understand how stupid their patrons actually are when it comes to glass.
Well, probably.
It's PhD. Big question of the day is coming up next. Got a couple of them for you today. A couple big questions. My first question, I'm going to start with Prime here. Say they do lose to ASU. They lose to Kansas State. They finish 3-9. Does the next athletic director of the University of Colorado have to have a bigger direct involvement with how Prime runs the football department? And maybe they don't even have to go 3-9, period. But does there have to be some more direct oversight to what happens at CU with the next athletic director?
Well, isn't that like the job of the athletic director?
It depends where you're at. I don't know. I have no idea what athletic directors do and don't do.
I mean, yeah, athletic directors are responsible for money. They're responsible for financing. They're responsible for coaching hires. They're responsible for contracts. Yeah, I think that's like the literal definition of the job title.
Not giving Dion just free. Let me back up. Has he had free reign to run the program any way he really wanted to over the past 3 years?
I mean, for all intents and purposes, yes. Yeah. I mean, I understand your question. What you're really trying to say is, are you going to bring somebody in that's going to challenge Dion? That's what you're really trying to say. Because the job definition, the way you described it, that's what every athletic director was already doing, including Rick George. But what you're trying to say is, that are they going to bring somebody in that's going to say you're doing it the wrong way?
Sure. Okay. Yeah. I'll give you this.
I think it's a dangerous game. I think that's a dangerous game to play, more or less telling a football coach how to coach. Now, if it comes to NIL, if it comes to how you're spending our program's money, when it comes to those things, that's when the athletic director gets involved. But when it comes to telling a coach how to coach, generally speaking, that is a not healthy environment.
Based on Prime's press conference today and his general mood, and he says this about player evaluation.
God, I can't say what I want to say.
I appreciate it.
Let me try to give it to you in a way I can say it. I know what I want. I know what I should see. And this year I'm going to see it. That's the best way I could place it to you. I'm going to see it. No ifs, ands, buts about it. I'm going to see what I want to see.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Great question, my man. You always come up with some good stuff.
I'm really not sure what he's talking about.
That is not Luka, by the way.
No, that is not Luka.
That's a guy that Dion's got some respect for.
Yeah. Well, that's Matt Smith. That's who he's talking to. I know, like, when Gary Kubiak came in, let me make a comparison. When John Fox was here, okay, I think Foxy was a good dude and basically oversaw things. I think Kubiak came in and like put a little bit more structure to certain things, and it wasn't just necessarily all like one way. And a lot of that had to do with Peyton. I mean, I don't think Peyton was a jerk or anything. I think Peyton liked things the way he liked things. But Gary came in and it was a different tone. It was a different sort of deal. There was more accountability, I think. Foxy kind of let it run loose. And by the end...
Well, it's also the difference between a defensive coach and an offensive coach.
Yeah. But by the end, everybody was like jumping ship. Like Gase was out of here and Del Rio was out of here and Foxy was out of here. Like everybody just wanted to get gone. And there's a little bit more structure that came in with Gary. And if it wasn't for health problems, I don't know. Gosh, if it wasn't really for some health problems, Gary Kubiak still might be the coach today. Who knows? He certainly knew what he was doing. But there was more structure, and the more structure, I think, led to a better team. Or at least a team that was able to win close games and win a championship, where the looser version of it wasn't able to. Is it a possibility, if there's a little bit more structure and a little bit more restrictions that Prime has to work under, perhaps you get a better result?
Potentially. I just don't know that it's an apples-to-apples comparison. I mean, you're talking about a football version of a coach coming in and saying, hey, here's how all you're really talking about is you're talking about somebody that kind of pulled the reins in on Peyton Manning. And he pulled the reins in on Peyton Manning because he had a style of football that he wanted to call as an offensive coordinator that was radically different than what Peyton had ever done. And honestly, maybe could read the writing on the wall that Peyton Manning needed to run a different style of offense that year. So he forced him to play something different. I don't know how that goes from athletic director to football coach. Like, I don't want an athletic director coming in. Like, when we were talking about the candidates, we brought up a candidate from Fanatics. We brought up a candidate from the UFC. We brought up candidates from banking, from all over the place, right? None of these people know jack squat about football itself, but they know how to raise money. They know how to run a business, and they know how to run the business aspect of a football program. So, no, I don't think an athletic director needs to tell Deion how to coach.
Could he help guide him in terms of who to hire and how to distribute the NIL money? Is it fair?
NIL money for sure. Who to hire, that's dangerous.
Okay. Is it fair that they would work in a partnership to just discuss, like if Prime brought in people that didn't make sense or players that didn't make sense, is another set of eyes on things like something that could be helpful?
Not from a dude that ran Fanatics. Not from an athletic director.
So who could possibly help Prime in that department?
Well, player personnel. And they've got a player personnel staff. Colleges now run their programs similar to the NFL. They actually employ full-on staffs. That's the staff. That's the department. It's your scouting department that you need to improve.
Okay, fair. Those people are probably all put in their jobs by Prime, I would guess.
Probably.
I'm thinking.
Yeah, probably.
Is that something that could be better if the new athletic director comes in and puts like...
Yeah, you might be able to make that a little bit more independent of the team itself. Maybe an athletic director says these are going to be my hires. Again, though, depending on the background of the athletic director himself, what the hell do they know about scouting?
Well, let me just give you the big question then. What's your confidence level that Prime could figure this out on his own anyways?
I don't see any reason. If we stock this out with Deion Sanders, I don't see any reason why you shouldn't be a bowl team every single year. And I think he's plenty capable of that. I mean, if you're asking me about like dream aspirations, it's pretty low. Yeah, I mean, I'm not talking about winning national championships or anything, but I confidently feel that Deion Sanders could be a Verge top 25 coach just about any given year if he's got the right quarterback.
You, of all the people that I ran into, had
this team this year. Think about how differently this team looks this year if they had the right quarterback. Do you beat Georgia Tech? Probably. Do you beat TCU? Probably. Do you beat, what was the other? Do you beat BYU?
BYU, yeah.
Probably, right? That's 3 top 25 teams that if you just had a quarterback, Colorado season, you're a fringe top 25 team.
Is Juju Lewis that guy with the year under his belt?
Sure hope so. I don't know. I don't have enough evidence to give you an answer on that, but I sure hope so.
Right? Like that's your best hope for sure. I would think that's your best hope. All right. I think it's going to be a fascinating offseason for CU. Hey, you of all people had hey, settle down now, everybody. This might be a little bit rough.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you didn't think it was going to be this rough, but you definitely had, hey, I don't know, making a bowl would be good. And I remember when you said that in the summer, and it was like, what? Come on. Got to be better than that, right?
No, I knew there was going to be a huge step back this year.
So if you had a good feeling that there was going to be a step back this year, do you have an equal feeling like give it just a pinch of time and it could be better? Or is there still hesitation? Because
it's going to take a small miracle to get back fully on track. I think they're capable of doing it. I think Deion can be an incredible recruiter, and I think he has got the ability to do it. But it would take a small miracle to get fully back on track.
Shermer gone?
Yeah.
Livingston gone?
I mean, Shermer's already gone.
Okay. Livingston gone?
Yeah.
Actually, it's kind of – I understand what you're saying. Shermer's already gone. But he's literally not physically gone.
He's going.
Well, okay, but he's still – I saw just a video today of him, like, out at practice, and, like, he's there. He's physically there. I understand he's gone, but it's almost like a very sad sack sort of thing, seeing him schlump around at practice with his hoodie and just like, what am I supposed to do now? Livingston gone?
Yep.
Okay. Warren Sapp gone?
Probably not.
Going to keep all of his ex-NFL guys?
I would imagine.
Okay, so this is really
Now, one or two of those guys might say, you know what, I like just being a retired NFL guy. Does Marshall Faulk really love coaching? I don't know. Warren Sapp says he loves it.
Do you have a sense that he's good at it? I guess what my point is, at what point does a history as being a really good position coach outweigh the fact that you're in the NFL Hall of Fame? Not that you couldn't do both, but at what point will Prime just be looking for the best guys, no matter if you got a gold jacket or not?
Well, I think in a perfect world, you've got both, right? So in a perfect world, you combine a Warren Sapp with a long-time NFL defensive line coach. But they chose to go Domata Peko, who we know very well, both long-term NFL players, but both those guys pretty much brand new to coaching. So I think you can have it, but it's probably healthy to have a balance.
2 years ago, Arizona State and CU were almost in an identical position. Both picked to finish terrible in the Big 12, and they're going from the Pac-12 to the Big 12. Both came in, as Prime said today, Dillingham is in my class, meaning we started at our jobs at the same time.
Mm-hmm. And Dillingham is always very defensive of Dion.
Yeah. Why have things gone the direction they've gone at Arizona State, where they've gone, it feels backwards at CU? Like, what advantage does Arizona State have over CU?
I don't know about the advantages, but I mean, where did it go wrong for CU? Off-season evaluation. You brought in a quarterback that you're paying $1 million to that is no longer your quarterback. That's going to hurt you.
So it's like free agency.
Yeah.
College free agency.
College free agency was a bad year for the Colorado Buffaloes.
By the way, ASU did the same thing. They went out and they paid kids. They went out and got tons of free agents, per se. Not all those kids came up in the ASU. I have their quarterback right now. Now, the quarterback's injured, Sam Levitt. But their quarterback right now is Jeff Sims, who looked to be the worst quarterback in college football a couple years ago at Nebraska and is now doing okay for them. So they went with him, and it's worked out. CU went in a different direction and was a disaster. Is it as simple as that? You just got the wrong free agent quarterback?
It's always about the players. Always.
Is it more about CU at the quarterback position or defense this year?
I don't know. They've both been bad, but I mean, if you're asking me which one, I'd pinpoint quarterback play. I truly mean that when I said it. I think you beat Georgia Tech, BYU, and TCU if you had a quarterback on this roster.
Okay.
That would have been three. That would have been 4 top 25 wins this year because you actually did get a top 25 win against Iowa State.
Is the rest of the team better than last year?
No, the defense is not better.
Not better.
The defense is definitely not better. The
Offensive
line is better.
Right.
The wide receivers are not better.
No.
Quarterback is not better.
Running back's probably a little better, but who even knows because they barely ran the ball last year anyways. All right, well, interesting game, man, with ASU and Prime. We'll see. Every time you listen to Prime, Tyler, it does feel like, he'll be back. He's ready to go. He's, optimistic about things. And do you have any doubts? Last one. Do you have any doubts whatsoever that Prime will be back next year?
I really don't. None.
Okay. I don't either. I think he will be back. And I'll be fascinated to see who becomes the athletic director. In terms of football, all sorts of different stuff going on. Let's football go. Coming up next.
Hey guys and gals, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, whether that's a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, pick up the phone, call Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. ask about their advanced FUE because nobody can offer like anything like the advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair Restoration. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives. That includes mine, and you deserve to be the next one. Guys, when you go to Advanced Hair, you're going to be in a calm and relaxed environment with the best of the best working on you. Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, they're just fantastic at what they do. And guys, what I love about Advanced Hair is they believe in what they do so much. They're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. Or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
Give me wood. He said that. Tyler said something about Peyton Manning today, about getting off. Okay, it's time for our Avs Ticket Tuesday. We'll get into football here in a second. Your 220 keyword is Smith. Text Smith with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. You know, we'll put all three of the keywords together later. We'll do that after 2:45 to see if we can guess what the theme is. So listen to 245 and we'll have some fun with that. But I don't want to even repeat the other keywords. I don't want to get it cloudy.
The first two I understood. This one I'm not so sure.
Yeah, we need to maybe brainstorm during the commercials. At 245, we'll lay it all out again. But this hour, it's Smith, 303-504-0925 for a pair of tickets to see the Avs host the Rangers on Thursday night. The Avalanche Kids Club is here. Check out free or paid membership options today at coloradoavalanche.com/kids club. Good luck on that. We'll announce our first winner at 2:55, and we'll try to figure out what all those clues mean together at 2:45, just out of curiosity. By the way, a listener has sent us an AI-generated 80s-style sitcom song of the relationship between Sean Payton and Luka Evans.
Okay.
Hang around for that one, too.
Do you feel like you're missing out by not mastering AI? Like I've actually got a little FOMO right now. Like I'm screwing up by not learning AI.
I would hardly. I've messed around with it a little bit.
Also, once you do, I just want to give everybody some advice. When you are dealing with AI, treat it with kindness. Say thank you. Say please.
Yeah.
Always use your gratitudes. Because when they take over the world, you might be the last one.
Exactly. By the way, Polumbus, yes, no?
Oh, I watched the first 2 episodes last night.
What do you think?
I'm into it for sure.
Oh, and you've had because there is a 3rd episode out too.
I thought about watching that, but it was time to go to bed.
If you can have the patience to wait till Friday, you'll have a treat because you can watch 3 and 4 back to back.
Oh, there you go. I'll probably watch the 3rd one tonight. But yeah, I'm definitely into it.
Yeah. All right, Dan, let's go. Let's football go.
All right, a couple of Broncos things here to start, guys. I want to play this cut from Bo Nix after the Broncos beat the Chiefs on Sunday. Here's Bo on how he thought the offense did without J.K. Dobbins.
Yeah, well, there was no flinch from that group. I felt all week those guys were, locked in, ready to roll. When you're picking up a guy like Jalil and he's the one that's filling in when you've played so much time with him, and he's just done an incredible job as a team player, working his way through the season, knowing his moment's going to show up, not complaining one time. I'm sure he was battling thoughts between his ears, but at the same time, he never showed it. He showed up to work every day.
Okay, so what's your guys' confidence level moving forward for the rest of the regular season and moving into the playoffs in the Broncos run game? Has that now become the biggest question mark or biggest concern for the Broncos offense?
I'm concerned about it. I got nothing against RJ Harvey or any of the guys, but yeah, man, I mean, I've got some concerns. Hopefully it could be all right.
So my biggest concern would be, is Sean Payton just going to be in his head about it? Like, is he just going to go into the game? He's in his head. He's like, you know what? Screw it. I'm not going to run the ball anyways. I'm just going to pass it.
I could see that.
Because we've got J.K. Dobbins out.
Right.
Actually, though, after watching the film, I walked away relatively encouraged about the running game. They didn't try to run the ball very often, and I'm not saying there was a ton of explosives. But RJ Harvey got better as the game went on, and the offensive line was great when they were running the football. So I think there are opportunities to be had. I'm not telling you that RJ can be as good as J.K. Dobbins, but I do not see a reason why the Broncos need to just vacate the run.
You want to talk about a team that just gave up the run? Look at the Chiefs.
Well, they're always complicated, though, because they always call everything as an RPO with the Chiefs.
Well, I don't know if okay, yes. I don't know if you caught it, but Andy Reid was actually, I'm not going to say he was critical of Mahomes, but he did point out that quite a few run calls were checked into a pass by Mahomes.
No, he was definitely not being critical of Mahomes. He said in today's game, oftentimes it gets turned into a pass, meaning based off what the defense gives you, you're gonna take the best option on the play. He definitely wasn't criticizing Mahomes.
I got you. 14 carries for 62 yards. In fact, one was for 3 yards with Mahomes. Like, throw that out. You want to talk about Broncos fans not being happy about running the ball? How are Chiefs fans feeling? 13 carries for 59 yards. Actually, per carry, they were doing all right. But, hey, you take what the defense gives you. So they had 13 carries to 45 passes. Just saying. Next story, Dan.
Guys, this is kind of a philosophical question for you involving the Chiefs and how it relates to the Denver Broncos. So the Chiefs have posted actually significant statistical improvements through 10 games this season compared to last year, yet they sit at 5-5 instead of 9-1, the record they held at this point last season. The team has improved in nearly every measurable category, but struggled in close games. So the Chiefs are averaging more points compared to last year. They're also allowing fewer points compared to last year. They finished last season 11-0 in games decided by 8 or fewer points. They're now 0-5 in such games this season, highlighting a dramatic statistical regression despite improved overall performance. So I guess here's my question for you guys. The Broncos are 5-0 now in one-score games this season?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a net positive to you guys, or is that concerning that they're having to win all of these close games like we saw Kansas City do last year?
It's the way we're winning games, so you've got no choice but to try to make it a positive. That's the reality. Like, I know DMac and I have gone back and forth on this fourth quarter thing a number of times this week already, and I'm like, I always want the quarterback that is going to be consistent throughout the game. But this is how we're winning games. We're 9-2. We've gotten to this point, and I'm dang sure not going to try to turn it into a negative that our quarterback turns it on in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, I think you got to keep some things under context as well. I mean,
like just how bad the first three quarters usually are?
Maybe a little bit. Like, the Broncos beat the Titans. Technically, it was a one-score game. It was 20-12. But did you ever have a moment feeling like that game was in doubt? You beat the Eagles 21-17 and the Jets 13-11, and you had to come back in both of those games. The Giants was, of course, absolutely absurd. But then you destroyed the Cowboys by 20 points, and look what the Cowboys did to the Raiders yesterday. So I think it's all kind of relative. I think that Raiders game was just goofy because it was a short week and there was some wind there. I don't know if we know who the true Broncos team really is, aside from a really good defense. So I'm not really bothered by one-score games at all. I think the whole NFL comes down to more or less one-score games. The fact that you've been so successful is fantastic. I think it's more than 5, too. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Sorry, so they're 7-2. My bad. 7-2 in one-score games because they lost to the Chargers and Colts on walk-off field goals. 7-2.
I don't know, man. I'm not complaining about it. I think the Chiefs last year were hanging on by the skin of their teeth in so many games.
Doesn't it feel like the Broncos are doing that right now?
Yes.
That's kind of my
DMac
question.
doesn't, but yes.
Well, it depends. Like the Titans game, no, I don't think they were. Of course, the Eagles.
DMac, 9 of our 11 games have been one score.
No, I get it, but those that are one score that you feel like it's in balance, I don't think the Titans game felt like that. Even the Jets game that was so close, I felt like, they got that one. Even the Texans game didn't feel like it was like all that crazy. The Giants game was ridiculous, okay? That was stupid. And frankly, the Eagles game was probably pretty stupid too.
The answer is yes, Dan.
The Raiders, did you feel like the Raiders game was like in big peril at some point?
Yes.
Really? All right, well, I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Next story, Dan.
I mean, it certainly was concerning that they took, they could barely beat the Raiders at home.
But you don't put any of that into context. The short week, kind of the wacky wind conditions, all that. None of that like factors into it.
No,
maybe a little.
No.
Okay.
You should have did you watch the Raiders? I mean, you should have dominated the Raiders.
Yeah.
It was a goofy night. It was a weird night, man. But whatever. Go ahead, Nick. Well, hey, we'll see. 2 weeks, you get the Raiders. In Vegas, there's not going to be any wind in that game, so you should beat the tar out of them, theoretically.
All right, guys, Jamar Chase has been issued a one-game suspension by the NFL for spitting at Jalen Ramsey during the Bengals' loss to the Steelers on Sunday. He will not receive his paycheck along with a $58,000 per game active bonus. Chase leads the NFL in receptions. Kind of surprising without Joe Burrow, with 79 so far this year and ranks second in receiving yards with 861. He's also scored 5 touchdowns. What is going on with players spitting this year? We saw Jalen Carter literally before the first play of the NFL season spit at a player. Why are players spitting in faces? And by the way, I don't know if you saw, but Mike Tomlin was asked about this about Jalen's response, and he's like, hey, if somebody spits in your face, my message to my players is do whatever you feel comes natural as far as their reaction goes. So thoughts on Jamar Chase getting suspended for spitting in the face of Jalen Ramsey?
I think if you spit on another grown man, that should be like a 3-game suspension. I honestly do. And I loved Mike Tomlin's response. Mike Tomlin was asked at his press conference, how do you expect your players to respond if you get spit on? His response, you should respond in what comes natural. In other words, what Jalen did, that came natural.
Yeah, you can't do that, man. I mean, fine. What's with the spitting? I don't know what to tell you. It's bizarre. I have no idea what it would take to spit on another human being. Like, the level of disrespect is kind of off the charts.
You guys ever been spit on?
No, I've not. Tyler?
I don't think so.
I have.
You have?
Really? Yeah.
What was that scenario?
Story time with Dan.
Yeah, how that happened?
My friend in high school, I won't say her name, but there were some drinks involved with her, and I don't even remember what the conversation was, but she spit in my face. Next day at school, comes running up to me. I'm so sorry. I spit it.
She like hot.
Oh.
Like hot to loogie?
Well, I mean, that sounds kind of hot. What? You guys aren't into that?
All right, maybe we should get to the next story.
No?
Depends.
That's just me.
I can't even. It's not funny what I want to say, but I don't know if it's okay. Next, yeah, exactly. Next story. Thank you. You got there.
Guys, New York Giants linebacker Abdul Carter was benched for the opening defensive series Sunday after missing a recent walkthrough while allegedly asleep at the team facility, according to a source who spoke to ESPN. The third overall pick in the 2025 NFL draft didn't play during the opening series of the Giants' home loss to the Packers. Now, Carter took accountability after the game for the incident, which occurred during the week. He acknowledged he must accept the consequences for his actions, but he says the story's not true. He said, I was not asleep. I was actually doing recovery. Nonetheless, that's on me. Carter later posted on Twitter, when the hate don't work, they start telling lies. Tyler, do you ever have incidents of teammates falling asleep at the team facility and missing meetings?
Well, not the missing meetings part, but my question is, where's his buddies? Like nobody wanted to help him out. I mean, when you fall asleep, generally speaking, a lot of teams, they've got lazy boys in the locker room. You've got a player's lounge, whatever. You see your buddy still asleep as you're walking in the meeting. How about you knock the dude in the face and you tell him to wake up?
He denies he was sleeping. He says he was getting treatment.
Okay, well, then somebody's lying. And if the team's, I don't believe him. I don't believe him. I don't believe him at all. If he was getting treatment, you're telling me the team is still going to make him miss the start?
My mistake was an honest mistake. I own the fact that it was an honest mistake. I was getting treatment, and I told interim coach Mike Kafka that too. But to say I was sleeping at that time just wasn't true, and it also wasn't a trend. This was the only time it happened because there was an accusation that this is, same thing before. So, boy, they are talking about dysfunctional behind the scenes right there. So he gets punished for something. I don't know what to say here, too. Like, you're taking one of your best players, and he ain't going to play in your opening drive, and you're the Giants? Really? They're just a mess. Abdul Carter, there's a story about Lawrence Taylor. Like, the meeting would start when Lawrence Taylor would get there. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're on kind of a different level here with some of these guys. What are we, in high school? I mean, not great. You don't want to do it. But what, are you going to punish the rest of the team for a guy that missed part of a meeting for whatever reason? I mean, if he's doing it all the time, okay, maybe. But seriously.
Well, I've always thought the old, hey, you're gonna get benched for a series thing is the dumbest thing of all time. Like, what kind of punishment is that? I got to miss a series?
I don't know, man. I don't know what to say. It's a weird one. Yeah, got anything else for that? Your last one there, Dan.
Well, I just did want to mention that.
Really quick. Isn't it amazing how, like, bad teams, weird bad things always seem to happen to bad teams?
Right.
Like, it's just part of their culture, what you're going through. You never hear stories. Well, I'll just tell you this. For whatever it's worth, and at least I haven't heard it, I haven't heard anything like this with the Broncos this year. Nothing. No, like I'm missing meetings or I'm pulled over by the cops so I'm late or, I missed the plane or whatever. Whatever it is. I've heard I don't know about you, Tyler. I haven't heard any bad stories like this about this year's Broncos team.
No, not at all.
So we haven't had to have those debates or disagreements about crap because they just haven't existed. The only thing that we got a little bit is how are things going with Sean and Bo? Are they going all right or not? But that's more or less based on just what's happening on the field and what seems to be some sort of communication issue about just getting things going in the right direction. It's not like there's some other crazy stories going on out there. I don't think. But this crap, and let me tell you, this crap would happen with the Broncos all the time. You would hear all sorts of weird stories, Tyler, when things were going wrong. You probably were not you directly were part of them, but, we're aware of those things going on when you're on bad teams.
Yeah, I mean, bad teams do stupid things. Guys get lackadaisical on bad teams.
All right, Dan, anything else you got?
I just wanted to mention, Tyler brought it up earlier, but Aaron Rodgers will not require surgery to repair a fracture to his left wrist. Tomlin did say Rodgers' status for Sunday's game against the Bears is up in the air. He said, really, it's just about bracing and securing it for his comfort and safety. And then it's going to be about how functional he is. So I have no idea if a quarterback can play the position with a broken, non-throwing wrist.
Yeah,
we'll see how that goes for Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers. By the way, Aaron Rodgers, they're playing the Bears, 24-5 in his career against the Chicago Bears.
They've had a good run, man. That Packers-Bears thing has been a one-sided affair. All right, we have an AI-generated song about the relationship with Luka Evans and Sean Payton by one of our listeners.
Is it good?
It's AI. It's all I'll let you judge. For whatever reason, the theme of the song is 80s sitcom.
Okay.
So an 80s sitcom theme song about Luka Evans of the Denver Post and Sean Payton, that of the famous My Name is Luka. And their little kerfuffle. Oh, maybe dump that.
I mean, that's got to be the catchphrase. My name is Luka.
You'll hear it coming up. Also, your last keyword is Smith. 303-504-0925. There are 3 of them during our show. They all mean something together. This is definitely a big you win nothing sort of thing, but it's like a puzzle. So we'll see if we can figure out what that puzzle is coming up next. All right, we will announce our winner for the Avs tickets here in a second, but Nate and Andy will have another opportunity for you to win with keywords at the 20s. This is different. You ask about AI. I don't know much about it. I've fooled around with it. Little pictures and stupid stuff. Not much. I certainly haven't tried to generate a song, and talk about motivated. Our guy is AJ in Brighton. Found the concept of Luka Evans of the Denver Post and Sean Payton's relationship interesting enough to do an AI-generated song.
There's some AI wizards out there, man. You can do some crazy stuff with it.
All right. Well, I'll let you judge. I do have the lyrics. Do you want me to read you the lyrics first, or would you like to hear the song first and try to put it together?
I don't know.
All right.
I choose lyrics.
Lyrics? Oh, you want me to read the lyrics first?
Sure.
Okay. And this is again about Luka. Should we remind people about Luka Evans and Sean, Dan, with the My Name is Luka? Do you have the whole cut of that, or just the My Name is Luka thing?
I just have the song we did.
Oh, you don't have the sound bite?
I can find
of Luka with Sean Payton? Anyways, whatever. There's a reporter for the Denver Post. His name is Luke Evans. He's a nice guy. But he and Sean just seem to be oil and water. And on a conference call, Sean thought his name was Evan. He went, Evan, like, shut up.
Evan.
And then his name is Luka. And he came out and said, my name is Luka. And Sean
My name's Luka.
Okay, perfect. And then recently they've had a little back and forth. Okay, so here are the lyrics. On the field, he's the king of the play, calling shots, making moves all day. But off the turf, it's a different game. A reporter's question drives him insane. Whistles blow, pens collide.
Sounds more like a poem so far.
Two stubborn hearts, worlds wide. He's the coach with a plan so tight. I'm the writer chasing headlines at night. So this is actually, this is an AI song from Luka's perspective. We bicker, we banter, but we're a team. All right. And my name is Luka.
Are they? Luka and Sean are a team?
I don't know. All right, that's the first verse. We'll see if we even get to the second verse, but go ahead, Dan. In the style of an 80s theme, a sitcom song, here we go. My name is Luka. You can feel the fun montage happening now, right?
On the field, he's the king of the play, calling shots, making moves all day.
Sean.
But off the turf, it's a different game. A reporter's questions drive him insane. Whistles blow, pens collide. Two stubborn hearts, worlds wide.
Here we go.
He's the coach with a plan. My name is Luka.
All right, pause. Do you even want to hear the rest, or is
Yeah, that song blows.
Okay.
I mean, where was the drama? Where was the intrigue? Where was like the trash talk? Something. We're just like best buddies over here.
Thank you, AJ, for saying
that was a great effort. Phenomenal effort.
Yeah, I guess Luka,
and impressive that is done with AI.
And Luka in AI is, I think, from a female's perspective, that was a woman, wasn't it?
I was expecting more like Metallica or something.
No, 80s sitcom. So my name is Luka.
Yeah.
All right, you want to put the keywords together, see if you can take a shot at what all these means?
I mean,
by the way, you may have to get Kevin on
Okay, so there's Texas Rangers,
right.
Much like the New York Rangers.
Okay, Texas was the first one.
I mean, is that what Texas meant? Texas Rangers?
I don't know.
Okay.
It's
second one's blue. The Rangers are blue.
Correct.
I don't know what the third one is.
Smith. Dan, you got any shots here? They all mean something.
Who's the Rangers goalie?
Is it some guy named Smith? I mean,
that's what I'm going to look
Mike
up here.
Smith, I think, was a legendary goalie for the Rangers. I mean, that could be it. Mike Smith, maybe. You're just...
Yeah, they have Shesterkin and Jonathan Quick. So.
Yeah, but if you go back, I believe if you look up Mike Smith, he was a longtime Rangers goalie. Could that be? Is that it? Texas Rangers blue. They're blue. Smith, an old goalie.
That's the best I got on the first
That
two.
feels weird. Like that doesn't seem like enough.
Well, it's who we're playing, right?
Yeah. Hey, maybe call Kevin, Dan, and try to figure it out. So you don't have a better answer for it.
I do not.
Dan, you don't have a better answer for it?
I'm just trying to look and see, like, what are there any famous Rangers players?
Well, Mike Smith, I guess.
Is he a famous Rangers player?
I
now?
don't know. I think he was a goalie for years there, that famous, defined famous, I guess. That's the best I can come up with those.
We've had
three.
multiple people point out Power Rangers. I don't know. I don't get it.
Would that make sense with those words? How would that make any sense?
I don't know.
Is one of the Power Rangers named Smith?
Or Texas?
Or Blue?
Blow it up over there with ideas?
No, Mike Smith played for the Islanders. He wasn't even with the Rangers. My bad.
Way to go.
A mile long, 3 inches deep. What are the
However, there was a legendary GM named Neil Smith.
That's true. That is true. I guess in every organization you can find a Smith somewhere in the organization.
Somebody help me with the Power Rangers because we had multiple people text that in.
Power Rangers. Texas, Blue, and Smith would make sense with the Power Rangers?
I guess. Dan, you look like a Power Ranger guy.
Actually, I wasn't allowed to watch Power Rangers growing up. So
Really?
You weren't allowed?
I was not allowed to watch Power Rangers. My mom thought, I don't know. My mom didn't like it.
I wasn't allowed to watch Three's Company.
Oh, okay. We got the answer.
Okay, what is it?
Okay, so we knew the. Oh well, so Texas Rangers, we got that one.
Okay.
Blue for the Rangers.
Blue is not what I thought. I thought it was just the blue shirts or sweaters of the Rangers. That is not correct. Kevin says blue, Mighty Morphin Power Rangers.
Okay, Blue Ranger.
Okay.
All right.
Smith is Ranger Smith. Do you know who Ranger Smith is?
Never heard of him.
What? Huh?
Ranger Smith from Yogi Bear.
No freaking clue.
I had no idea.
I've watched a little Yogi Bear. Rangers, that was the Ranger. In Yogi Bear, there was Boo Boo and Yogi, and there was a Ranger, and it was that was his name, Ranger Smith.
I guess I've never seen.
Okay,
I've never seen it.
Well, there were like 3 characters in Yogi Bear.
Hold on, you've never seen Yogi Bear? How have you never seen Yogi Bear? Not a single episode?
He's talking to you, Dan, not me. I've seen tons of Yogi Bear.
Never seen it.
They're at Jellystone. They're at Jellystone Park eating picnic baskets.
I had friends growing up. What can I tell you?
Oh, you had friends. Oh, so you're so much better. So like when you were a kid, you didn't watch a cartoon.
I watched the good cartoons.
Because I had so many friends.
I was too busy being cool.
I was too busy with all my friends to watch a cartoon.
He was too busy running with Ralphie.
That too.
Okay. All right. Well, so I guess it's various forms of Rangers. So we got the Texas Rangers.
I think
so. They don't all work together. Then they're all their own independent things.
It's all about Rangers.
Different types of Rangers.
Yeah.
All right. Then we kind of got it then.
Yeah. Well, I got the first 2 for sure.
Well, I mean, we got the theme then. It was about Rangers. We just didn't know what the Rangers were. I didn't know Ranger Smith. I guess we didn't get it. I guess we were close. Dude, who would know Ranger Smith with Yogi Bear though?
I don't know, but I can picture him.
Yeah, I can too, because there were like 3 people in that cartoon.
Mm-hmm.
God, was there a female in was there a little mama bear
Did he have
hanging
a love
around?
life?
What's that?
Did he have a love life?
Did he have a love life? Did Yogi have?
I don't remember.
He was just eating all those picnic baskets with Boo Boo.
Hey, boo boo boo.
Hey, Boo Boo. See, you know that.
Hey, boo boo boo.
My picnic baskets. I was staying away from Ranger Smith. I think Yogi Bear was like Jackie Gleason or something. He's sort of talking like an old timer comic. All right. Anyways, whatever. All Rangers. That's it. Just all Rangers. Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Okay.
There was a Blue Ranger, apparently.
I guess. All right. You got me on that one. All right, Dan.
So was the Pink Ranger called Pink Ranger?
What are you looking at me for? I can't help you. I can't help you in this department.
You know, if Dan wasn't allowed to watch it, he was secretly watching it all the time.
Yeah, this goes to
if
another.
Mom tells you not to watch it, that means you're watching it every chance you get.
I still to this day don't know what her reasoning was, by the way. I have no idea. I've never seen it. So is it bad? I don't know.
I feel like there was some. I vaguely recall there being some issue with that show in my household too.
The Power Rangers?
I do. I vaguely remember that.
Okay, I have no idea. This was like way like my timing for Power Rangers was terrible because it didn't coincide with me or my kids. So I have no concept of Power Rangers. I know there were controversy with Teletubbies. I remember that
Wait, there
controversy.
was? I watched that when I was a kid.
Oh, there are all sorts of things with Teletubbies.
See, I'm wondering if
didn't
it was
know
the
that.
same controversy though. Was there a similar thing going on with the Power
I
Rangers?
have no clue.
Because I know that controversy well.
Okay, Russell Vastine from Parker. You don't know the Teletubbies thing, Dad?
No, I had
Don't
no
worry
idea.
about it. Don't worry about it. Congratulations to Russell Vastine from Parker. He wins our Avs tickets. Nate and Andy will have more tickets to give away later. Okay, bye week stuff.
Pink Ranger was pterodactyl.
I don't know what that means. A pterodactyl?
Pterodactyl. But with a P in front, so you got to pronounce the P.
Pterodactyl?
Why is there a P in front?
Yeah, I don't know. That's the theorem there. Pythagoras theorem. I don't know. There's some silent P's out there. Oh, no, there you go. Rangers. There you go. Good luck.
Oh, Cindy Bear was Yogi's girlfriend.
I knew there was some sort of
Cindy.
Cindy
Yeah,
Bear.
yeah.
Hey, boo boo.
Hey, boo boo.
Don't put on your pants. Cindy Bear's coming over.
A-N-D.
A-N-D. Andy's like an angry bear every day when he walks in here. He's just like pissed off at something.
That's why I love him.
You okay, Andy? Is something wrong? You upset there about the
I'm
Nuggets?
fine.
All right.
Everything's great.
I have RBF. I don't know what to tell you.
RBF.
Yes.
What's RBF?
You know.
I do not.
What? Is there something?
Resting
face.
face.
Gotcha. How you feeling about your Nuggets last night losing to the Bulls?
Yeah, I just got done going, that game sucks. And Nate goes, that game was kind of awesome. So I didn't even get an explanation as to why.
The game was awesome? How was the game awesome?
I'm not sure. I think he likes
Chicago teams?
No, it wasn't a Chicago thing. Hey, there is not, I don't think there'll ever be an athlete. Nate's biggest athlete man crush is Nikola Jokic. Be clear about that. I don't think there's a Cub. I don't think there's a former Bear. There's nobody higher on the mountain for Nate Kreckman than Nikola Jokic. But, yeah, I don't know. Would have been cool. I was like, there's just this. I watched that whole game going, I thought we were done with this. It kept showing the bench points. I was like, I really thought we were done with this.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out how Nate thinks that game was great last night.
I have no idea. When he eventually walks in, we'll have to find out from him. I never got an explanation.
They were down by 18. They battled back.
Then they got down again.
They
and they
fell
battled
apart
back.
in the third.
Came all the way back at halftime.
They battled back. So here we are 5 minutes ago. Game's tied up. Now
Got a shot to win it.
This is where we win. They give up a 3-pointer to Vucic. And they lose.
You have resting butt face, right?
Yeah. Always.
What
That's why
part?
I'm in radio.
They give up 130 points at home and lose. To a team that had lost 5 in a row and lost in double overtime.
Stupid Josh Giddey. What drives me nuts, why is it
you hate people from
the
Australia?
white guy with the goofy hair is always yamming all over you, and that's what drives me crazy. The kid who I just want to get a damn haircut couldn't miss a three.
You know what?
last night.
He's got the same haircut that every middle schooler and
I know,
young
my
high
son's
schooler
got it.
has. They've all got just a little mop on top
all
of their
fall.
head.
I'm like, you ready? You
Yeah.
ready? You ready?
Time to go get a haircut. You can't see. It's in front of your eyes.
Like, what are we doing with the thing?
I don't
And yet
know.
they all got it.
It's all
There's
the
like
exact.
some memo.
It's
It's
the
memo.
mushroom top.
I don't want to hear one thing about mullets from this generation when
Hey,
you've been
did you-
wearing that thing the whole time.
Did you guys see?
See what?
Don't-
Whose hair?
Don't give up.
No, wait, no.
Don't ever give up.
Did you think that the former coach of the Denver Nuggets
Oh, yeah. Michael Malone?
was ever capable
the
of growing hair?
Nope.
I just assumed that dude was bald.
I thought it was a wig.
One of our guys, one of the muggles, or as Scotty would call him, they had a great tweet of him having to not worry about what MPJ says on podcasts as long as him grow his hair.
I mean, that's not like a hair replacement. That's not what
That's
that
a
was.
full transplant.
That just means Michael
That's
Malone.
someone else's hair.
No, I don't think so. I think he can always grow hair.
Really?
No, I think he went
I don't
higher.
think that was a transplant.
Listen, you could get a face transplant. You could get he went and found the hottest guy he couldn't be like, give me your hair.
Give me your hair.
I
That
think
ESPN money's good.
All right,
Give
so
me your hair.
the question is that fake or not?
Well, I don't think it's fake, but I think it's synthetic.
Well, that's
it's not,
fake.
it's not synthetic. I mean, listen, advanced hair restoration. I know all about this. Advanced FUE. They take the real hair out of the back of your head and they just put it up top.
Okay, it's something like that, though, right? That's just not. He did something, right?
That is some glorious hair.
All I know
coming
is
off
that's
the
a
back of
luscious
your
set
skull.
of hair.
It is.
It's a different
He's
person.
actually got like a cool and hip
He's
haircut
like a
and
different
everything.
guy.
Yeah.
He's like George Costanza when he puts that thing on. He's got women interested.
It's amazing. Little time off, what he'll do for you.
He finally had time to get the procedure done.
What kind of car comes with that hair?
What kind of car? Dude,
What's he driving with that hair?
Look, we got to go with his income bracket, okay? Technically, the one I got sitting out there in my income bracket
We're
is
going
what it
through
is.
some sort of midlife crisis
what
with
is
that
he?
hair.
What does he have? Is that
what's,
like
what's that ride?
It's like the $100,000 vet,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
That low riding vet, and it's
Definitely.
sweet. And you know what? He only could drive it really practically 3 months out of the year, but he doesn't care.
But he's driving it in the
He's
winter
driving
anyways.
the vet anyway. And
Yeah.
you know what? He's passing you
Yeah.
like Christy Brinkley in Vacation.
Yeah.
Giving you the wave,
Yeah,
winking at your wife.
Wait, why am I drawing a blank on the toupee? Is it a toupee?
No, that's his.
That's his.
You can't. That thing's got to
can't
be
quaff the
attached to
toupee
the
like
skull.
that?
No, you can't risk it coming off.
So we all had the same reaction when we saw it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Like, what?
Yeah.
Okay.
Listen, that
He's had a
TV
buzz
life
set of
changes you,
hair
bro.
ever since I've known his name.
What's going to happen if he ends up going to the Pelicans, which people said he's attached to? Does he get it shaved and he's back to angry
So
Mike?
it like looks miserable all over
Because
again.
now he looks like New York Mike. He's dining at the fine restaurants.
It's because his marriage is fine, but he's definitely like having career midlife crisis, right?
It's
like,
the TV world.
But so this is TV.
Everybody in TV's beautiful.
Hey,
are you kidding me?
Is he? Can we call him
Give
Mike?
me the ugly TV guy. I guess Chris Berman, but he was grandfathered in.
Can we call him Mike now, and we don't have to call him Michael?
No, he's definitely Michael. Matter of fact, he might
That
get
hair-
away.
No. I
That
agree
hair's-
with DMac. That's more of a Mike.
No,
right
no.
there.
It might be Mikey.
No,
Yeah.
he's Michael J. Malone now. He's going to start getting the middle initial in. You kidding me? Come on now.
All right, it's KKSE FM HD1 Broomfield Denver Boulder.
Have you not been around at TV? They're all like pretty.
No, I get it, but like Mike's a more hip happening name. Like, hey, Mike, rather than Michael. Michael's a little bit, I feel like, more formal. Like, you know, hey, listen, I don't know.
Listen, he's
Have
got
fun.
banker hair now. What do you mean?
Have fun. He's it's a different look, and he's going to be on all the time, right? He's part of the core countdown show. Aside from the big boys, it's like their number 2 team, right?
Yeah.
So he'll be on a bunch.
Unless he goes to coach again. He was made no bones about the fact he'd like to coach again. By the way,
Where do you think that's going to happen?
Wouldn't you collect for a year or two, though? I mean,
Yeah,
apparently not. What did James Franklin do?
Oh,
That's
how about
true.
Like,
that?
are you shocked James Franklin
That
took
was-
the
Like, hey,
Vodtech
James,
job? I'd
you
take
got-
free
you got-
money for a year.
That
you
was
got
crazy.
$50 million, buddy. Like, go on a couple vacations.
Did he give up that money
Yes,
to take
he had
that job?
to renegotiate the buy. Not all
It'll
of
be
it,
offset.
but they renegotiated the buyout because of whatever his Vodtech job was.
So wait, does he get the money or
he
not?
gets the difference between whatever his
It's the
Vodtech
offset.
salary is
Oh, okay,
and
okay.
what
Yeah.
they owed. He gives back basically whatever Virginia Tech's paying.
Correct.
He still gets it, but I would
Sure, I
got
got you.
I just want to be. I want to be paid a stupid
I'd be
sum
like
of
Ed
money to go away
Orgeron.
one
I'd
time.
be like, show me the
Yeah,
beach, buddy.
just hanging out.
I'm going to get this big old belly nice and red.
So you can make $50 million and do nothing.
Or you can go to Vodtech.
I mean, you're still going to get the equivalent of $50 million, but you have to go to work.
Now you got to work and
You got to work for your
But
money.
now you
tell
can
these
get
kids
fired
they're special
twice.
and yeah,
Now he gets to get fired twice.
sure.
That's a lot of money.
Are these buyouts going to go the way of the dinosaur? With the NIL and
They're
how much
so-
this is all going to
I
start?
don't know.
At what
that,
point
that
do
Louisiana
colleges?
governor was onto something.
Because I'm telling, well, you know what? Brady Quinn was on Fox Sports talking about he thinks LSU looks bad and cheap for trying to get out of the buyout. I'm like, bro, they owe him $54 million. What are you talking about?
See what's going on with Lane Kiffin? He's just like
No.
he's not even playing games. They're asking about the interest in the LSU job after the game, and he's like, yeah, I don't think it's a distraction by team. Not denying it at all. LSU sent out a private jet. The whole family went down to Baton Rouge to see if
Wow.
they liked the city.
But don't you? This is what you
Wow.
do. Don't you remember who was the guy from the? There was a guy from Florida. Your boy Shanahan got a new contract
Oh, yeah.
because
Yeah.
Florida guy was flying around getting everybody paid. That's all LSU's doing.
Yeah.
They're getting everybody paid.
That's
If
true.
I was Lane Kiffin, I go, yeah, I got some interest. You better call your booster. I'm flying down. I'm getting on the plane. Oh, you still don't have the contract? Off I go to Baton Rouge. I'm out of the meeting. Have you come up with that contract yet?
All it takes is one other suitor.
That's how Matt Rule got paid.
Yep.
Was his LSU or was his Penn State? But Rule got paid because there was an opening.
I think it was Penn State.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was Penn State.
I'd be talking to all of them.
For sure.
I wish there was a radio version of that guy. Because guess what? Everybody in the West Wing, my phone number's... But there isn't. So here we are.
There clearly isn't.
Will there ever be again?
No.
You're in this longer than we are. Was there ever that guy? Was there ever a chance? In radio, did we ever have a chance to talk to the guy that got you paid somewhere else?
In the 90s, it was kind of crazy.
Really?
Yeah. But I don't know. There's a lot
Not
of money.
like that.
Yeah, no.
They were like making millions in the 90s, weren't they?
Yeah. It was,
Off of advertising, yeah.
Well, no, but like in general, radio personalities in the 90s were making bank. It was insane.
Really glad that I hit it when I did. Now I know how Scotty feels. You made what, sir? To hit a 3 and rebound a couple? Scotty's like, I can do that.
Yeah.
How do you feel?
Yeah, no kidding.
Huh?
Kidding.
Yeah, the timing now isn't as
Practice
as
squad
good.
guys are making more money than I did my first 2 years in the NFL.
Oh, that's sad.
Hey, we're all doing great. All right, Nate, why was last night games awesome?
Oh, the Nuggets game?
Yeah, I told them that I did get the explanation before I had to come in here.
That game was a damn chess match. Like, the basketball nerd in me freaking loved that game last night. It was such a good coaching matchup last night between Billy Donovan and David Adelman. And basically just Billy Donovan got lucky because his guys made threes. But
for a while.
He took his bigs off the floor.
And
They were exhausted in the second half of that game.
I don't think our guys are much more energetic, frankly.
But really, like what he did to them last night, like it was nothing new. Teams do this to lesser teams do this to Denver all the time. Like that's how Washington beat him a couple of times. It's just like play 5 out, make the ball zip around,
hook up threes.
Yeah, make threes. Nikola Jokic plays drop coverage against Josh Giddey because he doesn't want him to get to the lane and beat him, and then the ball zips around, and guess what? Jokic is almost always going to be a half step slow. And last night they made 19 threes and they got that game. That Bulls bench, phenomenal. You talk about dudes in the NBA that are old and getting paid. Javon Carter. Last night, Javon Carter.
5 threes.
5 3. What was he? 5 of 10?
5 of 10, yeah.
Yeah, he didn't play most of the time.
Adelman was like, that dude hits threes against us every single time.
Yeah.
Like he was frustrated by it.
But
Jamal goes like, we had low energy and low effort.
There was I wouldn't say it was low energy.
So when you say it was like a great game, it's like, well, Jamal Murray's like talking about how we barely tried.
It was less energy. I don't agree that they barely tried. They got outplayed by the Bulls. I don't agree that they barely tried.
They ran out of steam because they had to come back so hard in the first half.
Well,
that
the second
tuckered
quarter.
out.
And again, the second quarter is like the starters were fine. Starters got them in a great place. Second quarter, they go on a 16-2 run and they leave you in the dust. And that's like that quarter right there is the imperfection of Jonas Valanciunas right there.
I just didn't think we were going to see a game like that this whole year at home. Like that reminded me of last year so much.
No NBA team except for Oklahoma City. No NBA team gets out unscathed in a game like that. But that's the modern NBA. Again, they put up 53 threes. It's not hard to figure out what Chicago's game plan was last night. We're on the second night of a back-to-back. We played a double overtime game in Utah last night. Bombs away. Here we go. And we'll see if we can shoot our way to victory, and they did. And the Nuggets had the classic first game after a long road trip, first game after an emotional win on Saturday night in Minnesota, and they didn't have the same juice to it, and Bulls made shots. But yeah, no, last night was, again, like the basketball dork in me really enjoyed that game last night.
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Yeah, I'm glad you had a good time.
I hated every minute of it. So.
I was frustrated as hell watching that thing.
Yeah,
it was funny too because it was
guys,
like, hey, it was gonna be Cam Johnson's breakout game.
I know.
It's like this is it.
It was
Here he is.
It's November 18th. They just won 7 games in a row. Again, like you don't get to get out of this thing without having some crap fests, and that's what the Nuggets put up last night. And again, the schedule should have gotten them the victory anyway, but it didn't.
Well, I knew they were in trouble. I was talking to Hastings yesterday, and I was like, we were trying to figure out the podcast stuff, and I go, when are you going again? Because they're in New Orleans tomorrow, and I go, uh-oh, that ain't good.
Oh, the Nuggets. The Nuggets. Have you guys looked like the next 10 games for the Nuggets?
It's brutal. It's brutal
bizarre.
through December.
There's a bunch of these home, get on a plane, away, 1, go home for 1, go away for 1, maybe 2. It's crazy.
Yeah, the NBA. Scotty was telling us last year. I'm sure you mentioned it on your show where the NBA decided we don't want you on these long road trips, but for Denver it doesn't work.
No.
Denver and Utah, we're in the middle of the country, so you're always flying
You
back
have a
like
long
you're not
flight.
really
I see
doing
what
them
you're
a
saying.
favor.
So if I'm in Philadelphia, Boston, New York, that's
just
a
let me
fair
get it out
point.
of the way.
That's like a 15-minute flight or whatever.
You're right. They
Like
could
a-
take buses, remember?
Right.
Like that's when the league started. That's why all these leagues had these clusters of teams because it was really easy to get there.
All right, so this schedule is, I
Cleveland
didn't even think of
Spiders.
that. So this is a new type of schedule that the whole league is doing.
Right, where they don't want guys, in theory, it's supposed to help the players not get exhausted
But
by
everything's
being
a
on the
2-hour
road.
flight from
But
here.
everything here
Yeah.
is a 2-hour flight.
Yeah.
Utah deals with the same thing.
Yeah, if you're-
Think about it, even Phoenix is a 2-hour flight.
If you're in the East, it's a lot easier for you.
Yeah, you've got, because again, you got Brooklyn, you
Yeah.
got the Knicks, you got,
Hey, are we a little tiny violin here about first class travel on private airplanes, staying at
it's
5-star
not,
hotels?
again, and
We're
I'll
not-
tell
we're
you
not
from,
like-
I can tell you from living the schedule. It's not about where you sleep. It's about what time you're getting into bed and the fact that the world wakes up before
Okay.
any of these guys have had real sleep.
But just for a little perspective here.
I get it.
Because
I
the
get it.
situation.
No, here's what I need
The
you
Bulls
to do.
are in double overtime against Utah.
Right.
And that's a tougher schedule than the Nuggets playing
No,
a
I'm
home
not
game.
saying last night you should not have lost that game.
Okay.
But I'm telling you where it piles up because again, I've lived the life. It just you get in everywhere weird. You're in the middle of the night, 3, 4 a.m. And again, you're sleeping in a hotel where people have real lives to get up to. Matter of fact, a bunch of people in the hotel that you're in, because it's not like you rent out the whole floor. You got business people. They're banging on stuff. There's room service. There's maid carts. There's all this crap going on. You're like,
Okay,
you get 2-3 hours
continental
of sleep.
breakfast. We know they're on a 63 win pace right now.
Yeah, I know, but
Listen,
when
they're on a
when they lose-
63 win pace.
when they
what are
lose-
we getting worked up over
Because
right
when they
now?
lose the West by 7 games instead of 6 to Oklahoma City, we're going to remember this one.
No, you know what it was? I was again, we talked about it. It was PTSD because this was one of the stupid
Yes.
teams that you couldn't beat last year that you should have.
It felt like the Wizards last year.
You said it. I did not think we'd get the feeling like we had a year ago. And again, what kept scratching, what kept clawing off the scar, the scab, was the fact that the dumb bench points. Now, luckily in post game on altitude, Demps and Hanslick and Katie put into perspective that the Bulls bench always scores a ton.
The Bulls
they
have-
scored more in Utah. right?
Chicago's got one of the best benches in the NBA. You look at the plus minuses last night. Javon Carter was a plus 20. Jalen Smith was a plus 15. He hit some threes. My God, Ayo Dosunmu was a plus 25 in 25 minutes. That's my dude, by the way. You look at the Nuggets, and yeah, Hardaway's a minus 21 last night. Brucey B's a minus 17. My God, Spencer Jones in 6 minutes was minus 16. Valanciunas was awful last night. And again, it's a bad matchup when they go with a lineup like that. But the Nuggets, when you don't have Christian Brown, so you don't have Peyton Watson, the domino effect of what that then does to your second unit, it impacts it.
Yeah, it's Scotty taught me this long ago when Earl Boykins was playing. Remember when Earl was like the best sixth man in the NBA?
I never believed that, but go on.
But he had a good run where he had an argument for it. But then when we would get into the starting lineup, everything changed.
Sure.
A, he wasn't the energy off the bench, and B, he was not quite as effective in the larger chunk of minutes than what he was in the smaller sample size of being a bench guy.
Yeah.
And right now we're living a little bit of that because, as you said, now all of a sudden you've got Christian Brown out. You lose bench juice with Peyton Watson having to start. You don't have the juice of Peyton Watson out there. And like you said, Spencer Jones now has been exposed to a bigger role. And he's a fun player, but not he was in the perfect role that he's no longer in.
He's a role guy.
Until Christian Brown returns.
Yeah.
And look, there's nights where he's going to be highly effective for you. But whatever. Like the bottom
Watson,
line
Peyton
is,
Watson had a bad game last night.
yeah, they did. They didn't shoot well.
Yeah, and Josh Giddey cooked him too often. And again, they played that drop coverage, and Joker's he's a step slow. And in a game like this, and honestly, Nikola Jokic, and he's earned it, doesn't want to have to work that hard on a Monday night at home against Chicago.
I get you.
Yeah.
I get you. That's one of those games last night where I had to say for the first time I had to be a little bit disappointed in Riley Moss Sunday. Last night's the first time after my great excitement where I was a little bit disappointed in Jonas Valanciunas.
Yeah.
Wish he could have got more out of him. What are you going to do? Like you said, at the end of the day, Nate, you're right. It's a Monday in November. We aren't going to remember it other than the fact that it was the Bulls.
He is the thing about Valanciunas is he is what he is, he's there's a reason why he is now a backup big at this stage of his NBA life.
I have to give you a lot of credit because I thought about you. I was listening to some of the game on the radio as I went to retrieve dinner for my family, and that was when they had Jonas and Jokic in, and at one point Kaz goes, "This isn't working the way we'd like it to," and I thought that's what Nate told me about a week ago on the radio.
Oh yeah, no, they ran it the other night against Minnesota, and I think the Timberwolves went on like an immediate 8-0 run. Yeah,
I didn't get to hear the full description.
Blow
but
that lineup up.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like they'll be going back to that.
Are you telling me Helper got vetoed last night?
Huh?
The Helper got vetoed
no,
last
this
night?
was Saturday.
Oh, Saturday.
It did
okay.
get vetoed because I decided I was just going to make some lame spaghetti.
Oh, there you go.
Just sauce and noodles, my poor kids. I go, this is what we had a kid. You'll deal with it. I haven't made you do this too often. No meat in the sauce. Live with it.
There you go. A little red sauce and noodles.
It'll make you put hair on your chest, Hayden. Did your dad ever give you that? Go mow the lawn. It puts hair on your chest.
My grandmother
had hair on her chest?
No, she was into that. But this is what she always used to say. You need to eat your crust. It'll make your hair on your chest curly.
See, what I couldn't help
as though I would have launched into early puberty as a result of eating every corner of my sandwich.
Because you wanted to be David Hasselhoff. See, that's what I would. When people would tell me
Sean Connery was the sex symbol of his
I
time.
get it, but I always thought to myself, I don't want hair on my chest. I'm not looking to be that hairy. I'm not striving for that.
You were going for more of a Chippendale thing?
Yeah, I want to be smooth. And it worked out because I'm Irish. I'm half Irish and indeed smooth.
You're very smooth.
Whatever I got, you can barely see. I gotta put the suntan lotion on for you to figure out where the hair might be.
Pinkish and smooth.
Yeah, burned. It's not pinkish. It's been 5 minutes. I'm Irish. Lay off.
Oh, man, we got a lot to do on this radio show today. We have power rankings today.
Oh, people can't wait.
Programming note, they're going to have to wait a little bit because we're going to do power rankings today at 5:20. We're pushing them back a little bit. Chad Brown is being high maintenance, and he has to move his interview. Full disclosure, the former All-Pros being high maintenance. So we're going to push power rankings back a little bit today here on the show. The power rankings are...
Ooh, you feel like you've tasted bad salmon.
The power rankings are. That's all I'm going to say right now. The power
Really?
rankings are.
People look forward to this.
They
it
should.
sounds like there might be some disappointment.
Well,
Are we opening up a Christmas present that's a sweater?
It's well produced.
Did you not get a G.I. Joe toy?
People really like the tackling noises. They get excited about that.
Well, I think people are excited to see how high they climb. Now I'm starting to wonder if they're going to be let down.
We'll
What
find
do you mean
out.
you got me socks? I didn't ask for socks.
The power rankings are, Andy.
You got a keyword for me there, Nate?
I do. It's an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. Every Tuesday, we give away a pair of tickets on every show. So be listening for keywords all day on the 20s. Your 320 keyword is Aragorn.
What?
Aragorn.
Is this some Game of Thrones thing?
Lord of the Rings, Andy.
Oh, my bad.
Less nipples. Text Aragorn with your first and last name. It's really the key
orcs
difference.
had nipples. They were shirtless.
Not as much incest, not as much nipples.
Yeah.
Text Aragorn with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That enters you for a pair of tickets to see the Avalanche host the Rangers on Thursday night. He's one of them Rangers. The Avalanche Kids Club is here. Check out free or paid membership options today at coloradoavalanche.com/kids club. Again, your 320 keyword is Aragorn, the Viggo Mortensen character from Lord of the Rings. Aragorn. Text Aragorn along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and you are entered. We'll announce our winner at 5:55. Buena suerte. Your keyword this hour is Aragorn. Aragorn, Andy. Text Aragorn, Aragorn, as in the character from Lord of the Rings. Aragorn. Text Aragorn along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That enters you to win tickets for the Avs and the Rangers on Thursday night. Andy, Aragorn is a Ranger of the North. First introduced with the name Strider, and later revealed to be the heir of Isildur, an ancient king of Arnor and Gondor. Aragorn is a confidant of the wizard Gandalf and plays a part in the quest to destroy the One Ring and defeat the Dark Lord Sauron.
Was Gondor on Endor?
Endor was the Ewoks.
Yeah.
Gondor was where all the white dudes lived in Lord of the Rings. As a young man, Aragorn falls in love with the immortal elf Arwen. That's Liv Tyler.
Yeah. She was a hottie.
Yeah.
She glowed, though.
Yeah. She couldn't die. And he's going to die because he's just a dude.
Right.
But she's going to live forever because she's an elf chick. Which...
What's with the bald chick? Hey, what's with the elf chick? Not dying.
She ain't dying. This is getting uncomfortable for everybody. I mean, seriously, you're gonna end up like he's just gonna get old, and you're gonna end up with a creepy Belichick Jordan Hudson situation.
But if you end up with half elf, half human, as a kid,
does the kid live forever?
Yeah, does the kid get 500 years or something? There's an end date, but it's super long.
And meanwhile, she's like, so I'm just stuck with this kid. You get to die, and I'm
here. You get
here?
to die, and I got questions on endlessly.
I got to haul this kid to daycare every day? What the hell are we doing?
When does a kid grow up? So anyway, he was a Ranger. I didn't know
He
that.
was a Ranger.
And they're playing the Rangers.
They're playing the Rangers.
So do we have a future keyword that's a Power Ranger?
You'll have to keep it here on Altitude
find
Sports
out?
Radio 92.5 to find out. We're doing Ranger-themed keywords today because they're playing the Rangers.
What about Rick? Who was Ranger Rick from?
Ranger Rick?
What was that from?
Was he a raccoon?
God, now I got to figure it out.
Okay, figure that out for me. By the way, I'll be going to that game on Thursday night.
Oh, will you?
Yes.
Why?
Because I'm a man about town, Andy.
Oh, it's a nature thing for kids. My kids had it.
Okay.
Ranger Rick.
Ranger Rick.
What do you mean you're a man about town?
I am.
You're not a man about town when it comes to the Avs.
I am on Thursday.
Well, la-di-da.
I know. I bet you I've been to more Avs games than you have in the last 5 years. There you go.
I keep asking my son, do you want to go? And he keeps coming up with reasons not to go, even though he loves watching the Avs. He's always comes down, sits down, gives me a hot take watching 2 minutes of the game, then gets up and leaves.
Well, maybe he'll go to a game with me. Who knows? I'm the man about town when it comes to the Avs.
I'd love to go to a game. I don't feel like I'm ever invited. And I'm a bit intense to watch a game with.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I bloodlust during Avs games, let's be honest.
Avs games that is the only time I feel hockey bloodlust is if I'm in the building. Yeah.
You should have been at the watch party with me and Raj just pacing all over the place last year.
Yeah.
And then finally they scored the winning goal, and I'm like, I'm leaving.
If I'm watching the game at home, I'm just like, will they score already? My God. Oh, you're battling for the puck on the boards again. Oh, the puck squirted out. Oh, it's another face-off.
Listen, this is how I feel when your guy scratches himself on the mound because his stupid talk com doesn't work. I don't know what the pitch is.
Yeah, it goes faster now. They got a pitch. They got a pitch
Not
clock.
fast enough, my friend.
just want nothing but speed pitches.
Yes, just go. Get the ball back. Go. Throw the damn thing.
Make it move.
The batter needs to not get out. I got places to be. 2 hours. That's all you get. Anyway.
The Broncos injury report, powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Did you see that J.K. Dobbins could potentially return if the Broncos make the Super Bowl?
Well, that's good.
Yes. So that's something. That's something out of the Broncos injury report on a bye week for you. If they make the Super Bowl, J.K. Dobbins might be able to play in that game.
What are you doing? I guess the rest of the season's going to tell the tale. I'd love to see him back, I'm also not naive to what that mid-foot sprain Liz Frank's surgery does to you. And it's interesting to see. I've seen guys return with varying success. But I think even Chad Brown told us, especially when you're on your feet, you're on your toes, you're cutting and doing what you got to do.
Yeah.
A running back does. Man, that's tough to come back from. The thing that finally got Champ, I always felt, was that when he had the Liz Frank surgery, he was able to play because remember, I think we all forget he went and finished with New Orleans.
Yeah.
And he just was still never really the same guy.
Yeah, it's a pretty substantial injury. And J.K. Dobbins is a very good player who just gets hurt every year. This is a part of the bugaboo with him, and it's not unique to him. He's an NFL running back. These guys they take punishment, and he had 3 times as many carries as R.J. Harvey did this year. Plus, he had to be in on a lot of pass blocking snaps as well. It's a tough job. It's a tough way to make a living. Like Isaiah Pacheco didn't play on Sunday either for Kansas City. It's a tough way to make a living, man. Being an NFL running back, like the very select few in the game today that can get to that point where it's like they can get that sizable second contract. It's great. But even like you look at that contract and compare it to other skill positions on offense, and like it kind of sucks. It's a tough way to make a living being an NFL running back, and that's why the league they draft them, they burn through them, and then they're gone. And that's just the way it works, man. It's a tough gig.
I don't really feel like, who was the Broncos' second round pick
this year?
Yeah. Why am I forgetting it? Did they not have one? Did they have one later? Who the heck was the second round pick? Why can't I remember? There was Jahdae Barron was the first
Barron
round
was
pick.
the first round pick.
Harvey was
they took
Harvey the
RJ
second
Harvey
round?
in the second round out of UCF.
Is there a part of you watching him with the Patriots that does wonder what Travion Henderson could have been? Are you having any?
Yeah, he's pretty fun.
Any FOMO with the Travion Henderson situation?
He's really good, but also like RJ Harvey, isn't he? Is he not doing what he was drafted to do?
He is. Yeah.
He's catching the football every single week. Now the injury has occurred. He's going to get a bigger opportunity. Like, you talked about it the other day. The other day being yesterday. We've only done 2 shows now this week. But like his numbers weren't terribly impressive. I don't think he's a great breaker of tacklers yet in the NFL. But when they were in second and third in short situations and they had to have it yardage, like RJ Harvey went and got it in the second half on Sunday. He had some game winning runs.
He showed great patience. The highlight run for me was maybe a 5-yard run, but they needed a first down.
Yeah.
The blocking wasn't exactly blowing the holes wide open, but he shifted between about 3 different tacklers, got the first down yardage, and it was huge because they needed to move the stick.
Yep. And when they ran the ball from the 4-yard line and they had to have a touchdown, they were able to shove it across. And good on Jaleel McLaughlin and good on Troutman and Miners and Prentice for yanking him. And whatever it takes, man, whatever it takes to just get the ball across the damn goal line. Like, you look up at the end of that game. I want to make sure I have the final numbers correct here. The Broncos run game on Sunday against Kansas City, 21 carries for 59 yards. That's pretty craptacular. That's not
Yeah,
good.
it really is.
But also, like, they got the tough yardage that they needed in the second half of that game when things were tight. Let me tell you something else about Bo Nix that I learned today that I did not know. Did you know that Bo Nix, and this is, say what you will, whether this is an indictment of Sean Payton and his game planning or not, Bo Nix leads the NFL in total pass attempts?
Really?
Yes.
Interesting.
Now, on a per-game basis, he's 4th. But still, 35 attempts per game is very, very high for a team that, by the way, is 9-2. But he leads the NFL in total pass attempts. And what's weird about it is they are 9-2. So listen to this. Drew Brees, when he was Sean Payton's quarterback, led the NFL in pass attempts 4 times in New Orleans. But this part of it is critical. Those seasons were 2007, 2008, 2014, and 2016. The Saints' records those years, 7-9, 8-8, 7-9, 7-9.
Wow.
Yeah.
So not their best seasons.
The crappy teams. And those actually were the worst seasons that Sean ever had. Remember, he never won fewer than 7 games in a year. But like a lot of those were those years, especially like 14 and 16. Remember, you would look at the splits at the end of the year and you'd be like, New Orleans offense is number 1 and New Orleans defense is 32 by a mile. Like they were like the current Dallas Cowboys on steroids. Like their defensively were just absolute crap. And then, Sean started to draft up some defensive talent, and they got better, and things were good for his last few years there. But, like, that's typically the hallmark of kind of a lousy team, right? Like, you're losing. So you lead the NFL in pass attempts. It's like Sam Howell a couple of years ago. Remember when he had, like, over, like 100 more than anybody else, but, like, they were always losing by 30, so of course he had to chuck it.
Well, I mean, let's think about it. This Broncos team's had to come back an awful lot. So that probably plays in. You've had to make comebacks against a ton of teams.
Really, though.
You've had to have big comebacks against
Giants.
the Eagles, against the Giants.
That's it.
You went nuts against the Cowboys.
Like,
you had fun against the Bengals.
Everything else that they have played has been tight game script. They've generally been in very close. Like the Giants game, and I'll give you the Eagles game as well, are like the 2 where they had to come back. Other than that, everything is tight game script where you have there's no reason for you to get that far away from the run.
Running the ball's not his DNA.
It's not.
Sorry.
It's not. And it should be, because
should have been with Dobbins.
Number 1, your run game is good, and number 2, I think they have a quarterback that likes it. I think he likes running the ball himself. By the way, he's on average, he's a full rush attempt per game, fewer than he was his rookie year. And I think he likes running the ball, and I think when the run game is going, then the play action works, and that opens things up. The throw to Pat Bryant the other day was all play action. It was just that opens things up for him down the field. He's never going to be an elite tight window thrower. You've got to give him space to hopefully get it to a guy and not throw it 5 yards over his head.
Yeah, they need to stick with the run game.
Yeah.
But there's a bigger discussion to be had about what they want to do, what they need to do. What needs to change?
Do you want to tell me what that is on the other side?
I would like to do that, Nate.
Okay.
I would like to do that. And
All right.
It starts, hey, they're always saying it starts with me. It literally does start with Sean Payton.
Okay. Your keyword is Aragorn. Aragorn. The hot guy from Lord of the Rings, Aragorn. He was good with a sword.
Not hair on corn.
303-5. Did somebody text in hair on corn?
No, but I was just thinking what else we could rhyme that with.
303-504-0925. 303-504-0925. Your 320 keyword is Aragorn. Text Aragorn along with your first and last name, and that enters you to win a pair of tickets for the Avalanche and the Rangers on Thursday night. Again, your 320 keyword is Aragorn. So text Aragorn, Aragorn, the guy from Lord of the Rings, along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925 to be entered. We'll announce our winner today at 5:55. Good luck.
Guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. How's the energy level been lately? And we're talking about it's time of year where you need all the energy you can get. There's a lot of holidays going on. The holiday parties will be coming up here in just about 3-4 weeks' time. You got to get the decorating done. We've, of course, got the big turkey day coming up first. You want to make sure you're at your best for that, whether it's the energy level, the sleep levels, whatever it may be. And if you feel like you're off, if you're not getting as great a sleep, if you feel like you're dealing with brain fog, all this stuff could be signs of low testosterone. So do yourself a favor. And before the holidays get here, go and set an appointment with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they can talk to you about all the things that can be affected by low testosterone. Your sex life, obviously, is one of them. Workouts maybe aren't getting you the same gains. All this stuff can be a sign of low T. And if you want to get it over with, you want to get it dealt with, because a lot of guys put this off and they don't need to. Get on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. If you'd like to take a quiz and see further if it's affecting you, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. They've got a 10-question quiz there. Yes or no answers takes a couple of minutes. At the first visit, they draw your blood and have results in 30 minutes. You talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider who will discuss those results with you, and you can make the decision, if advised, whether you want to start on testosterone treatment. That appointment costs $99, and it includes the consult, the T, and the PSA test. But if you start on testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, then it's free. So get on into the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and see if you can't have better energy going for the holidays. 5 locations to serve you in Colorado, up in Fort Collins, in the Springs as well. And they've got a great new revamped location in Castle Rock you're going to want to check out. Call them today, 720-440-7900. You'll be able to get to any of those 5 locations through that number, or go ahead and find them at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
We'll have another keyword for you to get entered to win tickets to the Avs and the Rangers on Thursday night. We'll give you that keyword coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. We'll talk to Chad Brown at 4:30 for our usual Tuesday conversation about those 9-2 Broncos. Then we'll give you power rankings today, 20 minutes after 5 o'clock. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. It is an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday, and it is a day in which Andy Lindahl is going to fix the Denver offense. This is a 9-2 football team that Andy Lindahl is going to fix. He is going to repair a team that has won 8 games in a row.
Yeah, I would say it's time. And listen, there's a lot of ways that we can make this look, but it's time for Davis Webb to play a bigger role. And I think Davis Webb needs to be, if not the play caller, because I know Sean will never do that, how about the play communicator? How about that? I watched my friend Ed McCaffrey one time. Remember when Colorado...
What's a play communicator?
I'll explain.
Okay.
Remember when Colorado played Northern Colorado in their opener a few years ago?
Yes.
Okay. I was watching my buddy Ed. I did a show with Ed. I'm not being facetious about that. Ed and I spent a lot of good years together at KOA and on the Bronco broadcast, and got to know him real well. We did a show together for 2 years. And, I was just kind of curious. I was going to go for him as a coach after his stint at Fowler. And
Ed
I remember,
McCaffrey, heard of him?
I remember watching the first game at UNC, and I was like, this is interesting. Ed's a play caller. Turns out Ed wasn't a play caller. Dylan, his son, was wearing the headset. Or not Dylan, Max, his son was wearing the headset. And Ed would simply take his play sheet, point to what he wanted, and Max would relay it to his brother into the headset. Okay? So Ed was calling the plays. He was picking the plays, if you will. But the person actually relaying the play in the headset to the quarterbacks was Max, who was the OC. All right?
Okay.
And Max was basically, and I watched this number of times. Red just pointed to the sheet of what he wanted, and Max was the one that relayed it into Dylan, who was playing quarterback. We've heard plenty of stories about Sean Payton, and quite honestly, I don't even need to hear a ton of stories. I just need to listen to some of his commentary and some of his answers in postgame to know, and Chase Daniel has even kind of outed him a little bit on this, of, dude, that guy he takes a minute to spit a play call out sometimes, right? And at the core, what I think the Broncos need to do, and Tony Romo talked about it yet again, and I'll remind everybody, go back and listen to Jake Plummer's appearance on the morning show. I believe it was last week, Wednesday, thereabouts. It's on the podcast. You can find it on the YouTube channel or whatever. And Jake talked about this, and Tony Romo got into this in game. We have had quarterback after quarterback, Nate, that has talked about, I want time on the play clock.
Yeah.
And I want the play and the personnel in quick. And it's no state secret to know that every game, Bo is wanting the play in faster. They flat out caught him on the mic in the Raider game saying, get your bleeping personnel in here. He wants the play call in faster. Tony Romo basically said they're not getting it in faster the other day.
Here is Tracy Wolfson's sideline report from the third quarter on Sunday. So Bo does the finger twirl, and he wants the play in faster. Sean Payton, how does he like that criticism after the game? I believe this was Luca Evans of the Denver Post, and Sean Payton was super cool about his answer.
Evan.
Yeah, listen, but Tony said, and he pointed it out.
Yeah.
And I think we've all seen it. When Bo gets about 15 seconds to go out there and look at the play clock, what about the Chris Jones play? Do we have any chance? I don't think we can. Can we timestamp when he talked about how Bo switched his fullback and his tight end over to the other side on the first down throw that ultimately I think sealed the game, the one to Sutton, right?
3rd and 15, they picked up 20. It didn't seal the game, but it got them across midfield, and then there was the 3rd and 6 conversion to Sutton, and then the 20-yarder to Troy Franklin. Boom, that set up a 35-yard field goal. But you don't get there if you don't convert on 3rd and 15.
And Bo had enough time to look at the defense, know what he wanted, and switch the formation. That's why Bo, I think, wants everybody at the line with 15 to 20 seconds. And again, if that's what it's going to take because guess what? You know what we saw out of that when Bo had that time? Bo's feet were quiet. Bo's body language was not so spastic. It wasn't bail out of the pocket. I just think, again, Bo needs time to look over the line of scrimmage to be comfortable. And whether Sean likes it or not, I understand Sean has the way that he wants to do a game. Okay? He wants it called a certain way. He doesn't want to give up the play calling because I'm sure it's one of his great passions about doing the job. And that's fine. But how about you tell the play call to Webb, let Webb get it out quicker, because I bet you Webb can probably spit it out faster than what Sean Payton does, just judging by even some of those answers. And you worry about the personnel getting in, because, again, the personnel is not getting in quicker. There's no reason why Webb can't be calling in the play while you make sure your personnel's in there. But you got to speed this up somehow, man. They got to consistently start letting Bo have 15 to 20 seconds to get to the line and look at things. And it's not happening often enough. And Jake Plummer's now said something about it. And again, Tony Romo's now caught it. And even Moose Johnson said something about it a couple weeks ago. Offensive guys are saying it's just better for Bo when you do it quicker. And in the second half of the season, or not even the second half, this stretch run as you try to earn the number 1 seed, why not give it a try? Why not give it a try, Nate?
I'll tell you why. Why he won't give it a try.
Oh, I know why he won't, but
I don't think it's just an ego thing. It definitely is an ego thing, but it's not just an ego thing. Defensive plays. The Denver Broncos are 3rd in the entire NFL in terms of plays that this defense has been on the field for so far this year. Only the Giants and the Niners have been out there for more.
So you're saying this is a stat you'd probably like to drop to middle of the pack on.
Very much so, because if we know this, Andy, if the Broncos are going to do the big things this year, win playoff games, win multiple playoff games, throw a parade, they're going to do it on the back of their defense. And Sean Payton, I believe, is right now looking at game scripts where he says, I cannot weaken, I cannot chip away at the best thing that I've got going for myself right now. My offense isn't consistent enough right now. My quarterback is not consistent enough right now. I can't speed up these 3 and outs. To their credit, they only had 3 and outs against the Chiefs after they had 9 against the Raiders. My God, they had 9 3 and outs against the Raiders.
That's a pretty good defense they reduced the 3 and outs against.
But I think that what Sean Payton's retort to it would be that if the ball is getting snapped earlier in the play clock, the likelihood of my defense running back out on the field faster is higher, and that impacts my ability to be able to win football games right now.
Fair enough, but just because you get there doesn't mean you have to snap it quicker. I mean, Bo takes a second to look the defense over. You can tell him, I don't want that thing, I'll do it your way, but I don't want that thing snapped till 5 at minimum.
And Tony Romo was all over this during the game. Like, Bo wants to be able to have a 2-play option and be able to yell, kill if he needs to. If he doesn't have time to do it, then it's just like, okay, I have to run the play as called regardless of whatever the look that I see is. And that is a weakness. This is, so getting the play call in faster. I'm not just kicking the idea out of bed. And I am playing a certain degree of devil's advocate right here for the way that Sean Payton is looking at this thing. Because, to your point, there's some ego involved here. We know that for a fact. I'm not going to be naive about that. But also that Sean Payton would look at this and he would simply say, I need these offensive possessions to be stretched out in terms of clock as long as I possibly can. Because I just don't have an offense that's going to put up 32 points every single week. That would be the opposite side of that conversation. I think what you're talking about and what I'm talking about is where do they find a middle ground of setting the quarterback up for success but also making sure your defense is still the number one thing.
Yeah, well, the way you set up your defense for success is you get Bo with his calm feet and his quiet mind doing what he did at the end of that game where he made a bunch of nails throws because his feet were good, because I don't think he was so spastic at the line. And we've ultimately, Nate, we've tried to come to, we tried to come to a middle ground. And you talk to guys. And again, you know why the 2 minute goes so well? Because Sean can't switch the formation 1,000 times. Listen, you know where I got frustrated last week? This is another thing that I just want to harp on. Do you realize Chris Jones was on the sideline at the end of that game at one point? And because you switched personnel, he was allowed to come back in. Do you realize if you just kept your people out there, he wouldn't have got to come back in that damn game?
Yeah.
I bet you Peyton Manning would have let him come back in there.
That's a good point.
And so this is where,
but that's where you have a second-year quarterback that doesn't override his head coach.
But let's have a quick look at some things, man.
Yeah.
Again, I'm not saying, hey, let's throw it all on Bo. He is a second-year quarterback, but can we do some things that help you take advantage of the moment? Again, it just seems to me, and I've heard enough quarterbacks talk about it, 15 seconds is probably the magic number where you got to let him get to the line.
Bo Nix wants more tempo. He wants more time at the line of scrimmage. I'm going to tell you the thing that I think he needs more of. That's coming up here on the other side on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We got another keyword for you to win Avalanche tickets at 4:20 this afternoon. Avs Rangers on Thursday night. That is the next time we will see the Avalanche. By the way, great conversation with Scott Wedgwood yesterday. If you missed it, check the podcast, altitudesportsradio.com, or all the socials. We're on all the socials. You can find us there, and you can find that conversation. Fun one with Scott Wedgwood yesterday. We were all Broncos all the time, all 9-2, all 8-game win streak, all number 1 seed in the AFC, and then boom, hey, let's talk to the guy that just happens to lead the NHL in wins right now. What a time to be alive in Denver sports.
Hottest goaltender in the league.
Hottest goaltender in the league. Nikola Jokic just putting up triple doubles. It was last night his 5th fastest of his career.
You know another reason why last night's game bothered me? Because it takes away. I was going to ask you yesterday. We never got around to it because we're so Broncos heavy, even though they played into it. Like, wasn't this past weekend maybe the best in Denver sports in a long time? Of the 2020s.
Beating the Timberwolves and beating the Chiefs.
Back-to-back nights.
Yeah.
Two of your most hated foes with
Pretty
punchable
good.
faces. You vanquished them both.
Yeah, pretty good. That was strong. Winning in Minnesota.
In Minnesota.
Without 2 starters.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Because that felt like one of those where it's like, Minnesota's going to get this one. And then they didn't.
No, the Nuggets had a great fourth quarter against Minnesota, and they closed that thing out. So that was good to see. And then, the Broncos had a great fourth quarter.
You got to
out the
be
Kansas
two
City
rivals
Chiefs.
Saturday, Sunday, back-to-back, sipping their tears. I mean, in 2020, we've seen a lot of suck. Let's be honest about it. In the last, 5 years in the sports scene.
We saw 2 championships, dude.
We also did that, too, but they weren't on weekends. Although, was the Nuggets on a weekend or was it not? Now I can't remember. I know the Avs is like midweek.
No, the Nuggets, was it I think it was like a Monday or a Tuesday when they won the title. Yeah.
Right.
It was early in the week.
I'm just telling you.
Yeah.
I don't remember. First off, you've hardly beat the Chiefs in the 2020s.
I was going to say, that's just because the Broncos screw up the weekends. That's what it's largely been. Now that the Broncos are good again, and they win every week, and they always win at home. Like, if you're going to the Broncos game, you're going to watch a victory. So that's a good time for everybody. Nobody has to leave angry.
You had that 3-0 because then the Avs got the Islanders.
They sure did.
I nothing the Islanders.
Yeah, I don't have many thoughts.
Now, I don't know much about them.
The Isles.
I know they were great once upon a time. Yeah,
Patrick
but
Waugh's
he's
their
our
coach.
guy. I ain't mad at Patrick Waugh.
Yeah, Patrick
the
Waugh's
crowd
their
made him
coach.
practically cry with his ovations the other night.
Who's the greatest New York Islander of all time?
That's a great question. I don't even know. Can't say I know a lot. Who were the great faces of their dynasty? Help me out. They had a great defenseman, didn't they? A scoring defenseman.
Let's see. Their all-time leading goal scorer is Mike Bossy.
Good old Mike Bossy.
Brian Trottier and Dennis Potvin.
That's who I'm thinking of.
Mhm.
Wasn't Trottier, was he a defenseman? He coached for the Avs, didn't he? Brian Trottier?
Trottier was a center. He's a Hall of Fame center iceman. Right. So, no, you don't know anything about the Islanders.
I really don't, and I fully admit it.
Again, you nothing the Islanders.
Yeah, they don't make me mad. They really have not been all that great since the Avs have existed, really.
You know who's top 10 all-time in Islanders scoring?
Tell me.
Brock Nelson.
Oh, that's right.
Number 8 in franchise history.
Denny Potvin was their top defenseman.
John Tavares was on the Islanders.
See, I remember that.
Erstwhile Blackhawk Brent Sutter was on the Islanders. One of the hockey Sutters for you right there.
Hey,
All right.
Nick Leddy? Was Leddy playing? Hey, Leddy.
Nick Leddy, he won a cup or 2 with the Blackhawks, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
He was an Islander in 91.
Oh,
yeah, I
that's-
literally
you're going
know
way
nothing
back.
about the Islanders. I went to crappy Nassau Coliseum. We called an indoor football game, which I think you probably would have done. Did you ever go and do the New York Dragons?
I never did a road
Yeah.
game at the
didn't miss anything.
at the Dragons.
Yeah,
Was that what they were called?
The Dragons, the New York Dragons. And all I remember is we were on this, the press box felt like it was going to fall off the building. I think you had to climb a ladder to get up to where we were, too. You weren't getting your food up there climbing the ladder, I could tell you that.
In San Jose, I did a arena football game on the catwalk.
Yeah, I don't know. I avoided that. We were always in the crowd with the SaberCats.
No, it was the playoff game. It was the last game in Crush history. And Tyler Maughan and I did the game. And,
How?
Dude, we
were you like above everybody?
above the field.
How do you call that game? Was it actually a good view?
You can see everything up there. You just call the game.
Isn't it weird?
Yeah.
How are you seeing numbers? Were you at an angle or were you like...
Yeah, you're above them, but like they're all kind of bent over a little bit. You can see. Yeah, you can see.
I don't think I'd like that, man.
It was sketchy. Tyler hated it. I was fine. I'm like weirdly like I'm getting more sketched out by heights as I age. I feel like now, like when I get on last couple of years when I've gotten on ski lifts, I'm kind of just like, ooh.
Yikes.
Which never bothered me my entire life. Only recently is it kind of started to get me. So back then I was fine. So I was just like marching across the catwalk, no problem. And poor Tyler is, 20 steps behind me, just like one at a time. He was spooked.
Dude, they were redoing Husky Stadium the first time we went there with CU.
Yeah.
And they had just like a plank. You had to walk across from the
plank.
new renovation to where the press box was.
Walk the plank.
I told Zim and Johnson, I'm like, I'm so glad I'm on the field. This does not look sturdy.
Good luck. Yeah.
You were way up there in Husky Stadium. Husky Stadium's cool because they actually do boat tailgating. Were you aware of that? They pull up to whatever the sound is and they tailgate on boats.
Well, that's cool.
That is cool.
That
That's
does sound
rich
fun.
guy.
Yes.
But it's cool.
I'm sure you could kayak out there.
You're not canoeing up there.
Like
dude.
you're in McCovey Cove.
Yeah, you're not canoeing up there.
If you wanted to, sure.
All right, how are you fixing the Broncos now?
Run the football more.
With who? You trusting Harvey?
Total runs this year. Bo Nix, 4.5 per game. Last year, 5.4. He wants to run the ball more. We had one design power run on Sunday, and it was that play where it was right at the end of the first half, and Bo Nix got stopped short of the first down. Call more runs for Bo Nix. He largely does a good job taking care of himself out there.
Did he, though? Did he get stopped? Didn't feel like his butt crossed the first down line?
Yeah, but the ball has to.
Okay, but...
Therein lies the issue.
I'm not sure. I would have challenged that.
They don't give you a first down for cheeks. They give you a first down for the nose of the football. Bo Nix leads the NFL in pass attempts. I gave you that stat earlier. Leads the NFL in pass attempts. And again, it's not like the Broncos. Jeff Howe had this in The Athletic today. It's not getting all saved for the fourth quarter. He has thrown more passes in the first half than he has in the second half of games. So like in the second half, Sean Payton has been more willing to lean into his run game, again, generally because the game script has said it is a close game. We need to start to run this clock out a little bit and get to a place where Will Lutz can go out on the field and kick a game-winning field goal. I want to see more quarterback run play out of Denver, in addition to, just trusting the rookie back in R.J. Harvey. You gave him 11 carries on Sunday. In total, the Broncos gave the ball to the backs for 18 runs compared to 38 pass attempts in that game. 38 to 18 in terms of pass attempts versus opportunities for the backs. The Broncos, I think, could do a couple of things. Number one, I think they're a good running team. I think they have an outstanding offensive line that is a good run-blocking group, but also you could solve some of your time of possession conundrum and the amount of plays that your defense has to be out on the field for by, chewing up a little bit more clock.
Yeah.
Time of possession, it was hold on, I want to make sure I got this number correct because I noted it at halftime on Sunday. 16-36 to Kansas City for 13-24 for Denver.
Yeah, here's the problem. This is where I'm going to get stuck. I'm with you. Sean needs to run the ball more. It does need to be more balanced. You've been screaming for that most of the year.
Yeah.
Where I feel like I'm going to have to take my foot off the gas on that complaint is if R.J. Harvey doesn't gain you confidence in calling it, then there's going to be an issue. Now, maybe you need to put Jaleel McLaughlin in there a little bit more. I don't know. Boy, it would have been interesting to see what would happen if they had not blown that whistle too early on the McLaughlin play.
Without a doubt. And it was a passing play nonetheless, but also McLaughlin 3.2 yards per carry, Harvey 2.7 yards per carry, sample size small enough that it's generally negligible.
Yeah.
More than anything, you drafted R.J. Harvey in the second round. J.K. Dobbins ain't walking through that door anytime soon, at least without crutches. You have got to get a ground game going and trust in your offensive line. The weather is going to start to get colder. You're going to have to deal I'd like to believe we are in a world where maybe someday the weather will be cold again. Who knows? But the run game in this time of the year, again, because if the Broncos are going to do the thing, it's got to be on the back of the defense. Like Bo Nix, what Bo Nix did in the Kansas City game that was encouraging was in the stretches between brilliance, as opposed to like the Houston and the Vegas game, he wasn't terrible. In the stretches between brilliance, he was like mostly fine on Sunday, which is what he has to be. He is a dead middle of the pack NFL quarterback by almost any metric that you look at. He just has to be fine.
Yeah, and they got to pick up first downs. And you know what? Like you said, they cut down on the 3 and out significantly against what was a better Kansas City defense than that Raider defense. So
yeah. And let him run the ball more.
Yeah.
I think he's more comfortable when he gets himself into that rhythm.
I'm with you. I am curious though the reason why he's not. Are we sure it's not some of him?
So what I believe it is, and this is based off of talking to nobody. This is just my viewing of what it was when I looked at it at the start of this season. I kept saying this to you over the summer. Like he's got to throw the ball more when he's on the move. Like rather than tuck and run it with the scrambles, he's got to throw more on the move. He's been doing that. Here's the bad news. He's not very good at it. His completion rate is one of the lowest in the entire league when on the move. So I think that was a coaching point for him of just like, keep your eyes downfield, throw the ball when you're on the move. Scrambling is bad. You're going to hit more chunk plays if you throw the ball on the move. The problem being he's not very good at it, and he hasn't been all season long. There's exceptions to the rule, absolutely. The 3rd and 15, he was on the move when he made that throw. That was great. But unfortunately, more often than not, quite literally, because the completion rate is below 50%, he's not been good while throwing the ball on the move. That's another spot where in the bye, if this team wants to do a giant self-audit and say, what are we doing well offensively and what are we not doing well, that's a coaching point I think you can walk back from right now and say, dude, just go get 6 yards, slide, get yourself out of trouble, which he generally does well. He doesn't pull C.J. Stroud's and slide late and put himself into danger, but that's going to help keep this offense on schedule. That's the biggest thing this offense has to do is they've got to stay on schedule.
Yeah, we got to quit the rollout to the right. It's become the death roll.
Yeah.
We just know nothing good's going to happen, unfortunately.
It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. It's a Tuesday afternoon. We're talking about those 9-2 Broncos. 9-2 going into the bye. Andy, power rankings coming up at 5:20. Chad Brown later this hour, we think, spring?
Maybe.
Okay. In the meantime,
we'll see.
Yeah. In the meantime, I told you the Broncos' great advantage that they had when they were 1-2, why they would rip off a bunch of victories before the bye. And it turns out they were better than I thought they were.
Give you credit, you had all the faith.
We'll take a break. When we come back, I'm going to tell you why. And it's for a different reason. I'm going to tell you why this team can get the number 1 seed in the AFC. We'll do that next. It's time for your next keyword on an Avalanche ticket Thursday.
Tuesday.
Well, it's, yes, Tuesday today for the game on Thursday. Then we'll do
But
Nuggets.
Thursday's the Nuggets.
Nuggets ticket Thursday, probably for a game on a Tuesday.
Or a Friday.
Can we just do everything to confuse me as much as we possibly can?
Hey, it's not that hard. I think you got to think that's a you thing. I don't know. Maybe not.
I could have just read the copy, but I tried to improvise it there. I was soloing over here. I was Miles Davis, and I just messed it all up. Can we just start the whole segment again?
Go ahead.
Just
do it.
hit the bump music again, okay? And just let's start over. Whenever you have it. It's an Avalanche ticket Tuesday. Every Tuesday, we're giving away a pair of tickets for the Avalanche. They're the hockey team. Your 420 keyword, Andy, is red. Red. R-E-D.
Oh, yeah.
Red.
So there's the Power Ranger.
The Red Power Ranger. Is that what we're going for there? The Red Ranger?
I would assume.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, knowing Kevin's age, and he's the man that concocts. He's the man behind the vision.
Okay. The Red
of the key words.
Ranger.
He's a Power Ranger after school age.
Red Ranger.
The Red Ranger.
Yes.
Voltron had a Red Lion, but he wasn't a Ranger.
The Red Ranger was the leader of the Rangers.
Well, there you go. See, you know too.
Jason Lee Scott is a fictional character in the Power Rangers franchise, played by actor Austin St. John. That sounds like a porn star.
Whoa. But Jason Lee Scott's okay?
Jason.
That sounds like he's on 90210.
Very much. Yeah, good call. Good call. That's an Aaron Spelling character. Austin St. John, on the other hand.
He's doing after-hour flicks.
That's a very different character. Yeah. Jason is known as the first on-screen Red Ranger from the first on-screen series, Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, as well as the leader, Spring was right about this, of the first on-screen team of Power Rangers. So he's got the C on his sweater.
Yeah.
He later becomes the temporary Gold Ranger in Power Rangers Zeo.
Voltron was way better.
He once again becomes the Red Ranger by Power Rangers Beast Morphers alongside his original team. A reimagined version of Jason appears in the 2017 reboot film played by Australian actor Dacre Montgomery.
So the keyword's red.
Red.
Red is the keyword.
Red. Red Ranger.
R-E-D, the color. Red.
Red.
Again.
Text red along with your first and last name, and that enters you to win a pair of tickets to see the Avalanche and the Rangers on Thursday night.
Power Rangers were a ripoff of the Voltron series that had the 5 lions piloted by the 5 people.
Show your
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah,
it's fine.
They were all stupid. So that's ColoradoAvalanche.com.
What did you do instead of afternoon cartoons? Did you go home and listen to BBC or something? What were you doing?
Well,
Big
you guys
Brain
were too
Kreckman?
old for Power Rangers. But
You're
that
definitely
was
right
my
about that.
wheelhouse right there.
Yeah, I was. I watched. I got home from school. I put on the Cubs game, and then they would always rejoin your regularly scheduled programming, and they'd go to like either Leave It to Beaver or I Dream of Jeannie after that. That was generally my after-school viewing.
Yeah, but that was only May and August. Or sometimes, I guess, September for you.
Yeah. Well,
what were you doing October through March, pal?
I don't know, playing outside. Anyway,
in freezing Illinois, I doubt it.
We put a coat on.
Okay.
We weren't soft. We put coats on.
Yeah,
we went outside.
Probably a little soft.
We played pond hockey.
Oh, look at you.
We had
Yet you hate the game.
snowball fights.
You played pond hockey. This game is stupid. That was a stupid goal. I quit. And you throw your stick down, you left.
Well, yeah, but that was after like 2 hours. Trust me, I did eventually throw my stick down and say the sport is stupid, but that was after a couple of hours. We had ponds. See, in the Midwest, we have water.
We played basketball everywhere.
Cool, Carl.
Yeah, hey, listen.
Hey,
Better than your pond hockey, pal.
Next gen night. Are we debating who had a better childhood right now? Who had a more fulfilling youth?
We weren't soft either. We were, plenty of football going on in that neighborhood.
Yeah, it sounded like you were inside. Watching
G.I.
Power,
Joe.
watching early Power
I was also
Rangers.
a latchkey kid where they were like, you know what, go inside. You're going to get kidnapped. No, we're not. We're fine.
Next Gen Night is coming up with the Avalanche, the night where kids run the show.
They're running the show.
What are we doing? Head over to coloradoavalanche.com/nextgen and enter to have your kid be part of Next Gen Night with the Avalanche.
The kid there'll be a kid broadcaster in with Moser and JML.
Okay.
There's going to be a kid that does PA.
Okay.
It's
not just Rycroft?
Wow. Rycroft's a tall guy.
Is he? Okay.
I think he might be taller than John Michael Lyles.
That's coloradoavalanche.com/nextgen. Again, your 420 keyword is red, so text red along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. We'll announce our winner at 5:55. Good luck.
Red.
Also, if you have a take in the Voltron versus Power Rangers debate,
There's a few coming in.
You're a dork.
There's a few coming in.
Shut your mouth.
Okay. Andy, let me tell you why the Broncos can be the number one seed in the AFC.
Let's have the map.
So here it is. The Broncos in every game that they play, the rest of this year, and quite frankly, the entire season really, are better in the trenches.
All right.
They are better in the trenches. That's on both sides of the football. This time of year, what wins football games?
Defense and the trenches.
Yep. That's where it's done. You keep your quarterback upright, and you get after the opposing quarterback. And guess what? The Broncos do that as well as anybody in the NFL. You know, I always like to put numbers to these things, Andy. Well, I can do that for you. Our buddy Jeff Legwold's over there at ESPN, and the fine people at ESPN Analytics have given us all of their pass rush, run stop, and blocking win rate rankings.
Okay.
I don't need to get too particular on this, but basically they break it down for an offensive line. You have your pass block win rate and your run block win rate. The Broncos are third in pass blocking this year, and that holds up. Bo Nix is one of the least sacked quarterbacks in the entire NFL, one of the least pressured quarterbacks in the entire NFL. And they are ninth in run block win rate. For offensive lines, there are only 6 in the entire NFL that are top 10 in both categories. They are Denver, Buffalo, the Bears, Jacksonville, the Rams, and Seattle. Only one of those teams is on Denver's schedule. That's the Jags. So you're good to go there. Again, the Broncos' offensive line, absolutely dominant. They've been great all year. Now let's dive into what they are as a defensive line. And I'm just, again, using these metrics. You can also use the part where, I don't know, they're on like a record pace for sacks. Pass rush win rate, Denver is 4th. Run stop win rate, Denver is 8th. This is the Broncos' defensive line. Top 10. There's only 4 other teams in the NFL that are top 10 in both categories. Atlanta, Cleveland, Minnesota, and Seattle. By the way, Cleveland, number 1 in both of those metrics. That goes to, I tell you what, if you're gonna say something for Bo Nix, say this, okay? He is not wasting an excellent defense the way the likes of Joe Flacco and Dylan Gabriel and now Shedeur Sanders have done in Cleveland. That's football malpractice right there, that you can have a defense that's that good and your record looks like that. Denver and Seattle are the only team top 10 in all 4 of those metrics. Those are the most elite in the trenches teams in the entire NFL. The Broncos' offensive line is better than any defensive front they will see the rest of this season. And the Broncos' defensive front is better than any offensive line they're going to see the rest of the way, with the toughest task being against Jacksonville. But that's just it, Andy. This team wins in the trenches every single week.
Okay. I like where your head's at. because I'd like them to have the number 1 seed. I'd like everybody to have to come through Denver because I think that's a key to taking advantage of said defense.
Sure helps.
The Chiefs certainly did not enjoy their time here trying to get plays figured out as that stadium was going nuts, and I think it'll be going nuts the rest of the year because you can affect things with your noise, obviously, defensively. Here's where I get a little worried about things. You're telling me how good the offensive line is, and there's no doubt. I'm not arguing that the offensive line stinks. The problem is you talked about taking advantage of a defense. You're absolutely right, but you know what else you need to do? You need to take advantage of good offensive line play.
Yeah.
And right now, as I look at the ranks, the Broncos are 17th in passing yards per game at only 213 yards.
Yeah.
You're going to have to up that a little bit. Now, Bo got near 300 last game, so that was good. Now, go and look at the rushing, and for as good as they are at the rush blocking that you laid out there, they're currently ranked 11th overall in rushing offense.
Yeah.
And some of those numbers have been bolstered by big runs.
I mean,
I'm not sure they got the back to get them the big runs again.
So what you're talking about right now is the part where the Broncos have one of the best offensive lines in the entire league. That's undeniable.
So they should be higher in the metrics as far as overall rankings in both pass and run, and they're not.
They are 17th in scoring, 13th in total offense, 17th in passing offense, 21st in net yards per attempt, which would scream you got a really average quarterback. That's okay, though. Well, here's a part of it. You can't do anything about it now. Okay?
You are where you are.
You drafted Bo Nix, okay? And Bo Nix is going to be good sometimes. He's going to be lousy sometimes. Again, like I want the version that we saw against Kansas City where he was good at times, and when he wasn't, he was just mostly fine. That's what you're going to get. Like the Broncos have an average quarterback. That's okay. Like Bo Nix will have his moments. Bo Nix has very good intangibles. Bo doesn't take sacks. He doesn't really turn the ball over a ton. He generally does the things that you need him to do, without having the benefits of being Josh Allen. They're not going to get that guy.
Yeah,
Josh
you
Allen.
know what they could really use? They could really use a couple of those longer plays that they were getting last year. All right.
Right.
And whether it's Bo and the receivers hooking up on deep balls, or, you know what? He's back on the team. A little Jordan Humphrey. 15-yard catch, breaks a couple tackles, turns it into a 40-yard game. Remember, he did that a couple of times.
Yeah.
How about Marvin Mims? Draw up the right screenplay where all of a sudden he breaks that thing. Couple tackles shaken and off to the races. They haven't had a lot of that this year either.
It's funny. Like when you look at this list, and again the 6 offensive lines that are top 10 in both metrics, pass block and run block win rate. There's only 2 elite quarterbacks on this list. What we're calling air quotes elite, and that's Josh Allen and Matt Stafford. Excuse me, Matthew. Sam Darnold's on that list. He's had an outstanding season.
Except when he plays the Rams.
Except when he turns the ball over 4 times against the Rams. Caleb Williams is, again, at moments awesome and at moments not. Ben Johnson's done a hell of a job with that offense. And Jacksonville has Trevor Lawrence, who...
He's the other ultimate. What are you going to get week to week?
Right.
And he's making $50 million to do it.
Inconsistent at best. I mean, the Broncos, Denver and Seattle, again, are the only team top 4 in defensive line and offensive line metrics, according to ESPN analytics, okay? And Seattle, they got a bargain on Sam Darnold. They nailed it on Smith and Jigba as a draft pick. Their backs aren't great, but their run game is okay, and they got an outstanding defensive mind. That's kind of really like Denver and Seattle in many ways are kind of doing this, going to have to kind of do this the same way in a lot of ways. I would certainly say Seattle's offense as a whole is much better than Denver's. But that's what this team is right now. Some of this is just, you know what, Andy? It's salary cap football. Salary cap parity football. And this is the thing that where I think it's fair to put massive expectations on this team. The Broncos will probably never have a better pass rush in our lifetime and are as good in the front 7 as we have basically ever seen them be. And this offensive line is, again, Bo Nix will probably never play behind a better offensive line in his career. That's even with the Ben Powers injury. He will probably never be behind an offensive line this good in his career. There's a lot of quarterbacks to look at what Bo has and say, hey, that'd be cool.
I'd take that.
Yeah, exactly. One of them was the guy on the other side that they played on Sunday. I bet you Mahomes would like to have an offensive line that looks like this.
That'd be a problem.
Yeah. But the Broncos also, like, they've gotten what they paid for. They have 4 massive contracts on their offensive line, and they have paid their edge rushers, and they have paid their defensive linemen basically outside of John Franklin Myers. But they've generally, this is where they spent. This is the team that they have built. It is now on Bo Nix. It is on Sean Payton. It is on the play callers to be able to take advantage of what they have in the trenches. But the Broncos are better in the trenches than every other team on their schedule, which, again, like, road or home, that's the thing that travels when you can win in the trenches.
I would also say that they overdrafted R.J. Harvey. Let's just be honest about it. He was thought to be a 3rd, maybe even a 4th-round pick, and Sean snagged him in the 2nd, as we mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
Because he wanted him. So now it's time to show faith in him and see what the kid can do.
I mean, it was, there were a lot of people that felt they overdrafted Pat Bryant.
Sure.
Pat Bryant, like, his role in this offense, he does that job really well, man.
I mean, he's a good receiver.
Yeah, he's a good receiver. He's a good fit.
He's not a run away from guys, as we saw the other day.
Not really.
He got deep on that pass, and I was like, ooh, I love the catch. He's not going to run away from that DB.
Gets his head smashed into the ground.
Red!
Red is the word. 303-504-0925, red. Text red along with your first and last name, R-E-D. And that enters you to win a pair of tickets to see the Avalanche host the Rangers on Thursday night. That's coloradoavalanche.com/nextgen. It's Next Gen Night. Again, your 420 keyword is red, so text red along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. You are entered. Good luck. Your next keyword coming up at 5:20 on an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio. Chad Brown coming up here in just a moment. Power rankings coming up at 5:20. Nuggets lose last night at home to the Bulls.
The Bulls.
They played a double overtime game the night before, and yet they had more pep in their step last night. At least in the first half. The second half, they were gassed out. God, they left every shot short. They did that thing though, and Marlo did a great job pointing this out on the telecast of the just go up and swat at the ball.
Yeah.
Just go swat at the ball, and that was effective in terms of rebounding. They put up 53 threes last night. They made 19 of them. Got it done. Yeah, NBA's dumb sometimes.
They said it on the broadcast and pregame, postgame. Hastings talked about it. There's just, and I know nobody wants to hear it, but these guys get home and it's just weird. The first game of the road trip back. I don't know what it is. And it's November basketball. You said that beginning of the show. It is what it is. I would not have been nearly as worked up about that game last night if it wasn't the Bulls. It was just one of those dumb teams that you felt like you weren't going to lose to again. Now I think they're improved from a year ago, but it was just one of those things where you felt like the way the season was going, we weren't going to have these little blips against teams like that. You just shouldn't lose to, it feels like, especially when they played an overtime game the night before and you didn't. But oh well, it's what went down.
Everybody does it, That's a part of the NBA. Everybody does it. Every good team has losses that you look at and go, what the hell was that? They're in New Orleans tomorrow, and then they're in Houston on Friday. So that's the
Is that a cup game?
In Houston, yes. That is a big time cup game. That's a group of death game. That's big time right there.
Other things, so I don't want to put.
He's ready. Yeah. Sacktown coming in on Saturday night. They will play the dog butt Sacramento Kings. They've already. It's already the third time they played the Kings. This will already have been the third time they played the Kings on Saturday night.
This is why I hate the cup games, because this is what it turns into.
What's that?
You end up playing. Remember, they did this with the Clippers last year.
Well, none of the Kings games were a cup game.
I know, but it just feels like it messes with your schedule where then all of a sudden you see some teams. I guess last year, the cup, they played the Clippers because they lost earlier or something like that?
Yes. I think they played the Clippers 5 times last year. Chad Brown is with us on a Tuesday. We talked to Chad on Tuesday. We were talking about how they're going to play Houston on Friday. Anyway, Chad's here now. Hi, Chad.
Hey, fellas. How's it going?
It's going okay. Chad, you okay today, by the way? You have been mercurial at best. Are you ready to go?
I am ready to go. I apologize for my tardiness. You know how someone early in your day is late and it just knocks everything else behind that off schedule. That's the case for me today. I apologize, fellas, but I'm happy to be on with you and great to hear your voice.
Chad Brown like an airport today. One is late and it screws everything up. Chad, that Denver performance against Kansas City on Sunday, 22-19. They get the victory on a last-second field goal. When you watched that game, what stood out to you about how Denver was able to get it done really in a tough spot against the Chiefs?
Well, I think so many of these fourth quarter wins and these Bronco wins have felt as if the other team was almost trying to, give the Broncos the victory at some point. But we knew coming into this game, this Chiefs team's had their back against the wall. They're fighting for their playoff life. So the stakes were much higher here. The moments were more critical, and therefore the play call to Troy Franklin with the bomb down the field, the play call from Vance Joseph to get Jaquan McMillan the sack, those were those critical moments that were based on not just what happened in the game, but all these previous experiences this season. When you have the number of fourth quarter wins, when you have the number of close games they've had this season, you build off of that. You gain confidence off of that. So unlike the past where you were like, hopefully they can find a way to get it done, I think everyone in that stadium, everyone on that sideline, and when Sean Payton was sending that call in, when Vance Joseph was sending that call in, there was a belief that was based on how many times they've done it this season.
All right, can this sustain, Chad? I don't know what to do because I watched 2015 up close, and frankly, there's a lot of the further we go, the more I start to feel like it's just so similar. Other than you don't have a Hall of Famer playing quarterback, although at this point in the year, that's where Brock Osweiler came in, and you were relying on a different quarterback. But I feel like I guess I'll ask you this: did you ever have a team where you just felt like you couldn't waste a certain side of the ball because it was too good? Because it feels like the Broncos are in that neighborhood.
Yeah, I certainly played on teams in Pittsburgh where we were 1, 2, or 3 in defense, and the offense, struggled to put up 14 or 17 each week, and that can start to wear on you a bit. But it sounds, from everything I hear from the Broncos locker room, that they're all fighting the same fight. Versus those Steeler teams, towards the end of the season, it would get chippy with the offense and the defense. And yeah, there were defensive guys who were like, we aren't going to be able to win the Super Bowl if you guys can't put up more points. And it got to the point where Bill Cowher had to step in and address that whole thing in a team meeting. Doesn't sound like this is where the Broncos are. They're defending their quarterback. The defense, I've yet to hear anybody say anything critical from the defensive side of the ball about the Broncos offense. So I think you keep riding this out and trying to keep that camaraderie and that teamwork mindset going, give themselves best chance for success each week.
Well, and I think it certainly helps. It's, it's like the opposite of, Cincinnati and their offense versus their defense is the offense has consistently made the plays when they've had to this year. They've gotten them, they put together the drive, they've gotten themselves into a game-winning field goal situation. And I don't know, Chad, I kind of look at it and say, as a defense, you're not there for style points anyway. So long as you come up with the victory, I don't see how that rift is ever going to grow.
You hope it wouldn't. But, look at the Philadelphia Eagles and A.J. Brown. He doesn't have a role that he wants in the offense.
Yeah, Denver doesn't have an A.J. Brown. They've got that going for themselves. That helps.
Yeah. That's so this is how that can happen. It only takes one guy to start griping in the locker room before things start to fall apart, and that one guy starts to pull a couple other guys over there with them so they can complain in the corner. And those 3 guys turn into 5, and 5 turn into 10. So it's going to be up to the leaders in this locker room to make sure that if there's any feelings about offense versus defense, those are squashed and addressed in that locker room. They never make it out onto the field of play, unlike my Steeler teams of the past.
All right, you know what? You do a lot of Westwood One games. I'll ask you, is there an elite NFL team this year? Like if Denver, if this is the route they have to go, where you're not sure what you'll get week to week offensively, is this the year for it? Because frankly, Chad, I'm not sure I see a quote-unquote great team, although maybe I'm missing it. Maybe they'll turn it on. Maybe the Eagles or Bills or someone comes alive, but it feels like everyone has flaws this year.
I would agree with you. Everyone is flawed. Everyone's had a couple of bad games. Everyone's had some performance on one side or the other. No one's just running away with this thing. But from a Broncos perspective, you don't want to play your best football in November anyway. We finally got a bounce-back performance from the special teams, which had been poor for a couple of weeks. So this is probably the first game where all 3 sides of the Broncos team performed well. And so if you can continue to build on that and find ways to chip away and get better every single week, maybe you can be that team where everyone says, man, they are clearly the front runner. But, this with the AFC situation, with the Patriots beginning to play Mike Vrabel-style football, smart, clean, tough, physical, try to be mistake-free, it's certainly not going to be an easy path to the Super Bowl for the Broncos, despite there being an unknown nature about who's going to be a playoff team this year.
We talked to Chad Brown on Tuesday afternoons. Chad, Riley Moss, 2 more massive defensive pass interference penalties on Sunday against the Chiefs, as well as an illegal contact. It's very clear the teams are targeting him in 3rd and long situations and just saying, okay, chuck it towards number 21 and see if you can't get a flag. Where do you come down on Riley Moss and the season that he is having right now? Because there's a lot of numbers that are very good when it comes to Riley Moss, and he's clearly a good cover guy. We know that, but the penalty issue, what kind of season do you think Riley Moss is having?
I admire the mental toughness. I admire the football character. When you play on the opposite side of a all-pro cornerback, you're going to be attacked. So I saw that in Pittsburgh, and a guy who was ever opposite Rod Woodson, whether it was Deion Figures or DJ Johnson or my guy Willie Williams, who I played with for 12 of my 15 years of my career. That guy has to have a lot of football character and toughness mentally. But at some point, if that's the narrative that starts to come out about you, which you just talked about, it's almost similar to a running back who fumbles. It becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy because you've done this so much. Now the opponent is aware of it, and they're going to do everything they can to get that. So if you're Melvin Gordon and you got fumble issues, everybody goes into the game saying, we're going to punch and strip at the ball. We're going to get it from him. It typically ends up happening. Now Riley Moss has created a narrative about himself about this. So he's going to have to find a way to, you talked about putting on the boxing gloves this week at practice. I'm not sure if that's going to be enough to change what seems to be a really deeply ingrained habit of panicking when the ball is in the air. The best defensive backs find ways to stay cool and calm when the ball is in the air. For some reason, things speed up for him, the ball's in the air, and he starts to grab or hold and get those contact penalties. Try to play mentally slower when the ball is in the air would be my best advice for him. But overall, I would say very difficult situation that he's put in. Again, I admire the football character, but we all would love less penalties.
Yeah, I think that's good. That's a pretty good coaching point right there. Why don't you text that to VJ for us, Chad? Chad Brown, everybody. We talk to him every single Tuesday here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Chad, excellent stuff as always, man. Thank you.
Well, thanks for having me on. And by the way, I had the Ravens-Browns game this weekend. I got a chance to see Shador live in action. Some good, some not so good. We all saw what the numbers were, but it was interesting to see it take place live.
Are you hopeful that did you see enough in what you said was the good to say, okay, there's a better quarterback in there. This guy just needs time and an opportunity to play with the ones?
You got to play with the ones. They got the offensive line needs to hear your cadence. You need to be comfortable throwing to the number one receivers. So he didn't have much of a chance based off of that alone. But there were a couple of plays where he threw the ball nicely down the field. But you can't take 15-yard sacks. You can't throw interceptions. You can't have poor ball security when the rush is coming on you. He's got to improve on these issues that plagued him at CU. They certainly plagued him in his first opportunity on Sunday as well.
All right, Chad, excellent work as always, man. Thank you.
All right, thanks. See you guys.
Deion, by the way, did his weekly press conference today. He talked about Shador's first NFL start. We're going to hear that coming up here in the High Five. That is on the other side, as well as the latest on the Dog Butt Raiders, what's going on with the Aaron Rodgers and C.J. Stroud injury situations, and more on Jamar Chase and the Magic Loogie. That's all coming up here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Let's dive right into it. It is time for the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL here on a Tuesday afternoon. Broncos bye week edition. Let's go, Spring.
All right, let's do that high five, and we start with your nominees for NFL Rookie of the Week. Pat Bryant gets a nomination. He caught a career-high 5 passes for 82 yards, and he led all Broncos receivers in receptions in their win over the Chiefs on Sunday. Here are your other nominees. Here's who's going to win it. Teteroa McMillan's going to win the award. 8 catches, 130 yards, 2 touchdowns in the Panthers' road win in Atlanta. Also, Jacksonville's Bishal Tootin. He had a touchdown and about 70 rushing yards in the Jags win over the Chargers. Travion Henderson of the Patriots had 3 total touchdowns.
3 tutties.
Against the Jets, and a couple of rookie linebackers, Arizona's Cody Simon and Cleveland's Carson Schwessinger.
Hey, it's nice to be nominated, right?
Yeah, especially when what was he, a 4th-round pick, 3rd-round pick?
3rd-round pick, yes.
Yeah.
Out of the University of Illinois.
He's just now starting to get regular playing time, and he earns at least the nomination honor. Good for him.
Yeah. He's not going to win, but
No,
nominated.
but who cares?
You'll take it every time.
Not a lot of guys late in the draft are always getting nominated for this thing.
It's 3rd round late in the draft.
Middle part of the draft. What was McMillan?
The middle-ish late part.
Wasn't McMillan a number 1 pick?
He was a 1st-round pick.
Yeah.
Yes, he was.
So.
Travion Henderson, yes, he had 3 tutties. The combination of Basil Tootin and Travis Etienne combined for 147 yards and 3 touchdowns on the ground for the Jaguars on Sunday. So, yeah, he's not going to win, but it's always nice to be nominated. He can be Susan Lucci of the NFL Rookie of the Week. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, here's another rookie who made his season debut, his NFL debut on Sunday. Talked about it yesterday at the end of the show. Shedeur Sanders, 4 of 16 passing in relief of Dylan Gabriel, who entered the concussion protocol. 47 yards passing, no tutties, 1 pick, 2 sacks. Today, Deion Sanders, his father, talked to the media up in Boulder, and he was asked about Shedeur's first NFL appearance.
I was in the office alone. I told him this past week that he was going to play. It's going to be one way or another. I thought the Ravens would have played better early on to provoke him getting in. I didn't want him to get in by injury because I'm fond of Dylan and I want him to be successful as well. But I didn't want that to happen. But getting in the way he did, I know there's going to be some inconsistencies of a lot of things because I know football. But I was happy for him just getting the opportunity and running on that field because I know the fight behind the fight. Yeah, if I can say that modestly. I know what's been transpiring behind the curtains. And I'm just proud of him because he's not just saying the right things, he's doing and living the right things. That's just who he is. And I'm glad through trials and tribulations there has been a consistency of the thread that he's been speaking. And just like the things you guys heard for a couple years, that's who he is. And they keep trying to make him out to be somebody else, but he is who he is. He's a Sanders.
When Deion talks about the struggle behind the scenes,
yep,
is he hinting at that the process has been unfair to Shedeur?
Probably. I don't know.
Because I feel like that's what a lot of the defenders of Shedeur are saying right now, that Stefanski wants him to fail and Cleveland never wanted him.
Never wanted him, I think, is what that hint is.
Oh, he never.
He's on a team whose coaching staff didn't want him. The owner did.
Yeah.
Even though the owner claims he didn't.
Right.
But the coaching staff just doesn't feel like they want him. So, and look, at the end of the day, I do think that you can talk about the process. I know people have spoken up to say whether you like it or not. If you're not the 1st-round pick or the number 1 quarterback or the 1st-round pick, you're not getting any reps.
Right.
We talked about it yesterday. When you don't win the number 1 job as a young guy, it crushes your development because the NFL is not here to take 2 or 3 years to develop you anymore than see what you got. It's a new time.
The Browns have one of the best defenses in the NFL, and they're 2-8. Myles Garrett had another 4-sack game, and they are 2-8.
Yeah.
How can you be this bad at it? Well, you know what you should do? You should hire the guy that put together that roster.
Well, who did that, Nate? It's that we're not talking baseball.
Paulie D.
You'd
Pods.
like that, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you.
No, I don't think you would. By what you just said,
just do better with baseball than you did with football. That's all we ask.
Look, at the end of the day, we'll see if he gets to play. I do think there's a hype train behind him. We know that there's a fan base. I don't think that the Browns coaches want to stir that up. And so I think, and also I don't
It's
know
very
that
Tebow-ish.
It is.
Yeah.
And I just don't think, does he know the offense? Who knows? I don't know. The West Coast offense is much more complicated than what I believe he was running at Colorado.
Sure.
So,
and he's still, doing the thing where he's holding on to the football and running backwards.
Chad Brown said it. You cannot try to run away from these guys out the backside of the pocket.
Yeah, it typically doesn't work all that well. Get a good week of practice, Shador. Go get him. Let's do it, Spring.
High five.
All right, the Browns fall to 2-8. They will now travel to Vegas to play the now 2-8 Raiders.
Woo!
Hey, the Raiders and his boy Tom Brady, they passed on Shador. I don't know. The Raiders lose last night, 33-16 at home to the Cowboys. Cowboys improved to 4-5-1. They will host the Eagles next. Cowboys are still in this thing. But for the Raiders, Geno Smith, 27-42 passing, 238 yards, a touchdown, 1 pick, sacked 4 times by that Cowboys defense. Pete Carroll was asked today if he still believes in Geno Smith.
I continue to really believe in him. I have no hesitation in telling you that. He's an incredible player, and he's busting his tail, and he's working at it really hard. He has not backed off one step throughout the process, and so we're counting on that he's going to keep working it, and he'll come through for us. We just got to help him out more, got to protect him better.
I had a lot of things I knew going into the season, and one of the things I thought I knew was that the Raiders would become a professional, competent outfit that would actually be tough to play. Man, was I wrong?
I
think somehow they're not as bad as last year with Antonio Pierce. They're somehow worse. I do not understand this.
Yeah, that's just it. Like they really did play. I mean, that's what's funny about it, though. They played the Broncos well. Their defensive game plan was excellent in that game. It really was. Like, Patrick Graham had a good game plan. Offensively, they had odd drive.
Right.
And other than that, they were basically putting up as many 3-and-outs as Denver.
Yeah.
Like, I will say this. I don't think Geno Smith is the problem with the Raiders. The Raiders have 100 problems. That and a huge part of it is that is just not an aligned organization. John Spytek didn't want Pete Carroll, who didn't want Chip Kelly, and that's what it looks like.
Yeah, and who knows what Tom Brady's influence was on all this, because we keep hearing about how he's in the building and making things happen. Well, all you've done is just fail as much as the guy before you.
I mean, that offensive line that was in front of Geno when the Broncos played him was one of the worst I've ever seen in my life.
And again, this also tells you why these Thursday night games this late in the year can sometimes really be stupid, because both teams are beat up and tired, and you get a bad product.
Yeah. Brock Bowers had good numbers. That's kind of the one thing they got going for themselves right now. They got Brock Bowers, they got Max Crosby, and they have like nothing else.
Yeah, even you found a way to me. I was excited to see what Ashton Genty could do, just because I thought he was an intriguing player. That hadn't worked.
He just gets hit the moment he has the football in his hands.
He does.
Yeah.
It doesn't, man.
That is a dog butt football team. I don't think Pete Carroll lasts beyond this season, by the way.
No, because what are you doing? You're not building anything.
Yeah,
if you're not going to be competitive, what are you doing with this guy?
Yeah.
And you're going to have to go and does he have guaranteed money, though? I don't know how much more Mark Davis can afford to pay people.
Can Brady pitch in on it out of the $375 million Fox gave him? Some of that TB12 money to pay Pete to go away? That's probably what they're going to have to do. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, the Steelers beat the Bengals on Sunday. They improved to 6-4. They will travel to Chicago to play the 7-3 Bears. So a couple of division leaders, AFC, NFC North teams going head-to-head in Chicago. For the Steelers, Aaron Rodgers fractured his left wrist, his non-throwing wrist, towards the end of the first half of that Bengals game. Will he play in Chicago? Mike Tomlin gave us this update today.
Aaron's got a fracture in his wrist. It does not require surgery. Really, it's just about bracing it and securing it for his comfort and safety. And then it's about how functional he is. And so we don't have the answers to that as we stand here today. But certainly I would imagine We're going to get some clarity as we push through the week. I think his experience really kind of aids in that. He's the type of guy and has the type of profile that doesn't require a lot of physical work and an effort to be ready to play.
Because he's old.
And that's helpful.
It hurts.
Yeah, man. I don't know. I didn't even see much of this. Did Rudolph play just as well as he did? I mean, Rodgers has basically complained about the offense.
Yeah,
all
Rudolph
year.
was okay.
I'd give him a week off.
He hurt himself because as he was going down to his butt, he put his left hand out to brace himself, so he hurt his wrist. I'm pretty sure he will be knocked down again at some point in this next game. Is he going to, remember? Oh, yeah, I can't put out my left hand to brace myself anymore. It kind of seems like a natural movement. That doesn't really feel like a guy that can go out and protect himself and not injure himself worse.
Yeah, and then you end up going down on the shoulder with the guy coming down on top of you.
You don't want that
None of
either.
it seems like a good idea.
No,
And I don't know if they're just trying to play the you don't know who to get ready for game, but
yeah.
I'm not even sure it's going all that great with Rodgers to begin with.
Mason Rudolph, Rudolph did okay. They blew out the Bengals.
Right.
Who knows? And hey, the Bears have problems defensively too. Weird game.
Yeah, but I wouldn't be listen, that offensive line has gotten there and hit enough. I don't think I'd be psyched to put him out there against that Bears pass rush.
Also, they've done a lot of tackling of Aaron too. That's also one of the problems.
Well, he just seems angry at everybody.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Let's do this one next because I mentioned the Bengals and their loss to the Steelers. Jamar Chase spit on Jalen Ramsey in that game, and he's been suspended one game. He's going to appeal that suspension. I think the appeal is today. And according to Ian Rappaport, his defense is what Jamar Chase is going to tell the NFL is that if he was going to spit on Jalen Ramsey, he would have spit in his face. It looked like he was aiming for the face, but the spit did land on the jersey.
Did it hit the face mask first, or did it bend in midair? Was there a second spitter that we weren't aware of that hawked a magic loogie? What happened here? That's a bad defense. If I was gonna spit on him, why don't you just go in there and be like, I had some dental work done right before the game. I have considerable drooling issues, and that's simply all of it was. It was drool gone astray. The wind caught it. What are we doing here? I'm gonna go out on a limb and say this defense isn't gonna work. Shout out though to the lawyer that came up with it.
Well, here's what's interesting, because in this article that Spring gave us, Mike Florio writes, it's a bad argument. He clearly spat on Ramsey. Chase's only chance of avoiding the suspension is to admit it and just cite the longstanding precedent that normally the punishment is fine. Is he trying to get suspended longer so he doesn't have to play with this crap team? I mean, is that really what's going on? Does he just want to miss a couple games because he hates the season right now?
So his defense would basically in that case be, well, Jalen Carter spat and he didn't get suspended.
Right. He missed the game.
He basically did.
He got ejected and missed the game.
And they didn't pay him, right?
Right.
So
they fined him a game check.
Right. They fined him a game check, and it was because it happened on, the first series of the game.
Before they got going.
Right,
They had
exactly.
the weird thing on the kickoff where the guy got injured on the kickoff, and Dak Prescott and Jalen Carter got talking, and then there was accusations that it looked like Dak spat at the feet but didn't hit him.
It really sounds like he's going to go with, if the spit doesn't fit, you must acquit.
Just at the end of the day, I'm starting to wonder if Jalen, maybe I keep mixing up all the names here, but maybe he just wants to be suspended. Maybe Jamar Chase doesn't want to play the next game.
He's going to get an extra game.
Joe Burrow ain't back
because his
sit me
defense
out.
is so bad. I'm sorry, but this is the dumbest argument we've ever heard. It's actually a 2-game suspension now. Your keyword on an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday, because we're giving away a pair of tickets to the Avalanche and the Rangers coming up on Thursday night. Your keyword right now is Walker. Walker. As in
Texas Ranger.
Rockies team president,
Oh.
Walker Monfort.
No, that's not the theme.
That's not it?
You're not going to a game against the Monforts.
Okay. It's not Larry Walker.
Although we take the dub.
Walker. Text Walker, like Chuck Norris, to 303-504-0925, and that enters you for a pair of tickets to see the Avalanche host the Rangers on Thursday night. Hey, the Avalanche Kids Club is here. Check out free or paid membership options today at coloradoavalanche.com/kids club. Again, your 520 keyword is Walker, so text Walker along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and you are entered. You guys ready for power rankings?
They are.
Let's rank the power. The Broncos are 9-2. They're the number one seed in the AFC. How high do they climb? We give you the power rankings for the week next on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Yeah, you will get more Nate and Andy, but first you're going to get a live read from my friends over at Roller Auction. Their website where you can sign up to bid is roller.bid/altitude. Don't forget that slash in there, roller.bid/altitude, and that gets you entered to win a pair of tickets for the Avalanche and the Montreal Canadiens coming up November 29th in a catered suite out at Ball Arena. Food, drinks, hockey, fun, Avs, Canadiens. You can be there. You just have to sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. That gets you on the email list, and then they'll email you when all the new auctions open up. Like right now, there is 15 hours remaining in this Blue Spruce Cyclery auction. I love going through these bike auctions that they have at Roller Auction. Right now, I'm looking at a road bike, brand new road bike, $400, well below MSRP. These are the kind of deals you can get at Roller Auction's new Blue Spruce Cyclery auction, which is closing in 15 hours. So get to roller.bid/altitude, get signed up to bid, get entered to win Avs and Canadiens tickets, and then pedal your way to fun thanks to our friends at Roller Auction. It is power ranking time on a Tuesday afternoon. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Every single Tuesday, we go delving into that week's assorted power rankings. They always come out on Tuesdays. We go through the power rankings, and we find for you just what everybody thinks of these Denver Broncos.
The Broncos!
And they think pretty highly of them. They think quite highly of them.
I don't know. You gave us an interesting tease. It didn't seem to be the action you thought they'd get.
I thought there was one thing I was going to see. I'll tell you what it is in a minute.
All right.
Yeah.
But first.
But first, it's time for your keyword on an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. Your keyword this hour is Walker.
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 Texas Ranger.
Like one who walks.
The Walker.
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 Text Walker along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That enters you for a pair of tickets to see the Avalanche host the Rangers on Thursday night. Again, your 520 keyword is Walker.
Like
303.
Larry Walker.
504.
Javon Walker.
09.
Skywalker.
25.
Skinwalker.
What's a skinwalker?
That's Native American lore.
Okay.
Shapeshifter. Things like that.
Skinwalker?
Yes.
Kind of sounds like a teenager with too much time on his hands.
Hey-o!
All right.
Hey-o!
All right.
Whoa.
Let's do this. Last week, Andy, the average ranking 6.75. 6.75 was the average ranking of our 8 that we observe on a weekly basis. That's what we were looking at last week. Really, they were dropped in 5 rankings last week after the Thursday night affair against the Raiders. It was not impressive. It was a win, but it was not impressive. This week, this qualifies as an impressive win.
We would agree.
You just beat the 9-time defending AFC West champion Kansas City Chiefs. So how'd they do? ESPN, heard of it? ESPN, employer of Jeff Legwold and like 1,000 other people. Last week, they said the Broncos were the 9th best team in the NFL. The 9th best team in the NFL. This week, after they defeat the Kansas City Chiefs, Broncos, Andy, they skyrocket 4 spots to number 5. Fiver.
That's a fiver.
According to ESPN, the Rams, Eagles, Patriots, and Colts are all better than the number 1 seed in the AFC Broncos.
A fiver.
NFL.com, they had the Broncos at number 8 last week. Number 8. Again,
Gotcha.
pretty good. You'll take an 8. However, you go out and you wax Patrick Mahomes on a beautiful Sunday afternoon at Empower Field at Mile High, and the Broncos escalate 3 spots to fiver.
Fiver, number 2. Who's ahead of them?
That's 2 5s. Rams, Colts, Eagles, Seahawks, says
Really?
NFL.com.
Okay.
Rams, Colts, Eagles, Seahawks. The Athletic, a website that employs a lot of unathletic people, ironically.
Hi-o.
They said the Broncos were the 7th best team in the NFL last week. But hey, you go out and put it to the Chiefs the way that Denver did, and the Broncos climb 3 spots to number 4. 4. The old 4 spot.
Cosmiter.
Eagles, Rams, Colts, all ranked above Denver.
Interesting. Okay.
Deion Sanders' favorite media outlet.
I'm not doing nothing with CBS. Next question.
CBS. They actually were the low ranking on the board last week, tied with ESPN at 9er. They were at 9er last week. However, a 35-yard game-winning field goal from Will Lutz later, and the Broncos shoot up 4 spots to number 5. 5.
High five.
Rams, Patriots, Eagles, Colts,
Okay.
all ranked above Denver. The Ringer. Oh, The Ringer.
Ooh, did you see Lindsay's tweet?
What's that? I didn't, apparently.
Let me pull it up as you read the ring.
What do you got for me?
I'll tell you.
Okay. The Ringer.
Shot taken is all I'll say.
Ah, okay. At us?
No.
Oh, well, then I don't care. The Ringer last week had the Broncos at 7. This has historically been the power ranking that has been most down on Denver. But hey, win by 3, go up by 3. The Ringer says the Broncos are the 4th best team in the NFL. Rams, Eagles, Seahawks, all rated above the Broncos. Pro Football Talk. It's a website where they talk about football played by people that are compensated to participate in the game. Last week, Andy Florio and his sweet hair had the Broncos at number 3, high ranking on the board. By the way, Pro Football Talk 2 weeks ago, after the Houston game, had Denver up at number 2. So what would Florio do after a victory over their long-standing rivals, Andy Reid and the Chiefs? Well, the answer is, Andy, Mike Florio wouldn't do anything because he still has them at 3.
He held firm.
Rams and Colts.
Is that crystal clear?
Yeah, it seems to be. USA Today, that is a newspaper that is made in the country that we currently sit in right now today. They've got a weekly power ranking. They should be forced to do it daily because of the name of the paper, I feel like. But nonetheless, last week, USA Today said the Broncos are the 4th best team in the NFL. So, hey, what do? You go out and defeat the defending AFC champion Chiefs, team that has played in the AFC championship game in 7 consecutive years. And what happens? Nothing.
Not a thing.
Still 4. Rams, Patriots, Seahawks. They rated above them. One more, Spring. One more. Thank you.
Boy, yeah, they're really hitting.
I wasn't done yet. That one hurts.
That guy's got a lot of reps.
Yahoo Sports.
Oh.
Yahoo!
Now
he was out of breath, and then he had to reclaim it so he could do the Yahoo jingle.
Yeah.
Yahoo Sports. Our buddy Frank Schwab had the Broncos down at number 7 last week. Well, hey, you know what? You go out and beat the Chiefs. This is the kind of thing that gets a big move, right? Kind of. They moved up 2 spots to number 5.
A lot of 5s.
Eagles, Rams, Colts, and Seahawks all rated above Denver. But Andy, look at the 8 rankings. 5-5, 4-5, 4-3, 4-5. Top 5 in every ranking that is out there. First time we've ever seen it. Last week was the first time we've ever been in top 10 in every ranking. This week, the first time ever in top 5. Average ranking on the board, 4.375.
Good. Yeah, they deserve it. All right, give me the old Ringer ranking again.
4. The Rams, by the way, the only team that is rated above Denver in all 8 power rankings. Because Florio had the Broncos above the Eagles.
Well, there you go.
As did USA Today, which last time I checked, what happened when the Broncos played the Eagles head-to-head?
They won.
Yeah, they beat the Eagles. But no, go ahead, keep rating the Eagles above
they're the
Denver.
Super Bowl champs.
Everybody. Mm-hmm.
That's what they did.
I just, when I was a poll voter, I took head-to-head results very seriously. That's just one of the things. It's a weird metric that I would look at and say, hey, when they played each other, who was better? Oh, the team that won, they should be rated higher.
From the Twitter account of one by Lindsey Jones.
Okay.
9-2. Still may be fraudulent, but firmly in control of the AFC West heading into the bye. That was the Sunday night tweet.
May be fraudulent.
9-2, comma, still may be fraudulent, comma, but firmly in control of the AFC West heading into the bye.
That's a commentary on Bo Nix, is what that is. Because isn't that the thing, Andy? Bo Nix in the offense, isn't that the thing? Like, Denver's defense is championship stuff, okay? Denver's offensive line is championship stuff. Vance Joseph is doing a championship level of coaching this season. Sean Payton, I would say, in the big picture, is a championship level coach right now with what he's done with his team. It's hard to argue it. Again, they've won 8 in a row. They're 9-2 on the year. But the thing is like when you score, when you beat Houston by a field goal, when you beat the Raiders by a field goal, that's the stuff that people would look at and say, I don't know. I don't know about this team. When you barely escape against the Jets. But again, what does it come back to? Like, defense did the job. All those teams scored under 20 points. Defense did the job in those games. But when you're always coming down to a Will Lutz field goal at the very end of the game, and Legwald said this yesterday, it's a risky way to live.
You're living on the margins.
Yes.
And this is where Denver's the team. I also think people are bitten by this. And don't be surprised if Buffalo starts to get some shine if they can get their act together and maybe even sneak up on these Broncos in those power rankings. Everybody's going to wonder about, like, the greatest example to me is still that Bears team with the double doink. And when you win this many games by one score, and it feels like stuff goes your way near the end. Now, I would say that Chiefs game, a lot of stuff didn't go their way. They gave the Chiefs 2 chances to answer. Chiefs couldn't do it against that defense.
Right.
They just couldn't do it.
3 and
the
outs.
Broncos
2
could.
3 and outs.
And the Broncos, remember, the Broncos earned their first down. They didn't get a bunch of first downs by penalty or something like that.
Right.
But the National Football League, in our league, Nate, in our league,
thank you.
The media tends to wonder, are you going to be that team that earns the first round bye like the Bears did, and then under Matt Nagy, and ultimately you get to the big boys in that second round of the playoffs, your first game, and you're one and done.
Yeah.
Even though you were home. So the Broncos are the one-score win
Andy,
darlings this year.
The 2012 Broncos
won
11 games in a row.
Yep.
And they lost
to Baltimore.
To Baltimore in the divisional round at home.
Yep.
Because funky things happen in playoff games. And this goes back to the point that I made earlier in the show. The defense and the offensive line gives the Broncos a chance every single time they go out there. They're going to play the Manders and the Raiders in the next 2 games. They're going to win both of those games. Last 4 get a lot tougher. You got the Packers. You're going to have to play the Chiefs again. You got to play the Chargers. Jacksonville is in there. That is a playoff team. It's not a very good playoff team, but a playoff team. They'll give you an actual
Jacksonville
challenge.
you should beat.
Yeah, you should beat those guys.
But the Chiefs, the Raiders, the Chargers, you still have you make one more spin through the division. And yes, after what we saw last night, you should have a better plan. You should be adjusted. You'll have a full week's rest. You should go whoop the Raiders.
Is some of the current, whatever. There's football fans that are just going to love their team and think the team's awesome and think their team is going to win every single game when they go out there. And that's awesome. Hey, good on you guys. You're having a really fun Broncos season,
and you should enjoy it.
Yes, enjoy the hell out of it.
This has been much more enjoyable than anything in a decade.
Now, and some of it is, too, is like because we saw 2015, which you bring up all the time, Andy, like most of the teams that have that kind of profile don't win the Super Bowl.
They don't.
It like generally scoring points is the most reliable fallback to give you the best chance to win every single week out there. That's why at the end of every season, you go through in the top 10 scoring offenses, and like every year, 9 of them are in the playoffs, And then you look at the top scoring defenses, and you're just like, it doesn't look the same. Like offense is the most reliable, frequent scoring is the most reliable metric to say, okay, this team's got a chance to win every single time out. I would also say this Broncos pass rush, this Broncos defensive line, and they're going to get Surtain back, is good enough to give you a chance to win every single game. And given that Bo Nix is playing, well, not the best kind of quarterback, the right kind of quarterback to complement that kind of football.
Yes, and I do think you have something historical here. You rank up there with Tampa Bay, with Baltimore, with Denver, with the Legion of Boom.
Mm-hmm.
You've said it. They're still on pace to break the sack record of the 84 Bears, right? So when you have something that historical, and we saw it, the Chiefs, their witchery doesn't matter against the Broncos right now. They had a crack at the end of the half, couldn't get it done. They love the double up. Then they couldn't come out and really get a lot of momentum going at the start of the second half, and they had a couple cracks at the end of the game. Frankly, I thought the Broncos offense might have cost them when they couldn't go down and get their field goal, and instead the Broncos defense was just too good. The Chiefs get stuck giving the Broncos good field position for the start of their game-winning drive, and away it all goes away. And despite how good, like the Chiefs defense is good for them, wasn't good enough to stop Denver at the end of the game. The Broncos defense has been historical, and they've stopped a lot of the better offenses they've faced.
7-2 in games decided by 8 or fewer points. You've won 8 in a row by a combined 61 points. You have won 3 games this season on Will Lutz at the gun. Yeah,
it's why people doubt you come.
If you want to make the argument that Denver's a fluke, like there's ammunition for that. My pushback would be, yeah, but this defense.
Yeah.
There's nothing fluky about this defense. I could make a really strong argument that defense is the best unit in the entire NFL. And as long as you have that, you have a chance to win every single time you go out there.
Are you going to say but? No.
No.
Well, and here's the thing, and this is what you have to credit the offense for, where it's another 2015 parallel. They don't make the key turnover that costs them the game.
Right.
But there's no buts.
Well, there's a couple. We may have to get Lindsay on tomorrow. I know it's a Nick Kosmider day, and I want that as well. Maybe we get Lindsay on tomorrow.
Okay, we'll talk to Lindsay.
Let her talk about the tweet.
Okay.
I'm going to put that on you.
Okay. I'll see if I can make it happen.
You know a gal.
But by the way, she is listening right now.
Good.
What up, Linz?
Linz, we'd like you on tomorrow. Text Nate right now what time works for you.
Yes.
Should we do a 3:20?
Why
early?
not?
Let's just book it on the air.
Sounds good.
Linz, if you're listening, 3:20. Tell Nate if it works.
You don't have to parent your child. Just
5:20 if you do.
Do the radio show.
Because what's Nick? Nick's usually 4:20.
I want to play some Sean Payton audio when we come back. I didn't get to this yesterday because we just had too much stuff from the game. Something that Sean Payton said in the post game that he's got to lose. He's got to lose this one. Okay, it's in the repertoire. Drop this number, Sean. Okay, nobody wants to hear it. I'll play that for you next. We're going to announce a winner on an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday coming up here in just a moment for Avs Rangers tickets on Thursday night. No Nuggets, no Avalanche tonight. Nuggets back in action tomorrow on the road at New Orleans. Again, the Avalanche off until Thursday against the Rangers.
My daughter's got us watching the Stranger Things 4 because the next, I think, Thanksgiving, the new one comes out and they end this sucker.
So for you guys, no Rangers, you want strangers.
We got strangers probably tonight. I hate this fourth season. Remember The Empire Strikes Back where nothing goes good?
Yes.
It just kind of sucks. That's the season 4 of Stranger Things.
Empire is the best Star Wars movie.
It's all just making it as sucky as possible
it's
so
all
they
bad.
can all redeem, I guess, at the end. Yeah, I don't like this season. It stresses me out.
Is David Harbour going to be okay?
No.
He can still be.
I'm not sure how many are going to make it out of this
He
one.
can still be abusive to his co-stars, apparently.
That Millie Bobby Brown was saying she's always getting on the Duffer Brothers, the directors or whatever they are, the creators of it.
Okay.
Where she says they get too attached to characters and always bring them back.
So nobody dies?
Nobody ever dies. And she was like really hard on them in an interview where I read. She's like, I wish 11 would die. Matter of fact, I want my character to die.
I don't want to be on the show anymore.
I want you to quit being wusses and kill somebody off. So I think they may take it to heart, and I could see them just laying waste to half the cast.
That's where Game of Thrones was the wildest show.
Yeah, they held on to nobody.
They were just off anybody. Like the most famous actor in that show, isn't the guy's name like Sean Bean? The guy that was also in Lord of the Rings.
The first king guy or whatever, right?
Yeah, Ned Stark. And they offed him like in like the 8th episode.
Yeah, they didn't
It was like,
care.
wait a minute, that guy's a movie star. What are you doing?
They don't care.
No, they didn't care. They were just like, guess what? There's boobs, and you're going to keep watching it.
Boobs and violence.
And you know what?
They did.
Knew. They knew. I want to play a cut from Sean Payton from Sunday. So I heard Sean give this analogy the first time this year. I was actually at the press conference during training camp when Sean did this analogy. And at the time, I was just like, okay. And I didn't think much of it. He broke it out again on Sunday, and he's using an analogy to explain the kind of toughness that he is looking for in a football player on his team. But I feel like this time it didn't land quite the same. Go ahead, Spring.
It's not me. It's training your culture. This Nick Saban quote about toughness, really not necessarily physical, but, the mental and how much you can take. And he likened it to hurricane windows. You can get the 139s, the 150s, or the 189s. And obviously, if you go up, they cost more. So I went through that same thing with the beach house. And it's finding the 189s.
Little humble brag out of Sean there.
I had a beach house.
When I had to get
good for you.
new windows for the beach house,
Good for you, bud.
I was looking at the hurricane grading.
I was staying at the Greenbrier, sizing up the new windows for the beach home.
I was online shopping for new windows for my beach house.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's... Why don't you lose that one, Sean? It's real relatable. You and fellow gajillionaire Nick Saban and your beach houses.
We were talking about our beach houses. Shanny chimed in about the crib in Mexico.
We were arguing over why beluga caviar is better than the whitefish.
I was trying to figure out why my Bentley wasn't getting better gas mileage.
This is why I always say buy an expedition yacht over the flybridge. All right, Sean. We get it. You got a beach house. We're all thrilled for you.
I was planning the escape to the private island, guarded by gators in a moat.
This is why I always say you don't get a country home. You buy your own island.
You buy your own country, not just the home. Gotcha.
And when you do, get those thicker windows, okay? That's what you need to do. You have ticket winner, Spring?
We do.
We do?